The vast expands off to myriad realm, where dimensions converge and countless races thrive, formidable heroes gather. Each one, hailing from lower realms, carious themontio fuslishal sovereign, weaven jeng contingulgan sin this boundless world as to pursue the path of dominion. In the endless fire domain, the flame emperor reigns supreme, set in gay blaze of the heavens with a fierce confluency of fire. Within the martial realm, the Martial Ancestor smite reverberates, instilling awe throughout universe. In the palace of western heavens, the emperor of batless stands unmatched, his martial prowess paralleled. On the desolate hills of north, amidst the tomes of countless graves, the undying sovereign commands the veracosmos. A young man emerges from the northern spirit realm, mounting the ethereal Nine Nether Phoenix, as sheplages into the captivating gone tumultuous world. On the path of supremacy, how will dominate, and will shall fall? In this grand world, where a myriad pathskent, shall rises the supreme ruler. Chapter 1 The Northern Spirit Academy. Under the blazing sun, the scorching grey spored down from Theski, enveloping Thurthana haze esteem. Thualo shunglo, barely vestronen, appearing languid and listless. A gentle breeze stirred, causing garments to flutter dramatically in the air. Before a throng of hundreds, a stone platform stood, upon what castle a terra figure sat in tranquil meditation. His hands were clasped before him, fingers interlaced, and his eyes were a tight lie shut, as if he had entered a profound state of cultivation. This figure resembled a outh his share was oft handsome wasled, and his youthful face, still retaining a hint of boyishness, bore his light slender frame that texudi de strikingly pleasantara. A thysmament, a visible radiance samevleped theboy, illuminating his surroundings. It seemed as though an arcane energy surged within him, drawing inward with captivating galor. Beneath the stone platform, a few ouths suddenly opened their eyes, drawn to theglo surrounding their companion. They couldn't help but lick their lips, expressions so and admiration etched upon their faces, as the tranquil atmosphere began to crack under the weight of their whispered conversations. Brother Muistralar remarkable. While wheremyriad zensing thenitu rally nergia softworld, he hassle read a successful lie into red spirit motion realm, truly deserving goff being the fierce among us of the eastern courtyard. Of course, not to mention the eastern courtyard, doutain uniphora gaint, keen tire northern spirit academic can compare it to him. A grey clad eye out hath a forefront seemed keep familiar with the buoyant the platform. Smirking at the hushed commence, hesed in a low red voice, brother Muwashin picket to participate tine spirit path, in the entire northern spirit domain. He holds the soul spot surliano, calabrotosohandra spirit path. There is squitethia prorner domain when that selectiono, corred nearly alhumergid were ultimately claimed bith 5 great academy. The 5 great academies? Men youth swallow it involuntarily themention off these illustrious nam, there is shimmering with long and gone fervor. Taught him, the 5 great academias representeth the pinnacle of aspiration, yet the selection process was not arias lie stringent. Those fortunati not gain and true were undeniably exceptional talents, on daño knew who succeeded wucherle, have a boundless future. Brother miss indeed formidable, but to verd he on le participate in spirit path for air. It was told dice the fierce to ever be expelled before completing the trial. A hesitantiouth whispered, but quickly added, we'll know brother must prowess, and even if spirit path is filled with prodigies from across hierom, he'll never fall short. His early expulsion must have been due to some injustice. Thegroup exchange edge lancestes matter washered lie secret would hint northern spirit academy or northern spirit domain. While it felt hasens off regret, curiosity gnawed them, they'd sprightly wished to understand with somionis extraordinarias brother Mu, ho had common dead he respect, had been cast out from spirit path. Thieves fidgeted, fully aware of the remarkable talent that brother Mu possessed. However, they meant to challenge job reaching spirit motion realm lingered in their minds, especially considering had on lie trained in spirit path for a year and had not genuine lie complete ethereal. Compared to the so a trillium emerged from spirit path, hestil appeared to thud. Suddenly, a splintered piece of wood flew from the stone platform, striking the grey clay die, out squarely on the forehead. A light, teasing voice followed Su Ling, doyo Uria lithing Kyamorelia decoration? Doyao want matoin form mastermond havia stuck in Theastern courtyard for extra training during your next vacation? All the youth sand maidens quickly looped up, only to see the boy who had been meditating gaunt the platform had appeared his eyes. His dark iris sparkled like the night sky, brimming with spirit energy. As you'll smile gracidis lips, lending hymacarm thaten ancidis already attractive fetchers. It must be said, he was quiteth the striking young man. The surrounding Alth sand maidens erupted into laughter, the atmosphere becoming lively. Now you know your father is severe. In 3 months, I fio still cannot enter the spirit motion realm, you'd best prepare for abiding, The Outh named Muchin said, shaking-ish dismissively. Entering th spirit motion realmus and tassim please it sounds. Imnotaf freak like brother Moha can casually participate tinth spirit path. Suling retorted, pouting, then quickly silencing himself. Thought his waskam knowledge throughout northern spirit domain. And Muchin himself did not away from Inchin and Jit, such expulsion washered lysamething to lot. Muchin Morelli chuckled, unperturbed. He gazed up at the dappled light filtering through Tebrinks, his expression tinged with nostalgia and complexity. Ah, the spirit path. I wonder how those guys are faring now. They must have concluded here training by now. If so, perhaps they will soon gain and try and toth 5 great academies. And her. Muchin precipice lipstogther, a flating image crossing his mind at her carved girl with a slender figure. Hera loaf butai coldast heater bladechabor, ho had inexplicably pursue him for half a year during the trial. Her silhouette danced gracefully, her brilliant silver hair shimmering like galaxy. It was this enigmatic, distant girl who had relentlessly pursue him throughout spirit path, all because Hanan saved her life. Yet, on the day had been for said Taliv, she had been he first to draw her sword and stand protective lie in front of him. The memory of fair expression cold diet momentarily filled with her murderous or amata he momentarily fall into trance. How nostalgic. Ah, Ifatis Theoni Andenly brother Muf, northern spirit domain. Haraya Tungenlied in Gotherson training? Master Morially favor see you, doesn't? As Muchin Bacamelo in his daydreams, a semi-watt jarring voice called out, jolting him back to the present. Here I this calm facito see group off figure sauntering towards him. At the forefront stood a defiant young man, casual cawing on a blade of grass, wearing asmig smile directed at Muchin. Luce, what brings you and your western courtyard companions to eastern courtyard? Looking for a fight? Suling's expression darkened ashes stewed defiantly, shooting Gackold's milling Luce's direction. With a rustling sound, the 100 soft eastern courtyard students rose at their feet, their gazes piercing lie aimed at the newcomers, forming an impasing wall of solidarity. Within the Northern Spirit Academy, a rivalry existed between eastern and western courtyards, with the latter strictly holding a dominant position over the former. However, in recent times, that tide had begun to turn, largely due to Muchin's influence. During a competition between Tetwa Courtyard's 3 months ago, the third-rank head student from Western Courtyard, Shuedong, had been bested by Muchin, allowing the Eastern students to finally vent some of their frustrations and reducing Western students' arrogance. Yetherethi where now, the Western student shad brazen like him to provoke Muchin, causing Slingen theathers to bristle to confrontation. Ah, the Eastern Courtyard is jettage increasing like hockey. Doyo Uria Libolivian can stand up to synth Western Courtyard? Luch marked, nonchalant lie assessing Thier members without an fear. Then, grinning widely, he pointed towards a high platform nearby, challenging Utereto Makiamov. As Su Ling and Theater Sterned Toluk, they saw Zaviral figures in the high platform, those familiar faces watching them with amused expressions. The Eastern students' demeanor shifted instantly upon recognizing them. Those Iorethi Zanier students from Thwest. In the Northern Spirit Academy, there are Anaton lie the division soft East and West Butals. Degradation soft Heaven and Earth. Muchin and Spears belong at Earth level, while the individuals in the high platform were at the Western Heaven level seniors, undeniably more formidable than they. As Su Ling and Theathers processed this revelation, the seniors in the high platform looked down they messages, whispering amongst themselves. Isn't Hat Muchin from the Eastern Courtyard? Currently all-known figure within both Northern Spirit Academia and the region. Surprisingly, has already entered Spirit Motion Realm at Sukion Gauge. Thofon lie the initial stage, to qualifies 4th heaven level. Quite impressive. Hessertain little inted. With them ascending to heaven level in the Eastern Courtyard, the Western heaven level might soon feel some pressure. Wardis, he was chosen to participate tinth spirit path, but I wonder we he get expelladite subite absurd. This is the first time ever of such a thing happening. Perhaps they just chose a throng person and foresaid him out? Haha. Ah, Hongling, you seem to have some acquaintance with Muchin. Don't you? A senior student remarked, his stone light hand teasing. From their positions, it was clear she held a central place Saint Himmel group. Yes, his father is sonafta domain master synth Northern Spirit domain, and my father isami wa connectedo him. Was to play together as children, said the girl, refereto as Hongling, with a casual air. They say hey to crushing you back then? Hongling's expressive eyes blinked. She observed the striking figure of Muchin, illuminate das a beam of sunlight broke through Helieves, casting gauge until glow around a shan semi fetchers. Themament captivated her, stirring memory a sofa boy uhun ketrailed close libiander. In those days, he had failed to stand out, and she had paid him little ement. Yet now, this boy, previously distant, had become he online individual in northern spirit domain to gain in trito, spirit path, capture injivrionsiden before high soon expected expulsion. Child who Danik dotashard lie countast genuine affection, share plead lightly, thoffer king gaze lingereden muchen. With his rising prominent saint in Northern Spirit Academy, thy dayof be and jad mired by such an outstanding individual revider, thascertain pride, despite being aware a thought much of the gossip ways inflated. Yet, athasage, a jeerline evita bliherber setao finiti. Ha ha, while Hongling stastes extraordinary, though muchenis commendable, hehesen treched thestagiof capturing her heart. Didiao not lins ius defeat. Heisren Ketzavinthan the overallistoft Northern Spirit Academy, and has progressed ta themid stage soft spirit motion realm. Muchen stalags behind in comparison. It seems in her Northern Spirit Academy, the only one worthy of Hongling satinchinis and doubted lie the steamed Lu Mu Bai. Upon hearing Lu Mu Bai's name, event the seniors from heaven level paused, evident le feeling Thue Tof's reputation. Lu Mu bearing king first in the overallistoft Northern Spirit Academy, with a fifth hoist ha domain master of the highest tier with Northern Spirit domain, wielding considerable influence. Whether jijed be appearance, prowess, or lineage, this namais notitwans pyre infatuation among numerous young maidens in the academy. Among the Western students, every own knew wove a relationship between Lu Mu Bei and Hongling, and thof hahadieto captureth this proud beauty, it seema donlai matter of time. Thus, any o new hoderedto pithir characteristics again Stonia notheron lie invited laughter from the onlookers. Chapter 2. The boy cast out from the spirit path Su Ling and his companions gazed at the senior students from the west courtyard atop the high platform, their spirits momentarily dampened. Especially upon catching sight of the girl named Hong Ling, their eyes initially ignited with fervor, only to retract in trepidation. After all, she was a true luminary within the North Spirit Academy, a figure of great renown with a multitude of followers. Even from their own east courtyard, hey, Mu Gu, that senior Hong Ling from the west courtyard. I heard you had a crush on her when you were younger, Su Ling whispered, leaning closer to Mu Qian with a mischievous grin. At this remark, Mu Chun shot him a look of exasperation. Indeed, he had shared moments with Hong Ling in his youth, yet at that tender age, he had known little of what it meant to harbor affection. He merely sought a playmate. Over the years, as the relationship between his father and Hong Ling's father soured, their ties had grown increasingly distant. He found himself perplexed by the emergence of such rumors. With a resigned shake of his head, Mu Qian turned his attention to Lu Che, who wore a provocative expression. A faint glow of spiritual energy radiated from Mu Qian's body as he clenched his fists slowly. Speak your mind quickly. He shared a mutual disdain for the arrogance exhibited by the west courtyard's lot. You? Lu Che's eyes flared with anger upon hearing Mu Qian's words. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Mu Qian's lips pressed into a thin-lined eye. In that instant, the boy's previously gentle and radiant visage was suddenly infused with an icy demeanor, akin to the sharpness of a blade. That aura was not one to be possessed by a mere youth. Lu Che swallowed his reprimand, his expression shifting as he eyed Mu Qian with a newfound wariness. He had witnessed Mu Qian's prowess firsthand when he defeated their senior Shuedong in a previous encounter. Heh, indeed rather audacious, remarked several senior students from the west courtyard, their brows arching at the comment, feeling their pride slightly bruised, especially with Hong Ling present. Hong Ling, too, regarded Mu Qian with surprise, evidently unprepared for the assertive side of the seemingly gentle boy, a stark contrast to the ordinary child she had once known. Meanwhile, the west courtyard seniors could no longer contain themselves and leapt down from the platform, striding toward Mu Qian and his friends, who instinctively stepped back in caution. Noticing this, Hong Ling did not intervene. After all, she belonged to the west courtyard and was curious to see if the once unremarkable boy would indeed shine brightly now that he was rid of the halo of childhood. Tong Gu Lu Che exclaimed with delight as he saw the approaching figures, and his gaze towards Mu Qian brimmed with condescension. Yu Qian frowned slightly, but showed little trepidation. Despite the seniors being from the heavenly class, their strength was merely at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. In a real confrontation, they would not likely emerge victorious. The leading senior, referred to as Tong Gu, nodded thoughtfully, casting a playful glance at Mu Qian. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp voice rang out from nearby. Tong Guan, is it not a bit much for your west courtyard cohort to come to our east courtyard to bully the students of the earth class? Startled, the crowd turned to see a group of figures approaching briskly. At the forefront was a tall girl, clad in dark attire that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her striking features and long, flowing hair, tied back in a ponytail, made her beauty rival that of Hong Ling is that senior Qinner. Su Ling and the others exclaimed, their spirits soaring. The girl was renowned alongside Hong Ling as one of the two blossoms of North Spirit Academy. With admirers in abundance, so it is Qinner, Tong Guan stammered, his demeanor growing awkward. Not only was Tang Qinner popular, but her strength also reached the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, making her quite formidable within the heavenly class. As Tang Qinner approached Mu Chun, her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized Tong Guan before turning her gaze to Hong Ling atop the platform. The two girls locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly between them. Your words imply that, although we are from the West Courtyard, we are still part of North Spirit Academy. Hence, our presence here should not be deemed inappropriate, correct? Tong Guan shrugged and smiled. Tang Qinner huffed. Extending her slender hand to pat Mu Chin's shoulder, her chin lifted defiantly. Mu Chun is one of us from the East Courtyard. Should you dare to trouble him again, do not blame me for being rude. With her ponytail swaying, she exuded an air of confidence akin to that of a leader. Looks like you have quite the charm with the ladies, Tong Guan remarked to Mu Chan with a smirk, tinged with envy, as he himself harbored feelings for Tang Qinner that had never been reciprocated. Charm with women is also a form of strength, Mu Chan replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Tong Guan's sarcasm. In comparison to those from the spirit path, Tong Guan appeared rather inexperienced. Well then, we are not here to cause you trouble today, merely to inform you of something. Finding that Mu Chan was unfazed by his provocations, Tong Guan felt disinterest creep in. He waved Lu Che over, who smirked and said, Mu Chan, I bring a message from brother Lu Yang. 10 days from now, there will be a competition between our two courtyards. And he intends to select you as his opponent, Lu Yang? At the mention of the name, Su Ling and the others exchanged worried glances. Lu Yang was the true number one from the Earth class of the West Courtyard, having recently broken through to the Spirit Movement Realm. And let me add another tidbit. 3 days ago, during an assessment, brother Lu Yang discovered he possesses a spiritual vein, albeit a human-grade one. Lu Che gleefully informed them, a human-grade spiritual vein. The revelation caused shockwaves among Su Ling and the others. Even Tang Qinner's expression shifted in the entirety of North Spirit Academy. Students with spiritual veins numbered no more than a handful, making Lu Yang's discovery all the more startling, a human-grade spiritual vein. Tong Guan mused, casting a pitying glance at Mu Chun. Lu Yang, being at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, would be nearly unbeatable should he harness the advantages of a human-grade spiritual vein. It seemed Mu Chun was in for a tough time. Lu Yang said, if you're too timid to accept, it's no matter. Just don't show up on that day, and he won't make it difficult for you. Lu Che taunted, knowing that if Mu Chun failed to appear, his reputation in the East Courtyard would be irreparably damaged. You are being excessively cruel, Tang Qinner interjected, her brows knitting together. Qinner, this is hardly our fault. One should remain humble. Do not think that just because you gained the qualifications for the spirit path through luck, you can flaunt yourself without restraint, Lu Che retorted dismissively. You have guts, Tang Qinner shot back defiantly. We shall await your impressive performance on that day. Lu Che gave Mu Chun a thumbs up with a mocking grin before laughing heartily and turning to leave, clearly eager for the upcoming competition. As Lu Che and Tong Guan departed, Hong Ling cast a fleeting glance at them before turning away. Gu, are you really going to accept Lu Yang's challenge? With his spiritual vein, he won't be easy to deal with. Su Ling said, concern etched on his face as he watched the departing figures. I will do my best. Mu Chun replied nonchalantly. Hey, are you foolish? They are clearly provoking you. You can easily decline this challenge. Tang Qinner admonished. Rest assured, I will exercise prudence, Mu Chun said with a smile. Tang Qinner furrowed her brows, her bright eyes fixed on the boy's still youthful face. Though he wore a radiant and gentle smile, she couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked deep within his dark gaze. Humph, in any case, it won't be me who ends up embarrassed, she huffed in discontent. Qinner seems quite concerned about me. Mu Chun teased, unable to suppress a grin at her flustered expression. I could care less about you, Tang Qinner retorted, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red as she shot him a glare. I am just worried you might get beaten half to death and tarnish our East Courtyard's reputation. Mu Chun chuckled softly. Tang Qinner's father was also one of the domain lords of North Spirit, and their families had maintained a close relationship over the years, which fostered a solid rapport between Mu Qian and Tang Qinner. By the way, I just overheard some news, Tang Chinner said, waving her hand to dismiss Su Ling and the others. Her gaze fixed intently on Mu Qian. I learned from the academy heads that the spirit path has officially concluded. Mu Qian's body paused slightly as he raised his head and exhaled softly. Has it finally come to an end? It is said that this journey through the spirit road has seen the emergence of numerous, exceedingly formidable individuals, among whom one stands out as particularly terrifying, seemingly possessing a heavenly spiritual vein that is rarely encountered in a millennium. The 5 great academies have fought tooth and nail for him, leaving them bloodied and battered. Spiritual veins are classified into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and human, each offering significant benefits for cultivation. Generally speaking, those who possess spiritual veins cultivate at a markedly faster pace than ordinary individuals. Notably, the North Spirit Academy has not seen a single Earth-level spiritual vein for many years, let alone a heavenly one, highlighting the rarity of such a treasure. Tang Chinner playfully flicked her rosy tongue, appearing exceptionally charming and adorable. A heavenly spiritual vein. I have never encountered one before. Those who participate in the heavenly road are indeed extraordinary. By the way, you've also participated in the heavenly road. Do you know who that person is? I believe his name is Jixian, right? Mu Qian replied nonchalantly. Ah, a name that lingers in my memory. You know him? Tang Chinner exclaimed with surprise. Yes, indeed. He is quite an impressive individual, Mu Qian said with a smile, his gaze slightly lowered. I nearly took him down. Tang Chinner's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the suddenly cold expression on Mu Qian's youthful face. Stammering, really? Of course not. You believe that? I'm merely a nobody who was kicked out midway. How could I compare to someone so coveted by the 5 great academies? The icy demeanor on Mu Qian's face vanished in an instant as he observed Tang Chinner's shocked expression. Unable to suppress a laugh, Tang Chinner gritted her teeth in frustration, looking as though she wished she could bite him, but ultimately restrained herself, huffing. You've just entered the spirit movement realm and haven't even cultivated the spiritual techniques. Right? I've heard that Liu Yang has already begun his training. Well, I shall take my leave then. Tang Chinner nodded. After all, Mu Qian's father was one of the domain lords of the North Spirit Realm. He would surely prepare Mu Qian with excellent spiritual techniques. With that, she ceased further conversation, waved her delicate hand, and with a flick of her dark ponytail, she gracefully departed, swaying her waist as she went. Wait. Tang Chinner paused, turned her head to glance at Mu Qian, and after a moment of contemplation, said, If you're not too sure, I could help you deal with Liu Yang, though his elder brother, Lu Mu Bai, might be a bit troublesome, don't you think? Mu Qian sighed, thinking it was quite remarkable that she could come up with such a solution. Humph, ungrateful, Tang Chinner retorted angrily. I in the North Spirit Academy. Others sought her assistance without success, yet this fellow always maintained his infuriating demeanor. With that thought, she stormed off in a huff. Mu Qian watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. Now that the spirit road has concluded, she should have entered one of the 5 great academies. I wonder which one? He recalled the final moment of departure, amidst the lush forest, where a girl with flowing silver hair quietly gazed at him with her profound, bottomless aquamarine eyes. I will wait for you at the 5 great academies. If you do not come. The slender girl held a black long sword delicately in front of his chest, lightly pricking it at his heart. I will help you eliminate him. But, the girl stared at him, her eyes as clear as crystal. I do not favor those who easily admit defeat. Moreover, this time, you cannot be considered a loser. At the very least, I think highly of you. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the girl's proud and radiant silver hair, and a tinge of crimson appeared on her usually cold, pale visage. Though faint, it bore an astonishing beauty. That so, you must come. At present, the first place in recommendation stands at 11, but the gap to the 5th is merely a few hundred votes. I kindly ask everyone to cast your recommendation votes for the new book after finishing the update. Additionally, please remember to add it to your favorites. Chapter 3. Mu Domain. The North Spirit Realm is divided into 9 domains, each governed by a lord. These 9 domains are either allied or in opposition, thus maintaining the status quo of the North Spirit Realm. Beyond these 9 domains, there exists a formidable force that cannot be overlooked, the North Spirit Academy. However, in comparison to the conflicts among the 9 domains, the North Spirit Academy has always maintained a neutral stance. They harbor no ambitions for territorial conquest. Rather, they steadfastly uphold their corner, attracting students. This very aspect has elevated the North Spirit Academy's status within the North Spirit realm. Moreover, the North Spirit Academy holds the key to the quotas for entry into the 5 Great Academies, a coveted prize for all domain lords. They understand well that although they may hold significant positions within the North Spirit realm, they pale in comparison to the 5 Great Academies. Thus, to secure these coveted spots, families promptly send their offspring to the North Spirit Academy as soon as they reach the appropriate age. Consequently, the most formidable force that one cannot offend within the North Spirit realm is undoubtedly the North Spirit Academy. Mu Domain. Mu Citied. As Mu Chan stepped out from the teleportation spirit array. The bustling sounds of prosperity reached his ears. He gazed upon the flourishing scene of Mu City, a smile breaking across his face. This city is the capital of Mu Domain, and his father, Mu Feng, is the lord of this domain. Young master, quickly report to the domain lord. Surrounding the teleportation spirit array were guards of Mu Domain. Upon seeing the young man emerge from the spirit array, they initially paused in surprise before joyfully converging around him. He sidestepped the enthusiastic guards and dashed into the city. After a while, a grand estate came into view, prominently displaying the characters Mu Fu. Before the Mu residence, heavy troops were clearly stationed, but Mu Chun paid them no mind and bolted inside. Upon recognizing him, the guards offered warm smiles, bowing from a distance before resuming their duties. Father! Mu Chun rushed into the estate, heading straight for the main hall, where he encountered 2 figures. Seated in the main position was a man clad in a black robe, his stature tall and straight like a spear. His face resolute and strong. The few strands of white hair that strayed from his head lent him an air of maturity, though one could vaguely discern that he must have been a handsome youth in his prime. This man was none other than Mu Chun's father, Mu Feng, the lord of Mu Domain. Beside Mu Feng sat a slender, middle-aged man, whose sunken eyes and slightly pursed lips exuded an air of sharpness. However, this stern demeanor dissipated upon seeing Mu Chun rush into the hall, replaced by a gentle smile in his brows. Uncle Zhou, you truly understand me, Mu Chun said as he plopped down into a chair. Grinning at the lean man, Zhou Yi, as he was named, was a close friend of his father's, having fought alongside him in the North Spirit realm, ultimately aiding him in becoming the lord of Mu Domain. He had watched Mu Chun grow up, thus their bond was naturally strong. You've entered the spirit movement realm? Mu Feng chuckled, suddenly focusing his gaze on Mu Chun with pleasant surprise. Zhou Yi also turned to Mu Chun in astonishment, recognizing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him. I just advanced a little while ago. Mu Chun nodded, his tone nonchalant as he downplayed his achievement. I have a fight in 10 days, and not having cultivated the spiritual techniques might pose some trouble. Mu Chun remarked, pouting. Noticing the puzzled looks from Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, he briefly recounted Liu Yang's challenge. Those from the Liu family truly lack any redeeming qualities. Zhou Yi's eyes hardened slightly as he replied. The Liu family has grown increasingly arrogant over the years. Although Liu Domain is considered the strongest in the North Spirit realm, do they truly believe that Mu Domain is a soft target? Mu Feng chuckled dismissively. I hadn't anticipated that Liu Yang would possess a spiritual vein. The Liu family indeed enjoys a fortuitous advantage. Just a human-level spiritual vein, Zhou Yi remarked, however, even as he spoke. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Mu Chun. Liu Yang is also in the early stages of the spirit movement realm, and with the aid of his spiritual vein, it's likely that even those in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm would struggle against him. Little Mu, do you have confidence? Mu Chun smiled. Having faced individuals with heavenly spiritual veins before, what was a mere human-level spiritual vein? Compared to those freaks from the spirit road, Liu Yang seemed rather inexperienced. That kind of sharpness was akin to a coiled dragon lying low. It would not make a sound until it erupted, striking with thunderous force. This change both surprised and pleased Mu Feng, who held his only son in high regard. As for why Mu Chun had been expelled from the spirit road midway, he was curious but chose not to pry, trusting that his son would not disappoint him. Come, I will take you to select your spiritual techniques, Mu Feng said, rising and gesturing for Mu Chun to follow. After exchanging greetings with Zhou Yi, Mu Chun quickly followed suit. As they traversed the rear courtyard, they finally halted before a heavily guarded stone door. With a touch of his palm, Mu Feng unleashed a surge of powerful spiritual energy that enveloped the door in radiant light. Standing behind Mu Feng, Mu Chun felt the overwhelming pulse of spiritual energy and couldn't he help but lick his lips, "Father," as expected of a formidable figure in the divine soul realm. This spiritual energy is astonishingly potent. In the realm of cultivation, one begins at the stage of sensing, where one attunes to the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Following this is the stage of spiritual movement, at which point one may absorb spiritual energy into their body. Beyond the spiritual movement stage lies the spirit wheel stage, where the spiritual energy within the body coalesces into a wheel, a level of spiritual potency that far surpasses that of the spiritual movement stage. After the spirit wheel, one ascends to the divine soul stage, a pivotal realm. Mu Feng finds himself at this level, and upon entering the divine soul stage, one is regarded as a true powerhouse. Even within the North Spirit realm, the combat prowess of such individuals greatly exceeds that of the spirit wheel stage, for upon reaching the divine soul stage, they gain a unique ability, the ability to refine beast souls. The so-called beast soul refers to the quintessence of the myriad beasts of the world. Once refined, it grants one the power of spiritual beasts, which, when combined with one's inherent spiritual energy, results in an exponential increase in combat strength. In the world, there exists a record of 10,000 beasts, divided into two lists, one for heaven and one for earth, chronicling countless spiritual beasts. The soul of the spiritual beast Mu Feng refined, known as the Dragon Flame Eagle, ranks 85th on the earthly list of this record. Over the years, Mu Feng has traversed the North Spirit realm, becoming the lord of the Mu domain, and the Dragon Flame Eagle spirit has played an indispensable role in his ascent. Creak.as Mu Chen's mind momentarily wandered. The heavy stone door slowly creaked open, its sound reverberating through the art. As the stone door swung wide, a musty aura rushed forth, prompting Mu Feng to wave his hand dismissively before stepping inside. With Mu Chen hurriedly following suit, beyond the stone door lay a secret chamber, dimly lit by flickering flames. Rows of stone shelves came into view, upon which rested scrolls of jade slips, faint glimmers of light radiating from them. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the numerous jade slips within the chamber. Clearly, they were all spiritual techniques. Mu Feng clapped his hands and surveyed the chamber, his gaze casually drifting towards the depths. Before he chuckled softly, "All your father's treasures are here. Choose freely. I'm curious to see what you will select." Chapter 4. The Great Pagoda Technique. Mu Chen's dark eyes shimmered with anticipation as he regarded the stone chamber. As the lord of the Mu domain, Mu Feng was undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in the North Spirit realm, and his collection over the years was anything but ordinary. Without a hint of hesitation towards his father, Mu Chen strode into the stone chamber and casually picked up a jade slip. A glance revealed glowing characters emerging upon the slip. Fire Cloud Technique. Mid-grade common level. Mu Chen blinked in surprise. Generally speaking, spiritual techniques are intricate and categorized into various types such as cultivation techniques, offensive techniques, and defensive techniques, among others. These categories are further divided into three ranks: divine, spirit, and common, each of which is subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The fire cloud technique before him was a mid-grade common cultivation technique. Mu Feng ambled slowly behind Mu Chen, allowing him to peruse the myriad spiritual techniques on display. 100 sword technique, upper grade common level, mountain breaking classic, upper grade common level. A dazzling array of spiritual techniques filled Mu Chen's vision. Though most were common grade techniques, he understood that even these would incite fierce competition if taken outside. For Mu Feng's collection was far from ordinary in the North Spirit realm. After browsing for some time, Mu Chen finally reached the innermost part of the stone chamber, but still had yet to find a technique that captured his fancy. He then lifted his gaze to the last stone shelf, where 3 open jade boxes lay. "You have quite the ambition. These 3 techniques were acquired by your father at great peril," Mu Feng remarked with a chuckle upon seeing Mu Chen's interest in the jade boxes. Curious, Mu Chen approached and retrieved a jade slip from one of the boxes. This slip was crystal clear to the touch and radiated warmth, clearly not an ordinary item. "Flame Dragon Method," Mu Chen read. Astonished. Is this a lower-grade spirit-level technique? He was acutely aware of the immense value of spirit-level techniques. If auctioned, it would likely fetch no less than 1,000,000 spiritual coins. "Yes, the Flame Dragon Method is what I obtained when I acquired the Flame Dragon Eagle Spirit," Mu Feng affirmed with a nod. Mu Chen examined the jade slip thoughtfully before retrieving the other 2 slips, one titled Heaven Shattering Technique and the other Spirit Gathering Mirror, both classified as lower-grade spirit-level techniques. He found himself enamored with these 3 jade slips and hesitated, pondering which to select. Have you made your choice? All 3 techniques are equally matched. You may take one for cultivation, and should you find a more suitable technique in the future, you can always switch. Mu Feng offered with a gentle smile. Yu Qin hesitated, his hand hovering over the 3 slips before finally resting on the spirit-gathering mirror. While it might not excel in offense, it held significant merit for laying a solid foundation. As his hand hovered above the spirit-gathering mirror, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, causing his gaze to drift slightly. Then, from the shadows of the 3 jade boxes, he noticed a dark jade slip covered in dust. What is this? Mu Qin mused, extending his hand to grasp the dark jade slip. Upon inspection, he noticed indistinct characters faintly appearing on its rough surface. Great Pagoda technique? Mu Qin gazed at the 4 blurred characters, puzzled that no grade was indicated for this technique. He turned to Mu Feng with a questioning look, but was taken aback by the complex expression on his father's face as he regarded the dark jade slip with a tender reminiscence. Father, Mu Qin called, lifting the slip. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Why does it not indicate its grade? Furrowing his brow, Mu Qin rubbed the dark jade slip thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he smiled and declared, I'll take it. Mu Feng paused, locking eyes with his son, who bore a youthful yet resolute expression. Are you certain you wish to choose it? Mu Feng inquired after a moment of silence. Mu Qin nodded firmly. I don't know why, but I feel that if I don't choose it, I will regret it. Father, what is the origin of this technique? With a complex gaze fixed on the jade slip, Mu Feng took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Ah, you truly are your mother's son. This jade slip was left behind by your mother, or rather, it was meant for you. However, she once said that if you did not choose it, it should remain sealed away. Mother. Mu Qin's body trembled involuntarily at the mention of this unfamiliar yet deeply resonant word. He realized he had never met his mother. Yet deep within his heart lingered a vague yet profoundly warm shadow. She must still be out there, right? Where is she? Mu Qin caressed the jade slip, hesitating for a moment before finally voicing the question that had haunted him for years. As a child, he had carved numerous wooden sculptures, all identical yet lacking distinct features, as they represented the elusive and tender image of his mother that resided in his heart, a manifestation of longing and remembrance. Your mother's situation is quite complicated. Revealing it now would do little good. However, if you truly wish to know, then cultivate this technique. When you reach a certain level, the truth will be revealed to you. Mu Feng remained silent for a long while, finally clenching his fists slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Qin. Is my mother's departure related to me? Mu Qin suddenly asked. You have always been her greatest concern. For you, she would forsake everything. I once made an effort, but ultimately failed. I am sorry. Mu Qin nodded silently, a radiant smile illuminating his youthful face. Father, you wish to see mother again, don't you? Very much so. I long for our family to be reunited, Mu Feng murmured, his voice tinged with deep longing. With his palm tightly grasping the rough dark jade slip, which emanated a comforting warmth, Mu Qin eventually looked up at Mu Feng and smiled gently. I have chosen it, father. Rest assured, I will accomplish what you could not. If you believe in me, one day, I will reunite our family, and no one shall stand in our way. Mu Feng stared at the resolute expression of the young boy before him. A wave of bittersweet emotion swelling in his chest, causing his eyes to redden slightly, he finally nodded solemnly. My dear, our son shall not be ordinary. Chapter 5. The great thousand-world sunlight streamed into the courtyard, where dense branches stretched out, forming beams of light that danced with myriad specks of dust, rendering the entire space remarkably transparent. Mu Qin sat cross-legged on a stone chair, one hand propping up his chin while the other toyed with the rough, dark jade slip. He had ultimately chosen the Great Pagoda technique, fulfilling the promise he made to himself and to his father. However, regarding the Grand Stupa technique, even Mu Feng was uncertain about its true rank, only vaguely indicating that it seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. As for why it was so formidable, his reasoning was simply, because your mother is incredibly formidable. Your mother is incredibly formidable? Mu Qin blinked, pondering that Mu Feng, who had built the vast Mu domain in the northern spirit realm from nothing, had indeed achieved quite a commendable feat by becoming a renowned powerhouse in the northern spirit realm. If even he claimed something was very impressive, then what level must that mother have reached? If his mother were that formidable, how could she have ended up with his father? Mu Chun couldn't help but smile. After all, his father had once shared a beautiful encounter with his mother in their youth, which surely must be a delightful story. Mu Chun gathered his scattered thoughts and turned his attention to the dark-colored jade slip in his hand. In 10 days, he would be facing Liu Yang, who also possessed initial stage spirit realm strength and boasted a human-level spiritual vein. Although he had encountered individuals with even stronger spiritual veins than Liu Yang in the spirit path, the spirit path was indeed quite unique. The spirit path is essentially an immense trial ground, created by the 5 major academies. Every 3 years, it opens its gates, and the selection of participants is rather peculiar, as it is not a matter of human choice, but determined by a divine artifact known as the Mirror of Judgment. The methods of selection are varied and bizarre, but those fortunate enough to be chosen by this artifact are typically individuals of exceptional talent. Generally speaking, as long as one successfully navigates the trials of the spirit path, they can seamlessly advance to train in one of the 5 major academies. The spirit path is formed within a particular plane where no one can wield any energy. In other words, within the spirit path, neither spiritual energy nor combat energy or elemental force from other planes can be utilized. Participants entering the spirit path will face various life and death perils and grueling trials. And without the ability to employ spiritual power, they must rely solely on their physical strength, keen senses, and intellect to navigate the dangers. This method of pushing individuals to the brink of death is indeed an effective means of honing one's willpower. Upon entering the spirit path, these participants are informed that to pursue the supreme power, one must possess an unwavering will that cannot be shaken by anything. Only by mastering such a will can one become a true powerhouse. Over the millennia, a significant number of the top powerhouses emerging from the 5 major academies have participated in the spirit path trials, underscoring the importance of this experience and explaining why so many prodigies are drawn to it. Mu Chun tightened his grip slightly. That place was one he absolutely had to visit, not only to fulfill a promise to her, but also because only by emerging from the 5 major academies would he earn the right to establish himself in the outside world. Mu Chun was not well versed in the world beyond, but he occasionally gleaned some insights from Mu Feng. The vast world he inhabited was boundless and teeming with countless races, with the northern spirit realm merely a grain of sand in an ocean. Insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, this grand world connected to innumerable planes, though those planes could only be considered lower planes, for this world appeared to be of a higher order than those realms, forming the very center of countless planes. Yet, despite being deemed lower planes, those who managed to ascend from them to the grand world invariably possessed astonishing talents, being the most elite among their respective realms. Otherwise, they could not possibly break free from the constraints of their own planes. Mu Chun once overheard some information about individuals from lower planes during a high-level meeting at the Northern Spirit Academy. Among them, 2 names stood out, although he did not know their identities. He had heard their titles, the Flame Emperor and the Martial Ancestor. The flamboyant Flame Emperor, while relatively low-key, was rumored to have visited the Fire Spirit clan, where their ancient ancestor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, failed to gain the upper hand against him, leaving the clan utterly astonished. These supreme beings from the lower planes, even upon arriving in this grand world, continued to radiate their former charisma and dominance. The world outside was truly vibrant and captivating, stirring the soul. However, Mu Chun understood that he was not yet at that level. Still, he believed that given sufficient time, he would certainly reach it. Gazing at the dark jade slip in his hand, a smile graced his youthful face. Thus, let it commence. Mu Chun brought his hands together, slowly closing his eyes. The dark jade slip in his palm emitted a faint warm glow, as his vision darkened. Mu Chun concentrated, channeling the spiritual energy within him through his arm's meridians, ultimately infusing it into the jade slip. With a gentle hum, the slip resonated as the dark began to tear apart. As if something was burrowing into Mu Chun's body through his palm. Transforming into a stupa, he embarked upon the path of enlightenment. The sound of chimes gradually faded, as the cultivation mantra contained an abundance of concepts that were largely beyond Mu Chun's current grasp. Hence, he wisely chose to temporarily absorb only the portions he could comprehend and endure. Even so, the complexity of the mantra caused a slight ache in his head, for he had never encountered such an intricate and profound formula. Nevertheless, it was evident that Mu Chun possessed remarkable talent. Otherwise, he would not have qualified for the spirit path. Immersed in the profundities of the mantra, he contemplated its mysteries. After a considerable time, he finally began to channel his spiritual energy along the meridian pathways outlined in the cultivation mantra. These pathways were rather peculiar, and if one were to follow them meticulously, they would discover that they formed an unusual tower-like structure within his body. The spiritual energy flowed quietly along these strange meridian pathways. This initial operation was exceedingly taxing, yet Mu Chun endured the fatigue, striving to maintain the smooth circulation of his energy. The peculiar pathways were quite challenging to navigate, and despite Mu Chun's efforts to control them, he faced repeated failures. Fortunately, he remained devoid of any impatience, maintaining a tranquil state of mind as he persevered through each attempt. This process continued for a full afternoon, and after countless failures, a strand of spiritual energy finally emerged from the last meridian pathway under Mu Chun's careful guidance. Upon its emergence, the originally translucent energy began to transform, its hue deepening into a dark shade, exuding an enigmatic depth. At this moment, the energy could truly be termed spiritual power, and though it appeared calm and restrained, Mu Chun could sense an underlying sharpness and dominance lurking beneath its surface. Clearly, the spiritual power cultivated from the Grand Stupa technique was of exceptionally high quality, incomparable to that derived from ordinary spiritual techniques. The treasures left by his mother were indeed formidable. Mu Chun, drenched in sweat yet exhilarated, mused to himself. This dark spiritual power was absorbed into his energy sea, where it would quietly reside, destined to grow more potent with his continued cultivation. Suddenly, as the dark spiritual power settled in the energy sea, Mu Chun's body jolted, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Vaguely, it felt as though something deep within his being resonated and vibrated, sparking an extraordinarily wondrous sensation that quickly dissipated. Nonetheless, the resolute Mu Chun did not believe it to be mere illusion. Was it due to the Grand Stupa technique? Mu Chun's thoughts raced, and after contemplating the dark spiritual power in his energy sea for a long while, he could find no clues. Therefore, he gradually relinquished his search. This Grand Stupa technique was a legacy from his mother. Although he had never seen her, he firmly believed that she would never bestow upon him anything detrimental. Or could it be this? Suddenly, Mu Chun's mind stirred as he noticed a flash of black light deep within his energy sea, eventually hovering above the dark spiritual power. As the black light materialized, it revealed itself to be a thin sheet of black paper, completely devoid of any inscriptions, save for some indistinct and peculiar patterns. The black paper floated silently within the energy sea, nurtured by the dark spiritual power. Exuding an ancient aura imbued with an ineffable mystery, Mu Chun gazed at this enigmatic black paper, somewhat entranced. He had stumbled upon it during his time in the spirit path, yet since acquiring it, he had not witnessed any discernible effects. However, he could faintly sense that this mysterious black paper was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was merely that he lacked the strength to unravel its secrets at present. Could the earlier inexplicable resonance have been due to it? Mu Chun pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Although this black paper exuded an air of mystery, it was evident that the earlier commotion was not caused by it. After much fruitless contemplation, Mu Chun ultimately had no choice but to relinquish the matter and refocus his attention on the dark, ethereal energy swirling within his dantian. According to the incantation, the Great Pagoda technique was said to be divided into 3 realms: the foundation establishment, the form condensation, and the tower transformation. However, it was clear that he had yet to even reach the foundation establishment stage, merely scratching the surface of the initial entry. To advance into the foundation establishment realm would require considerable diligence and arduous training. In the courtyard, Mu Chun gradually opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing at the beads of sweat covering his body, unable to suppress a shake of his head. The Great Pagoda technique was indeed challenging to cultivate. He had only just begun, yet found it exceedingly arduous. He could hardly fathom how difficult it would be to master it to the so-called tower transformation realm. He wondered just how many layers of amplitude the energy from the Great Pagoda technique could achieve. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him, for the technique possessed an important function. It could amplify and enhance spiritual energy. Generally speaking, a top-tier mortal-grade technique could amplify energy by 5 layers, while a low-tier spirit-grade technique could amplify it by 10 layers. The deeper the amplitude, the greater the power unleashed during an energy burst. This method also served as a rudimentary means to distinguish the rank of a spiritual technique. As he contemplated this, Mu Qin's curiosity intensified. With a swift motion of his hand, a swirl of black, spiritual energy materialized in his palm. Gradually, he clenched his hand, his gaze igniting with fervor. He was determined to test the true might of the Great Pagoda technique. Chapter 6. Amplifying spiritual energy in the courtyard. Mu Qian stood tall. His palm slightly curved. A strand of dark spiritual energy rapidly coalesced in his hand, emanating a faint yet fierce wave of energy. As he sensed the subtle changes within the energy, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and the previously docile dark energy in his palm began to tremble violently. It was akin to water droplets splashing into a boiling pot of oil. Amidst this turmoil, the energy's fluctuations swiftly intensified, and Mu Qin's hand quivered slightly as he felt the energy escalating rapidly. 0.1 layer, 0.3 layers, 0.5 layers, 0.8 layers. When the amplitude of the energy reached the 9th layer, the tremors in Mu Qin's palm became increasingly pronounced, hinting at a loss of control. 0.9 layers was insufficient. Furrowing his brows slightly, Mu Qian clenched his palm tightly. In that moment, a muffled sound resonated, and the energy, akin to a wild stallion, surged once more. 13 layers. The black energy enveloped Mu Qin's palm, and his expression grew solemn. In the next instant, he abruptly shook his hand, curling his fingers together and thrusting towards the stone pillar before him with a force akin to thunder. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed. A mid-tier mortal grade attack technique, bone-shattering finger. With a resounding thud, Mu Qin's fingers pierced deeply into the stone pillar, cracks radiating outward from his point of impact. Nodding in satisfaction, he realized that having just begun his training in the Great Pagoda technique, he was already able to amplify his spiritual energy to 13 layers. This was a testament to the technique's formidable nature. And Mu Qian sensed that as he became increasingly adept at the Great Pagoda technique, this amplification would also grow. Clearly, this technique was of at least high-tier spirit grade. A smile broke across Mu Qian's face. The legacy left by his mother was indeed extraordinary. High-tier spirit grade techniques were exceedingly rare in the entire Northern Spirit realm. However, cultivating this technique proved to be quite arduous. Mu Qian had great confidence in his own talent for cultivation. Yet even so, mastering the Great Pagoda technique remained a considerable challenge. Not far away in the courtyard, Mu Feng observed the events unfolding within, unable to suppress a smile of satisfaction. Little Mu's cultivation talent is truly remarkable. I once trained in the Great Pagoda technique myself, and it took me 5 days to cultivate my first strand of spiritual energy, which initially only reached a 7-layer amplitude. This boy managed to achieve it in just half a day? And to such an astonishing degree. It truly is a slap in my face. Despite his words, the pride and contentment in Mu Feng's eyes were undeniable. Indeed, little Mu's talent is extraordinary. I dare say his future achievements will far surpass those of us outdated fellows. Beside him, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, his tone filled with nostalgia. Yes, while the Northern Spirit realm may seem vast to us, it is far too small for little Mu in the days that followed. Mu Qian devoted all his energy to the cultivation of the Great Pagoda technique. Although he occasionally appeared languid, he possessed an indomitable spirit that was deeply moving. It was this very tenacity that earned him a distinguished reputation amidst the relentless trials of the spiritual path, culminating in an unprecedented event that left countless prodigies astonished. Under Mu Qin's intense training, the spiritual energy in his dantian rapidly thickened over the course of just 7 days, and his understanding of the Great Pagoda technique deepened. However, he still felt a distance from the Foundation establishment realm, which left him inwardly astonished. The Great Pagoda technique was indeed no trivial matter. Once his cultivation of the Great Pagoda technique entered a steady rhythm, Mu Qian allowed himself to relax slightly and directed some of his focus towards seeking out several attack techniques that would be suitable for him to practice. Although he had a foundational grasp of spiritual energy, enhancing his combat prowess necessitated offensive techniques. Furthermore, Liu Yang was no ordinary adversary. His position as the top-ranked individual in the Northern Spirit Academy attested to his prowess, and his father was the Lord of the Liu domain, the most powerful domain in the Northern Spirit realm, whose strength surpassed even that of the Mu domain. Over the years, the two domains had clashed numerous times, harboring much animosity. While the Liu domain could not extend its influence to the Northern Spirit Academy, it would undoubtedly provide Liu Yang with the utmost support. But could Mu Chun truly be so easily trampled? In a training ground scattered with stone pedestals, a figure dashed through the dust. Dark spiritual energy swirling between his palms, emanating a fierce aura. With a swift motion, he curled his fingers, the dark energy enveloping them like a razor-sharp black dagger, and struck heavily against one of the stone pedestals. Crack! The stone shattered, and cracks swiftly spread across the pedestal. A cold glint flickered in the depths of the boy's obsidian eyes as his fingers, embedded in the stone, trembled violently, with a resounding thud. A stone pedestal, as thick as a man's waist, was pierced through entirely, as one pedestal exploded into fragments. The boy did not falter. Transitioning from fingers to palm, dark energy surged forth, accompanied by the sound of thunder. As he swiftly struck another stone pedestal with his hand. Whoosh! As his palm made contact with the pedestal, he stood on one leg, delivering a powerful kick that connected with yet another pedestal. Boom! Crack! The sounds echoed as both stone pedestals shattered, debris flying in all directions. The boy gradually withdrew his leg, calming his breath, as the dark energy in his palms dissipated quietly. Applause rang out from the side as Mu Feng, with a beaming smile, stood outside the training ground, thoroughly pleased with Mu Chen's performance. His assault was akin to a torrential downpour, fierce yet stealthily lethal, rivaling the prowess of those under his command who had been tempered through life-and-death experiences. Clearly, his son had not squandered a year on the spiritual path. Father, Mu Chen dusted off the grime from his arms and approached Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded. If you can pass this upcoming trial, you should qualify for the Northern Spirit Academy's top tier, at which point you will be eligible to compete for a spot in one of the 5 major academies. The 5 major academies? Huh? Mu Chun stretched lazily, a smile gracing his lean face. Don't worry, father, that spot is as good as mine. Chapter 7. Mu Yuan Northern Spirit City, a metropolis birthed by the Northern Spirit Academy, maintained an absolute neutrality akin to that of the Academy itself within the Northern Spirit realm. Here, the governing authority was clearly the Northern Spirit Academy. It was precisely because the disputes of the Northern Spirit realm did not extend to this city that its prosperity rivaled that of only a handful of major cities within the realm. The city of Bailing was born from the establishment of the Bailing Academy, and thus it is only natural that this place can be regarded as the domain of its students. In this city, few dare to provoke the disciples of the Bailing Academy. Not to mention the esteemed position of the Academy itself. After all, those who are fortunate enough to study at Bailing are predominantly individuals of notable background, including the offspring of various domains. Offending these well-connected youths is certainly not a trivial matter. The arrangement of the teleportation array is exceedingly troublesome, with only a handful of major cities in the entire Bailing realm possessing the capability to set it up. Clearly, the Bailing Academy is among them. As Mu Chen stepped down from the bustling teleportation array, he navigated through the lively streets with ease, making his way directly towards the heart of the city, the Bailing Academy. On either side of the street, numerous shops lined up, selling various spiritual techniques, with calls and shouts echoing through the air. However, Mu Chen did not linger, for his father is one of the 9 domain lords of the Bailing realm, and his collection of techniques is certainly formidable, rendering the offerings of such places unworthy of his attention. After turning several corners, the Grand Bailing Academy gradually came into view. Groups of students from the academy filled the streets. Young boys and girls congregating together, their laughter ringing out, brimming with youthful exuberance. Occasionally, curious and shy glances were cast towards Mu Chen, as he is evidently a notable figure within the academy. Setting aside other matters, the mere fact that he once earned a qualification for the spirit path is enough to stir admiration, for there exists only a single such slot throughout the entire Bailing realm. Though they were unaware of why Mu Chen was expelled from the spirit path after merely 1 year, it was clear that anyone capable of obtaining such a qualification could not be an ordinary individual. It was this aura, coupled with his pleasing countenance, that caused the cheeks of those girls who secretly observed him to flush with warmth. Suddenly, commotion arose ahead in the street, and numerous students hurriedly dispersed. Then, several figures, looking quite disheveled, rushed out, their eyes scanning anxiously around them. Moments later, surprise gleamed in their eyes. "Brother Mu," they exclaimed in unison. "Luodong, what are you all doing?" Mu Chen asked, slightly taken aback upon recognizing these familiar faces. They were his classmates, with whom he shared a good rapport. "Brother Mu, Hurry and help Su Ling. He was beaten by Mu Yuan. Exclaimed the boy named Luodong urgently. Mu Yuan? The surrounding students gasped at the mention of the name, Mu Yuan. Ranked second in the academy, he was known as a fierce individual, only slightly weaker than Lu Yong. How could Su Ling dare to provoke him? That Mu Yuan was boasting that Brother Mu would surely be defeated tomorrow. And Su Ling couldn't bear it, so he clashed with him and ended up getting beaten. The West Academy is indeed too arrogant, Luodong added with resentment. Mu Chun pressed his lips together slightly, causing Luodong's heart to skip a beat. He was well acquainted with Mu Chun and knew that this gesture usually signified his displeasure. Take me there, Mu Chun commanded. Huh? Luodong and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, Brother Mu, let's find a teacher first. There are quite a few people on Mu Yuan's side, including Xuedong, whom you defeated before, and Xiao Kuan, who is ranked 6th. That's fine. Lead the way. Mu Chen smiled, gently patting Luodong on the shoulder. Seeing Mu Chen smile, Luodong and the others exchanged glances before resolutely nodding. They understood that, at worst, they might face a beating, but they could not allow the West Academy to perceive the East Academy as weaklings. Given Mu Chen's demeanor, was he truly planning to confront those three formidable figures from the West Academy all on his own? Such an undertaking was undeniably audacious. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a figure was sent sprawling backward, dragging along the ground before finally coming to a stop. The East Academy's confidence seems to have inflated excessively, daring to shout in front of me, Mu Yuan, I wonder who has instilled such courage in you. Scoffed a boy clad in black, his arms crossed and a cold smile on his face. As he regarded the disheveled group on the ground, the forefront stood Su Ling, gritting his teeth and glaring at the boy in black. Behind him stood two other youths of similar age, both wearing arrogant smirks, their eyes betraying their disdain. A large crowd of students surrounded them, yet none dared to speak, for in the Biling Academy, few would challenge the trio before them. Ha, Mu Yuan, don't get too proud. Today, Brother Mu isn't here. Otherwise, your second rank would mean nothing. Su Ling spat, his voice filled with anger. Mu Chun? Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, while a boy behind him let out a cold snort. He was Xuedong, the one who had fallen at Mu Chen's hands. That guy does possess some skill, but I'm not afraid of him. Haha, I anticipate that after the duel between the two academies tomorrow, the East Academy will be quite subdued. Mu Yuan grinned. Lu Gu will ensure he learns to keep a low profile in the future. In the Biling Academy, we of the West Academy are the strongest. I can hardly wait to see the look on his face when he is defeated, Xuedong sneered. But before that, I think I should first deal with you East Academy trash. Mu Yuan interlaced his fingers, producing a crisp sound as he stepped towards Su Ling and the others with a menacing expression. Seeing that Mu Yuan refused to relent, Su Ling's face paled. But he gritted his teeth and declared, Let us fight him, fight. The other youths, feeling a surge of courage from the numerous onlookers, decided that retreating without a fight would be too humiliating. They steeled themselves and charged at Mu Yuan. You dare to attack me, a bunch of weaklings who haven't even entered the spirit movement realm? How foolish! Mu Yuan laughed derisively, clasping his palms together as a faint aura of spiritual energy began to rise. Boom! He stomped heavily, propelling himself forward like an arrow, leaping over several oncoming figures to stand before Su Ling, a cold smile on his face as his fist, imbued with fierce wind, hurtled towards Su Ling's face. Su Ling, witnessing the rapid approach of the fist, realized he could not defend himself in time and could only watch helplessly as it loomed larger before him, resigning himself to the thought that he would likely be bedridden for several days. As he closed his eyes, he seemed to hear gasps of astonishment around him, followed by a dull thud right in front of him. The wave of force struck his face, causing it to tremble slightly. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Peeking open his eyes, he was astonished to see a slender, fair hand had emerged from behind him, effortlessly blocking Mu Yuan's fierce punch. Brother Mu, Su Ling exclaimed joyfully. Well done, you haven't embarrassed our East Academy, Mu Chun said with a gentle smile, turning to face the now visibly perturbed trio from the West Academy. Their confidence stems from me. Do you have any objections? As Mu Yuan and his companions gazed at the smiling youth before them, their expressions shifted slightly, the mocking glances replaced by a hint of seriousness, indicating their unease towards Mu Chun. Humph, what arrogance! Sneered Xuedong and Xiao Kuan, their eyes flashing with a predatory glint, their fear considerably diminished. Today is merely a small lesson for you. I am the Biling Academy. It is our West Academy that holds the power. You East Academy have no right to interrupt our discourse. Mu Yuan clapped his hands, directing a cold smirk at Mu Chun. As for you, I believe you'll have little face left to speak after tomorrow. The surrounding students fell silent, intimidated by Mu Yuan's imposing demeanor, while some from the East Academy seethed with anger, unable to voice their frustration. With that, Mu Yuan waved his hand, preparing to leave with Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan. Satisfied that he had established dominance over the East Academy, Su Ling and the others were filled with fury, fists clenched tightly, yet even with Mu Chin's arrival, they dared not challenge the overwhelming presence before them. I say. A voice rang out from behind, causing the trio to pause and turn around to face the boy standing before Su Ling, his face alight with a radiant smile. Are you not going to apologize before you leave? The surrounding sounds seemed to fade into a delicate silence, as numerous young boys and girls stared in astonishment at the smiling youth. Although the latter's smile remained radiant, there was an underlying sharpness, a chilling coldness that was subtly perceptible. Su Ling and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing with a hint of embarrassment, clearly not expecting that even in such a situation, Mu Qian would still step forward for them. An apology? Mu Yuan's countenance darkened slightly, and he scoffed sarcastically. Why should I? Having grown accustomed to arrogance within the North Spirit Academy, he found the notion of apologizing absurd. It seemed there was nothing to discuss. Mu Qian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to stride towards Mu Yuan and his companions. The trio, with their grim expressions, glared at Mu Qian as he approached, their eyes briefly exchanging glimmers of cold light. Throughout his time at the North Spirit Academy, Mu Qian had maintained a relatively low profile, with only the previous incident of defeating Xue Dong to his name. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him, not even someone as obstinate as Mu Yuan. A person qualified to participate in the spirit path was certainly not to be taken lightly. Make your move. A low command escaped from Mu Yuan's lips, and suddenly, spiritual energy surged from his arms. With a heavy stomp of his foot, he charged fiercely towards Mu Chun, followed closely by Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan, who flanked him on either side, moving with a surprising synchronicity. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, clearly taken aback by the trio's swift and unhesitating alliance against Mu Chun, who was undeniably one of the most formidable contenders in the Western Courtyard. Among the trio, Mu Yuan possessed the strongest abilities, having already reached the early stage of the spirit movement realm, thus his assault was the most ferocious. Spiritual energy enveloped his hands, and the gusts of wind created by his strikes cut through the air like blades. Aiming fiercely at Mu Qian, however, just as the violent winds were about to strike him, Mu Qian elegantly sidestepped with a light shuffle, narrowly evading Mu Yuan's attack with his fair visage, his brows furrowed slightly. Resembling unsheathed swords, his once gentle demeanor transformed into one radiating a chilling intensity and aggression. Instead of confronting Mu Yuan directly, he swiftly targeted the two who lagged behind him, Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan. Dark spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips as he spread his 5 fingers, launching an attack towards them. The air was filled with a sharp wind as his power surged. Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan were momentarily startled by Mu Qian's move. Yet they had no time to evade. Gritting their teeth, they summoned all their strength and retaliated with a punch. They believed that if they could entangle Mu Qian for even a moment, Mu Yuan would be able to come to their aid, allowing them to fully envelop Mu Qian in their assault. Given their rankings within the Western Courtyard, Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan were certainly no ordinary adversaries. Yet they had slightly underestimated the youth's prowess and the ferocity of his strikes. Just as their fists approached, Mu Qian's hand glided effortlessly along the surface of their punches and then suddenly descended. Seizing their wrists with a powerful grip, with a forceful tug, he pulled them forward, their momentum forcing them to stumble uncontrollably. In that moment, Mu Qian's palms swept past their arms, striking their chests with the precision of a striking serpent. Boom! A low thud echoed as Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan were sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, cries of pain escaping their lips as their shirts were torn apart by the impact. In just a single exchange, the two were left utterly defeated without any suspense. Mu Chun. An enraged roar came from behind, as Mu Yuan, witnessing the scene, turned crimson with fury. He had never anticipated that Mu Qian would first evade him and eliminate Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan. Flame palm! Red-hot spiritual energy erupted from Mu Yuan's palms, its fiery essence heating the air around him. The surrounding students gasped in awe, marveling at the might of the second-ranked contender in the western courtyard. At that moment, Mu Qian turned to face the approaching Mu Yuan. With a fierce determination, he clenched his fists, showing no intention of retreating from the confrontation. Dark spiritual energy coiled around him as he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the air, intertwining flames and shadows. Mu Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson, his body trembling violently. With a sickening cough, blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a defeated heap. In just one exchange, the victor was clear. Though both were at the early stage of the spirit movement realm, it was evident that Mu Qian's refined and fierce spiritual energy far surpassed that of Mu Yuan. The previously downed Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan watched in stunned silence. How could Mu Yuan, a practitioner of the early spirit movement realm, possibly fail to withstand even a single punch from Mu Qian? How is this conceivable? Mu Yuan, now seated on the ground in a state of disbelief, neglected to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth. Brother Mu is incredible. Su Ling and the others were equally astonished, their faces lighting up with joy. They had not anticipated that Mu Qian could maintain such an overwhelming advantage, even while facing three opponents. Mu Qian's expression remained calm as he gazed at the disheveled Mu Yuan, a smile gracing his lips. Can we discuss an apology now? The color drained slightly from Mu Yuan's face as he grit his teeth in response. In your dreams. Mu Qian seemed to have anticipated this reaction. His smile growing ever more radiant, he nodded and strode purposefully towards Mu Yuan, dark spiritual energy once again swirling around his palms. Mu Yuan, despite the brilliance of Mu Qian's smile, felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. As Mu Qian approached, the darkness of his spiritual energy intensified. Just as he halted in front of Mu Yuan, a soft sound of clapping resonated from the side. Heh, it appears you are indeed someone who has previously walked the spirit path. However, such behavior seems rather dismissive of our western courtyard, don't you think? Mu Qian turned his head to see a figure parting the crowd, a smile upon his face. The surrounding students instinctively retreated, fear flickering in their eyes. Amidst the multitude of gazes filled with trepidation, the youth stood before Mu Qian, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, but with a smirk that exuded arrogance and undeniable pride. With his arms crossed, he regarded Mu Qian as though he were mere prey. The foremost figure of the western courtyard, Lu Yang, Yu Qian regarded the youth with crossed arms, his expression devoid of surprise. Simply remarking, after watching the performance for so long, are you finally unable to resist making your entrance? Seeing Lu Yang, Mu Yuan, Xue Dong, and Xiao Kuan's faces lit up with elation, they quickly called out, Brother Lu. The way they looked at Mu Qian now brimmed with a mixture of pride and menace. Although Mu Qian had gained considerable renown within the North Spirit Academy and had previously defeated their trio, the presence of Lu Yang, the first among them, provided them with a sense of security against Mu Qian. Lu Yang cast a glance at the disheveled Mu Yuan and his companions, furrowing his brow slightly as he focused his cold gaze on Mu Qian. Mu Qian, I believe you owe us an explanation for today's events. An explanation? Mu Qian regarded the youth, who was the most renowned among the western courtyard, and smiled. They attacked our eastern courtyard members without reason. I believe it is you who should be providing the explanation. The surrounding students exchanged glances, their expressions filled with intrigue as they witnessed the confrontation between the two most outstanding figures in the North Spirit Academy. Originally, they had anticipated that the outcome would be determined in the competition the following day, yet here they were, witnessing the clash unfold before their very eyes. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, a hint of frostiness in his gaze. In the North Spirit Academy, no one had dared to address him so rudely before. While he had heard whispers of Mu Qian's exploits, he remained the indisputable first among the Academy's ranks. You truly are quite arrogant, Lu Yang remarked, a mocking smile curving his lips. I am genuinely curious as to where this audacity stems from, considering you only obtained your qualification for the spirit path through sheer luck and were subsequently expelled. As Lu Yang's biting words reached their ears, Su Ling and the others felt their anger rise. Yet they understood they were no match for Lu Yang. They could only grit their teeth in frustration. If it was merely luck that granted you your position, then come and test it for yourself. However, in stark contrast to their indignation, Mu Qian merely smiled lightly. Lu Yang's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by Mu Qian's audacity. His voice turned icy. "I had originally planned to confront you during tomorrow's competition, but since you insist on being so uncooperative, I might as well resolve this matter now to save time for tomorrow." As soon as the words fell, Lu Yang stepped forward, his arms radiating with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of Mu Yuan. Su Ling and the others were taken aback by Lu Yang's imposing aura. Astonished that he was already prepared to strike, their anxious glances turned towards Mu Qian, who, despite his youthful visage akin to theirs, displayed no hint of trepidation. His dark eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light that was impossible to decipher. Observing Mu Qian's calm demeanor, Su Ling and the others felt their worries ease slightly, only to be reignited by the realization that while Lu Yang was indeed the foremost among the Northern Spirit Academy, Mu Qian was no ordinary adversary. This fellow might find it more challenging to trample over Brother Mu than he anticipated. How brazenly ambitious he is! Mu Qian shook his head, his lips pressed together. The radiant smile on his youthful face gradually replaced by a glint of cold determination. His palm turned slightly, and the dark spiritual energy flowed quietly from his fingertips. The atmosphere between the two became tense, and many students around them could not help but widen their eyes, for these two were the strongest contenders within the Northern Spirit Academy, and they were equally curious as to who would ultimately prevail. "Stop!" Yet, just as the two prepared to clash, a commanding voice echoed from afar, followed by the sound of rushing wind. A robust figure appeared between them. "Master Amo!" The surrounding students gasped upon seeing the newcomer, and quickly bowed in respect. The man known as Master Amo appeared to be in his middle age, his features resolute, and within him lay a palpable wave of spiritual power that exerted considerable pressure on the students nearby. Even the arrogant Lu Yang tempered his defiance in the presence of this genuine spirit realm powerhouse, someone who could easily be considered a leading figure within the Northern Spirit Academy and the Northern Spirit Realm. In the Academy, if you wish to spar, you may do so on the competition stage. Do you wish to embarrass yourselves here? Master Amo surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a grave tone. "Ha ha, Master Amo, you flatter us. We are merely engaging in a bit of friendly exchange," Lu Yang replied with a smile, fully aware that he could not afford to escalate matters today. He then turned to Mu Qian, extending a finger and feigning a poke. "Tomorrow, at the Inter-Academy competition, I shall await you." With that, Lu Yang turned to leave, and faint murmurs could still be heard. Just a fellow who was kicked out of the spirit road halfway. Su Ling and the others caught Lu Yang's intentional whispers, their expressions darkening as they clenched their teeth. "Brother Mu, this guy is truly insufferable. You at least managed to earn a qualification for the spirit road. What does he amount to?" It was indeed quite frustrating. "Frustration is an understatement," Mu Qian replied with a soft smile, his gentle features gradually acquiring a hint of cold sharpness. "While I cannot bite, I prefer to strike him down directly, ensuring he dares not provoke us again. This Lu brat truly mirrors his father's disposition." Master Amo watched Lu Yang depart, his brows furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. He then turned to Mu Qian with a smile, saying, "Well said, that resonates with me. However, I have heard that Lu Yang has reached the initial stage of the spirit movement realm and possesses a human-grade spiritual vein, comparable to someone in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Are you certain you won't falter in tomorrow's Inter-Academy competition? Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon you," Mu Qian responded with a smile. Master Amo, who managed their Eastern Academy, understood that if the Eastern Academy suffered a significant defeat in this competition, it would reflect poorly on him as well. As Master Amo waved goodbye to Mu Qian, who gradually distanced himself with Su Ling and the others, he could not help but click his tongue in intrigue. This young man, despite his tender years, was always shrouded in mystery. There was no trace of youthful arrogance about him. Yet one could faintly sense the hidden sharpness beneath his gentle demeanor. This lad was indeed capable of turning the spirit road upside down. Should he successfully complete the spirit road trial, he would undoubtedly become the coveted gem in the eyes of the 5 major academies. How could he still be here? With a sigh, Master Amo found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the Inter-Academy competition the following day. For it was said that Lu Yang had made extensive preparations. He wondered who would ultimately emerge victorious in this clash of the Academy's top contenders. As the night deepened, Mu Qian sat quietly in his chamber, hands forming seals, evidently entering a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gently swirled around him, flowing into his body with each breath, as more and more spiritual energy entered Mu Chen's form. A faint, dark glow began to shimmer upon his skin. Threads of spiritual energy coursed along the pathway of the great Buddha technique, eventually transforming into dark spiritual power that settled into his energy sea. Intensifying that profound sensation within him, at present, Mu Chen was becoming increasingly proficient with the great Buddha technique. Yet he had not yet attained the foundational level. Nonetheless, he could sense that the next step was not far off. Mu Chen remained patient, quietly gathering the spiritual energy flowing into his energy sea. Just as he absorbed the final thread of energy, he felt a sudden tremor within the energy sea. The dark spiritual power began to swell at an astonishing pace, filling him with an overwhelming sense of strength that reverberated through his limbs. Slightly taken aback by this unexpected change, Mu Chen could not suppress a light chuckle. It was indeed surprising to experience a breakthrough at such a moment. Chapter 10. The Academy Trials. The following day, as the scorching sunlight bathed Northern Spirit City, the Northern Spirit Academy began to stir with palpable excitement. The Academy was divided into Eastern and Western factions, and the rivalry between the two was fierce. Yet, it must be said that competition breeds growth, and in the past 2 years, the Northern Spirit Academy had produced many outstanding students. The rivalry reached its peak during the monthly Academy Trials, which determined the rankings within the Academy. Young hearts naturally craved victory, especially in the presence of the many beautiful senior and junior students. Everyone wished to shine a little brighter. Thus, in order to achieve commendable results in the trials, numerous students dedicated themselves to intense training in the western section of the Northern Spirit Academy. A vast arena resembling a coliseum was adorned with several platforms for competition. Surrounding these platforms were tiered stone seats, now filled with a sea of spectators. Voices mingled in animated chatter, punctuated by the melodious laughter of young women, infusing the atmosphere with youth and vitality. Though the crowd was numerous, it was distinctly divided into two factions: the students from the Eastern and Western academies. Due to their rivalry, provocations flew back and forth, creating an exceptionally lively ambience. Our Eastern Academy only occupies 4 of the top 10 positions, and the top 3 have all been claimed by the Western Academy. I wonder if this trial will bring about any changes. Recently, our Eastern Academy has produced some formidable talents, such as Lu Feng and Tan Qingshan, who are said to be on the verge of entering the spirit movement realm. If they succeed, at least the top 5 will be within reach. Among the Eastern Academy's ranks, students engaged in conversation, while Su Ling, overhearing, curled his lip and remarked, "You all know the main highlight of this trial. It doesn't matter if our Eastern Academy has fewer positions in the top 10. As long as Brother Mu can secure the first place, those Western Academy fellows will think twice before boasting." The Eastern Academy students exchanged glances, then sighed in unison. While the sentiment rang true, securing the top position meant defeating Lu Yong, who was rumored to possess a human-grade spiritual vein. "Brother Mu, this time we are all counting on you," Su Ling said with a grin. Looking at the youthful figure before him, Mu Chen merely smiled, his gaze lingering on the arena. Although the competition had yet to commence, some students had already begun sparring on the platforms. As Mu Chen observed the arena, he suddenly sensed a commotion behind him, followed by a fragrant breeze. A slender and graceful figure appeared at his side, her voice sweet as she exclaimed, "Hey!" Turning his head, Mu Chen found Tang Qian'er beside him, clad in a vibrant green outfit, her beautiful face radiating charm. The swaying ponytail of her dark hair attracted many admiring glances. Tang Qian'er was a top student in the Eastern Academy, renowned for both her beauty and amiable nature, making her the undeniable flower of the academy, drawing attention wherever she went. "What brings you here?" Mu Chen inquired, surprised to see Tang Qian'er, as students of her caliber should be engaged in their training at this hour. "Well, I came to check on you," she replied, a hint of worry flashing in her bright eyes. "You had a conflict with Lu Yong yesterday. He's likely determined to find trouble with you today." Although she teased him, she understood the significance of the day's events. Otherwise, she wouldn't have skipped her training to come over. "I'll do my best," Mu Chen smiled. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly sensed a change in the air and looked up to see a chilling gaze fixed upon him from the center of the Western Academy's seating area. It was Lu Yong. Surrounding Lu Yong were Mu Yuan, Xue Dong, and others, who were also casting provocative, cold smiles in his direction. Mu Chen and Lu Yong locked eyes from a distance, their gazes intertwining as if sparks were about to ignite. Both were renowned figures from their respective academies, and many were aware of the spectacle expected today. Thus, their sharp stares at one another caused the onlookers to grin, as it seemed the day's thrilling performance was inevitable. Lu Yang stared intently at Mu Qian before shifting his gaze to Tang Qian'er beside him, his teeth clenching involuntarily. When he looked back at Mu Qian, his eyes were even colder, the source of his ire. Mu Qian keenly observed these subtle changes and then turned to Tang Qian'er, amusedly remarking that everyone in the North Spirit Academy knew Lu Yang had a penchant for her, yet he had never received a warm demeanor from her. Sometimes, Mu Qian pondered whether Lu Yang's relentless targeting of him was not only due to the animosity between their fathers, but also stemmed from jealousy over Tang Qian'er's closeness to him. "If you find my presence troublesome, I can leave," Tang Qian'er said, her expression stern, and Mu Qian couldn't help but smile, his dark eyes fixed on her. The brightness in his gaze caused her cheeks to flush slightly, yet her stubbornness compelled her to maintain eye contact. "Your words shouldn't be considered troublesome," Mu Qian replied with a grin. "Humph, you are just boasting. Let us see what you have to say after you defeat him," Tang Qian'er retorted, pouting. Her beautiful eyes scanned the arena, and suddenly her expression shifted. "That guy actually came too," and Mu Qian followed her gaze, his demeanor momentarily stunned. Not only him, but the entire East Academy section fell silent at once. In the Western section, a group of figures around 17 or 18 years old stood out, noticeably older than the other students. They leaned casually against the railing, lazily observing the arena, occasionally chuckling in jest, clearly dismissive of the contests underway. Among this group, two figures were particularly striking, a boy and a girl. The girl wore a vibrant red dress, her peach blossom-like eyes irresistibly alluring, unmistakably the renowned Hong Ling of the West Academy. The other figure, clad in white, was tall and handsome. His indifferent gaze swept over the East Academy area, and wherever his eyes fell, the previous clamor of the East Academy quieted slightly, evidently subdued by his imposing presence. Gulp.its actually Lu Mu by I didn't expect him to come as well. Yu Ling swallowed hard. Her voice dry. If facing Lu Yang had sparked a flicker of fighting spirit in them. Before Lu Mu Bai, they likely lacked even the courage to engage. For Lu Mu Bai was the true pinnacle of the North Spirit Academy. Since his entrance, no one had been able to challenge his top position. Mu Qian's gaze remained fixed on the dazzling figure in white, his dark eyes meeting Lu Mu Bai's. Even from a distance, an aura of pressure seemed to envelop them. Their eyes locked, yet Mu Qian showed no trace of fear that other students exhibited. His calm demeanor instead intrigued the white-clad figure, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Interesting, that lad possesses some guts," one of Lu Mu Bai's senior classmates remarked, astonished that Mu Qian showed no fear of Lu Mu Bai. Hong Ling's sparkling eyes were also fixed on Mu Qian, who, despite his youthful face, exuded a serene confidence that seemed impervious to the presence of the true number one of the North Spirit Academy. She couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The timid boy who once followed her now seemed transformed beyond recognition. "Elder brother," a voice called from nearby, and Lu Yang's face lit up as he looked over. Lu Mu Bai nodded at Lu Yang. Leaning against the railing, he said little, but his mere presence served to dampen the atmosphere in the East Academy, while simultaneously bolstering the morale of the West Academy. Clearly, Lu Mu Bai's intention was to bolster the West Academy's standing, and given his status, no one in the East Academy dared to challenge him. Just as Lu Mu Bai's imposing aura dominated the arena, a crisp chime suddenly rang out, revitalizing the spirits of the students. The Academy trials were about to commence. Chapter 11. Tan Qingshan in the northern direction of the arena, three figures sat upright. On the left was the previously mentioned Master Mo, while on the right sat a lean, middle-aged man whose face was taut and eyes sunken, exuding a cold severity. This year's Academy trials are more lively than ever," the elderly man at the center remarked with a smile, observing the fervent atmosphere below. In previous years, the outcomes were usually predictable, but today seems rather uncertain, Master Mo replied. "What's so uncertain?" Lu Yang is now in the initial stage of the spirit realm. Coupled with his human-level spirit vein, not only among the Earth Academy students but even among the Celestial Academy, he would rank quite high. While Mu Qian is also commendable, he still falls short when compared to Lu Yang. The cold-faced middle-aged man scoffed. As the highest-ranking tutor of the West Academy, he naturally wished for their students to achieve the best results. Teacher, underestimating someone capable of qualifying for the Spirit Road isn't particularly wise. Master Mo retorted calmly. Unfortunately, that only applies to those who can successfully pass the spirit road trials. The cold man shook his head. The elderly man, observing the exchange, chuckled, seemingly accustomed to their banter. His murky gaze shifted to the East Academy's seats. Lingering on the slender figure of Mu Qian.it is indeed a pity.it. Has been over a decade since a young talent capable of qualifying for the Spirit Road has emerged in the North Spirit Realm. Yet, Mu Qian, despite qualifying, was expelled midway and did not experience the final trial, wasting a year of training time. Master Mo nodded in agreement, expressing regret. During the Spirit Road trials, one cannot cultivate spiritual energy. However, had he successfully completed the final trial, he could have received a significant boost in spiritual energy. For exceptionally gifted individuals, it is not impossible to ascend to the Spirit Wheel realm or even the Divine Soul realm overnight. Had Mu Qian completed the trials, he would likely have been the foremost among the younger generation in the North Spirit realm, securing a place among the 5 great academies with no one able to contest him. At that time, even figures like Lu Mu Bai would have to concede to him. However, no one anticipated such unforeseen circumstances during the trials. Not only did Mu Qian fail to gain the invaluable spiritual energy boost, but he was also expelled, resulting in a wasted year of cultivation. Director Xiao, what did Mu Qian do during the Spirit Road trials that led to his expulsion? I know of his talent and his excellent disposition. It is impossible he was expelled due to poor performance, Master Mo inquired, furrowing his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. He was aware that Mu Qian had caused quite a stir during the trials, but the specifics eluded him. The cold-faced middle-aged man also turned to the North Spirit Academy's director, clearly intrigued by the same question. Upon hearing the inquiry, Director Xiao stroked his beard and shook his head with a wry smile. I am not entirely sure, but I vaguely heard that this lad seemed to have stirred quite a commotion during the Spirit Road, drawing the attention of the higher-ups from the 5 great academies. Both Master Mo and the cold-faced man were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion, clearly unable to fathom what earth-shattering deeds Mu Qian could have accomplished during the Spirit Road trials. Forget it, let us not dwell on that. The bell has rung. It's time to announce the commencement of the Academy trials. Director Xiao seemed disinterested in further discussion, waving his hand. The time has come. The trials begin. Among your peers, you will compete and spar, but remember, do not resort to lethal force. You are all aware of the rules. Those who step onto the stage will have one opportunity to challenge an opponent. But only once, so choose wisely. Yes, the sea of students in the arena responded respectfully. Since that is the case, Master Mo nodded, then waved his hand. Let us begin with that. The sound of the bell rang out once more, resonating throughout the North Spirit Academy. The arena erupted into a flurry of activity as countless figures leapt onto the stage, and the shouts of challenges rang out incessantly. Lu Xiong, get down here. IVE wanted to take you down for ages. Mu Qian watched the chaotic scene unfold, unable to suppress a smile. However, most of the contests seemed rather mundane, so he didn't pay them much mind. Occasionally glancing towards Lu Yang's direction in the West Academy, where Lu Yang was coldly observing him. In the present day, it is well known within the Northern Spirit Academy that Lu Yang has declared his intention to select Mu Qian as a rival in the upcoming entrance examination. Consequently, no one dares to recklessly issue a challenge. Naturally, the students from the West Academy are acutely aware that, given Mu Qian's formidable prowess, the only one among them who stands a chance to match him is Lu Yang. The anticipation surrounding the duel between these two most distinguished candidates from the East and West Academies is palpable. Mu Qian, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yang's frigid gaze, engages in light-hearted conversation with Tang Qianer beside him. However, his nonchalance only serves to further infuriate Lu Yang. The atmosphere in the arena is vibrant, but the most captivating spectacle undoubtedly comes from the students ranked highly in their cohort, for it is only such contests that can potentially alter the standings. Look, it's Tan Qingshan from our East Academy. He has indeed made his move, exclaimed Su Ling, a hint of excitement in her voice. Mu Qian's attention was drawn to the scene, where not far from them, a slender youth clad in black suddenly rose and made his way to the stage. The boy appeared gaunt and somewhat pale, yet his tightly pressed lips exuded a sense of determination, as if he were oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Tan Qingshan, Mu Qian thought, slightly taken aback. He was familiar with the young man. Prior to his arrival at the East Academy, Tan Qingshan had been considered the strongest among them. Now, he ranked among the top 5 students in the entire cohort. Tan Qingshan also noticed Mu Chen's gaze, pausing momentarily before meeting his eyes, a faint smile breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. "Good luck," Mu Chen called out with a smile. Although he and Tan Qingshan were not particularly close, their shared affiliation as East Academy students fostered a sense of camaraderie, and Mu Chen harbored no ill feelings towards him. Tan Qingshan nodded before ascending the stage, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, as he was quite well known in the East Academy. "Who will he challenge?" murmured the crowd, curiosity evident in their eyes. Only a select few from the West Academy could hope to be regarded as worthy adversaries by Tan Qingshan, Lu Yang. Amidst the collective gaze of the spectators, Tan Qingshan's focus was unwaveringly directed towards a figure at the front of the West Academy. His calm voice provoked a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Is he actually going to challenge Lu Yang? The students exchanged glances. While Tan Qingshan was indeed a formidable contender, the disparity between him and Lu Yang was unmistakable. It was surprising to see Tan Qingshan daring to initiate a challenge. Lu Yang, momentarily taken aback, quickly adopted a grim expression. Until now, no one had dared to confront him, and now he found himself directly called out, which could suggest a decline in his intimidating reputation compared to Mu Chen. What audacity! Lu Yang stood, an ominous aura emanating from him that instilled fear in the surrounding West Academy students. At this moment, Lu Yang was undeniably intimidating. With a swift leap, he ascended the stage, casting a glance at Tan Qingshan before shifting his gaze to Mu Chen in the East Academy. His expression remained impassive as he spoke. "Are you merely seeking someone to test the waters on my behalf?" Tan Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, yellow spiritual energy surging from within him, enveloping his arms. A fierce presence gradually radiated from his form. The onlookers, including Su Ling, gazed in astonishment at the spiritual energy surrounding Tan Qingshan's arms. He has actually entered the spirit movement realm. Around the stand, many people gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they regarded Tan Qingshan on the stage. It was no wonder he had the audacity to challenge Lu Yang. He had achieved a breakthrough into the spirit movement realm. Impressive, Su Ling remarked, her face filled with admiration as she gazed at Tan Qingshan's silhouette. Now, among their cohort, only Mu Chen, Lu Yang, and Mu Yuan had reached the spirit movement realm, and Tan Qingshan was now the fourth. Mu Chen nodded slightly. It was evident that Tan Qingshan's previous status as the top student in the East Academy stemmed from considerable talent. Moreover, his humble background meant that all his accomplishments were the result of relentless effort, earning Mu Chen's respect for someone who had achieved greatness through sheer determination. No wonder he possesses such confidence. He has broken through to the spirit movement realm. Lu Yang, however, was momentarily taken aback by Tan Qingshan's newfound aura, but a cold smile quickly replaced his surprise. Tan Qingshan remained silent, yet his gaze on Lu Yang sharpened. The deep yellow spiritual energy swirling around his arms, emanating a heavy force. Lu Yang's gaze, icy and foreboding, remained fixed on Tan Qingshan as he extended his hand, casually gesturing, "Make your move. Do not say I did not afford you the opportunity." Such arrogance! Su Ling and her companions could not help but express their outrage at Lu Yang's demeanor. Boom! Just as Su Ling's indignation erupted, Tan Qingshan stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself forward with the swiftness of a leopard. His palms, enveloped in the deep yellow energy, surged forward, striking directly at Lu Yang's chest. Humph! Lu Yang, fixated on the advancing Tan Qingshan, let out a cold snort. He did not flinch, his arms bursting forth with crimson energy as he clenched his fists, delivering a devastating counter to Tan Qingshan's palms. The ground trembled with a resonant thud as a shockwave emanated from their clash, dust swirling around them. Both figures staggered, yet Lu Yang remained steadfast while Tan Qingshan took a step back. Regaining his balance, Tan Qingshan's expression grew serious as the deep yellow energy intensified around his arms, transforming them into a hue reminiscent of solid rock. Mountain Fist. Tan Qingshan charged once more, his fists striking with a deliberate yet powerful cadence. Each blow echoing like a falling boulder, instilling a sense of gravity in the surrounding spectators. Bang, bang, bang. Tan Qingshan's fists, like immovable rocks, pounded relentlessly towards Lu Yang, who stood coldly, his arms enveloped in fiery energy that absorbed each of Tan Qingshan's strikes. The collision of their energies generated a formidable gust that swept across the stage, causing discomfort to those who were too close. Tan Qingshan is indeed impressive. He can hold his own against Lu Yang. Su Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she watched the fierce battle unfold. However, Tan Qingshan has only just entered the spirit movement realm. Defeating Lu Yang may prove to be a considerable challenge, remarked Tang Qian'er, shaking her head slightly. Though she held no fondness for Lu Yang, she could not deny his formidable capabilities. Tan Qingshan is likely practicing the mountain technique, a spiritual formula of the North Spirit Academy, albeit of common quality, whereas Lu Yang likely cultivates the Flame Sun technique, a lower-grade spiritual formula from their Lu region. Thus, in terms of spiritual energy, Lu Yang holds the advantage. This situation may not last for long. Mu Chun analyzed, Xu Ling sighed, clearly wishing for a Tan Qingshan victory, believing it would temper Lu Yang's arrogance. In the midst of their conversation, the battle escalated in intensity. Tan Qingshan's face flushed as he pushed his strength to its limits, his assaults growing increasingly ferocious. With a sudden surge, a punch akin to a rock hurled towards Lu Yang's abdomen. However, just as the fist was about to connect, Lu Yang executed a peculiar sidestep, deftly evading Tan Qingshan's calculated strike. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Tan Qingshan sensed a looming threat as he caught sight of the cold smile creeping onto Lu Yang's lips. Flame Sun Palm. Lu Yang's fingers formed into a palm as he lunged forward, fiery energy erupting like flames, unleashing a fierce and scorching force that penetrated Tan Qingshan's defenses, crashing into his chest. Boom! The fiery energy detonated upon impact, sending Tan Qingshan sprawling backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he landed heavily on the stage. Gasp! As the situation shifted dramatically, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the onlookers surrounding the arena. Wiping the blood from his lips, Tan Qingshan gritted his teeth in frustration. Lu Yang's energy was overwhelming, far superior to his own. With a chilling gaze, Lu Yang stared at the somewhat disheveled Tan Qingshan, showing no intention of relenting. With a swift push off the ground, he lunged forward once more, delivering a swift kick aimed at Tan Qingshan. Tan Qingshan barely managed to roll away, narrowly avoiding Lu Yang's assault, his expression darkening as he realized Lu Yang's relentless pursuit. Yet, his stubborn nature refused to yield. Despite Lu Yang's aggressive tactics, he would not concede, his gaze firmly locked onto Lu Yang. How audacious, Lu Yang mused, shaking his head in disdain, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes as he swiftly appeared at Tan Qingshan's side, unleashing a powerful kick, infused with blazing energy, directly into Tan Qingshan's chest. Bang! Tan Qingshan's body scraped against the ground. Tumbling over 10 meters, a fresh surge of blood welled up in his throat, yet he forcefully swallowed it down. Damn it, do you have no shame? You've already lost, and you still strike. The numerous disciples from the East Courtyard, witnessing Lu Yang's aggressive demeanor, erupted in indignation. That bastard. Su Ling also cursed in anger. Hearing the curses from the East Courtyard, Lu Yang's gaze darkened further. Instead of retreating, he strode towards Tan Qingshan, his leg flying up once again, delivering a heavy kick toward the beleaguered Tan Qingshan. Bang! A deep sound resonated, but this time, Tan Qingshan did not retreat any longer. For in front of him, a slender figure suddenly darted out, and Lu Yang's fierce kick was firmly grasped by that figure's hand. Mu Chun? Tan Qingshan stared at the familiar silhouette, momentarily stunned. Are you all right? Mu Chun turned to glance at him and inquired. Tan Qingshan shook his head, his gaze towards Lu Yang still brimming with a wolf-like ferocity. You've just entered the spirit movement realm and can contend with him like this. That's already quite impressive. With a bit more training, surpassing him won't be difficult. Mu Chun smiled and said. He understood that Tan Qingshan, though seemingly silent on the surface, possessed a stubborn pride, so he refrained from telling him to concede. Instead, his words provided Tan Qingshan with considerable affirmation. Thank you. Tan Qingshan's heart softened a little upon hearing Mu Chun's words. He looked at the latter's handsome face adorned with a radiant and gentle smile and said softly with gratitude, Leave this guy to you, but I will defeat him myself in the future. Mu Chun watched as Tan Qingshan leaped off the stage before turning his attention to the dark-eyed Lu Yang and said, Now let me be your opponent. Lu Yang fixed his gaze on Mu Chun, a sinister smile creasing his lips, his eyes filled with malice. I will treat you well on the arena. The two faced each other, the atmosphere instantly turning tense, as the many disciples from both courtyards directed their attention towards them. This was indeed the most powerful confrontation in the current Northern Spirit Academy. Chapter 13. Battle with Lu Yang surrounding the arena. numerous gazes were fixed upon the two opposing figures of the young men, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, for these were the strongest individuals in the Northern Spirit Academy. Finally, Mu Chen is willing to take the stage. I am quite curious if he can match Lu Yang. In a corner of the Western Courtyard seats, the youths from the Western Courtyard gazed at the two figures in the arena, unable to suppress their laughter. They too held a considerable curiosity about Mu Chen, as he was the only one in the Northern Spirit Realm to have obtained entry into the spiritual path. Had it not been for the inexplicable incident leading to his expulsion from the spiritual path, Mu Chen might not have been at a level they could reach, perhaps even surpassing talents like Lu Mubai. With this thought in mind, they cast a furtive glance at Lu Mubai before refraining from voicing such thoughts. Upon hearing their words, the handsome youth merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the slender boy in the arena, a subtle cold gleam flickering in his eyes. The selection for the spiritual path has an element of chance, so errors can occur. Perhaps this spot was meant for Lu Gu, but due to some mistake, it ended up with that Mu Chen. Otherwise, how could he have been expelled? A boy, evidently quite close to Lu Mubai, scoffed. The nearby students from the Western Courtyard nodded in agreement, though they were not entirely convinced. However, offending the now flourishing Lu Mubai for someone who had been expelled from the spiritual path was clearly an unwise decision. Who do you think has the better chance? Lu Mubai smiled as he looked at the girl in the red dress beside him, her elongated eyes shimmering with a hint of allure. The girl named Hong Ling fixed her gaze on the arena, her beautiful eyes lingering on Mu Chen for a moment. The boy now stood tall and straight as a spear, shedding the previous air of indolence, revealing a gradually emerging sharpness. That little boy has indeed changed a lot. Both were at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. Lu Yang practiced the Inferno technique from your Lu domain, which is a low-grade spirit technique, but Mu Chen's father is also a domain master, so his spirit technique would likely be extraordinary as well. Thus, they were quite evenly matched in that regard. Hong Ling's eyes sparkled as she lazily remarked, however, Lu Yang possesses a human-grade spirit vein, which, when activated, could rival the strength of a mid-stage spirit movement realm practitioner. As for Mu Chen, he is likely to face quite a disadvantage. Lu Mubai chuckled upon hearing this, his gaze fixed on Mu Chen in the arena. Lu Yang is quite capable. It wouldn't be unjust for Mu Chen to lose to him. I am genuinely curious as to how he secured a place in the spiritual path. Hong Ling glanced at him, noticing Lu Mubai's subtle disdain toward Mu Chen's qualification for the spiritual path. His pride led him to believe he was the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Northern Spirit Realm, and thus that qualification should rightfully belong to him. The ultimate outcome, however, had taken everyone by surprise. If he can't even surpass Lu Yang, then the selection for the spiritual path would indeed be disappointing. Lu Mubai muttered softly, his hand slowly clenching, and the iron railing was deeply indented by his grip, his eyes shimmering with a cold light. He could not tolerate a talentless individual stealing the opportunity that was meant for him. Go for it, Brother Mu. The disciples from the East Courtyard watched the two men facing off on the stage, their eyes filled with excitement. For the past couple of years, the East Courtyard had been suppressed by the West Courtyard, unable to lift their heads in the face of their rivals, but now they finally had someone who could contend with the West Courtyard, a bunch of daydreamers. Hearing the cheers, Lu Yang's lips curled into a menacing smile as he stared at Mu Chen and mockingly said, I truly want to see how splendid their expressions will be when you lose later. In response to his taunts, Mu Chen's expression remained unperturbed. He merely extended his hand, offering a faint smile as he replied, You should know your own limitations. Overestimating yourself? Fury flashed in Lu Yang's eyes as he clenched his fists, fiery spirit energy enveloping his arms like flames. In the next moment, he lunged forward, a faint thud echoing under his feet, and his body surged forward like a leopard. Boom! The fiery spirit-infused fist rushed toward Mu Chen in an instant, the spirit energy compressing the air with a strange creaking sound. Mu Chen sidestepped, and as Lu Yang's punch whizzed past him, he swiftly struck out with his right hand, dark spirit energy coiling around his fingertips like a sharp blade, mercilessly slicing toward Lu Yang's wrist. Mu Chen's strike was ruthless, but Lu Yang, who had become the top of the Western Courtyard, indeed possessed some skill. He quickly transformed his punch into a palm strike, countering Mu Chen's blade-like attack with a heavy chop of his own. Bang! A deep sound resonated as the two forces collided. Both retreated half a step. You wish to compete with me and whose spirit energy is more robust? Lu Yang sneered, stamping his foot. The fiery spirit energy enveloped his legs, its overwhelming strength evidently surpassing that of Tan Qingshan's. Swish! The spirit energy surged into Liu Yang's legs, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, making it difficult for the onlookers to catch a glimpse of his figure. He utilized this speed to unleash a ferociously fierce offensive in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Yang's somewhat blurred silhouette swirled around Mu Chen like a whirlwind of flames, unleashing a barrage of brutal attacks, fists, kicks, and elbows, all infused with rampant spirit energy, crashing down upon Mu Chen. The crowd outside the arena gasped as they witnessed Liu Yang's sudden and fierce onslaught. Even Tan Qingshan, who had previously been defeated by Liu Yang, wore a serious expression. The magnitude of Liu Yang's spirit energy was likely nearing that of a mid-stage spirit movement realm practitioner, and coupled with the extraordinary spirit technique he practiced, his combat prowess was indeed astonishing. Rest assured, Mu Chen will not be easily defeated. Tang Qin'er watched intently from the sidelines. After a moment, she smiled sweetly. Being a mid-stage spirit movement realm practitioner herself, she could see through Liu Yang's speed. Although his attacks came like a torrential downpour, within that storm, there stood a green stone, unwavering and resolute. All gazes were tightly focused on the figure amidst the fiery whirlwind, adeptly dodging or countering Liu Yang's fierce assaults, as if he had seen through all of Liu Yang's hidden moves. Impressive, indeed, for one who has experienced the trials of the spiritual path. On the dais, Ding Xiao observed this scene, a hint of admiration flickering in his murky eyes. Mu Chen's keen perception and calm demeanor in the face of danger reflected a mindset not inferior to that of seasoned warriors. Master Amo nodded in agreement, expressing his appreciation. While spirit energy could be cultivated, that inherent mentality of a strong fighter was not easily forged. Your keen perception is indeed commendable, as you have discerned the weakest point in Liu Yang's offensive strategy, demonstrating a mastery of finesse over brute force. However, there exists a saying that strength can shatter 10 skills. His evasive maneuvers clearly indicate that his spiritual power is not as formidable as Liu Yang's. If Liu Yang were to concentrate his energy for a single strike, Mu Chen would find it challenging to hold his ground. At this juncture, a lean middle-aged man, referred to as Master Shi, spoke up. As a mentor, not only do they possess great strength, but their insight is also razor-sharp. Both Ding Xiao and Master Amo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Yet, one must ponder. Is Mu Chen truly evading the brunt of the attack? Suddenly, within the fiery whirlwind, a muffled sound emerged as Mu Chen made his move. His fingers, sharp and swift, resembled a dagger of unparalleled sharpness, entwined with dark spiritual energy that pierced through the tempest, striking with the swiftness of lightning upon the agile figure. With a resounding thud, the fiery whirlwind abruptly ceased, and a figure stumbled back several steps. Their shoulder garb in tatters, a clear testament to the ferocity of Mu Chen's earlier strike. An uproar ensued among the spectators, both from the eastern and western courtyards, their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they had not anticipated Liu Yang, who had just launched a fierce assault, would be so suddenly repelled by Mu Chen. Liu Yang's countenance darkened, as if rain were about to pour from it. He glared intensely at Mu Chen before taking a deep breath. Fiery spiritual energy surging rapidly from his right palm. The crimson energy ascended, coalescing in his palm like a blazing sun, swiftly contracting until it manifested into a sphere of fiery brilliance, emanating a violent wave of force. The cacophony outside began to diminish as numerous students watched in trepidation. Clearly, Liu Yang was channeling every ounce of his inner strength to its zenith. Mu Chen observed Liu Yang's fervent display, his lips pressing together, eyes sharpening with icy resolve. With a swift motion, he executed the great floating pagoda technique, causing the dark spiritual energy within his body to quiver and amplify in successive layers. 1. 5.10.13 layers. The dark energy enveloped Mu Chen's hands, radiating an overwhelming presence that seemed poised to surpass Liu Yang's turbulent spiritual force. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, reflecting a deadly sharpness. Boom. Within his energy reservoir, a subtle humming resonated as Mu Chen's body trembled. 18 layers. The dark spiritual energy erupted from Mu Chen, exerting a formidable pressure that instantaneously subdued Liu Yang's energy. Such formidable power! A flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of Ding Xiao and the others. This level of spiritual energy was nearing the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, and they could perceive that the dark energy emanating from Mu Chun was infused with an unyielding dominance, clearly indicative of an extraordinary spiritual technique. Mu Chun, you are courting death. Liu Yang's countenance betrayed a flash of disbelief as he felt his energy being suppressed. Yet, rage quickly overtook him, and he bellowed. Stepping forward. Suddenly, fiery red dots illuminated his body, resembling peculiar meridians that undulated like serpents in the air. Spiritual veins. With the emergence of those fiery points, Liu Yang's palm surged with crimson energy, the previously palm-sized fiery sun expanding significantly. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed irresistibly drawn towards the glowing points on his body, amplifying his already formidable presence. The students surrounding the arena observed this spectacle with grave expressions. Liu Yang was clearly exerting all of his might, and such an assault would undoubtedly strike like thunder. He intended to obliterate Mu Qin with a single blow. Xu Ling and the others watched intently, their faces etched with tension, even Tang Qin'er's beautiful eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. Liu Yang's strength, even among those of the celestial realm, was decidedly formidable. Let us see how you handle this. Liu Yang's face darkened, and with a sinister smile directed at Mu Chun, he lunged forward. His fiery spiritual energy radiating like the sun, a blinding spectacle. Whoosh! Liu Yang moved with incredible speed, almost instantaneously appearing before Mu Qin. He struck out with his palm, the sun-like energy within it ruthlessly aimed at Mu Chun. Flame Sun Palm. The violent spiritual energy stirred up a tempest, causing Mu Qin's garments to flutter and his black hair to whip about in the wind. Yet his obsidian eyes remained devoid of the panic Liu Yang anticipated. Even now, you still pretend to be calm. You are seeking your own demise. As Mu Qin's tranquil gaze bore into him, Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his fury intensified. Watch as I trample you before all these witnesses, and see if you can maintain that calm demeanor. Do you think you can step over me? Mu Chun regarded the approaching Liu Yang, the latter's menacing gaze clear as day. A subtle smile crept across Mu Qin's lips. Chilling as a blade's edge, I'm just afraid you lack the qualification. Suddenly, Mu Chun lifted his head, his palms clenching tightly, the dark energy surging violently from within him, the oppressive black light flickering at his fingertips. A formidable wave of power erupted forth. The spectators, including Dean Xiao and Master Mo, were immediately struck with astonishment. Mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, the arena erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps. The intensity of the spiritual energy clearly indicated that Mu Qian had indeed ascended to the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. This youth truly possesses some skill. The students from the Western Courtyard, particularly those from the celestial realm, wore grave expressions. The mid-stage of the spirit movement realm was a significant achievement even within the Northern Spirit Academy, and they could hardly believe that a student from the Earth realm could attain such a level. They were compelled to acknowledge Mu Qin's capability to earn a spot in the spiritual path. Lu Mu Bai's handsome face remained impassive, his eyes simply observing the arena, betraying none of his inner sentiments. The dark energy flowed from Mu Chun like a stream, ultimately enveloping his entire right arm. His arm extended like that of a powerful ape, an extreme surge of force coalescing into his fist, which he unleashed in a devastating punch. Crumbling fist, Mu Qin's arm became like a tightly drawn bow, releasing the utmost force over an incredibly short distance, the air itself appearing to tear under the might of his punch. Merely a low-grade attack technique, yet in Mu Qin's hands, it unleashed a force akin to a mountain collapsing, infused with torrents of spiritual energy, charging forth to meet Liu Yang's frenzied palm strike with ferocity. Boom! A deep sound erupted in the arena as the black and red energies clashed violently, the shockwave reverberating through the air. All eyes were glued to the point of their collision, where the black and red light flickered intensely before both figures were forced apart. Each staggering back several steps on the arena, two figures stood face to face, one darkened in countenance, the other calm as still water. Is this a draw? The spectators exchanged glances, astonished that such a fierce clash had not yielded a decisive victor. Yet, amidst their astonishment, they suddenly noticed Liu Yang's pallid face, a stark contrast to the earlier vigor. He bent over and coughed up blood, his aura rapidly dissipating, his pale complexion inciting murmurs of shock from the crowd. Liu Yang has lost. As they beheld the wan Liu Yang and the composed Mu Chun, Everyone understood the outcome of this contest. Mgugu has triumphed. Excellent work, Mugu. In the eastern courtyard, Su Ling and her companions stared in disbelief at the scene, only to be swiftly overtaken by joy and excitement, their cheers erupting like thunder, drowning out the western courtyard into silence. Even Lu Yong has been defeated. This time, the western courtyard has undeniably lost to the eastern courtyard. The students from the western courtyard, such as Mu Yuan and Xue Dong, clenched their teeth in frustration but could not deny Mu Qin's prowess. Initially, they had assumed he was merely at the early stage of the spirit movement realm, but it turned out he had advanced to the mid-stage. Hearing the thunderous cheers from the eastern courtyard, Mu Qin smiled, his previously tense body gradually relaxing. He then turned his gaze to the deeply troubled Lu Yong and remarked, "Isn't it time to call it a day?" Lu Yong slowly raised his head, his gaze icy as he fixated on Mu Qin. The jubilant cheers felt like daggers piercing his heart, trampling upon his pride, causing his lips to twitch as a sinister glint began to accumulate in his eyes. Observing Lu Yang's transformation, Mu Qin furrowed his brow slightly. The brutal trials of the spiritual path had instilled in him a sense of impending danger. "I will end you." A fierce look materialized on Lu Yang's face as he clenched his palm, a surge of crimson light appearing in his grasp, a staggering wave of spiritual energy erupting forth. Upon the chief's presence, the expressions of Dean Xiao, Master Mo, and the others shifted abruptly. In a sudden burst of urgency, Master Mo sprang to his feet, his voice sharp and commanding. "Lu Yong, what do you intend to do?" In that very instant, however, the frosty-eyed Mu Qin had already taken a decisive step forward, positioning himself directly in front of Lu Yong. With fingers deftly curved, he summoned a dark, ethereal power that coiled around him, generating a fierce gust of wind as he aimed a precise strike at Lu Yang's throat. "You?" Lu Yong was taken aback by Mu Qin's swift response, noticing that the latter exhibited no inclination to defend himself. Within his icy gaze flickered a chilling intent to kill, a realization dawning upon Lu Yong that even if he were to activate his power to slay Mu Qin, the latter would assuredly take his life in that fleeting moment before demise. A gamble of life for life. With a swift motion, Mu Qin's fingers, akin to razor-sharp daggers, pierced Lu Yang's palm, blood gushing forth as Lu Yong let out a cry of agony, relinquishing the radiant orb of crimson light he had been grasping. In a fluid leap, Mu Qin snatched the glowing artifact from the air. "Return that to me." Lu Yang's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the theft of the luminescent object. Yet, Mu Qin paid no heed to his ire. He was merely preparing to retreat when an urgent rush of wind cut through the air, a powerful surge of spiritual energy hurtling toward him like a deadly arrow. The sudden onslaught caused Mu Qin's brow to furrow as he deftly propelled himself backward. Evading the attack with agile grace, his gaze now fixed icily upon the tall figure that had emerged from the periphery. "What do you want?" The lithe figure landed beside Lu Yong, revealing a handsome countenance, none other than Lu Mubai, who, devoid of expression, extended a hand toward Mu Qin. Hand over the item, Mu Qin let out a cold chuckle, glancing down at the glowing orb in his possession. Upon recognizing the object within, a smirk curled at the corners of his lips. That he could secure such an item truly exemplified Lu Yang's stature as the young master of Lu Domain. Chapter 15. The Spirit-Breaking Pearl. Chapter 16. The Heavenly Realm. As the examination drew to a close, the aftershocks of the fierce competition lingered over the North Spirit Academy. 4 days. The halls buzzed with discussions surrounding this intense contest. Within the academy, Mu Qin remained unassuming. Had it not been for the matter of the spirit path, few would have taken notice of him. Despite his formidable background, he paled in comparison to the dazzling Lu Yong. In the face of their confrontation, few had anticipated Mu Qin's triumph. Yet, unexpectedly, the seemingly modest Mu Qin had decisively vanquished Lu Yong. Claiming the top rank of the Earth Realm and successfully ascending to the Heavenly Realm. It was evident to all that with his mid-stage spirit movement strength, he would surely secure a commendable position even among the elite of the Heavenly Realm. This revelation left many astonished, prompting them to reconsider the merit behind Mu Qin's acquisition of the unique qualification for the spirit path in the North Spirit Realm. Within the North Spirit Academy, the Heavenly Realm served as a congregation of the most accomplished students. To ascend to this elite tier, one must first reach the spirit movement stage, implying that the weakest among them possessed at least initial stage spirit movement abilities. Every student regarded the heavenly realm as their ultimate goal, for it was the only stepping stone to the 5 great academies. Only those who entered the heavenly realm could vie for a chance at admission into these prestigious institutions. The selection criteria for the 5 great academies were notoriously stringent, with the foremost requirement being that candidates reach the spirit wheel stage before the age of 18. This singular condition was enough to deter countless aspiring youths. Presently, it was unlikely that more than 5 students within the North Spirit Academy's heavenly realm met this requirement. Such exclusivity highlighted the daunting standards for admission into the 5 great academies. Despite the harsh criteria, a multitude of exceptionally gifted youths still surged forward, drawn to the allure of these elite institutions. Even Mu Chun was acutely aware that, despite the vastness of the North Spirit realm, it paled in comparison to the 5 great academies, where even the realm's rulers would seem insignificant in the eyes of the 5 great academies. Even the mightiest of local leaders, possessing merely spirit soul strength, would be surpassed by any instructor within their ranks. Within the 5 great academies resided true paragons of power, capable of upending the very fabric of existence with a mere gesture. Young talents like Mu Chun faced immense challenges in distinguishing themselves amidst a sea of prodigious peers. For without guided cultivation, achieving greatness was nearly impossible, and no matter how promising the raw talent, it required the meticulous craftsmanship of a master to shine. Unfortunately, such advanced mentorship was beyond the reach of the North Spirit Academy, and Mu Chen's father could not provide it either. Had his mother been present, as per Mu Feng's descriptions, perhaps she could have fulfilled that role, but alas. Thus, the 5 great academies stood as an insurmountable obstacle on the path to power. Hey, you two, hurry up. Today is our first day training in the heavenly realm, and you're still dawdling. On a stone path shaded by trees within the North Spirit Academy, Tang Qian'er cast a discontented glance at the 2 young men trailing behind her. Mu Chun, observing the graceful figure of Tang Qian'er ahead, replied lazily, "What's the rush? Isn't there's still some time? You fool. If you keep lagging behind, all the good spots in the training ground will be taken." Tang Qian'er shot him an exasperated look. With a resigned shake of his head, Mu Chen's companion, Tan Qingshan, chimed in, "Mu Chun, let us heed Qian'er's advice and pick up the pace." He cast a shy glance at the girl. His typically stoic demeanor slightly flushed. Mu Chun, surprised by Tan Qingshan's reddened face, couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you have a crush on Qian'er?" In an instant, Tan Qingshan's face turned beet red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Bang! If you keep babbling nonsense, do you believe I won to beat you?" Tang Qian'er arched her brows menacingly. The sting of pain on his knee made Mu Chen grimace, but upon noticing Tang Qian'er's rising irritation, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "All right, let us head to the training ground." With a huff, Tang Qian'er resumed her pace, admonishing, "You two are newcomers in the heavenly realm, so be mindful. It can be quite troublesome here. Many pretentious individuals lurk around, and even though your father is the domain lord, not everyone in the North Spirit Academy holds that in high regard. Qian'er, do I seem like the type to leverage my father's status to intimidate others?" Mu Chun retorted with a light laugh. Tang Qian'er pondered for a moment before nodding. In the North Spirit Academy, Mu Chun rarely flaunted his father's identity. All his reputation was earned through his own merit. "That's good to know," Tang Qian'er replied, "and about those seasoned veterans in the heavenly realm, you should be cautious. They may not have the right to ascend, but they can still be troublesome." Mu Chun nodded. Understanding that she referred to those who had aged out of the eligibility for the 5 great academies yet remained in the North Spirit Academy, lingering without purpose. These individuals, having surpassed 18 without attaining the spirit wheel stage, had forfeited their chances at the 5 great academies and now drifted aimlessly, disregarding the academy's rules. Thus, few dared to provoke them. "I don't enjoy stirring up trouble," Mu Chun stated, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Tang Qian'er, familiar with his disposition, understood that while he might not initiate conflict, anyone who sought to challenge him would soon learn that this seemingly mild-mannered youth was not to be underestimated. "Rest assured, I will protect you. In this east courtyard of the heavenly realm, I fear no one." Tang Qian'er giggled, her smile radiant and captivating. Tan Qingshan, observing the camaraderie between the two, felt somewhat out of place. Silently trailing behind them, the trio made their way toward the eastern side of the North Spirit Academy, arriving at their destination after a leisurely stroll of several minutes. There, they beheld a grand hall bustling with students entering and exiting in a hurry. Mu Chun gazed at the imposing structure, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He sensed the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment being drawn toward the hall as if magnetized, indicating that the spiritual essence within was far denser than outside. This must be a spirit gathering array, Mu Chun mused. Tang Chinner nodded proudly. This training hall is a sacred site of the North Spirit Academy, accessible only to students of the heavenly realm. The Academy invested significant resources to invite a spirit array master from the 5 great academies to establish a Tier 3 spirit gathering array. This is the only Tier 3 spirit gathering array in our North Spirit realm. A Tier 3 spirit gathering array. Mu Chun smacked his lips, contemplating the spirit gathering array, a formation highly beneficial for cultivation. As the young master of the Mu domain, he was acutely aware of the immense value of a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array. Such a formation was beyond the capabilities of even their Mu domain to establish. Not only were the rare materials required exorbitantly vast, but even spirit array masters would find it hard to be engaged by any force within the spirit realm. The North Spirit Academy, having secured one, likely had to navigate numerous personal connections to it. Was said that among the 5 major academies, there existed 6th-tier or even higher spirit gathering arrays, where the cultivation speed was incomparable to that of the outside world. Tang Chinner expressed her admiration, stating that if a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array was already so formidable, the legendary 6th-tier array was beyond her imagination. Once you enter one of the 5 major academies, you will naturally be able to experience it. Let us go inside. Mu Chun smiled and took the lead towards the most treasured hall within the North Spirit Academy. Upon passing through the heavily guarded grand doors, the first sight that met their eyes was a vast plaza, filled with towering stone pillars, intricately inscribed with complex spirit patterns. As the light flickered, it gathered the essence of the surrounding natural spirit energy. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chun savored the rich spirit energy entering his body through his nostrils and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this is a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array. The cultivation time is almost upon us. Let us hurry. The closer we are to the center of the array, the denser the spirit energy will be. We must find a good position." Tang Chinner pulled Mu Chun along with Tan Qingshan, hastening towards the cultivation area. At that moment, the training ground was already bustling with numerous students from the heavenly class, and it was evident that Tang Chinner held considerable fame within the Eastern Academy. Upon witnessing her actions, many gazes were drawn in her direction. Who is that boy? Why is he so close to Tang Chinner? One murmured, "Huh? You don't even know him?" He asked Mu Chun, the one who defeated Liu Yang in the Academy trials a few days ago. Rising to our heavenly class with first placed ITS, said, "He has already reached the mid-stage of the spirit motion realm." Mid-stage of the spirit motion realm? Quite impressive. Such strength puts him at the forefront of our heavenly class. Another added, "Indeed, but that alone does not grant him free reign in the heavenly class. There's no telling how many are enamored by Tang Chinner. Zhongli, Ting Yong, and the others are all mid-stage spirit motion realm cultivators. Does this lad not fear trouble?" As they spoke, their gazes shifted towards the opposite side of the training ground, where several figures sat in silence. However, their expressions were slightly grim, their darkened gazes fixated on Mu Chun, who was being pulled by Tang Chinner. Mu Chun, feeling the weight of their stares, surveyed the area and smiled wryly, realizing he had underestimated Tang Chinner's popularity in the Eastern Academy. Chapter 17. 3rd-tier spirit gathering array. Let us sit here. Tang Chinner disregarded the attention from the training ground and led Mu Chun directly inside, stopping by a golden stone pillar. Next to the pillar was a stone platform adorned with 3 cushions resembling jade. Mu Chun glanced around, his gaze lingering on the golden pillar, and surprise flickered in his eyes as he sensed the dense spirit energy radiating from it. Clearly, this golden pillar was one of the few spirit gathering pillars within the 3rd-tier array, and cultivating close to it would yield far better results than elsewhere. This gathering pillar must be crafted from spirit gathering stones. It truly is a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array, Yu Chun complimented softly. Spirit gathering stones were beneficial for cultivation and not inexpensive. A pillar entirely made of these stones must have cost a considerable fortune, which explained why many regarded spirit gathering arrays as a benchmark for a force's financial strength. Tang Chinner nodded and sat down, stretching her delicate arms and slightly puffing her chest, causing her attire to accentuate her alluring curves, attracting the attention of many within the training ground. "Qingshan, you should also cultivate here." Mu Chun settled down with a smile towards Tan Qingshan, knowing this position was quite favorable, often sought after by many. However, he was not overly concerned. Although he preferred not to be ostentatious, he would not feign modesty to belittle himself. As soon as Mu Chun sat on the jade cushion, he felt the surrounding spirit energy intensifying, compelling him to activate the Great Buddha technique, continuously absorbing the spirit energy into his body. After refining it through the technique, it transformed into strands of ethereal spirit power, surging into his sea of energy, gradually enriching it. With such concentrated spirit energy aiding him, Mu Chun distinctly sensed that the speed of his spiritual power growth surpassed that of his previous cultivation by more than double. This remarkable increase in spiritual power stirred a sense of joy within him, and he immersed himself fully into his training. Beside him, Tang Qian'er noticed Mu Chun entering a state of cultivation and pouted silently before closing her eyes to begin her own training regimen. However, their tranquil practice was soon disrupted by a commotion from outside. Mu Chun was the first to open his eyes, glancing towards Tan Qingshan, who wore a grim expression, his fists clenched in evident frustration. Before the young man stood two slightly older boys, who were laughing and occasionally pointing at Tan Qingshan. "What are you doing?" Mu Chun furrowed his brows, addressing the two boys with a frosty tone. The boys exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as one of them smiled nonchalantly, extending a hand towards Mu Chun. "You must be Mu Chun, right? I've heard of your name. I'm Jiang Li, and this is Tang Yong." Mu Chun regarded Jiang Li's outstretched hand, but made no move to shake it, sensing an unfriendly undertone in the latter's gaze. "I asked, there's something you need?" Noticing Mu Chun's lack of response, Jiang Li and his companion appeared slightly awkward. They pointed at Tan Qingshan and chuckled, "Nothing much, just wanted to switch places with him." "Not happening. Next time, be quicker to claim your spot." Mu Chun replied coolly. "What are you two up to?" At that moment, Tang Qian'er awoke, her beautiful eyes widening in anger as she glared at them. Jiang Li shrugged, saying, "Qian'er, you know the rules of the training ground. Such positions are not meant for newcomers. I am just looking out for him, to prevent attracting envy." As he spoke, he shot a glance at Mu Chun, aware that although they found him displeasing, Mu Chun was not someone to provoke lightly. His strength matched theirs, and his background was equally formidable. Thus, they chose to target Tan Qingshan instead, evidently attempting to intimidate Mu Chun indirectly. "You?" Tang Qian'er's eyes blazed with fury, ready to retort, but Mu Chun interjected, gazing seriously at Jiang Li and his companion. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I understand that such positions are reserved for those with strength. I believe I possess that qualification. Tan Qingshan is my friend and deserves to sit here as well. If you have any objections or wish to demonstrate your strength before me, I am more than willing to oblige." The commotion drew the attention of many, and Mu Chun's words echoed through the crowd, causing a stir of surprise. The newcomer was indeed quite formidable. Jiang Li and his companions' expressions darkened amidst the murmurs, clearly unprepared for Mu Chun's unexpectedly assertive stance. They glared at Mu Chun's earnest face but hesitated to lash out, remembering the battle between Mu Chun and Lu Yong. Even they wouldn't dare claim victory against someone who had successfully defeated a cultivator with a spirit vein. Ha, truly worthy of being the young master of the Mu domain. Your words carry a certain audacity. Just as Jiang Li and his companion found themselves in a predicament, a somewhat disconcerting laughter rang out from behind. Jiang Li and his companion's eyes lit up with delight upon recognizing the source. "Brother Luo!" At their exclamation, Mu Chun turned his head to see a figure approaching leisurely. The individual appeared to be around 18, with slightly sunken eyes and thin lips that conveyed an air of coldness. "Luo Tong." Tang Qian'er's expression soured slightly at the sight of him. "Luo Tong?" Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, familiar with the name. This individual's father was also the domain lord of the North Spirit Realm. However, Luo Tong had already reached 18 last year, yet his strength remained at the late stage of the Spirit Motion Realm, meaning he had lost his qualification to enter one of the 5 major academies. This also indicated that he was the old hand Tang Qian'er had mentioned, one of the most troublesome types. "Mu Chun, it has been quite some time," Luo Tong said with a wide grin as he approached. Though the smile lacked warmth, reflecting the mutual disdain they held for one another, Mu Chun cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "Do you wish to show off your authority before me?" "How could I dare? You are the prodigy who has attained the qualification for the spirit path," Luo Tong retorted, a feigned astonishment laced with unmistakable jealousy coloring his words, upon hearing that Mu Chun had secured the qualification. His eyes had turned red with envy. Moreover, Now that he had surpassed the age of 18 without yet reaching the spirit wheel realm, his aspirations of entering the 5 great academies had been irrevocably dashed. Contemplating Mu Qin's remarkable talent, it seemed entering the 5 great academies would pose little difficulty for him, which only intensified the flames of jealousy within Luo Tong. Step aside. Seeing Mu Qian disregard him, Luo Tong's anger flared even more. However, he refrained from directly provoking Mu Qian and instead turned his gaze to Tan Qingshan, coldly remarking, regardless of strength or background, he clearly does not regard you highly. Luo Tong, do not overstep your bounds, Mu Qian interjected, his voice tinged with iciness. What? Are you unwilling to concede? Do you wish to engage me in battle? Luo Tong sneered, exuding confidence as a late-stage spirit motion realm cultivator. At this moment, he felt no fear towards Mu Qian. Rather, he was eager to provoke Mu Qian's ire, hoping to see him unleash his fury upon this individual who incited his jealousy. Mu Qian's obsidian eyes fixated on Luo Tong. And as he gazed into those seemingly bottomless dark depths, Luo Tong's momentum faltered, and no matter how envious he felt, he understood the significance of Mu Qian's qualification for the spirit path. Had it not been for Mu Qian's sudden expulsion from the spirit path, Luo Tong would hardly have the standing to bellow before him now. Are you afraid? Luo Tong spat, his anger mingled with embarrassment. Luo Tong, what are you doing? Mo Ling, are you meddling a bit too much? Luo Tong frowned at the imposing youth before him. This individual was a renowned figure within the Northern Spirit Academy, ranked second in the overall standings, only behind the heavenly stage of the Western Academy, Lu Mubai, and was currently also in the late-stage spirit motion realm, likely to break through to the spirit wheel realm within 6 months. At that time, he too would gain the qualification to enter the 5 great academies, making him a key figure in Northern Spirit Academy's nurturing efforts. The cultivation class is about to commence. If you continue to cause chaos here, Master Mo will not let you off lightly. Mo Ling, seemingly displeased with Luo Tong, furrowed his brow and remarked. Luo Tong's expression darkened, yet he recognized that Mo Ling was not intimidated by him. He could only grit his teeth in frustration. Just then, a figure slowly entered the training ground, causing a hush to fall over the many students, for that figure was none other than Master Mo. How have you all been? That fellow can be quite bothersome. But you'll get used to it. Once Luo Tong departed, Mo Ling turned to Mu Qian, smiling as he inquired, I'm well, thank you. Mu Qian replied with a warm smile, No problem. I've heard of you. The only one from Northern Spirit Realm to have attained the Spirit Path qualification. Hee. It seems I will have to feel the pressure in the future. Mo Ling waved his hand dismissively, then turned to leave without further comment. Mu Qian watched Mo Ling's retreating figure with a smile. Feeling a sense of fondness for the burly youth, Mu Qian, thank you, Tan Qingshan expressed with gratitude. We came together, so of course I shall look out for you. Pay no mind to those fellows. You will surpass them in no time, Mu Qian replied with a smile. Tan Qingshan nodded earnestly. At that moment, Master Mo leisurely entered the training ground. He glanced at Mu Qian but said nothing more, merely waving his hand. Several beams of light shot forth, piercing into the stone pillars, and soon everyone felt the spiritual energy in the training ground grow more abundant, indicating that Master Mo had fully activated the spirit gathering array. Feeling the richness of the spiritual energy, Mu Qian smiled, closing his eyes once more to enter a state of cultivation, refining the spiritual energy absorbed into his body. Half a day's time for cultivation passed quietly, and just as Mu Qian was about to conclude his session, having gathered the last trace of spiritual power into his energy sea, his body suddenly trembled violently, a wondrous sensation surging forth from within his energy sea. The unexpected marvel caused Mu Qian to momentarily freeze, and after a brief pause, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Was this the great Buddha Sutra reaching the foundation stage? Chapter 18. Foundation delight rippled through Mu Qian's heart. For this sudden breakthrough had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that it would take at least 10 more days to advance the great Buddha Sutra to the foundation level. The joy within him lingered for a while before gradually settling, and he quickly centered his thoughts, carefully sensing this extraordinary sensation. Within the energy sea, the dark spiritual power surged, and amidst its turbulence, Mu Qian could feel the potency of that power rapidly intensifying. Moreover, he sensed that his body had seemingly unleashed a powerful, greedily drawing in the spiritual energy from the world outside. which was then refined through the Great Buddha Sutra and transformed into strands of dark spiritual power that surged into his energy sea. As he felt the rapidly growing spiritual power within his energy sea, a profound sense of comfort washed over Mu Qian, permeating through his limbs and bones. While Mu Qian immersed himself in the exhilarating sensation of his spiritual technique's breakthrough, the training ground erupted in commotion, for everyone could now sense a powerful emanating from Mu Qian's body, aggressively seizing the concentrated spiritual energy in the training ground. This commotion immediately captured everyone's attention, and a multitude of astonished gazes swept across the scene, ultimately resting upon Mu Qian. It's him. Mu Qian. What is he doing? Such a domineering absorption. He dares to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so recklessly. Is he not afraid of bursting? Whispers of shock and disbelief spread throughout the training ground, as everyone wore expressions of uncertainty, clearly encountering such a situation for the first time. Mu Qian. Tang Qian'er opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Mu Qian with concern. No need to panic. Master Mo's calm voice cut through the murmurs, bringing a sense of calm to the gathered students. He then turned his gaze to Mu Qian, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "This is merely a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. There is nothing to worry about." A breakthrough in his cultivation technique? The students were taken aback once more. Could a breakthrough in a spiritual technique create such a spectacle? What level of spiritual technique was Mu Qian practicing? Judging by the scene, it must be at least a middle-grade spiritual technique or higher. Jiangli and Teng Yong exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting the shock of witnessing such an uproar caused by Mu Qian, feeling an immense pressure despite being in the same mid-stage spirit motion realm. It seems his father has indeed prepared a commendable spiritual technique for him, Luo Tong scoffed, his words laden with resentment and jealousy. In truth, the spiritual technique he practiced was not weak either. Having reached the low-grade spiritual level, yet it still paled in comparison to Mu Qian's, which fueled Luo Tong's fury. Compared to Mu Qian, he felt he had no advantage whatsoever, save for his age. Master Amo observed Mu Qian, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy, and couldn't help but praise him inwardly. He sensed that the spiritual technique Mu Qian was practicing was likely extraordinary, but unlike Luo Tong, who was shallow in understanding, Master Amo knew that the higher the grade of the spiritual technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Achieving a breakthrough was even more challenging. Mu Qian had likely practiced this technique for no more than a month. Yet he was able to attain a breakthrough. Such talent was indeed remarkable. No wonder, he secured the qualification for the spirit path. Master Amo mused with a smile. Although Mu Qian had lost a year of cultivation time due to his expulsion from the spirit path, given his talent, catching up would not pose a challenge. It seemed that Lu Mubai from the Western Academy would soon encounter a worthy opponent. Unbeknownst to Mu Qian, the uproar in the training ground was beyond his awareness. He remained immersed in the wondrous sensation of his spiritual technique's breakthrough. As the spiritual energy surged into his body, transforming into strands of dark spiritual power that filled his energy sea. A sense of fullness enveloped him, bringing pure delight. Mu Qian's consciousness sank into the energy sea, where the originally wispy strands of dark spiritual power had started to take shape, intertwining like a swirling black nebula. Mysterious and unfathomable. Above this swirling power, a page of black paper floated silently, undisturbed by the spiritual energy swirling around it, appearing almost lifeless. Suddenly, as the dark spiritual power revolved within Mu Qian's energy sea, a deep, resonant hum echoed within the depths of his soul, causing his heart to tremble. Scanning his body, he was startled to discover that a series of dark points of light had suddenly illuminated within him. The spiritual power within the energy sea, as if responding to this sudden change, began to surge forth, flowing along his meridians. As this spiritual power passed through those dark points of light, Mu Qian felt a vague sensation that some of the spiritual power was being drawn away by these black dots. This unexpected development left Mu Qian in shock. These black points had appeared so abruptly and seemed entirely beyond his control, rendering even detection impossible. Is this due to the Great Buddha Sutra? Mu Qian's mind raced as he pondered, and in a flash of insight, he realized that this phenomenon was undoubtedly connected to his attainment of the foundation stage in the Great Buddha Sutra. As he surveyed the mysterious black points scattered throughout his body, an epiphany struck him. If he were to connect these elusive black points, they bore a striking resemblance to a spiritual vein. A spiritual vein! The word flashed through Mu Chen's mind, causing a sudden tempest within his heart. He was acutely aware that he lacked spiritual veins, not even possessing the most rudimentary human-level spiritual vein. He had verified this conclusion numerous times. However, what were these black specks resembling spiritual veins that had appeared within his body? As shock permeated Mu Chen's thoughts, those black dots vanished like a fleeting dream, eluding his senses entirely, as if they had never existed. How could this be? Mu Chen murmured to himself, his heart brimming with confusion. After a considerable time, he began to analyze the previous scene meticulously. It was certainly not an illusion. Deep within his unperceived body, it seemed that something was indeed concealed, and this concealment might be related to the Great Buddha Sutra. The Great Buddha Sutra is from my mother? A tremor coursed through Mu Chen's heart. The Great Buddha Sutra was a legacy bestowed upon him by his mother, suggesting that it was intrinsically linked to her. Perhaps something was hidden within his body by her. Why would she do such a thing? After pondering for a while, he still found no answer. His memories of his mother were scant, with only a vague yet tender shadow residing deep within his heart. Nevertheless, despite his limited understanding, the instinctive bloodline connection led him to trust one undeniable truth. His mother would never do anything to harm him. With this thought, Mu Chen gradually found tranquility within himself. Regardless of the validity of his speculations, as long as he believed that everything would not bring him harm, that sufficed. With such thoughts in mind, Mu Chen circulated his spirit, drawing the dark spiritual power into his sea of qi. Then exited his cultivation state, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. As soon as his eyes opened, Mu Chen sensed something amiss. He then noticed the multitude of gazes fixated upon him, and he was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Mu Chen blinked, looking at those who were staring at him with a hint of confusion. The surrounding students exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing his words. You created such a commotion and are unaware? Mu Chen, are you all right? Tang Chinner asked with concern. Recounting the events that had transpired, I'm fine, Mu Chen said, realization dawning upon him. He chuckled and shook his head. The breakthrough he achieved today in his spiritual technique was likely related to the gathering formation here. Otherwise, it might have taken him considerable time to reach the foundation building level. The third-level gathering formation was indeed extraordinary. Today's cultivation class ends here. You may arrange your time as you wish, Master Mo said, nodding at Mu Chen upon seeing him awaken, before addressing the others. Yes. The students responded respectfully. Master Mo waved his hand and leisurely exited. Once Master Mo departed, the atmosphere in the training ground relaxed. Laughter and chatter filled the air. However, many gazes lingered on Mu Chen. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion he had caused. Although Master Mo had left, Luo Tong, Zhongli, and others did not approach him again. Instead, they shot him a wary glance before shifting their attention elsewhere. Let us go, Mu Chen stood up, clapping his hands. Where to? Tang Chinner inquired. To the spiritual technique room, Mu Chen replied, glancing toward the other side of the training ground with a faint smile. I am quite interested in a particular offensive spiritual technique there. I can finally cultivate it. The spiritual technique room was where the North Spirit Academy housed its spiritual techniques. This room was divided into two levels, the heaven and earth layers. Students of the earth level could only access the earth layer to browse spiritual techniques, while entry to the heaven layer required elevation to the heaven level. The technique Mu Chen sought was stored in the heaven layer. Half a year ago, he had visited the heaven layer once under Master Mo's guidance, where he discovered the technique he desired but had to set it aside due to unmet conditions. Now that he met the requirements, Mu Chen was eager to retrieve this offensive spiritual technique without delay. Mu Chen and Tang Chinner made their way to the spiritual technique room. Tan Qingshan did not follow. He mentioned wanting to cultivate a bit longer. This boy was taciturn but possessed a stubborn and competitive nature. Previously, he had excelled at the earth level, but upon entering the heaven level, he found himself at the bottom. This disparity became a source of motivation for him. Inside the spacious spiritual technique room, numerous students from the North Spirit Academy were browsing through spiritual techniques. After all, not everyone had a father who was a domain lord of the North Spirit realm, so the vast majority of students relied on the spiritual technique room to obtain techniques. However, this was a far cry from the carefully curated techniques that Mu Chen and others could acquire from their families. Of course, this did not imply that the North Spirit Academy's collection was inferior to that of the domain lords in the North Spirit realm. In fact, the opposite was true. According to Mu Chen's knowledge, The genuine collection of spiritual techniques within the North Spirit Academy likely surpassed even his father's collection. However, techniques of such caliber were far beyond the reach of ordinary students. As Mu Qian and Tang Qianer entered the earth layer. They drew many gazes. Following the Academy's trial, Mu Qian had evidently become a well-known figure among the students of the North Spirit Academy. Brother Mu. The students from the West Academy regarded Mu Qian with a mix of curiosity and caution. While those from the East Academy were visibly excited, many young men enthusiastically greeting him. Some charming young women, while perusing spiritual techniques, stole glances at the striking youth with black hair and eyes, whose radiant smile emanated warmth. Their cheeks subtly flushing, Yu Qian responded with a gentle smile to those from the East Academy, but did not linger, instead proceeding with Tang Qianer directly through the earth layer and into the second level of the spiritual technique room. The heaven layer. As they departed, a flurry of whispers erupted in the earth layer. Brother Mu has indeed ascended to the heaven level. He can even enter the heaven layer of the spiritual technique room. Haha, with Brother Mu's flawless performance in the Academy trial, entering the heaven level must have been a piece of cake. There are quite a few formidable individuals in the heaven level. I heard that Luotong from today wants to challenge Brother Mu. That guy is in the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Luotong, just a braggart relying on his father's name. How can he compare to Brother Mu? Moreover, he no longer even qualifies to enter the top 5 academies. Indeed, Brother Mu is likely the only one in the North Spirit Academy who can rival Lu Mu. I foresee an exciting competition when vying for the top 5 academy spots. I didn't expect you to be quite popular in the earth level. Tang Qianer remarked playfully, glancing down at the bustling layer below as they entered the heaven layer. Yu Qian chuckled, but did not elaborate. Shifting his gaze to the heaven layer, it was not as spacious as the earth layer. And fewer individuals were present, though they occasionally encountered figures lingering about. What kind of spiritual technique are you looking for? I assume that with your discerning eye as the young master of the Mu domain. Common-level techniques wouldn't pique your interest, would they? Tang Qianer playfully inquired after surveying the heaven layer. However, if you seek spiritual techniques of the spirit level, there are only 6 in this layer, all of which are of low-grade spirit level. Which one are you interested in? Also, to browse spirit-level techniques, you would need Master Mo's approval. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about this place, but what I seek is not what you mentioned. Mu Qian replied with a mysterious smile, striding towards the western corner of the spiritual technique room. Tang Qianer, somewhat puzzled, followed him. The direction he was heading was not where high-level techniques were stored, but rather where some common-level techniques were kept. Although there were some formidable techniques among them, given Mu Qian's background, he should possess plenty of common-level techniques already. Mu Qian navigated through the spiritual technique room, ultimately stopping at a secluded corner in the far west. Before him stood a stone cabinet with a few scattered jade slips glowing faintly. These are merely ordinary common-level techniques. You can't be serious about wanting these, right? Tang Qianer remarked, picking up a jade slip and furrowing her brows slightly. With a smile on his face, Mu Qian's long fingers glided across the cool stone surface before reaching into the shadowy recesses of the cabinet. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a dark red jade slip between his fingers. What's this? Tang Qianer was initially taken aback, but her expression shifted to one of seriousness upon seeing the color of the jade slip. In the spiritual technique room, techniques of this hue bore a special designation: hazardous spiritual techniques. The term hazardous spiritual technique indicated that cultivating such techniques carried significant risk, with some even posing harm to the practitioner. Let me see. Tang Qianer snatched the dark red jade slip from Mu Qian's hand, her beautiful eyes scanning its surface, where chilling characters emanated from the jade. Common level high grade. Sun Luo Death Seal. Sun Luo Death Seal? Tang Qianer's fair face paled slightly, her eyes widening in shock as she glared at Mu Qian, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You dare cultivate this technique?" The notorious reputation of the Sun Luo Death Fist is well known to her. Although it is merely a high-grade spiritual technique of the mortal level, it has gained infamy within the Northern Spirit Academy, not due to its formidable power, but rather because 2 remarkably talented students had previously attempted to cultivate it, only to end up with their meridian shattered, nearly rendering them useless. Since then, no one has dared to covet this technique. I have studied this technique before. It is quite powerful. However, there is a prerequisite for its cultivation. One must possess a domineering spiritual force. The 2 seniors who practiced it lacked the requisite level of force, which led to their failure, Mu Qian explained. The Dark Buddha technique he currently practices possesses a type of dark spiritual force that is far from ordinary. Its dominance should suffice for the cultivation of the Sanluo death seal. Absolutely not. Tang Qian'er exclaimed with a serious expression, casting Mu Qian a disapproving glance. Moreover, you lack the qualifications to access this technique. There are rules governing the viewing of spiritual techniques in the library. Any student can access ordinary mortal-level techniques, but for more advanced ones, permission from a mentor is required. Although the Sanluo death seal appears to be merely a high-grade mortal-level technique, it is classified as a dangerous spiritual technique. To access such a technique, one must have been an experienced student for at least half a year in the heavenly class, which clearly disqualifies someone like Mu Qian, who has just been promoted. Mu Qian gazed at Tang Qian'er with a playful smile in his dark eyes and teased, "That's why I brought you here. You can help me borrow this technique?" Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at him, biting her silver teeth and turning her head away. "There's no way I'll help you. Qian'er, please help me," Mu Qian said, leaning slightly forward, his handsome face coming closer to the girl's pouting visage, the warm breath from his nostrils brushing against her delicate cheek. Startled, Tang Qian'er took a step back, her cheeks flushing like the evening glow, indignantly retorting, "You scoundrel!" Mu Qian shrugged with a gentle gaze directed at Tang Qian'er, speaking softly, "I truly wish to cultivate this technique. Trust me, nothing will go wrong." "All right." Tang Qian'er bit her red lip, displaying a hint of hesitation. After all, the notorious reputation of this technique was daunting. If Mu Qian were to meet the same fate as those two seniors, she couldn't fathom the terrifying consequences. "Ah, Mu Qian, you're here too." Just as Tang Qian'er hesitated, a soft voice rang out from behind. Both Mu Qian and Tang Qian'er turned to see Hong Ling. Dressed in a striking red gown, standing there radiantly, Mu Qian was momentarily taken aback. It appeared to be the first time Hong Ling had taken the initiative to greet him since he entered the Northern Spirit Academy. Although they had been somewhat close in childhood, they had grown distant, and now their interaction felt almost like that of strangers. "Hello, Senior Hong Ling," Mu Qian replied with a smile. The formal address caused Tang Qian'er's previously stern expression to soften slightly, as it marked a stark contrast to the more intimate rapport she shared with Mu Qian. Hong Ling's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily before she cast a knowing glance at the crimson jade slip clenched tightly in Tang Qian'er's hand. As if comprehending something, and said with a smile, "What's this? Are you intending to borrow a dangerous spiritual technique? Do you need my assistance?" Mu Qian glanced at Tang Qian'er, aware of their mutual disdain. Unsurprisingly, Tang Qian'er turned her face away, her expression frosty. He chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, but Qian'er has already agreed to help me." Hong Ling nodded, her gaze lingering on the young man's gentle smile and handsome features. A pang of discomfort stirring within her. The boy she once overlooked had transformed into someone so remarkable without her even realizing it. "Very well, I won't intrude any longer," she smiled at Mu Qian before turning to leave. Her graceful figure attracting the attention of several young men in the vicinity, who could not help but cast envious glances at Mu Qian, recognizing him as fortunate to have connections with two of the Academy's most beautiful flowers. "When did I agree to help you?" After Hong Ling had departed, Tang Qian'er huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. "Then I suppose I must seek out Senior Hong Ling," Mu Qian said with a hint of resignation. "You dare!" Tang Qian'er exclaimed hastily, but upon seeing the playful glint in Mu Qian's eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gritted her teeth and said, "I might help you, but you must promise me that if anything seems amiss, you will immediately cease your cultivation." Mu Qian nodded with a smile, and Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes scanned Mu Qian, a sweet smile gracing her cheeks. "You must team up with me for the training in the Northern Spirit Plains in half a month." The Northern Spirit Plains training? Mu Qian was momentarily taken aback. The Northern Spirit Plains is a renowned perilous area within the Northern Spirit Realm, expansive and inhabited by various ferocious spiritual beasts. Adventuring teams frequently enter to hunt these beasts, and the plains are also rich in rare materials and spiritual herbs, making it a treasure trove. However, one must possess sufficient strength to obtain these treasures. Otherwise, one might lose their life. Indeed, our heavenly class at the Northern Spirit Academy organizes expeditions to the Northern Spirit Plains periodically, as only through real combat can one truly hone their skills. Tang Qian'er explained, nodding with a bright smile. This training allows for two-person teams, and those who rank in the top 3 will receive special rewards. Rewards? What kind? Mu Qian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I heard it's a spirit cultivation pill this time. Tang Qian'er pondered before replying. A spirit cultivation pill? Mu Qin's eyes widened slightly, realizing that this pill is said to be extremely beneficial for beginners like him. Its effects are gentle and leave no side effects. For someone at his level, taking it might enable him to swiftly advance to the late stage of the spiritual movement realm. If I could obtain one, I should be able to reach the late stage of the spiritual movement realm, laying a solid foundation for my future advancement to the spiritual wheel realm, Tang Qian'er remarked. How is the ranking determined? Mu Qin inquired, evidently intrigued by the spirit cultivation pill. Quite simply, it's based on the number of spiritual beasts killed and their respective levels, she explained. Since all students from the heavenly class have the opportunity to participate, the competition is fierce, which is why I intend to bring you along. But I'm only at the mid-level of the spiritual movement realm. Shouldn't you seek someone stronger for this team-up? With your charm, I'm sure there are many capable individuals eager to team up with you, whether from the east or west courtyard, Mu Qin chuckled. Are you unwilling? Tang Qian'er huffed lightly, raising the dark red jade slip in her hand. Not at all, however. If we fail to secure the spirit cultivation pill, you can't blame me for holding you back, Mu Qin replied with a smile, his words not mere flattery, as he recognized that there were indeed many more suitable candidates in the Northern Spirit Academy. Tang Qian'er considered for a moment before breaking into a light laugh. If we don't succeed, that's fine too. I'm confident I can reach the spiritual wheel realm within a year without relying on any pills. As she spoke, she delicately turned the jade slip in her fingers, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Qin. Besides, I prefer not to team up with others, since Qian'er holds me in such high regard. I must accompany you, even at the risk of my life. Rest assured, even if it costs me dearly, I will ensure we secure that spirit cultivation pill, Mu Qin declared dramatically, though a smile adorned his face. You re quite the smooth talker, Tang Qian'er retorted. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot him a glance. And what of this spiritual technique? Mu Qin inquired cheerfully, eyeing the jade slip in Tang Qian'er's hand. That's the last time, she huffed, then turned and headed towards the technique library, Mu Qin hastily following her. At the entrance of the technique library, Tang Qian'er registered the technique and the elderly caretaker. Upon seeing the dark red technique, regarded her with surprise and hesitance. The notorious reputation of the Sunluo death seal was daunting. Although Tang Qian'er met the qualifications, he was reluctant to see such a vibrant young woman fall victim to its peril. Mu Qin, noticing the elder's hesitation, felt a sense of urgency. He was aware that the caretaker was notoriously rigid. If he deemed someone unsuitable, no one could procure techniques from him, despite his elderly appearance. His strength was genuine, being at the late stage of the spiritual wheel realm, just a step away from the spirit soul realm. Many arrogant students had suffered greatly at his hands. Following Tang Qian'er out of the technique library, Mu Qin found her beaming at him. I owe you one, she said, tossing him the jade slip. Mu Qin took the jade slip, playing with it for a moment, a hint of delight flickering in his dark eyes. He then smiled at Tang Qian'er, saying, given the current circumstances, if it weren't for you, even with my permissions, it would be exceedingly difficult to borrow this spiritual technique from that obstinate old man. Qin, Tang Qian'er smiled gracefully, but then cast a somewhat helpless glance at the jade slip in Mu Qin's hand. Be careful. If anything feels amiss, cease your cultivation immediately, as the girl watched Mu Qin's swiftly departing figure. She couldn't help but pout slightly, thinking, this dense fellow. The cold moonlight cascaded from the heavens, transforming into beams of light that fell into the tranquil room. Inside, the youth sat quietly in meditation, his pitch-black eyes intently fixed upon a dark red jade slip in his hand. Mu Qin stared at the jade slip for a moment, then gently pressed it against his forehead. As his spiritual energy circulated, the surface of the jade slip began to shimmer with a dark red glow. Amidst the flickering light, a torrent of information flowed from the slip, ultimately pouring into Mu Qin's mind. With his eyes tightly shut, he absorbed the cultivation method of the Sunluo death seal. After a considerable while, he finally opened his eyes slowly, exhaling a soft breath, contemplation evident in his dark gaze. The Sunluo death seal had gained a fearsome reputation in the past, so even Mu Qin dared not be overly careless. He meticulously reviewed the cultivation methods several times before finally beginning his practice. Sitting cross-legged, Mu Qin brought his hands together, his fingertips intertwining to form a rather unique seal. As he focused his mind, a faint black light began to flicker around his body, and strands of dark spiritual energy began to swirl from his palms. The dark energy resembled small black snakes, twisting and turning as they accompanied the transformation of Mu Qin's hand seals, gradually forming a black light imprint. However, this imprint's condensation was evidently no simple task. Before it could solidify, a faint cracking sound emerged, and the entwined dark energy shattered. Mu Qin was not disheartened by this initial failure. Had the Sunluo Death Seal been so easily mastered, he would hardly find it intriguing. With a slight inward focus, he began anew. Crack, failure, crack, another failure. Time swiftly passed, yet Mu Qin tirelessly continued his practice, his hand seals evolving from clumsy to proficient. The speed of spiritual energy condensation increased significantly. His long fingers danced gracefully, like butterflies flitting through flowers, as the dark spiritual energy twisted in his palms, the black light imprint becoming increasingly distinct. Emanating a chilling aura, Mu Qin's gaze remained fixed on the impending formation of the black light imprint, his mind taut with tension, for he had previously failed at this final step too many times. Once more, Mu Qin's fingertips shifted, a thread of dark spiritual energy flowed into the black light imprint. Buzz! The black light imprint suddenly trembled, emitting a resonant hum, and then the black glow began to converge, ultimately transforming into a black light imprint that slowly pressed into Mu Qin's palm. At that moment, his entire body tensed up, for the next step was the most perilous. The two seniors who had previously cultivated the Sunluo Death Seal had suffered severe injuries at this very juncture. Their meridians shattered, boom, as the black light imprint settled into his palm. Mu Qin quickly sensed an extremely violent fluctuation erupting from the imprint, surging violently through his palm and along his meridians, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Fortunately, Mu Qin had prepared in advance. The dark spiritual energy within his dantian roared forth, colliding violently with the incoming tumultuous wave. A low, resonant hum reverberated within Mu Qin's body. The wave from the Sunluo Death Seal was extraordinarily fierce, akin to a raging beast, crashing against the dark spiritual energy and attempting to annihilate it entirely. Yet, the dark energy cultivated from the Great Floating Pagoda technique proved far more formidable than anticipated. In response to the violent onslaught, the dark energy revealed its domineering nature, adopting an assertive stance to withstand the impact. Boom, boom. The clash persisted, and Mu Qin dared not relent even for a moment. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. If he faltered now, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. The spiritual energy from his dantian was entirely drawn forth, and after 10 minutes of relentless resistance, the tumult gradually began to subside. As Mu Qin sensed the complete cessation of the tumult, his taut body collapsed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Yet, despite his extreme fatigue, excitement shone in his eyes. He trembled slightly as he opened his right hand, revealing a chilling black imprint in his palm. Had he succeeded? Gazing at the black imprint, a relieved smile finally spread across his face. Chapter 21. The Training Ground Incident at the North Spirit Academy. The training ground buzzed with activity as numerous students trained vigorously, their spirited shouts mingling with palpable energy, echoing far and wide. Mu Qin reclined lazily against the trunk of a large tree, his gaze somewhat languid as he observed the fervent exchanges in the arena, finding little interest in the proceedings. Hey, even if your performance is commendable, you can't be this lackadaisical. A delicate and soft figure suddenly obstructed Mu Qin's line of sight, followed by the playful chiding of Tang Qian'er. Upon seeing her reproachful yet charming face, Mu Qin stretched lazily and replied, "It's not that I'm being lazy. This sparring holds no value for me." In the spirit path, he had faced countless life and death struggles, where he couldn't wield even a fraction of spiritual energy, yet had to push one's intellect and temperament to the extreme. A moment's carelessness could result in elimination, leading to a tedious wait in the safety zone until the trial concluded. Compared to that, the gentle sparring among students at North Spirit Academy was indeed of little consequence to Mu Qin. Humph, just boasting, Tang Qian'er huffed lightly, yet her beautiful eyes couldn't help but linger on Mu Qin's remarkably pleasant face. His warm, smiling black eyes held a depth and composure rare for one of his age, making it difficult not to be drawn into their depths. Tang Qian'er settled beside Mu Qin, then playfully released her ponytail, her silken hair cascading down like a waterfall. This captivating scene instantly attracted numerous envious gazes from those nearby. casting glances at Mu Chun with a hint of admiration for his favorable treatment. By the way, how has your cultivation of the Sunluo death seal been progressing? No issues, I hope? Tang Qian'er turned her head, her brows furrowing slightly as she asked. Mu Chun smiled, extending his palm, revealing a faint, almost ethereal black imprint, a chilling aura gradually emanating from it. You succeeded in your cultivation? Tang Qian'er's lips parted in astonishment. Her cheeks flushed with surprise. She couldn't resist grasping Mu Chen's hand, fixating on the black imprint in his palm. As her delicate fingers touched it, a chilling sensation permeated, causing her to shiver slightly. One could say it's a preliminary success. It requires continuous nurturing with spiritual energy, Mu Chen replied, shaking his head. His gaze shifted, noticing many eyes around them heating up, and he cleared his throat, stating, "You shouldn't draw that kind of attention to me." Not far away, Luo Tong observed the scene with a slightly sullen expression. As the flower of the eastern courtyard, Tang Qian'er naturally caught his fancy. Moreover, her father was one of the domain lords of the North Spirit Realm. He had once mentioned that if Luo Tong could win Tang Qian'er's favor, the alliance between the Luo and Tang domains would significantly bolster their strength. However, the reality was far from his father's expectations. Tang Qian'er remained cold towards him, inciting his jealousy when he witnessed her closeness to Mu Chen. "Luo, that fellow is indeed quite arrogant." Zhang Liting and Yong clustered around Luo Tong, casting envious glances at Mu Chen. Sneering, yet, despite their disdain, they understood that Mu Chen was not to be trifled with, so they refrained from being overly brazen and seeking confrontation. How dare a newcomer fresh into the heavenly realm act so pretentiously before me? Luo Tong's gaze darkened. He then turned to the distance, where Tan Qingshan was sweating profusely in training, and coldly remarked, "Zhang Liting, go challenge Tan Qingshan. Remember, take good care of the newcomer." Zhang Liting hesitated momentarily, then reluctantly said, "But Tan Qingshan is close to Mu Chen. If I provoke him, Mu Chen might doubt I'm here. So what are you worried about?" Luo Tong frowned. Seeing Luo Tong's displeasure, Zhang Liting dared not protest further and promptly set off toward Tan Qingshan, who, while training, noticed Zhang Liting approaching and frowned, but remained silent, continuing his practice of a set of boxing techniques. "Tan Qingshan, I have come to engage in a friendly spar with you. This way, your training progress may accelerate a bit. As an elder, it is my duty to look after newcomers like you." Zhang Li smiled with ill intentions at Tan Qingshan and spoke. The surrounding students understood Zhang Li's intentions, yet, deterred by the ominous gaze of Luo Tong nearby, no one dared to utter a word. Furthermore, such sparring could indeed be deemed normal. These fellows truly take advantage of others. Tang Qian'er, witnessing this scene, immediately raised her delicate brows, ready to stand, but was halted by Mu Chen, who grasped her smooth wrist. "What's wrong?" Tang Qian'er inquired, puzzled, as Luo Tong and his group clearly sought trouble with Tan Qingshan, evidently intending to make an example out of Mu Chen. Akin to a warning. Although Tan Qingshan remained silent, he possessed a stubborn nature. At times, he did not require such assistance, as one must not underestimate a man's pride. Mu Chen remarked casually. Such instances of the elder bullying the newcomer are ubiquitous. If I were to intervene on his behalf, it might alleviate some of his troubles, yet it is not what he requires. In fact, if he were inclined to harbor resentment, it could even distance him from me. Thus, to avert such troubles, he must demonstrate through his own abilities that he is not someone to be trifled with. But he is no match for Zhang Li, Tang Qian'er retorted. Victory does not necessarily require defeating one's opponent. Mu Chen replied with a subtle smile. As long as others realize he is not a pushover, anyone seeking to bully him will understand that even if they crush him, they will incur some cost. Tang Qian'er pondered briefly, finding some merit in Mu Chen's words, yet stubbornly added, "Humph, he is clearly a year younger than me. Yet he pretends to be so mature." Mu Chen chuckled, casting a glance at Tan Qingshan, whose expression fluctuated. His palms oscillated between clenching and relaxing, as if he struggled internally. He then looked at Mu Chen, and Mu Chen smiled at him and nodded gently. Upon seeing Mu Chen smile, Tan Qingshan's hands suddenly clenched tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Then I shall request guidance from Senior Zhang Li." Zhang Li was taken aback by Tan Qingshan's audacity to accept, then let out a cold laugh. What an ignorant little brat. The two gradually stepped back, and the surrounding students gathered closer, many of whom believed that Tan Qingshan was in for a rough time. The sparring commenced under the gaze of the crowd, and as anticipated, This contest between mismatched levels was decidedly one-sided. However, the sympathy expressed by the onlookers quickly shifted, for they witnessed Tan Qingshan repeatedly knocked down by Zhongli, not only showing no signs of surrender but charging recklessly towards Mu Qian, his eyes ablaze with fervor, even startling Zhongli. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures entangled in the arena. Although Tan Qingshan was in a pitiful state, he still fought fiercely, determined to bite Zhongli even at the cost of receiving several punches. When Zhongli once again struck Tan Qingshan back, only to have the latter lunge at him and leave a blood mark on his arm, Zhongli finally could not withstand his frenzied aggression and retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "You lunatic!" Tan Qingshan, deaf to the words, lunged forward once more, his eyes aflame. "Enough!" Zhongli hastily dodged, looking at Tan Qingshan's bloodshot eyes. Feeling a twinge of fear, he shouted in anger. Surrounding students hurriedly rushed in to pull Tan Qingshan down, but the latter was too wild to be restrained, a sight that sent chills down many spines. This Tan Qingshan was indeed quite mad. Amidst the shouts from the onlookers, Tan Qingshan gradually calmed down, then cracked a smile, his entire body in pain, his face bruised and swollen, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Before him, Zhongli's clothing was tattered. Though he bore no serious injuries, he appeared disheveled, and the fear on his face was evident for all to see. Although Tan Qingshan was outmatched in strength, he had triumphed in spirit, earning the respect of the other students in the realm. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tan Qingshan glanced in Mu Qian's direction, who was smiling broadly and giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Tan Qingshan chuckled, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Mu Qian for granting him the opportunity to earn respect through his own efforts. It seemed that from now on, he would no longer be bullied by the elders. "This guy certainly has a touch of madness," Tang Qian remarked with a smile. Recalling how Tan Qingshan's earlier ferocity had startled her, Mu Qian nodded with a grin and then stood up. "What are you doing?" Tang Qian asked, perplexed. Mu Qian stepped forward, walking into the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the glowering Luo Tong not far away. "Senior Luo Tong, I have just cultivated a new spiritual technique and would like to seek your guidance. I hope for your instruction." As Mu Qian's voice reverberated through the training ground, the previously clamorous atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence, followed by a multitude of astonished gazes settling upon him. One anticipated that Mu Qian would proactively seek to spar with Luo Tong. Did he not know that the latter had been looking for an opportunity to provoke him? Why would he willingly walk into such a confrontation? "Qianer, what's wrong with Mu Qian?" "Luo Tong is not to be trifled with." Mo Ling approached Tang Qianer, his expression grave as he observed Mu Qian's silhouette. Tang Qianer shook her head. Although concern flickered in her eyes, she masked it with a gentle smile, assuring him, "It's fine. He knows what he's doing." Mo Ling could only manage a wry smile. Recognizing that such sparring adhered to the rules, even if he wished to intervene, he could not. For now, he could only hope that Mu Qian truly possessed some skill, for otherwise, Luo Tong would likely relish the opportunity to humiliate him. Hee. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Luo Tong momentarily froze, his already dark expression growing increasingly frigid, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "It seems you have been here in the realm for a few days and now believe you have grown accustomed to the environment. Thinking you can start acting arrogantly?" Luo Tong rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Mu Qian. "Senior Luo Tong, how could you say that? I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar with you." Mu Qian replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor warm. "Moreover, isn't it only natural for a senior to spar with a newcomer? Just now, even Zhongli mentioned it." Hearing his name invoked, Zhongli's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a facade of ferocity, silently wondering how this guy dared to confront Luo Tong directly, unaware that Luo Tong was a formidable figure in the later stages of the spirit movement realm. Luo Tong, gazing at the gentle smile on Mu Qian's handsome face, felt his anger surge. That smile seemed to mock him, prompting him to smirk coldly and declare, "Since you have this request, as your senior, I naturally must oblige." Very well, as he uttered the last two words, the cold light in Luo Tong's eyes became unrestrained, and spiritual energy began to swirl around his body, emanating a powerful wave. The surrounding students quickly took a step back, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Mu Qian extended his hand. "Please." Bang, Luo Tong, showing no mercy, his face darkened, unleashed his spiritual energy without restraint, stepping forward as his form shot like an arrow, delivering a punch that reverberated with a deep explosive sound, striking fiercely towards Mu Chen. The crowd gasped, realizing that this was no mere spar. Luo Tong clearly intended to bring Mu Chen down. Mu Chen, however, showed no signs of avoidance as he faced the oncoming Luo Tong, his dark spiritual energy enveloping his fist, prepared to clash head-on. He sought to ascertain just how powerful a practitioner in the later stages of the spirit movement realm truly was. Boom! A heavy sound echoed as their fists collided, the shockwave generated by the clash of their spiritual energies stirring up gusts of wind. Both figures recoiled. Mu Chen staggered back several steps, while Luo Tong only retreated a single step, indicating that in this direct confrontation, Luo Tong held a slight advantage. Luo Tong steadied himself, though his pupils narrowed slightly as he felt a subtle stinging pain in his fist. Although Mu Chen's spiritual energy was not quite on par with his, had he not exerted all his strength, he might have found that Mu Chen's formidable energy could have overwhelmed him. It was evident that the quality of Mu Chen's cultivated energy surpassed that of his own. Regardless of how powerful your spiritual energy may be, there remains a disparity in our levels. I could easily crush you. Luo Tong's gaze turned frigid. He was in the later stages of the spirit movement realm, while Mu Chen was merely in the middle stages. Though the difference appeared slight, it was substantial enough to crush him. Did your father never tell you that before possessing sufficient ability, it would be wiser to endure and bide your time? You are merely asking for humiliation by approaching me. Upon hearing these words, Mu Chen could not help but smile lightly and replied, "While I was learning to endure, you were still a well-behaved student in the academy. The reason for enduring is to confront opponents that one cannot yet defeat. Alas, in my eyes, you do not belong to that category. Allow me to inform you of the price you will pay today." A flicker of malevolence crossed Luo Tong's eyes as he extended his fingers, forming sword-like gestures. Dark blue spiritual energy surged forth violently, coalescing at his fingertips into a flickering sword tip, radiating a sharp and menacing aura. The Great Luo Sword Technique. Some students around, upon witnessing the azure glow at Luo Tong's fingertips, gasped in astonishment. Is this the Great Luo Sword Technique from Luo Domain? It seems he has indeed trained in it, although it is evident that his mastery is still lacking. Nonetheless, at the level of spiritual movement, this is already quite impressive. Swish! Luo Tong did not grant Mu Chen much time for contemplation. His gaze icy, he lunged forward, his fingers slicing through the air like a sword, swiftly aiming a piercing strike at Mu Chen. As the sword edge passed, it seemed to tear through the very air itself. Mu Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the incoming sword tip, its lethal sharpness causing every pore on his body to instinctively tighten. And his right hand gradually clenched. Dark spiritual energy coursed through his body, continuously flowing into his right palm, where a faint black imprint began to materialize. A chilling wave of energy radiated outward. Suddenly, a burst of black light erupted from Mu Chen's palm, as if he held a miniature sun of darkness. The frigid aura it emanated was truly alarming. Bang! Mu Chen stomped his foot, his figure leaping forth like a tiger or leopard. Faced with Luo Tong's fierce onslaught, he chose not to evade, a scene that left many spectators astonished. Seeking death, Luo Tong barked menacingly, the azure sword tip darting toward Mu Chen's throat without the slightest pause. Boom! A fist imbued with a rich black light struck out at that moment, a sphere of darkness colliding directly with the azure sword tip. Bang! A violent surge of spiritual force erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. While numerous students fixed their gazes on the point of contact between the azure sword tip and the black light, break. A cold glint flashed in Mu Chen's eyes as he unleashed his spiritual energy without reservation. The black imprint in his palm trembling violently and surging forward to crash against the azure sword tip. Crack! As the black imprint struck, the azure sword tip abruptly halted, followed by the faint sound of cracking. The onlookers' eyes widened as they witnessed cracks rapidly appearing along the azure sword tip. Bang! Ultimately, the azure sword tip shattered completely, and a look of shock surged within Luo Tong's eyes as he hastily retreated. Mu Chen did not pursue. Instead, he simply flipped his palm, causing the black imprint to vanish. The tumult in the arena gradually dissipated, leaving an eerie silence as astonished gazes were fixated on the elongated figure of Mu Chen. who had not only withstood Luo Tong's most formidable attack, but had also sent him reeling back. How is this possible? Zhongli, Teng Yong, and others stared in disbelief, astonished that the late-stage Luo Tong of spiritual movement had suffered at the hands of Mu Qian, who was merely in the mid-stage. Ling wore a grave expression, his heart stirring with unease. Phew. Tang Qian'er let out a quiet sigh of relief, her delicate jade hand relaxing its grip. This guy is indeed formidable. Thank you, Senior Luo Tong, Mu Qian said with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement, though his gaze flickered to his palm, where the black imprint had noticeably faded. If one were to assess the power of the San Luo Death imprint, it undoubtedly exceeded that of an ordinary high-grade technique. Perhaps due to its demanding requirements for spiritual energy, it remained classified as merely a mundane technique. However, the energy consumption of the San Luo Death imprint was immense. The previous assault had drained half of his spiritual energy. Although the initial attempt was not executed perfectly, such consumption would surpass that of even low-grade spiritual techniques. Luo Tong's complexion darkened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected outcome. And for a moment, words eluded him. The ferocity of Mu Qian's attack had left him shaken, and in that instant, he sensed an extreme danger. Mu Qian, however, paid no heed to Luo Tong's tumultuous thoughts. The intimidation he sought had been achieved. Surely, this fellow would think twice in the future. He clapped his hands and prepared to turn away. Mu Qian, please come with me. Just as he turned, a faint voice suddenly drifted from a short distance away. Startled, he glanced over to find Master Amo standing there. Having appeared without him noticing, Yu Qin blinked, exchanging a brief glance with Tang Qian'er before hesitantly following, under the watchful eyes of the students. Master Amo halted near a tranquil grove before turning around, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a gradually stern tone. You have trained in the Sen Luo Death imprint? Chapter 23. The true power of the Sen Luo Death imprint. You have trained in the Sen Luo Death imprint? Mu Qian gazed at Master Amo, whose expression bore a hint of sternness, unable to suppress a dry chuckle before nodding. Given the strength of Master Amo at the spirit-soul level, he clearly could not conceal this fact. You should not have the authority to practice it yet, Master Amo stated in a grave tone. Observing Mu Qian's demeanor, the severity in Master Mo's gaze softened momentarily. It seemed this young man was unconcerned by his authority, prompting a resigned shake of his head. Can you refrain from being reckless? I merely wanted to give it a try. If there are any issues, I will cease immediately. That I value my life more than anyone. Mu Qian replied with a smile. Master Amo shot him an exasperated glance before hesitating. Have you succeeded in your training? Preliminary success. Mu Qian extended his palm, revealing a black imprint that flickered faintly within it. Master Amo gazed at the black imprint in Mu Qian's palm, his lips twitching slightly. Though he had sensed it earlier, witnessing Mu Qian manage to cultivate the San Luo Death imprint in such a short span still left him somewhat astonished. Such talent was indeed deserving of the qualifications for the spirit path. Are you quite interested in the San Luo Death imprint? Master Amo inquired, having noticed Mu Qian's keen interest since their last visit to the spiritual technique chamber. This technique appears to be merely a high-grade mundane technique, yet I sense something amiss. Mu Qian pondered aloud. Oh? Master Amo raised an eyebrow. Regarding Mu Qian intently, I have a feeling that the San Luo Death imprint possesses tremendous potential. The surface-level cultivation seems only preliminary. I believe there must be a way to enhance its power, Mu Qian mused. Master Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. Mu Qian met Master Mo's gaze, then suddenly smiled slyly. You must have some knowledge about the San Luo Death imprint, right? You seem quite intrigued by it. Master Amo regarded Mu Qian, who resembled a cunning little fox, and nodded helplessly. I have trained in the San Luo Death imprint as well. As he spoke, he extended his palm, revealing a similarly dark imprint that was far more complete and profound than the one in Mu Qian's hand. Radiating a chilling aura that surpassed Mu Qian's by a significant margin, Mu Qian gazed in astonishment at the black imprint in Master Mo's palm, chuckling lightly. It seems I was right. This technique is indeed not simple. Otherwise, how could someone of your discernment take an interest in it? Master Amo was a genuine powerhouse at the spirit-soul level, someone who could command respect in the northern spiritual realm. If the San Luo Death imprint were merely an ordinary mundane technique, he would never have bothered to cultivate it. You little rascal, Master Amo chuckled wryly, realizing Mu Qian's slippery nature. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, Do you wish to know how the San Luo Death imprint can reveal its true power? Mu Chen's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Quite simple, Master Amo smiled softly, extending his left hand. To Mu Chen's astonishment, he witnessed the emergence of an identical black imprint on Master Mo's left hand. The Sen Luo death imprint could indeed cultivate multiple death imprints. A spark of excitement ignited in Mu Chen's eyes, and he stared eagerly at Master Amo, murmuring, "The reason the Sen Luo death imprint lacks further cultivation methods is not due to absence, but because its true strength lies in the ability to cultivate multiple death imprints. Only through the stacking of these imprints can its genuine power be unleashed." Master Amo nodded. However, the Sen Luo death imprint has particularly stringent requirements for spiritual energy. I exerted all my strength to barely cultivate 2 death imprints. And with each additional imprint, the backlash becomes increasingly perilous. I once attempted to cultivate a 3rd death imprint, but nearly suffered severe injuries from the recoil, and since then, I have refrained from further attempts. Mu Chen resonated deeply with this sentiment. When he first cultivated the initial death seal, he too had exerted immense effort to withstand the impact upon its formation. Should he embark on the cultivation of a 2nd seal? He couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to endure the strain. Now that you have successfully cultivated the 1st death seal, do not rush to condense the 2nd one, lest you encounter unforeseen circumstances, Master Amo advised. Mu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was eager to unveil the true power of the Sen Luo death seal, he understood that aiming too high yields no benefits. Observing Mu Chen's reaction, Master Amo refrained from further commentary and waved his hand, prompting Mu Chen to take his leave. As he turned the corner, he spotted Tang Chenner, who was awaiting him with eager anticipation. "Are you all right? Master Amo didn't impose any penalties on you, did he?" she inquired anxiously, concerned about the repercussions of Mu Chen's somewhat questionable cultivation of the Sen Luo death seal. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. Glancing at the black seal in his palm, warmth surged within him. Indeed, the Sen Luo death seal was extraordinary, and it appeared he would need to invest considerable effort moving forward in the stillness of the night. Mu Chen sat in meditation, his hands once again forming intricate seals. Wisps of dark, spiritual energy swirled and coalesced at his fingertips. However, when these dark energies entwined in an attempt to solidify into a seal, they suddenly spiraled out of control, pulsating and dissipating into the AI. Mu Chen gazed at his empty palm, shaking his head in resignation. He had merely tested whether he could condense the 2nd death seal, but the outcome was evidently a failure. The difficulty of forming this 2nd seal was exponentially greater than that of the 1st. It seemed he could only proceed gradually. In the meantime, Mu Chen also channeled some spiritual energy through his arm's meridians, nurturing the black death seal in his palm, deepening its hue. Due to his recent spar with Luo Tong at the training grounds, Mu Chen's reputation had begun to spread throughout the eastern courtyard. Formerly arrogant senior students now dared not underestimate this newly ascended individual. Similarly, Tan Qingshan's fierce demeanor from the previous day had made it clear that this seemingly taciturn youth was not to be trifled with. Consequently, no one dared to provoke Mu Chen in the days that followed, granting him a rare tranquility. In this newfound peace, Mu Chen devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. During the day, he utilized the 3rd-level gathering spirit array at the training grounds, causing the spiritual energy within his sea of qi to grow increasingly robust day by day, by night. While nurturing the Sen Luo death seal, he also gradually attempted to refine the 2nd seal, yet met with failure each time. Despite these repeated setbacks, Mu Chen did not surrender. He could faintly sense that with each failure, he was becoming more adept at mastering the techniques necessary for condensing the Sen Luo death seal, gaining greater control over it. Yet, this increasing proximity to success brought a hint of joy to his heart. Time flowed quietly, and before long, nearly half a month had passed. Within this period, Mu Chen's sea of qi had become increasingly potent. Although he had yet to advance to the later stages of the spirit movement realm, he was undeniably much stronger than he had been 2 weeks prior. As his spiritual energy progressed, his mastery of the Sen Luo death seal had also become more refined, achieving a level of precision in controlling the 1st seal that had previously eluded him during his encounter with Luo Tong, thus minimizing unnecessary energy expenditure. As for the refining of the 2nd seal, he had begun to grasp certain nuances, yet due to insufficient spiritual energy, he was unable to successfully condense it, leaving him with a sense of regret. In the training grounds, upon hearing the chimes signaling the end of the class, Mu Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy within his sea of chi. He smiled gently and stretched. "Hey!" A delicate voice called from beside him. Turning his head, he found Tang Qian'er gazing at him with a bright smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What is it?" Mu Qian inquired with a grin. "Tomorrow we will embark on our training at the North Spirit Plains," Tang Qian'er replied cheerfully. "Are we leaving tomorrow? You must give it your all during this expedition to the North Spirit Plains. I've heard that Lu Mubai from the Western Courtyard will also participate, and he will be teaming up with Hong Ling from the Western Courtyard. We cannot afford to lose to them," she said earnestly. "Lu Mubai, you say?" Mu Qian smiled slightly. He was indeed a formidable figure, the top student of the North Spirit Academy. It seemed they were about to engage in their first clash at the North Spirit Plains. How intriguing! A glimmer of excitement flickered in Mu Qian's dark eyes. In the realm of spiritual pathways, he had yet to fear anyone, and this North Spirit realm would be no different. Chapter 24. The agreement. The North Spirit Plains is situated in the northwestern region of the North Spirit realm, approximately a day's journey from the North Spirit Academy. This vast expanse is known for its vibrant energy and popularity, though it is fraught with peril. Yet, opportunities often accompany dangers, and many individuals venture into the North Spirit Plains in pursuit of these chances. Some find fortuitous encounters, while others are lost beneath the decaying foliage. The journey to the North Spirit Plains for training is a significant event for the North Spirit Academy, with nearly half of the students from the Heavenly Courtyard participating. They understand that the quiet cultivation within the Academy pales in comparison to the necessity of genuine combat experience. Only through real battles can one temper their character and resilience, an essential aspect on the path to becoming a powerhouse. Furthermore, the North Spirit Plains is teeming with various spiritual beasts and a myriad of individuals from all walks of life, including some notorious figures. In comparison to these ruthless characters, the students of the North Spirit Academy resemble lambs. Even if their individual strengths are considerable, they would likely be no match for those hardened by bloodshed. To safeguard the students, the North Spirit Academy has dispatched a formidable protective force, including Master Mo from the Eastern Courtyard and Master Shi from the Western Courtyard, two genuine Spirit Realm powerhouses. It is unlikely that any audacious individuals would dare to act out of line in the presence of such formidable guardians. At dawn, the training contingent from the North Spirit Academy commenced their journey. Gradually arriving at the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains by evening, as night fell, they set up camp on site. The darkness enveloped them, and a campfire crackled within the encampment. The Academy's students, clearly unaccustomed to such locales, were filled with excitement, creating a lively atmosphere that attracted curious gazes from the surrounding darkness. Most of these onlookers were adventurers who smirked at the naive students. Dismissing them as mere rookies, they speculated that when faced with the ferocious spiritual beasts, these sheltered students would likely tremble in fear. This scene felt vaguely familiar. However, the atmosphere here was devoid of the brutality and bloodshed that characterized his memories of the spiritual pathways. As Mu Qian momentarily lost himself in thought, a slender, delicate hand suddenly reached from behind and patted his shoulder. The moment that hand landed, his dark eyes turned icy, and his body tensed like a predator poised to pounce. His hand shot out like lightning, firmly grasping the wrist of the intruder. Ow! A cry of pain escaped, and Mu Qian snapped back to reality, turning to see Tang Qian'er behind him. The coldness in his gaze dissipated quickly, replaced by a hint of embarrassment as he released her wrist. "What was that for? That hurt," Tang Qian'er huffed, rubbing her delicate wrist as she sat beside him, clearly annoyed. "What's wrong?" Mu Qian asked, concern evident in his voice. Tang Qian'er pouted, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. The girl, perceptive as she was, sensed a chill when Mu Qian had seized her wrist. She feared that had it not been for her cry, he might have crushed her wrist without a second thought. Mu Qian stared into the flickering flames of the campfire, pausing before responding. In the spiritual pathways, had someone done what you just did? They might have found themselves killed. For if I do not act, I may very well become the victim. Tang Qian'er was momentarily taken aback. She looked at the calm young man, noting that his demeanor remained steady even when he mentioned the word kill. As if it were a mere routine. The spiritual pathways sound rather terrifying, she murmured, "To them. The spiritual pathways held an air of mystery. It was said that many who emerged from there remained tight-lipped about their experiences. Yet those who did return were often immensely powerful, causing young individuals like Tang Qian'er to yearn for such places. However, Their naivety blinded them to the truth. To possess extraordinary strength, one must first navigate through extraordinarily perilous realms. Mu Qian smiled gently, murmuring to himself, "In that place, everyone is a competitor, and a ruthless one at that point. One moment, they may smile warmly at you, and the next, a dagger could be plunged into your chest. Thus, in that realm, trust is a rare commodity. However, should one truly encounter it, it would become a treasure cherished for a lifetime." Mu Qian exhaled softly, his expression gentle as he recalled the silver-haired maiden, a peculiar individual who had caused him considerable vexation. During the 6 months of her relentless pursuit, he had crossed swords with her thrice, emerging victorious on 2 occasions. Yet, in their final encounter, she deftly turned the tide. Her obsidian long sword akin to a specter of the night, poised at his throat. In that moment, it was evident that she had triumphed, and thoroughly so, for a mere thrust from her would have sealed his fate within that ethereal path forever. However, she did not strike. Instead, her glass-like eyes lingered upon him for a long while before she slowly sheathed her sword, uttering softly, "I shall not kill you. Come with me to tea." That moment, Mu Qian was evidently taken aback, lingering in silence before finally voicing the question that had plagued him for the past half-year. "Why have you pursued me for so long? Were it not for my intervention, you would have perished." When he first laid eyes upon her, she had been ensnared in a deadly predicament, surrounded by 5 cunning and malevolent individuals who had nearly brought her to her end. Initially, Mu Qian had no intention of intervening, as those foes were troublesome in their own right. Yet, perhaps moved by the sorrow reflected in her glass-like eyes, he relented. He saved her, only to attract the ire of those 5 adversaries. Over the following week, he aided the injured girl in her escape, and after 10 days, he had vanquished the 5, 3 of whom perished, while 2 ultimately surrendered. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the girl, who had scarcely exchanged a word with him, unsheathed her sword, leading to a relentless game of cat and mouse that spanned half a year. Upon hearing Mu Qian's query, the girl appeared to ponder for a moment before hesitantly providing an answer that nearly provoked a fit of exasperation from him. "I do not wish to develop feelings for you. I only seek to cultivate my skills. Having feelings for you would distract me." "You must be joking," Mu Qian retorted, unable to restrain his incredulity. "Then what are you doing now?" he asked, weariness seeping into his tone. "Just now, I intended to kill you, but that it seems I cannot bring myself to do it," she replied, her expression contemplative, the soft moonlight illuminating her delicate features that would one day wreak havoc upon the world. Then, furrowing her brow, she added, "I believe I may have developed some fondness for you over these past 6 months." Mu Qian gazed skyward in disbelief. After half a year of mutual pursuit, she had somehow managed to cultivate feelings. "Since I spared your life, you owe me a debt. Thus, you shall join my team. When I no longer have any fondness for you, I shall eliminate you. Are you raising a pet?" she quipped. "Then, when that time comes, I shall spare you and let you go." With a resigned shake of his head, Mu Qian turned to leave. "I have no interest. I can shield you from all the treacherous arrows that may come from behind. As long as you do not harm me, I shall protect you, whether in the ethereal path or in the vast world beyond," the girl called after him. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Qian found her gentle voice piercing through the air, striking his heart with unexpected weight, softening his gaze. It was surprising that she could evoke such emotion with her words, given her usual silence. "Then let us collaborate harmoniously," he agreed. A hint of a smile graced the girl's typically placid face, a fleeting beauty that rendered the moonlight dim in comparison. She extended her porcelain-like, cool hand, and they shared a gentle handshake. "This is my promise to you. A new day dawns, and I kindly request that after reading the updates, you cast your recommendation votes for the new book. A new book requires our collective efforts to shine brilliantly. I have poured my heart into writing The Great Dominator, and I am confident it will be a remarkable work. So please join me in following its journey. Thank you." Chapter 25. The spirit of beasts. As the campfire blazed, its warm glow illuminated Tang Qian'er's delicate form, yet she felt an unsettling chill, emanating from Mu Qian's descriptions of the ethereal path she had once longed to explore. It seemed that the ethereal path was not as idyllic as she had imagined. Fortunate was she for not having ventured there, for otherwise, she might have been left with naught but bones. "I can hardly fathom how one might exist in a place devoid of trust," perpetually on edge, she remarked, her heart racing. It is hardly a desirable place. Mu Qin replied with a smile. He then looked up to see Master Mo gesturing to the crowd, prompting the students to direct their gazes toward him. This location will serve as our base for the upcoming cultivation expedition to the North Spirit Plains. You shall set forth from here tomorrow to engage in direct confrontation with the spirit beasts therein. Before we proceed, I must caution you that spirit beasts are categorized into 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. The outskirts of the North Spirit Plains predominantly host low-tier spirit beasts, yet even they require your combined efforts to confront. The low-tier spirit beasts possess strength comparable to the spirit movement realm, while mid-tier beasts correspond to the spirit will realm, and high-tier beasts rival those of the spirit soul realm. Within the depths of the North Spirit Plains, high-tier spirit beasts dwell. Therefore, you must never venture too far into the plains. His voice grew stern at this juncture, for the high-tier spirit beasts in the depths posed considerable challenges, even for him. The newly graduated students were akin to unarmed lambs. The students nodded in agreement. Understanding the gravity of their situation, they were far from foolish enough to gamble with their lives. For this expedition, the top 3 teams will each earn a spirit-nourishing pill, Master Mo continued, his tone softening as he observed the brightened eyes of the eager youth. Thus, to secure good results, collaborate effectively with your teammates. Your current abilities necessitate cooperation to thrive in the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains. Yes, the students replied in unison. After defeating spirit beasts, do not forget to collect their essences. While the essences of low-tier spirit beasts may not be deemed valuable by the formidable spirit soul realm experts, they will serve as the metric for assessing your performance. Yu Chan nodded slightly, aware that only those of the spirit soul realm possess the ability to refine the essences of spirit beasts, which were typically beneath their notice. Master Mo, as a spirit soul realm expert, what essence have you refined? One of the students inquired, curiosity piqued by the extraordinary abilities of those in the spirit soul realm. After a moment's hesitation, Master Mo formed a single-handed seal, unleashing a surge of powerful spiritual energy that coalesced into a magnificent golden wolf, its body adorned with streaks of thunderous patterns, exuding an air of majesty. Wow! The camp erupted in exclamations of awe, even drawing the attention of students from the western courtyard, who gazed in astonishment at the golden wolf behind Master Mo. Meanwhile, Master Shi, engaged in explaining the rules to the students from the western courtyard, smirked and unleashed his own powerful spiritual energy, summoning a shadow of a black lion, its back adorned with a gray turtle shell. As the students beheld the spirit beast essences summoned by these 2 spirit soul realm experts, envy coursed through them. Such power was undeniably alluring. I have refined the essence of the high-tier golden thunder wolf, which ranks within the beast record, albeit not in the upper echelons, sitting at 382nd place on the Earth ranking. Master Shi has refined the essence of the high-tier stone turtle lion, which occupies the 390th position on the Earth ranking. Master Mo chuckled at Master Shi's display, then waved his hand, dispersing the golden wolf. Such formidable spirit beasts, yet they are only ranked over 300 on the Earth list. One student marveled. How terrifying must those in the top 100 be? And what of the legendary heavenly ranking in the beast record? Are they not unfathomable? The students were astounded. If the Earth ranking was so formidable, one could only imagine the terror of the heavenly ranking. The spirit beasts listed within the top 100 of the Earth ranking transcended mere spirit beasts. Their strength far surpassed that of spirit soul realm experts, rivaling those who had ascended to the realm of the 3 heavens. Hence, they were referred to as celestial spirit beasts, or simply celestial beasts. At this juncture, Master Mo cast a glance at Mu Qin, who understood the implication. Mu Qin's father had refined the dragon flame eagle, which ranked within the top 100 of the Earth list, thus qualifying as a celestial beast. Generally speaking, it was exceedingly challenging for spirit soul realm experts to refine the essences of spirit beasts that surpassed their own strength. The fact that Mu Qin's father achieved this was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. Consequently, Mu Qin's prowess placed him among the top 3 in the 9 domains of the North Spirit Realm. As for those exalted beings listed on the heavenly ranking, Master Mo paused momentarily before laughing. I dare say that even the most supreme figures in the vast world would hesitate to engage them lightly, as the time drew near. It was advised that everyone take an early rest today. Tomorrow dawn would mark the commencement of their formal cultivation in the Northern Spirit Plains. Master Mo, feeling he had said enough, waved his hand to quell the exuberance of the eager youths. The night passed in tranquility. When morning arrived, the camp was abuzz with excitement as numerous students readied themselves, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed into the vast expanse of the forest. Mu Qian stood beside Tang Qian'er, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until it fell upon Tan Qing not far away. Accompanied by Mo Ling, the sight was somewhat surprising. It appeared the two had formed a team. Mu Qian found it curious, for Mo Ling, with his strength at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, could have easily chosen someone more suitable than Tan Qing for companionship. Mu Qian, are you and Qian'er a team? Mo Ling approached with a smile, bringing Tan Qing along. I'm teamed up with Qing. He is a newcomer, and it can be a bit perilous here, so I thought I'd look out for him. Mu Qian nodded with a smile. He perceived an undertone in Mo Ling's words that suggested a desire to cultivate a good relationship, likely motivated by the wish to befriend him. Senior Mo Ling, you are indeed thoughtful, Mu Qian remarked, harboring no ill feelings towards him, thus not resenting this overture of camaraderie. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted as a commotion arose to their right. Several familiar figures emerged before Mu Qian. Leading the group was Liu Yang, who had suffered defeat at Mu Qian's hands during the academy trials. Liu Yang's gaze was dark and brooding. That loss had dealt a significant blow to his reputation, and despite his brother Liu Mubai's standing within the academy, he could not escape the whispers of scorn that filled him with rage. Mu Qian merely glanced at Liu Yang before turning his head to the side. There stood a robust young man clad in yellow, who eyed Mu Qian with keen interest. So, you are Mu Qian? Your fame has grown quite considerable of late. Qian Tong, what brings you here? Mo Ling frowned as he recognized the two youths. Mu Qian remained unperturbed, aware of Qian Tong's notable reputation within the Northern Spirit Academy. Ranking third on the Academy leaderboard and possessing strength at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, much like Mo Ling you used to swagger about alone. What prompted you to bring along a cohort now? Mu Qian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Yang. Liu Yang's face turned an ashen hue upon hearing this, and he replied with a menacing tone, enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. Should we encounter you in the Northern Spirit Plains? You will regret it, Mu Qian chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Compared to your brother, you truly fall short. How haughty. Let me introduce myself. I am Qian Tong from the West Courtyard. I've long wished to witness the prowess of the sole individual from the Northern Spirit Realm who has qualified for the Spirit Road. Qian Tong extended his hand with a smirk. Let us proceed. Mu Qian smiled faintly, disinterested in further conversation with the two, and strode past Qian Tong. He paused momentarily and turned his gaze toward the distance, where Liu Mubai, clad in white and exuding remarkable handsomeness, regarded him with an aloof demeanor. Their eyes met, a subtle chill lingering in the air, prompting the surrounding students to fall into an uneasy silence. If you find me displeasing, come at me directly. I hold little regard for these individuals. Mu Qian chuckled softly before continuing onward, leading Tang Qian'er and the others swiftly out of the camp towards the Northern Spirit Plains. Liu Mubai narrowed his eyes at the retreating figure of Mu Qian, a flicker of coldness flashing within. That scoundrel! Liu Yang spat through gritted teeth. Qian Tong grinned, his eyes shadowed with malice. Let him revel for now. We shall undoubtedly cross paths in the Northern Spirit Plains. When no one is watching, I shall teach him what it means to show respect. Truly, he is a disrespectful brat. Chapter 26. The cunning hunter. The scoundrels from the West Courtyard are truly insufferable. Within the verdant embrace of the forest, Tang Qian'er's delicate visage bore an expression of mild ire. These individuals had repeatedly sought to trouble Mu Qian, igniting a simmering frustration even within the most placid of hearts. To be envied is the mark of a true talent, Mu Qian replied with a gentle smile, glancing back toward the receding figures. It appears Liu Mubai harbors considerable resentment toward me, though I have hardly crossed paths with him before. Liu Mubai? Tang Qian'er furrowed her brows. Is he planning to target you? Otherwise, why would a newcomer like Liu Yang garner the support of someone like Qian Tong? Mu Qian speculated. Liu Mubai is likely orchestrating this. He resembles those freaks from the Spirit Road, albeit lacking a certain edge. That man is indeed troublesome, Tang Qian'er remarked, her expression growing cold, before her concern resurfaced. Liu Mubai is not easily dealt with. Liu Yang pales in comparison. Since entering the Northern Spirit Academy, Liu Mubai has maintained his title as the strongest, and it seems he has never known defeat. Indeed, Mu Qian, Exercise caution around Lu Mubai. He has always eluded my grasp. I once engaged him in combat but faced utter defeat. Even then, he did not unleash his full power, Mo Ling added gravely. Senior Mo Ling, your strength is already at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. If Lu Mubai can easily overpower you, Tan Qingshan interjected. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Ling nodded slowly. Lu Mubai has likely ascended to the spirit wheel realm. He is indeed formidable. Tang Qiner's expression grew serious. If that were the case, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. The disparity between the spirit wheel and spirit movement realms is immense. She turned to Mu Qian, who remained remarkably composed, a gentle smile playing on his lips, exuding an aura of serene confidence that eased the worries of Tang Qiner, Mo Ling, and Tan Qingshan alike. The youth before them seemed to possess an almost magical calmness, instilling faith that he could achieve what others deemed impossible. Though the spirit wheel realm was formidable, it was not insurmountable. Though troublesome, should Lu Mubai choose to act, he would also face consequences. Let us set aside these thoughts for now. Our training in the northern spirit planes has begun. It is time for us to take action. You two are now our competitors, Mu Qian declared with a smile directed at Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan. Then let us strike first. Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan exchanged glances, determination igniting within them as they sprinted forward. They were currently at the periphery of the northern spirit plains, where spirit beasts were scarce. They needed to venture deeper to encounter any. Watching the two race ahead, Mu Qian could not help but chuckle, rubbing his palms together as a flicker of excitement ignited in his dark eyes. It has been far too long since I last played the role of a hunter. If I do not act soon, I may lose my touch. Let us move as well. Mu Qian waved at Tang Qianer, quickening his pace, though he chose a slightly different path from Mo Ling and the others. His experiences within the spirit road had taught him how to track the signs of spirit beasts. The two hastened onward, gradually delving deeper into the outskirts of the northern spirit plains, where the distant roars of various beasts echoed through the air. Tang Qianer closely followed Mu Qian, her lovely face betraying a hint of tension. She fully understood that if surrounded by spirit beasts in such a perilous place, it could spell disaster for them. As she nervously surveyed their surroundings, Mu Qian suddenly halted, causing her to collide with him unexpectedly. The softness of her form pressed against his back, eliciting a moment of surprise that caused Mu Qian to blink. Tang Qianer's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly stepped back, only to have her hand caught by Mu Qian. Shoo! Before Tang Qianer could protest, Mu Qian gestured gently, his gaze piercing through the foliage ahead. Following his line of sight, she beheld two blood-red creatures, each adorned with a single black horn upon their foreheads, reminiscent of both tiger and boar, leisurely ambling through a clearing, their harsh grunting sounds resonating around them. Those are low-level spirit beasts known as blood-boar tigers, Mu Qian whispered. They appeared to possess strength at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. However, these beasts had tough hides and could withstand full-force strikes from those at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. When provoked, they could be exceptionally fierce. One for each of us. Is that acceptable? Mu Qian inquired, glancing at Tang Qianer, whose face had paled slightly. Nevertheless, she resolutely nodded, for this was likely her first encounter with such ferocious spirit beasts. Do not fear. I am here, Mu Qian reassured her with a smile. Tang Qianer gently bit her silver teeth, and with a delicate grip of her jade-like hand, a short sword slipped from her palm. She had no intention of hindering Mu Qian. For the sake of their mutual success, she too must exert herself. With a soft command, Mu Qian was the first to charge forward. Roar! As Mu Qian made his presence known, the two blood pigs surged forth, their crimson eyes ablaze. With a fearsome roar, it became evident that a sinister bloodlight radiated from their bodies. Boom! One of the beasts charged with the force of an earthquake, akin to a streak of red lightning, racing towards Mu Qian with the swiftness of thunder. The other, attempting to follow suit, was suddenly struck on the nose by a sharp rock enveloped in spiritual energy, causing it to halt, its blood-red eyes now fixed upon the frail girl who had appeared. Before it lunged forward with a roar, Mu Qian focused intently on the blood pig charging towards him. Rather than panic, his gaze sparkled with excitement. With a firm stomp, he launched himself forward with remarkable speed. As the man and beast collided, a whirlwind stirred up the dry leaves around them. Yet, just as they were about to clash, Mu Qian deftly sidestepped, gripping a sharp dagger that had slipped into his hand, dark spiritual energy rapidly coiling around it. with a precise arc of his right hand, as the blood pig rushed past. Black light flickered, and a glint of cold steel sliced through the beast's eyes, blood gushing forth. Bang! The blood pig crashed violently against a massive tree, which fell with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground. The blood pig let out a frantic scream, its crimson eyes now blinded by Mu Qin's strike. Roar! The agony drove the blood pig to madness, and guided by the scent in the air. It turned and charged at Mu Qin once more, its bristled mane standing erect like steel spikes, resembling a fortress of iron. However, in the face of the frenzied beast, Mu Qin remained remarkably composed. He stood firm as the blood pig barreled past him. Each time it did, his dagger would draw forth streams of its hot, crimson blood. As the blood pig's momentum slowed, clearly exhausted, Mu Qin seized the opportunity during its staggering, lunging forward with cold determination in his eyes. Enveloped in spiritual energy, the dagger felt chillingly sharp against his skin as it struck deep into the blood pig's throat. Scalding blood poured forth, and the blood pig emitted a haunting wail, its body gradually ceasing to move. Having dispatched the beast, Mu Qin turned his attention to Tang Qian'er, who appeared somewhat disheveled. While she had left her mark on the blood pig's body, it was hardly enough to inflict substantial harm on such a resilient creature. Roar! The blood pig engaged with Tang Qian'er seemed to have heard its companion's dying cries. Its blood-red eyes flared with fury, its massive frame swelling with rage. Mu Qin raised an eyebrow at the sight. Tang Qian'er exclaimed as her short sword struck the blood pig, only to be repelled from her grasp. She quickly retreated several steps, only to feel a shadow loom over her, the foul stench assaulting her senses as the blood pig leapt high, akin to a small mountain, crashing down upon her. Gazing at the impending shadow, Tang Qian'er's face paled, her body seemingly frozen in fear. Whooshed, a figure darted past her, an arm encircling her slender waist, as a dagger infused with dark, spiritual energy surged forth like a shadowy flash, slicing through the blood pig's abdomen. With a swift roll, Mu Qin embraced Tang Qian'er, avoiding the beast's weighty descent. The blood pig struggled briefly upon landing before succumbing, clearly devoid of life. Exhaling a sigh of relief after defeating the two blood pigs, Mu Qin felt the girl in his arms stir slightly, prompting him to smile and release her. "Are you all right?" Tang Qian'er, her cheeks flushed, shook her head. She glanced at the lifeless blood pigs, awe evident in her beautiful eyes. She understood well that it was Mu Qin's prowess that had enabled such swift victories. "How are you so formidable?" "I struggled with that blood pig for so long and couldn't bring it down." She couldn't help but ask. "Just aim for the vital points, and after more hunts, you'll become accustomed to it," Mu Qin replied with a smile, then walked toward the fallen beasts. He swiftly sliced through their heads, from which crimson orbs began to rise. Within those orbs, a diminutive blood pig could be discerned, emanating faint waves of violent spiritual energy. These were the sole essences of spirit beasts. Mu Qin couldn't help but smile as he wiped the blood from his dagger. Casting his gaze deeper into the forest, his tongue grazing his lips, the earlier scent of blood had awakened a long-suppressed hunger within him. "Let us go. This is just the beginning," Mu Qin said to Tang Qian'er, then continued onward, seeking greater challenges among the spirit beasts. Suddenly, the ground beneath the foliage trembled violently, and a fierce roar echoed through the woods. Following the sound, one could see a massive, tawny bear, several meters tall, swinging its colossal paws like hammers, aiming furiously at a petite figure before it. Faced with the onslaught of the bear, the small figure retreated quickly, her short sword enveloped in spiritual energy, resembling a serpent striking forth, leaving a trail of crimson on the bear's chest. Roar! The searing pain in its chest drove the bear into a frenzy, its paws radiating deep yellow energy, leaving profound imprints on the ground with each strike. Such power, if it struck the petite figure, would undoubtedly cause grave injury. Fortunately, the small figure was remarkably agile, evading deftly and exploiting every opening to inflict wounds upon the bear. After a relentless struggle lasting about 10 minutes, the bear finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing like a mountain. The beautiful girl, having finally worn down the beast, let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, panting heavily as she turned to see a tall young man nearby, watching her with a warm smile. "Not bad," Mu Qin approached, glancing at the bear's corpse and pointing to the blood-stained white markings on its body. However, your strikes were somewhat hesitant. This was its weak point. Find a single flaw, and you could have defeated it outright. You wasted too much effort. Had this bear been stronger, it could have drained you of your energy. Tang Qian'er looked at the ground nearby, where another slain bear lay, its chest bearing a single, precise wound that had directly pierced its heart. Clearly, this bear had met its end with a single strike. That bear was Mu Qin's achievement. Tang Qian'er had witnessed the sharpness and precision of his lethal blow, executed with a composure that far surpassed her own disarray. Yet, despite her words, Tang Qian'er felt a twinge of admiration. Under Mu Qin's guidance throughout their journey, she had begun to shed her initial fears and could now hunt low-level spirit beasts of mid-level agility on her own. Meanwhile, Mu Qin's handsome visage remained serene and gentle, rendering the dangers that had once terrified her seemingly trivial. Tang Qian'er's gaze lingered on the boy crouched down, collecting the essence from the mountain bear, dappled sunlight illuminating his serious profile, which possessed a quality not typically found in ordinary youthful faces, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Today has been quite fruitful. Thus far, we've gathered 8 low-level spirit beast essences, Mu Qin said as he secured the mountain bear's essence, then stood up to smile at Tang Qian'er. Hearing this commendable result, Tang Qian'er smiled brightly. Today's haul was indeed satisfying. Let's continue. While the results are important, we must seize these opportunities for training, Mu Qin said with a grin, just as he was about to delve deeper. His brow furrowed slightly, and he turned his gaze to the distance on the right. What is it? Tang Qian'er inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. There seems to be some commotion over there. Let's take a look. Mu Qin contemplated before beckoning Tang Qian'er to follow, as he quickened his pace toward the source of the disturbance. Tang Qian'er hurried to catch up with him in the dense woods. Dozens of students from the North Spirit Academy were clustered together, their faces ashen as they stared ahead. Leaning lazily against the trees were 10 figures, their gazes toward the students filled with a hint of mockery. Though the 10 figures moved with a certain languidness, they exuded an air of competence. Their eyes were bright and sharp, and a faint metallic scent of blood wafted from their bodies. They were, astonishingly, a band of adventurers. What do you truly desire? Before the students of Biling Academy stood several familiar faces. Mo Ling, Tan Qingshan, and even Zhang Li and Tang Yong were present at this moment. Their expressions mirrored the anger and apprehension of their fellow students as they regarded the adventurers before them. After all, they were merely youthful individuals, not yet fully matured, and even in the presence of fierce spirit beasts, they felt a twinge of trepidation. The adventurers before them were seasoned individuals, accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, and the ruthless demeanor that occasionally surfaced was enough to instill fear. Look at you little brats, a young man clad in leather armor grinned at the Biling Academy students, languidly stating, haven't I made it clear? Hand over the spirit beast essence you possess. You want to rob us? A young boy retorted in fury. Correct. The young man laughed heartily, prompting his companions to join in the mockery, clearly treating this encounter as mere amusement. We are students of Biling Academy, and both of our mentors are present. They possess the strength of the spirit realm. One student invoked the names of their mentors, attempting to intimidate the adventurers. I am aware that you are students of Biling Academy, and you are here for training? Correct? Have your mentors not informed you that encountering robbery is also a part of your training? The young man smirked. As long as I don't kill you, your mentors won't intervene, so just hand it over. And spare me the trouble. I can be quite ruthless. He flashed a grin, his white teeth resembling those of a beast, sending chills down their spines. You? Mo Ling could no longer contain his anger. Fists clenched tightly. Care to test your strength? The young man shot a glance at Mo Ling, his smile taking on a sinister edge. You two are at the late stage of spirit movement realm. Just like me. Why not see who is stronger? Feeling the predatory gaze of the young man, Mo Ling's heart sank. Though they were both at the same level, the latter's aura was not something he could contend with, and his companions were equally formidable. Mo Ling's gaze flickered. After a moment, he gradually released his clenched fists and exchanged a helpless glance with Tan Qingshan and Zhang Li, shaking his head. Tan Qingshan and the others could only sigh, recognizing that they were outmatched and resigned to their misfortune, accepting it as a lesson learned in humility. Now that is a wise child, the young man remarked, satisfied as he noted their surrender. Though his smile was laced with derision, Is this what Biling Academy students are like? Truly disappointing. What are you doing? Just as Mo Ling and the others prepared to relinquish the hard-earned spirit beast essences, a voice filled with curiosity sounded from behind, prompting them to turn. They saw Mu Qian and Tang Qianer standing nearby. Observing them, Mu Qian, Mo Ling and the others initially felt a rush of joy upon seeing Mu Qian, only to quickly remember the situation and urgently signaled for him to leave. What's the matter? However, Mu Qian seemed oblivious to their warnings, smiling as he approached Tang Qianer. Shoo, another little lamb has appeared. The young man grinned at Mu Qian, then his gaze fell upon Tang Qianer, his eyes lighting up as he whistled and said, "And there's a little beauty too." Tang Qianer glared at the young man, annoyance flickering across her features, which only seemed to momentarily captivate him. O Ling could only shake his head with a bitter smile as Mu Qian and Tang Qianer drew closer, then explained the situation. Robbery? You truly are unlucky. Mu Qian chuckled after hearing the tale. Aren't you in the same predicament? Jiangli retorted, rolling his eyes at Mu Qian, who was somehow still amused in such a dire situation. Hey kid, now that you're here, why not hand over some spirit beast essence and let the little beauty come along too? After all, we can't show favoritism. The young man beckoned with a grin. You want mine too? Mu Qian raised an eyebrow. Who told you to come here, you little brats? You really are quite foolish. Although your talent is commendable, if it comes to a fight, you won't stand a chance. The young man remarked with a hint of exasperation. I'll give you one spirit beast essence. Here you go. Mu Qian shrugged, retrieving an essence from his pocket and stepping toward the young man. Are you deaf? I said for the little beauty to bring it over. The young man scowled, grumbling. As he continued his incessant chatter, Mu Qian approached him, extending the spirit beast essence. The young man reached for it with one hand while his other hand swung toward Mu Qian's head in annoyance. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch the essence, the boy's originally playful dark eyes turned icy. With a swift motion, he flipped his palm, unleashing a sharp black light that sliced through the young man's hand. Blood immediately sprang forth. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard, including the young man's companions, who stared in astonishment at the blood that splattered across the ground. Amidst the myriad of bewildered gazes, the handsome youth lifted his head and smiled faintly. Apologies. I suddenly changed my mind. In the dense forest, the young man stared in shock at his blood-soaked hand. Moments later, the searing pain from his palm jolted him back to reality, and his previously cheerful expression transformed into one of grim determination. Kid, are you seeking death? The young man trembled slightly, his dark expression taking on a menacing quality. Mu Qian regarded him coolly and replied, as an experienced adventurer, do you not understand the principle that one must eventually pay for their actions? Have you never encountered a setback before? Heh, good lad. The young man, upon hearing this, erupted in rage-fueled laughter. His companions attempted to advance, but he halted them with a gesture, tearing a piece of his clothing to wrap his bleeding hand, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Mu Qian. You should understand what happens next. Are we going to fight? Mu Qian chuckled. You dare to strike first? I'm not overly angry. Rather, I admire your courage. A person without bloodlust, regardless of talent, is useless. You are different from those other kids. The young man fixed his gaze on Mu Qian and declared, My name is Lin Zhong. While I appreciate your admiration, let's be clear. I'm offering you a chance. If you defeat me, you and your companions may leave without consequence, and I will overlook your attack. If you lose, you will forfeit a finger as a lesson. Are there any other options? Mu Qian shrugged. What do you think? Lin Zhong sneered. Well then, let us fight. As Mu Qian's voice echoed, his eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward, his fingers bending as dark spiritual energy coiled around them, generating a fierce gale as he aimed for Lin Zhong's throat with lightning speed. Still want to come? However, Lin Zhong was clearly not comparable to the inexperienced students of Biling Academy. Having already suffered a setback, he was on high alert. Thus, when Mu Qian launched his attack, though startled, he remained composed, raising his arm, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he blocked the strike aimed at his throat. Bang! Mu Qian's fingers collided with Lin Zhong's arm, feeling as though he had struck metal. Numbing his fingertips, Lin Zhong's strength was formidable. He had evidently reached the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm, on the verge of breaking into the spirit wheel realm. As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Qian wasted no time, retracting his fingers and transforming them into a fist, enveloping it in spiritual energy before striking Lin Zhong's temple with all his might. Bang bang! Lin Zhong retaliated fiercely, bracing against Mu Chen's fists. The clash of their energies sent a shockwave, rustling the fallen leaves around them. In that moment of impact, Mu Chen was pushed back several steps, while Lin Zhong also staggered back, surprise flashing in his eyes. Upon contact, he felt the overwhelming power of Mu Chen's dark spiritual energy, realizing that the youth before him was no ordinary opponent. Good lad, Lin Zhong bellowed, lunging forward with renewed vigor. His spiritual energy erupted, and his hands sliced through the air with deadly precision as he relentlessly targeted Mu Chen's vital points. Behind them, Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and the others felt a cold sweat break out as they witnessed Lin Zhong's ruthless assault. These individuals were indeed a band of reckless adventurers. However, in the face of Lin Zhong's fierce onslaught, Mu Chen remained unperturbed. With a graceful shift of his steps, his dark eyes fixated intently on Lin Zhong's attacks. Occasionally, he transformed his palm into a fist, briefly clashing with Lin Zhong's palm winds, yet retreating almost instantaneously. It seemed as though he was continuously giving ground. Yet Lin Zhong found himself unable to gain the upper hand against him. Behind Lin Zhong, his companions, who had initially approached the situation with a sense of amusement, gradually wore expressions of growing seriousness. They exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. This young man is quite impressive. Despite being merely in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, he manages to evade Lin Zhong's grasp. What? The adventurers gasped in astonishment. How could this boy see through Lin Zhong's offensive? What keen perception he possesses. Lin Zhong is not one of those little brats from the academy, Captain. You didn't misjudge him, did you? One of them asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. The burly man cast a glance at them and replied, if this boy is indeed at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, none of you would stand a chance against him. When did the students of Biling Academy become so formidable? Surely not, the adventurers exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Zhong was beginning to lose his composure. The burly man smiled faintly and said, the crowd quickly turned their gazes, only to see Lin Zhong's face reddening. On his fist, a silver light flickered, and a low rumble akin to thunder seemed to resonate ominously. Is he really going to employ the thunderstorm fist? That's Lin Zhong's trump card. It seems he has indeed been pushed to his limits. Boy, let us see if you can withstand this move. Lin Zhong's face flushed, the silver radiance on his fist growing ever more brilliant. A violent wave of energy emanating from him, Mu Chen gazed at the silver light on Lin Zhong's fist, his expression turning slightly grave, and he clenched his right hand tightly. Whoosh! Lin Zhong shot forward like an arrow, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of energy, the sound of thunder echoing ominously. The thunderstorm fist, a ferocious strike, imbued with astounding power, surged towards Mu Chen, swirling dead leaves around like a withered yellow tornado, wrapping around Lin Zhong's fist as it bore down on Mu Chen. This astonishing blow left Tang Qianer and her companions shaken. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen felt a dark glow erupt from his palm. The next moment, he stepped forward, his body soaring like a drawn bow, the dark light enveloping his fist, and he struck. The forest death seal. The black light coalesced on Mu Chen's fist, forming a black seal imbued with domineering spiritual energy. As he confronted Lin Zhong's punch head-on amidst a sea of astonished gazes, bang! A deep sound resonated, and the ground beneath their feet cracked from the impact, the violent energy wave shattering the surrounding dead leaves into fragments. Both figures felt their faces whiten momentarily, and as the energy exploded, they were violently thrown back, nearly losing their balance. Such a fierce clash, and yet it was impossible to determine a victor. The onlookers were left agape. The adventurers stunned that Lin Zhong's powerful attack had proved futile, while Tang Qianer and her companions were astonished that Mu Chen had managed to withstand such a fierce onslaught. You? Lin Zhong steadied himself, his expression fluctuating as he regarded Mu Chen, clearly struggling to accept this outcome. Meanwhile, his companions stepped forward, their gazes turning hostile as they fixated on Mu Chen. Observing this, Mu Chen let out a cold chuckle, deftly pinching a fiery red orb between his slender fingers, unleashing an extremely violent wave of energy. What? Planning to overwhelm me with numbers? Lin Zhong's companions noticed the ferocious energy radiating from the orb in Mu Chen's hand. Their expressions shifting. A spirit-breaking orb? They dared not advance any further, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Mu Chun. No wonder this boy shows no fear. It turns out he possesses such a formidable item. Judging by the energy fluctuations from the spirit-breaking orb, even a powerful being at the spirit wheel realm would likely suffer severe injury if caught off guard. The atmosphere in the arena turned tense, and Tang Qin'er, Mo Ling, and the others quickly positioned themselves behind Mu Chun, vigilantly watching the adventurers. Halt! A deep voice suddenly emerged from behind Lin Zhong. The burly man approached with a frown. What are you doing? Losing a person is one thing, but are you intent on disgracing our thunderstorm team? The adventurers forced awkward smiles. The burly man then turned to Mu Chun, smiling as he said, "Little brother, you are quite impressive. Let us settle this matter here. If we have offended your companions earlier, I hope you will forgive us. No need for such formality," Mu Chun replied with a smile, casually stowing away the spirit-breaking orb. At that moment, he sensed the tension in the burly man's body ease, clearly wary of the ORB. Mu Chun smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further, since there's nothing more to discuss. "We shall take our leave." As he spoke, he prepared to lead his companions away. After all, these adventurers were not their kind, and it would be safer to depart sooner rather than later. "Wait," the burly man, noticing their intent to leave, rushed forward a few steps, exclaiming. Mu Chun kept a wary eye on him, slowly retracting his hand into his sleeve, ready to draw the spirit-breaking orb again. "Is there something else?" Seeing Mu Chun's vigilant gaze, the burly man let out a bitter laugh, hesitating before saying, "Little brother, I wish to propose a collaboration with you. Would you be interested?" "Collaboration?" Mu Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "If you have nothing to do, please cast a couple of votes, and if you can, please click the recommendation button. We are being pursued relentlessly. Everyone, lend a hand without holding back." Chapter 29. The Jade Spirit Tree Collaboration? Mu Chun gazed with mild astonishment at the burly man before him, whose square face and thick brows gave him a rugged appearance. However, what truly astonished Mu Chun was the faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from within him, indicating that he had evidently advanced to the spirit wheel realm. "This adventuring team is quite formidable. Ha, little brother. I am Lei Chung, captain of the thunderstorm team," the burly man said, extending his large hand with a smile. "Biling Academy student, Mu Chun, and I am merely an ordinary student from Biling Academy. I doubt I can be of much assistance, so perhaps we should forego the collaboration." Mu Chun shook his head. Although he was unaware of the specifics of this proposed collaboration, he understood that these adventuring teams were often not entirely clean and carried many grievances. Should he unwittingly entangle himself, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Upon seeing Mu Chun's refusal, Lei Ching glanced around and, lowering his voice, said, "Little brother Mu Chun, to be honest, the reason I sought you out for collaboration is that I noticed the spirit-breaking orb in your possession. Just 2 days ago, our thunderstorm team discovered a valley in Biling Plains, where we stumbled upon some valuable items." Mu Chun's expression remained unchanged, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Lei Chung realized that this boy was not a simple person. Typically, a young heart would be curious and proud. Yet Mu Chun displayed no hint of interest in what he had said, clearly demonstrating exceptional self-control. "In that valley, we discovered a mature jade spirit tree." Knowing Mu Chun would not be swayed easily, Lei Ching paused before continuing softly. "The jade spirit tree?" Mu Chun's gaze flickered slightly as he turned to Lei Ching. "Mature? Has it borne jade spirit fruits?" "The jade spirit tree, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, holds little attraction in its own right, but the fruits it bears, filled with gentle spiritual energy, are of great benefit to cultivators below the spirit soul realm. At present, Mu Chun seeks to cultivate the second forest death seal. But his strength is still insufficient, and he requires external assistance. The jade spirit fruit could indeed alleviate his urgent needs. Although we did not approach closely, we observed from a distance that the jade spirit tree appears to be quite mature." Lei Ching nodded. "Are there guardian spirit beasts?" Mu Chun inquired. It's precisely due to those beasts that Lei Ching chuckled bitterly. "In that valley, there are at least 100 fire spirit monkeys. And the most troublesome part is that there's a fire spirit monkey king, who has reached the intermediate spirit beast level, boasting strength roughly on par with the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm. Even stronger than I am. 100 fire spirit monkeys? A fire spirit monkey king?" Mu Chun was taken aback. While the fire spirit monkeys are low-level spirit beasts, some of the more mature ones can reach the late stage of the spirit movement realm. With such a multitude gathered, it would be extremely challenging to handle, especially with the presence of a Fire Spirit Monkey King. The Fire Spirit Monkey King's strength is not just the most troublesome aspect, but it also commands the other Fire Spirit Monkeys, Mu-chan murmured. Although the Fire Spirit Monkeys are numerous, they lack much intelligence, making them easier to deal with as a disorganized mass. However, if the Fire Spirit Monkey King leads them, the situation changes entirely. With its heightened intelligence, even if it is not as cunning as a human, its ability to direct the charge of 100 Fire Spirit Monkeys could spell disaster for the Thunderstorm team. Lei Chung shot Mu-chan a look of surprise, clearly not expecting this seemingly young boy to possess such extensive knowledge about these spirit beasts, rivaling that of seasoned hunters in Why Spirit-Breaking Orb. While capable of severely injuring intermediate spirit beasts, would still find it quite difficult to secure a kill, Mu-chan mused, "No worries. As long as we can severely wound the Fire Spirit Monkey King, our chances of success will increase significantly." With a confident smile, Lei Chung, despite being only at the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel realm, believed he could inflict injuries upon the Fire Spirit Ape King. Even if he couldn't defeat it at its peak in that case. Mu-chan smiled slyly, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "Let us discuss the remuneration further. You must be aware that to accomplish these tasks, I will at the very least need to expend a broken spirit pearl, which is quite expensive and sometimes hard to acquire even with money." Lei Chung chuckled bitterly. He no longer viewed Mu-chan as merely a youth, thus harboring no thoughts of deceit. "Little brother, name your price, if it is reasonable." "I shall not object," Mu-chan pondered for a moment before stating. "I shall require 30% of the Jade Spirit fruits from the Jade Spirit tree. This price should not be considered excessive, as I understand that the main efforts will still be borne by your Thunderbolt team. Hence the bulk of the rewards will go to you." "Your heart is indeed quite dark," Lei Chung smirked, yet after some contemplation, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that this price was acceptable, given that the majority of the spoils would be on their end. "Let it be so. I will need to bring along a few companions. Is that acceptable?" Mu-chan inquired with a smile. Although their initial interaction had been cordial, he remained cautious, aware that venturing alone with them could be perilous. "That is fine, but you are aware of the Fire Spirit Ape's strength. If anyone lacks the ability to protect themselves, it could lead to trouble." Lei Chung cautioned. Mu-chan nodded, then turned to Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling, who were unaware of his conversation with Lei Chung. However, the atmosphere seemed amicable. As long as they did not come to blows, that was the best outcome. "Next, there is a matter that carries certain risks but also substantial benefits. I intend to collaborate with the Thunderbolt team on a task. If you are interested, you may accompany me. The rewards will surely satisfy you, provided you adhere to my commands and possess at least mid-level spirit movement realm strength." "Is anyone willing to join?" Mu-chan looked at Mo Ling and the others. They were taken aback. Mu-chan was actually proposing cooperation with these individuals? "I will go." Tang Qian'er was the first to raise her delicate white hand. Smiling brightly, "I will also join." Mo Ling nodded after a moment of thought. He was at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, fully meeting the criteria. He trusted Mu-chan's judgment. If even he claimed the rewards would be satisfactory, they must indeed be worthwhile. Tan Qingshan felt a twinge of regret, but his strength was only at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, making participation impractical. Jiang Li and Tang Yong exchanged glances, hesitating for a while before finally gritting their teeth and saying, "We will also go." Subsequently, 3 more youths at mid-level spirit movement realm strength decided to join, bringing Mu-chen's party to a total of 8 members. A fairly decent lineup that would provide some leeway in case of unforeseen events. This youth is even more cautious and seasoned than we are. When did the North Spirit Academy produce such students? Lei Chung mused, shaking his head slightly. Mu-chen's previous remarks were clearly directed at them. Should they dare to act recklessly, that formidable figure at the Divine Soul Realm would surely ensure they had no chance to escape the North Spirit Plains. Tan Qingshan nodded in agreement, and upon seeing Mu-chen wave, he ceased lingering and departed with the other students. "Let us set out as well." Mu-chan turned to Lei Chang and smiled. "Very well, let us proceed," Lei Chung replied, nodding as he beckoned to the members of the Thunderbolt team, leading the way as they swiftly plunged into the dense forest, quickly vanishing from sight. During their journey, Mu-chen revealed the details regarding the Jade Spirit Tree to Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling. Upon hearing the mention of Jade Spirit fruits, their eyes visibly sparkled, for they understood well the immense benefits such spirit fruits could provide. "Hee, Mu-chan is truly loyal. He hasn't forgotten about us in this good fortune," Mo Ling exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Meanwhile, Zhongli and Tang Yong felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Their previous attitude towards Mu Qian had not been particularly favorable, yet now they found themselves indebted to him, leading to a sense of awkwardness. Do you truly believe you can partake in this without effort? You must follow instructions, for should any trouble arise, your lives may be at stake. Mu Qian chuckled lightly. Rest assured, we will heed your commands, Mo Ling responded eagerly, and even Zhongli and Tang Yong nodded vigorously. Seeing their enthusiasm, Mu Qian smiled and focused on the journey ahead. As they traversed the thick foliage, they encountered some obstructive spirit beasts along the way. However, before Mu Qian could take action, the Thunderbolt team efficiently eliminated these lower-tier spirit beasts, leaving Mo Ling and the others in awe of the stark difference in their capabilities. After briskly advancing for approximately half an hour, the human presence around them dwindled, with the occasional roar of beasts echoing in the distance. At this point, even the Thunderbolt team began to exercise caution. As they passed through another stretch of forest, their line of sight suddenly widened. A stream flowed over the rocky ground, revealing a small valley ahead, from which sharp ape howls resonated. Upon seeing the valley, Lei Cheng halted his steps and nodded to Mu Qian, signaling that they had reached their destination. The jade spirit tree lay within this very valley. Buzz. The valley seemed to tremble at that moment, the already immense form of the fire spirit ape king appearing even more formidable, its grotesque beastly face contorted with fury, exuding an air of menace. Mu Qian, Lei Cheng, and the others gazed solemnly at the increasingly powerful fire spirit ape king. Who could have anticipated that it would break through at such a critical juncture? From the aura it projected, it seemed the fire spirit ape king had reached the pinnacle of mid-level spirit beasts. Comparable to a late-stage spirit wheel realm expert. Late-stage spirit wheel realm? Mu Qian and Lei Cheng exchanged glances, both inwardly lamenting their unfortunate fate. Encountering such a rare and dire situation truly tested their luck. Captain, what should we do? Lin Zhong and the others questioned, their faces pale with apprehension. Lei Cheng contemplated, then gritted his teeth and declared, the fire spirit ape king is on the verge of a breakthrough and is already severely injured. We will attempt once more. If we cannot subdue it, we shall retreat. Lin Zhong and the others nodded in agreement. This unforeseen development was too shocking. While they were reluctant to part with the jade spirit fruits, their lives took precedence. Mu Qian also gestured to Tang Qian'er and the others, indicating they should withdraw immediately if the situation turned dire. Roar. Just as Mu Qian alerted Tang Qian'er and the others, the fire spirit ape king unleashed a furious roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on Mu Qian, evidently remembering him as the one who had previously injured it. The fire spirit ape king's strong memory and lack of wisdom led it to see Mu Qian as a target that must be annihilated. Thus it charged forward first, seizing a massive boulder over 10 feet in size and wielding it as a weapon. Aiming a ferocious strike at Mu Qian, in response, Mu Qian deftly leaped back, narrowly evading the fire spirit ape king's savage attack. He dared not allow this colossal beast to land a blow, for with its late-stage spirit wheel realm strength, even a glancing contact could prove fatal. Witnessing the fire spirit ape king's relentless assault on Mu Qian, Lei Cheng and the others sprang into action. However, to their astonishment, no matter how they attacked, the fire spirit ape king paid them no mind. Fixated solely on battering Mu Qian, forcing him into a precarious position. Roar! This revelation drained their faces of color. If the hundreds of fire spirit apes in the valley awakened, they would have no chance of escape today. Captain, if the fire spirit ape king continues to roar, all those fire spirit apes will awaken. Lin Zhong exclaimed in alarm. Mu Qian sensed the urgency of the situation as well, his expression growing increasingly grave. He glanced at the jade spirit tree nestled within the crevice of the mountain wall and, after a moment's determination, bit down hard. Brother Lei Cheng, I will draw the fire spirit ape king away. You all quickly retrieve the jade spirit fruits. What? The others were taken aback. The fire spirit ape king possessed late-stage spirit wheel realm strength, while Mu Qian was merely at mid-stage spirit movement realm. If he were to lead it away alone, it would be exceedingly perilous. There is no time. The fire spirit ape king has locked onto me. You cannot take it away, Mu Qian insisted. With that, dark spiritual energy coiled around his legs, and his speed surged dramatically as he shot towards the valley's exit, the fire spirit ape king roaring behind him, pursuing without hesitation. Lei Cheng and the others stood frozen, watching Mu Qian lead the fire spirit ape king out of the valley. Finally, Lei Cheng gritted his teeth and urged, "Quickly, we must hurry. Lin Zhong, you all go intercept the awakening fire spirit apes. I will collect the jade spirit fruits." "Understood." Lin Zhong and the others wiped the blood from their mouths and nodded urgently, charging towards the groggy fire spirit apes. Lei Cheng cast one last glance towards the valley's exit, a bitter smile crossing his face as he silently prayed for Mu Qin's safety. Otherwise, when the North Spirit Academy's people came looking for them, they would also face dire consequences. In the heart of the forest, the earth trembled as a colossal crimson shadow, imbued with an aura of ferocity, charged recklessly forward. The towering trees along its path were violently snapped asunder, yet the creature paid no heed, its blood-red eyes fixated solely on a small figure ahead that darted and dodged like a nimble monkey. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of various spirit beasts within the woods. However, at this moment, the Fire Spirit Ape King had reached the pinnacle of mid-level spirit beasts, making it a formidable presence on the outskirts of the northern spirit plains. Consequently, the other spirit beasts were intimidated by its fierce aura, daring not to approach, merely watching helplessly as the man and beast ventured deeper into the forest. This damned creature is truly relentless. After nearly 10 minutes of frenzied flight, Mu Qian found himself unable to suppress a curse as he noticed the Fire Spirit Ape King's lack of any intent to relent. Whoosh, as he muttered under his breath. A sudden gust of wind whipped up from behind. The Fire Spirit Ape King had seized a massive tree, hurling it violently toward him. Mu Qian swiftly lunged forward, rolling several times on the ground, barely evading the crashing tree as the earth shook beneath him. Amidst his tumble through a patch of underbrush, he instinctively grasped a handful of black leaves, stuffing them into his pocket before resuming his reckless sprint. As he ran, a glimmer flickered in Mu Qian's dark eyes. His decision to draw the Fire Spirit Ape King away was not born of bravado, but rather from his considerable experience with such matters. He had encountered similar situations numerous times along the spirit path. He was nearing the inner regions of the northern spirit plains, where he anticipated the presence of spirit beasts capable of rivaling the Fire Spirit Ape King. These beasts held a strong sense of territoriality. Upon discovering the incursion of the Fire Spirit Ape King, they would undoubtedly respond with hostility, presenting Mu Qian with the opportunity to escape from this monstrous foe. Thoughts raced through Mu Qian's mind as he fully mobilized his spiritual energy, activating the Great Pagoda technique. Perhaps due to the life and death stakes at play, he sensed that the technique was operating at an accelerated pace, infusing him with a continuous flow of spiritual energy that prevented him from succumbing to exhaustion. Yet, despite the prowess of the Great Pagoda technique, he was still only at the mid-level of the spirit movement realm. A stark contrast to the late stage of the spirit wheel realm of the Fire Spirit Ape King. As time wore on, Mu Qian began to feel his strength wane, roar. Just as Mu Qian sensed the dire turn of events, a low growl resonated from the depths of the forest, carrying an unmistakable warning. Finally here, upon hearing the beast's roar, a glimmer of joy flickered in Mu Qian's eyes as he quickened his pace. Leaping into the thicket as he soared into the underbrush, he swiftly retrieved the black leaves from his pocket, crushing them in his palm, releasing a pungent black liquid that splattered across his body. Just as Mu Qian completed this task, a massive black silhouette erupted before him, its gaze clearly unconcerned with the small human, instead locked onto the approaching Fire Spirit Ape King with fierce intensity. It was the unicorn dragon leopard. Mu Qian turned to observe the black beast, which bore resemblance to a panther, adorned with a single horn, yet its body was encased in an impenetrable shell. Its tail flicked menacingly like an iron whip, emanating a violent aura of spiritual energy. Mu Qian furrowed his brow. Although this beast was also a mid-level spirit beast, it appeared to possess only the strength of the early spirit wheel realm. Far inferior to the Fire Spirit Ape King. Roar. The unicorn dragon leopard fixed its gaze on the charging Fire Spirit Ape King, emitting a threatening roar from its gaping maw, attempting to intimidate it into retreat. Yet, the Fire Spirit Ape King, its eyes bloodshot with rage, was undeterred. Anyone who dared to obstruct its path to tear apart Mu Qian would meet the same fate. Thus, upon noticing the unicorn dragon leopard's defiance, it let out a furious roar, its massive form leaping into action. The fiery spiritual energy coalesced beneath its enormous paw, striking down upon the unicorn dragon leopard like a meteorite. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater. Trees falling in the wake of the overwhelming force, Mu-chan watched in stunned silence as the unicorn dragon leopard emitted a wretched howl of pain, its body sent flying, its spine shattered by the fire spirit ape king's brutal blow, its armor reduced to splinters. What a vicious beast! Mu-chan gasped at the sight of the unicorn dragon leopard being slain with a single strike. This creature was far too fragile. He had hoped it would serve as a distraction. With the unicorn dragon leopard now lifeless, the fire spirit ape king's crimson gaze turned toward Mu-chan, who felt a chill run down his spine, just as he prepared to flee once more. A thunderous roar filled the air from deep within the forest, brimming with unimaginable spiritual energy. Roar. The sound, infused with an overwhelming wave of power, swept through the forest like a tempest, silencing all other noises. The spirit beasts in the distance fled in terror, acutely aware of the unicorn dragon leopard's fury. The once fierce, blood-red eyes of the fire spirit ape king dimmed under the weight of this spiritual pressure, a hint of fear creeping onto its grotesque face. Though it had just reached the pinnacle of mid-level spirit beasts, the creature before it was a legitimate high-level spirit beast. The fire spirit ape king, sensing the imminent threat of death, began to shrink back, its body betraying signs of retreat. Roar. Yet the grieving unicorn dragon leopard was not one to let the murderer escape so easily. Its cold, predatory gaze was filled with rage and malice as it sharpened its claws against the ground, releasing waves of tumultuous spiritual energy. Boom. Suddenly, the fire spirit ape king turned to flee, the ferocity it had displayed while pursuing Mu-chan evaporating in the face of impending death. It had evidently forgotten the human entirely. The unicorn dragon leopard, coldly fixated on its quarry, lowered its massive frame slightly in the next instant. Its spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping it in a dazzling silver light. With a thunderous sound, the unicorn dragon leopard transformed into a streak of silver, shooting forth at an incredible speed. Whoosh! The silver light tore through the air with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Before Mu-chan could react, a shrill ripping sound echoed from the distance. He turned to see the fire spirit ape king halting in its tracks, a gaping blood hole appearing in its back. Its insides vanishing completely. Crash! The colossal body of the fire spirit ape king collapsed to the ground, blood spilling forth, its life force extinguished in an instant. One strike. A fatal blow. Mu-chan's heart raced at the realization of the power wielded by high-level spirit beasts. It was indeed terrifying. He marveled at the sight, yet remained motionless on the ground, even lowering his breath to the bare minimum, drawing all his spiritual energy into his core. Should the unicorn dragon leopard discover him now, his fate would be no better than that of the fire spirit ape king. Watching the direction in which the unicorn dragon leopard had vanished, Mu-chan did not immediately rise, but instead waited patiently for approximately 10 minutes before cautiously standing up. He surveyed his surroundings warily, then hurried to the corpse of the fire spirit ape king, extracting a dagger to sever its head, causing a surge of crimson light to erupt. This was the essence of the fire spirit ape king. A fiery orb containing a miniature fire spirit ape, radiating a potent wave of spiritual energy. Mu-chan quickly stowed the essence away, then decapitated the fire spirit ape king's head. Having completed these tasks, he hesitated momentarily, returning to the spot where the unicorn dragon leopard had fallen. The ground there still bore patches of thick, crimson blood. Mu-chan retrieved a vial, carefully collecting the blood before stowing it away. Then swiftly departed. As Mu-chan dealt with the formidable troubles he faced, turmoil erupted within the valley. The tranquility that once enveloped the area was shattered, as a horde of fiery red giant apes glared furiously at the humans deep within the gorge. They seized massive boulders, hurling them with relentless ferocity, forcing the individuals in the depths of the valley into a state of utter disarray. Damn it, these beasts have all awakened. Lin Zhong and his companions scrambled to evade the falling stones, their expressions grim as they beheld the throng of fire spirit apes in the distance. After Mu-chan had drawn away the fire spirit ape king, they had hastened their pace, yet they had not anticipated that these hypnotized apes would awaken in succession, now directly obstructing their escape. What shall we do now? Tang Qian'er and Imo Ling looked pale, their nerves frayed, for they lacked the composure of Lin Zhong and his group. The current scene was enough to make their legs tremble. Prepare to charge out, Lei Chang declared sternly, a package slung over his back from which a vibrant green light seeped, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. Lin Zhong, keep a close watch on them. We cannot afford any mishaps. Lei Cheng instructed. They were seasoned veterans, but Tang Qian'er and her companions were inexperienced novices. Should they inadvertently fall into the throng of fire spirit apes, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. Understood. Lin Zhong nodded, no longer mocking the Northern Spirit Academy students for their lack of courage. The earlier bravery exhibited by Mu Qian in luring away the Fire Spirit Ape King had shaken them. They understood that had it not been for Mu Qian's actions, they might have faced dire consequences today. Let's go. Gripping his long blade, Lei Cheng's gaze sharpened, exuding a formidable spirit power as he plunged into the midst of the Fire Spirit Apes. The blade's glow cleaving a path through the chaos, bang bang bang. Despite having Lei Cheng, a formidable early-stage spirit will realm expert, leading the charge, the overwhelming numbers of Fire Spirit Apes were relentless. Before long, members of the Thunderbolt team sustained injuries. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered, blood seeping from their hands as they clutched their blades. Damn it! Lei Cheng cleaved a Fire Spirit Ape in two, but more surged forth, prompting an exasperated curse from him as anxiety began to mount. Was it truly their fate to perish in this valley today? Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling exchanged pale glances, gazing at the ferocious Fire Spirit Apes surrounding them. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, they witnessed a sudden commotion among the Fire Spirit Apes ahead. It was as if they had encountered something terrifying, causing them to retreat in disarray, emitting fearful chattering sounds. The members of the Thunderbolt team looked on in astonishment, their eyes drawn to a slender figure leaping forth from the distance. It's Mu Qian. Upon seeing that familiar silhouette, Tang Qian'er and the others were instantly filled with joy. For reasons unknown, even though they were aware that Mu Qian's strength paled in comparison to Lei Cheng's, the confidence he inspired in them far surpassed that of the latter. What is he holding? Lin Zhong observed clearly that Mu Qian was gripping an enormous object, and the fear emanating from the surrounding Fire Spirit Apes seemed to stem from it. It was a head. Lei Cheng froze momentarily, then his eyes widened in horror. It is the head of the Fire Spirit Ape King. What? Lin Zhong and the others felt a jolt of shock, their expressions awash with disbelief. Had Mu Qian truly slain the Fire Spirit Ape King? Come quickly. Amidst their astonishment, Mu Qian called out to them, raising the severed head of the Fire Spirit Ape King. Causing the nearby Fire Spirit Apes to retreat in terror in their eyes, the Fire Spirit Ape King was a fearsome entity. Thus, the one capable of slaying it must be extraordinarily powerful. Their primitive instincts rendered them unable to contemplate further, compelling them to flee in fright. Let's go. Lei Cheng exclaimed with elation, swiftly gesturing for everyone to accelerate past the blockade of Fire Spirit Apes, ultimately reaching Mu Qian's side. As they drew near, they could clearly see the grotesque head still dripping blood. It was indeed the Fire Spirit Ape King. Exchanging glances of astonishment with Lin Zhong, they both discerned the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. How had Mu Qian accomplished such a feat? However, Mu Qian paid no heed to their thoughts, leading them swiftly out of the valley before placing the Fire Spirit Ape King's head at the entrance, scaring the remaining Fire Spirit Apes into submission. The group turned and sprinted away, collapsing from exhaustion only after they had distanced themselves from the valley. Even Lei Cheng was drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, Mu Qian slumped against a tree, feeling as though his very bones were about to disintegrate. This escapade had indeed been harrowing. They had come perilously close to disaster. Are you all right? Tang Qian'er approached Mu Qian, her bright eyes fixated on the youth before her, clearly moved by his astounding display of bravery. I'm fine, Mu Qian waved her off, adding with a hint of exasperation. Don't be so concerned. It was merely luck. I certainly don't possess the strength to have truly slain the Fire Spirit Ape King. With a chuckle, he turned to Lei Cheng. However, Lei Cheng, we have successfully completed the task. It's time we divide the spoils, shall we? Haha. Lei Cheng couldn't help but laugh, retrieving the package from his back and laying it open, a dazzling emerald glow spilling forth, accompanied by an enticing fragrance that made everyone's eyes widen in delight. Mu Qian's gaze fell upon the package, where he beheld the round and lustrous spirit jade fruits, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After all their toil, they had not come away empty-handed. Chapter 33. Back to camp. The package sprawled on the ground, its jade-like radiance illuminating the area. 30 spirit jade fruits lay within, each glistening and exuding a delightful aroma that made everyone's throats involuntarily gulp. Although they could have gathered more, many had been ruined by the fire spirit ape king. With a smile, Lei Cheng set aside 15 spirit jade fruits, stating, Mu Chun, though you only requested 30%, we owe this success to you. These 15 are rightfully yours. We cannot take advantage of you. Let us just stick to the 30%. Mu Chun began to refuse, but seeing Lei Cheng's resolute expression, he relented with a wry smile and accepted the 15 fruits. Turning to the eager Mo Ling and the others, he proposed, you all contributed significantly as well, so how about 1 fruit each? Hee hee. Mo Ling and the others broke into wide grins. Even Zhang Li and Teng Yong were visibly excited. Their faces flushed as they received the spirit jade fruits from Mu Chun, struggling to find words of gratitude, but ultimately resorting to sheepish smiles. Here, you have one as well. Mu Chun handed a spirit jade fruit to Tang Qian'er, who accepted it with a sweet smile, her delicate hand cradling the fruit. After distributing the 15 fruits, Mu Chun found 6 remaining. He gazed at the cool, jade-like fruits and couldn't help but smile. With these, he should be able to condense the second seal of the death mark of Sunluo, right? Observing the harmonious atmosphere among them, Mu Chun chuckled, just as Lei Cheng approached, offering him a bottle of strong liquor. What do you think? Can you handle it? Though Mu Chun was not fond of such beverages, he did not decline. Taking a swig, the fiery sensation caused his handsome face to flush slightly, prompting a few involuntary coughs. Take it easy, Tang Qian'er admonished, gently patting Mu Chun's back. Hee hee. I've encountered many young talents over the years, but none quite as impressive as you, Mu Chun. If you ever have the time, feel free to join our Thunderbolt team. Lei Cheng jested. You're trying to recruit him as an adventurer. Just wait until his father, Lord of the Mu Domain, finds out. Tang Qian'er shot Lei Cheng a disapproving glance. Lord of the Mu Domain? Lei Cheng blinked in surprise, then turned to Mu Chun with newfound respect. So you are the young master of the Mu Domain. I must have underestimated you. Hee. I once met Lord Mu Feng alongside my elder brother. Truly, a tiger father does not beget a dog as own. Mu Chun shot Tang Qian'er a sidelong glance, to which she stuck out her tongue playfully. Having let the information slip unintentionally. Mu Chun, we will be staying in the northern spirit plains for some time. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Consider this a favor owed to you. Lei Cheng offered earnestly. You are too kind, Lei Cheng. Since we are allies, I will naturally lend my full support, Mu Chun replied with a smile. Allies indeed, but you also saved our Thunderbolt team, Lei Cheng insisted seriously. Mu Chun could only shake his head helplessly, though he felt a growing fondness for this straightforward and hearty man. After engaging in lively conversation for quite some time, the sky began to darken. Mu Chun then led Tang Qian'er, Mo Ling, and the others in bidding farewell to the Thunderbolt team, heading towards the camp. Along the way, Mo Ling and his companions remained enveloped in a state of exhilaration. Although the events of the day had been perilous, the thrill that followed their harrowing experience left them inexplicably elated, engaging in animated discussions about the fierce battle that had transpired in the valley. Mu Chun, however, found their enthusiasm rather exasperating. The dangers they viewed as extraordinary were merely commonplace to him, having faced far too many trials in the spirit path, allowing him to treat the matter with a sense of calm detachment. As they made their way back, the obstacles were significantly fewer, and within half an hour, they approached the vicinity of their camp. The group of youths gazed at the distant cluster of tents. Sighing in relief, Mu Chun's gaze also shifted towards the camp, but his brow furrowed slightly upon noticing a dozen figures at the edge of the nearby woods. The leading figure was quite familiar. It was Lu Yong alongside Chen Tong, followed by a gaggle of grinning youths, clearly students from the Western Academy. That is Chen Tong and his crew, Mo Ling noted, his expression suddenly souring. Mu Chun, it seems they are coming for you. At the moment Mu Chun and his companions spotted Chen Tong, the latter also caught sight of the returning group and approached with an unfriendly demeanor, effectively blocking their path. What do you want? Chen Tong? Mo Ling asked, frowning. Nothing much, just hoping to have a little chat with him. Mo Ling, this doesn't concern you. I suggest you refrain from meddling. Offending Lu Gu might not end well for you. Chen Tong replied with a smirk. The Lu Gu he referred to was, of course, Lu Mu Bai. Mo Ling's expression shifted slightly, revealing his apprehension towards Lu Mu Bai. He accurately assessed their numerical superiority. Aside from Tang Qian'er, who would support Mu Chun, The others were not particularly acquainted with him, and it was said that Zhang Li and the others had a grudge against Mu Qian, making it unlikely they would come to his aid. However, just as he believed he had calculated everything perfectly, Zhang Li and Teng Yong merely shot him a cold glance, showing no intention of backing down. Instead, they sneered, "If you wish to harm Brother Mu, you'll have to ask us if we agree." Despite their previous disagreements with Mu Chun, today's events had completely changed their perceptions of him. Whether it was Mu Chun coming to their aid or his remarkable actions in the valley, the formerly haughty youths now felt a sense of admiration. Their prior disdain had vanished, and calling him Brother Mu came without any mental reservations. Yu, Qinyong, Lu Yong, and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning a shade of ashen as they glared at Mo Ling and Zhang Li, who were now encircling Mu Qian. They felt incredulous. Mu Qian was merely a newcomer to the Eastern Academy. Why were these seasoned students so protective of him? Mu Qian, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion, silently observed the scene, choosing not to speak. He merely patted Zhang Li and the others on the shoulder, urging, "Let us go." He did not utter a word to Chen Tong or Lu Yong, his almost dismissive demeanor only deepening Chen Tong's frustration. "You think you can just walk away? You're far too arrogant," he shouted, extending his hand to seize Mu Qian by the collar. In that instant, however, a glint of coldness flashed in Mu Qian's dark eyes. With a swift motion, he flipped his palm, and a black dagger, still stained with blood, appeared at Chen Tong's throat just as the latter's hand was about to make contact. The chill emanating from the dagger caused Chen Tong's pupils to constrict sharply. Trembling, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "What do you want? Do you truly doubt that I would kill you?" Mu Qian replied softly, his words carrying an undercurrent of menace, though his tone was gentle. For some inexplicable reason, both Chen Tong and Lu Yong felt a bone-chilling aura emanating from him, a genuine killing intent. The youths behind Chen Tong were likewise intimidated by the emotionless gaze of Mu Qian, rendered speechless by the sudden tension in the air. "What are you all doing?" A deep voice suddenly broke the standoff. The group of youths hastily turned to see Master Mo standing nearby, his stern gaze fixed upon them. "Master Mo." Mo Ling and the others quickly bowed in respect. "Mu Qian is trying to kill me," Chen Tong exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "Do you truly think I am blind to what is happening here?" Master Mo replied, casting a casual glance at Chen Tong. Chen Tong fell silent, disgruntled, scratching his nose in defeat. He shot Mu Qian a resentful glare before retreating with his group, looking rather disheveled, as they departed. Master Mo approached Mu Qian, studying the youth's gentle countenance, and shook his head disapprovingly. "You, young lad, dare to engage in such perilous activities with those reckless adventurers. Master Mo, you knew what we were up to?" Mu Qian asked, momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that Master Mo had been protecting him from the shadows. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have had to flee through the forest in such a disheveled state. "If only there had been a spirit realm expert watching over me, I wouldn't have had to endure such a wild chase," Mu Qian lamented. Master Mo waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the camp. With Mu Qian following closely behind, as they traversed through the woods and entered the camp, Mu Qian's eyes scanned the area, suddenly landing on a group of robust figures not far off. The presence of these individuals was striking, their aura exuding an intimidating malevolence, clearly indicating they were not ordinary folk. Who could they be within the camp? The arrival of these unfamiliar faces captured the attention of numerous students. Though few dared to approach, intimidated by the palpable aura of menace that surrounded them. "People from the Lu domain?" Mu Qian mused, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded the unfamiliar group. What could they possibly want in the North Spirit Plains? Master Mo appeared equally perplexed, slowly making his way toward the newcomers. A middle-aged man approached briskly, clasping his hands in greeting. "You must be Master Mo from the North Spirit Academy? I am Lu Ming from the Lu domain. And I apologize for the intrusion. It is you, Lu Ming, the third master of the Lu domain." Master Mo replied with a faint smile. "There is no need for such formalities. It is merely rumors circulating among outsiders." Lu Ming shook his head vehemently, his demeanor markedly humble. "Third Master Lu? Is he truly from the Lu domain?" Mu Qian, standing behind Master Mo, scrutinized the middle-aged man. Lu Ming appeared somewhat gaunt, his hands resembling eagle claws, thin yet powerful, and he wore a broad smile on his sunken face. Mu Chun was no stranger to the name Lu Ming. He had heard it mentioned several times by his father and Uncle Zhou. Lu Ming was the brother of Lu Qingtian, the lord of the Lu domain, and served as his right-hand man. With his strength at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, he was but a step away from the spirit soul realm, making him quite a notable figure in the North Spirit territory. "What brings you here?" Master Amo inquired, eyeing Lu Ming's group, which seemed out of place amidst the camp's atmosphere. He appeared somewhat displeased. As this was a training ground for students, and the presence of such ominous individuals might disrupt their cultivation. "Master Amo, my uncle is currently on a mission. Seeing that Lu Yang and I were here, he asked us to come and take a look. So we mean no disturbance," Lu Ming explained. "A mission?" Lu Ming sighed, continuing, "We have essential items from the Lu domain that were intercepted by the Blood Butchers. Though we managed to encircle them later, their leader, Blood Butcher, still managed to escape. We have tracked him all the way to the North Spirit Plains, and we are here to capture him." "Blood Butcher?" Upon hearing this name, Master Mo's brow furrowed. This was a notorious criminal in the North Spirit territory, known for the countless lives he had taken. If such a villain were to enter the North Spirit Plains, it would pose a significant threat to the students focused on their cultivation. Ordinary adventurers and teams would likely think twice before taking action against students from the North Spirit Academy. But a ruthless criminal like Blood Butcher would show no hesitation. If provoked, he would kill without remorse. "Indeed, we are here to caution you, Master Amo, to keep an eye on the students to prevent any unfortunate incidents. The recklessness of that man is well known," Lu Ming added with a smile. Standing beside Master Amo, Mu Chun felt a twinge of surprise. He had indeed heard of the Blood Butchers, while their infamy was well established. It was surprising that they would dare to attack the Lu domain. It seemed that whatever they stole was of considerable importance, prompting the Lu domain to take such serious action against them. "Third Master Lu, what exactly did the Blood Butchers steal from your domain that warrants such a large mobilization?" Mu Chun inquired innocently, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Lu Ming paused, taken aback by the question, and replied with a dry chuckle, "Young brother, such matters cannot be disclosed." Mu Chun smiled faintly, his understanding of the gravity of the situation deepening. "Mu Chun, this matter does not concern you," Lu Mu Bai interjected. Casting a glance at Mu Chun, upon hearing this name, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Mu Chun. "So, you are Mu Feng's son, the only one from the Northern Spirit Realm to obtain the qualification for the Spirit Path." Mu Chun smiled and nodded. Given the numerous disputes between the Lu and Mu clans, he was not particularly surprised by Lu Ming's reaction. "I have long heard of your name. I initially thought that the Spirit Path quota would go to Mu Bai," Lu Ming remarked with a faint smile, and Mu Chun smiled in return but did not engage further. "Thank you for your reminder regarding the Blood Butcher matter. We will be cautious," he said, almost sure. Noticing the barbed words in Lu Ming's speech, furrowed his brow. After all, Lu Ming was a notable figure in the Northern Spirit Realm. It was unbecoming for him to speak so disdainfully to a mere youth. "Amo, sure, we wish to rest for the night at the camp and hope for your consent. Although Master Shi has already agreed, I believe it is still necessary for you to approve as well. Of course, our people can take watch tonight, and we assure you there will be no issues," Lu Ming quickly added. Upon hearing this, Amo Sure pondered for a moment. Since Master Shi had agreed, he could not deny them outright. So he nodded and proceeded to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and his companions. "I heard from Chen Tong that you intended to kill him." As Mu Chun turned to leave, Lu Mu Bai's calm voice suddenly interjected. Mu Chun glanced at Lu Mu Bai and smiled. "I do not understand the concept of mercy when it comes to those who seek trouble. If you wish to come looking for me in the future, feel free. I wouldn't mind teaching those sycophants a lesson." Lu Mu Bai's gaze turned icy as he stared at Mu Chun, who met his gaze with a smile. "If the opportunity arises, I will personally test your mettle. The one who has attained the Spirit Path qualification. I hope you will not disappoint me," Lu Mu Bai said, casting a deep glance at Mu Chun before turning away. Seeing this, Mu Chun merely smiled and proceeded towards the eastern camp where the students were located. Upon noticing him, Tang Qian pouted, saying, "What is there to be proud of for those fellows from the Lu clan? They lost something and still have the audacity to act so smug." She had been watching the exchange and had overheard the sharp remarks from Lu Ming and Lu Mu Bai, which left her feeling somewhat irked. Feeling the need to vent her displeasure, Mu Chun chuckled and waved to Tan Qingshan. Once he approached, Mu Chun discreetly slipped a jade spirit fruit into his hand. "This is for your efforts in passing the message," Mu Chun said, patting Tan Qingshan's shoulder, who was momentarily taken aback by the gift. Is this really for me? Tan Qingshan's face flushed with excitement. Earlier, he had heard from Mo Ling about the events in the valley and had envied the others for each possessing a jade spirit fruit. He understood that they had earned it through their efforts, which made him resentful of his own lack of strength to join them. Coming from a modest background, he could not afford such spirit fruits. So Mu Chen's gift would save him considerable training time. Thank you, Brother Mu, Tan Qingshan said gratefully, clutching the jade spirit fruit tightly. Train well, Mu Chen replied, shaking his head as he made his way to his tent. He still had 5 jade spirit fruits left. With such ample preparation, he was confident that he could finally condense the second layer of the San Luo death seal. The thought alone stirred a flicker of excitement within the usually calm Mu Chen. As night gradually enveloped the northern spirit plain, darkness fell, and the camp became vibrant with lights and lively chatter once more. Meanwhile, Mu Chen chose to remain inside, quietly seated in his tent with his eyes closed, practicing the Great Buddha technique as a faint, dark glow flickered around him. After approximately half an hour of serene cultivation, Mu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and retrieved a round jade spirit fruit from his robe. Under the soft glow of the fire, the fruit reflected a bright radiance, appearing exceedingly tempting. Mu Chen licked his lips and, with a wide mouth, promptly consumed the jade spirit fruit. It was time to condense the second layer of the San Luo death seal. Chapter 35. The second layer of the San Luo death seal. Boom. The moment the jade spirit fruit entered his mouth, it instantly dissolved, releasing a rich, sweet flavor that spread throughout his mouth. Following that, a cool and pure surge of spiritual energy poured into Mu Chen's body like a torrent. The intensity of this spiritual energy caused his body to tremble slightly as he pressed his lips tightly together. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his fingers together, swiftly transforming them into a dazzling array of hand seals. As he performed the seals, thick, dark spiritual energy began to coalesce in his palms. The dark energy, shimmering with a black light, enveloped Mu Chen's arms entirely, its magnitude far exceeding what he usually achieved. Mu Chen focused intently on the rapidly condensing energy in his palms. At the center of the black light, it seemed to form a vortex, continuously devouring the surrounding influx of spiritual energy. His mind was utterly concentrated, not daring to let his attention waver. In usual circumstances, he could manipulate the spiritual energy he controlled. And even if he failed, the consequences would not be dire. However, the spiritual energy from the jade spirit fruit was different. It would elevate the energy within him to a formidable level, and failure could lead to dangerous repercussions. Buzz! As Mu Chen concentrated, the gathering of black light accelerated. Gradually, he could discern that the black light was forming the shape of a black seal. Enter! Mu Chen's heart surged with a commanding shout, and he channeled all the spiritual energy within him into the black light. The speed at which the black seal extended increased once more, and about a minute later, the black light began to retract, revealing a black seal hovering just outside Mu Chen's left palm. He had finally condensed the second layer of the San Luo death seal. However, Mu Chen did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave, for he understood that merely condensing the San Luo death seal was only the first step. Next, he had to incorporate this second seal into his body. Yet, once the San Luo death seal entered, it would unleash an extremely terrifying recoil force. A moment of carelessness could even destroy his internal meridians. Having suffered greatly from the recoil force when condensing the first layer of the San Luo death seal, Mu Chen was acutely aware that with each additional layer he attempted to condense, the recoil force would become more formidable. Even someone as powerful as Mo Shi, a formidable figure in the spirit realm, had been unable to condense the third layer. While the intensity of the recoil force would vary depending on the cultivator's strength, it was clear that the ensuing backlash would be exceedingly daunting. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen felt the spiritual energy surging within his sea of qi, forming a protective barrier around his meridians in preparation for the imminent onslaught. With his body ready, Mu Chen no longer hesitated. With a mental shift, he gently pressed the second layer of the San Luo death seal into his left palm. Bang! The moment they made contact, Mu Chen's body jolted violently, and his complexion changed dramatically as an extremely violent surge of impact energy surged through his left palm and into his meridians like a raging flood. This destructive force shattered the carefully arranged spiritual energy barriers, warping his meridians as an excruciating pain coursed through him. Cold sweat broke out on Mu Chen's forehead, but he dared not allow himself to be distracted. He hastily mobilized his spiritual energy to reinforce his defenses. Bang, bang, bang. Within Mu Chen's body, it felt as though a battlefield had erupted. The recoil force from the San Luo death seal obliterated all defenses, wreaking havoc as excruciating pain caused his body to convulse slightly. Damn it! The agony twisted Mu Chen's features. Gritting his teeth, he cursed inwardly and forced himself to endure. If he faltered now, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would sustain severe injuries within his body. The relentless pain from his warped meridians spread throughout him, leaving Mu Chen drenched in cold sweat, the intensity of the suffering even causing a faint dizziness to cloud his mind. Only then did he truly grasp the daunting challenge of condensing the second layer of the San Luo death seal. The recoil force had already breached the outer meridians and surged directly toward Mu Chen's sea of qi, sending a chill through his heart. While meridian injuries could heal, a shattered sea of qi would lead to unimaginable suffering. Stop! The thought of such a dire consequence ignited a surge of anger within Mu Chen's calm demeanor, erupting into a fierce shout in his mind. Buzz! Glimmers of light appeared, and Mu Chen felt as if a force was erupting from within him. Clashing violently with the rampaging recoil force, boom! The rumbling emanating from within his body caused Mu Chen's ears to resonate, and it was only after a considerable time that he regained his composure. Upon recovery, he sensed the tumultuous backlash within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. To his astonishment, he realized that the ferocious force had been successfully contained. How could this be? Mu Chen murmured in confusion, his mind fixated on the dimming light points within him that ultimately vanished. Could this truly be the spirit vein? Why was he unable to exert control over it, let alone sense its presence? After fruitlessly pondering, Mu Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It appeared that his body harbored secrets even he was unaware of. Suppressing these thoughts, Mu Chen activated the Great Floating Pagoda technique, drawing all the spiritual energy dispersed throughout his limbs into his qi sea. However, as this energy surged into his qi sea, he felt a peculiar turbulence, a strange wave rippling within his heart. Initially taken aback by this sensation, Mu Chen soon found himself overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. This was a sign that the spiritual energy was on the verge of a breakthrough. With exhilaration sparkling in his eyes, Mu Chen hastily retrieved a jade spirit fruit from his robe, unhesitatingly consuming it, and then channeled the Great Floating Pagoda technique to refine the cool, soothing spiritual energy, transforming it into a dark, ethereal force that continuously flowed into his qi sea. The two streams of energy swiftly converged, producing a sound akin to jubilant melodies resonating within Mu Chen's qi sea, through which he could distinctly perceive his internal spiritual energy rapidly growing more robust. This increase persisted for a while before gradually subsiding. And the dark energy within his qi sea, resembling a cluster of stars, had indeed doubled in strength compared to before. Within the tent, Mu Chen opened his eyes, his lean and handsome visage now radiant with delight. He extended his hands, revealing faint black imprints shimmering at the centers of his palms. At last, he had cultivated the two formidable death seals. Mu Chen grinned widely, slowly clenching his fists, and this time, not only had he solidified the second death seal, but he had also seized this opportunity to make a breakthrough, advancing into the later stage of the spirit motion realm. As he reveled in the newfound potency coursing through his body, Mu Chen couldn't suppress his joyous laughter. The harvest of this night had indeed exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, as Mu Chen celebrated his breakthrough, in another part of the camp, Emosher suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with surprise as he looked towards the tent where Mu Chen resided, before breaking into a slight smile. This little fellow truly possessed remarkable potential. Dawn. The forces from the Lu domain, led by Lu Ming, temporarily departed, presumably to trace the whereabouts of the Blood Butcher. With the absence of these ominous figures, the atmosphere within the camp seemed to relax considerably, as the young men and women harbored a significant aversion to these malevolent strangers. Neither Emosher nor Shishir ceased their training due to the Blood Butcher's presence. They merely cautioned the students not to delve too deeply and to remain close to one another. Let us also set forth, Mu Chen called out to Tang Chinner, who gracefully trotted over, her delicate and enchanting figure capturing the attention of many young men, who then looked at Mu Chen with envy. wishing they could team up with Tang Qian'er. Brother Mu, heading out for training, are you? Haha, don't let us down. Zhongli and Ting Yong greeted them upon spotting Mu Qian and Tang Qian'er. You think you can win? Dream on, Tang Qian'er retorted playfully. Haha, Brother Mu, just call us if you need anything. We're not afraid of trouble. Zhang Li and his companions chimed in, while Imo Ling and the other boys from the East Courtyard, who accompanied Mu Qian on his previous tasks, nodded in agreement. Mu Qian smiled and waved them off. Then, without further ado, he set out with Tang Qian'er towards the North Spirit Plane. Within the camp, Lu Mu Bai watched their departing figures, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness crossing his eyes. Boom. In the forest, Mu Qian dashed forward, striking out with a palm, the dark spiritual energy surging forth, and with tremendous force. He sent a mid-level spirit beast flying several meters, leaving it howling in agony as it fell to the ground. Tang Qian'er, witnessing this scene from behind, was momentarily taken aback. Although Mu Qian had managed to slay such a beast previously, it seemed he had not done so in such a direct and overwhelming manner today. Your strength? Tang Qian'er couldn't help but inquire. Last night, thanks to that jade spirit fruit, I just broke through to the later stage of the spirit motion realm. Mu Qian explained with a smile as he bent down to extract the spirit core from the beast. What a monster! Tang Qian'er pouted in response, then proudly declared, I can reach the later stage of the spirit motion realm in 5 days. Impressive, Mu Qian replied with a thumbs up, then continued deeper into the forest. Come on, it's your turn to take action. No slacking off, as it won't benefit your training. Got it? Tang Qian'er chirped, her voice sweet as she quickly followed suit. To the west of the North Spirit Plane, several figures were vigilantly searching, among them Lu Mu Bai, who, given his status and strength, was clearly capable of leading the team. Young master, we previously detected the Blood Butcher's trail. But that fellow is exceedingly cunning and managed to shake off one of our teams, reported a skilled member of the Lu domain behind Lu Mu Bai. Continue the search, Lu Mu Bai instructed with a nod. Yes, the team promptly responded, expanding their search radius. This exploration continued for about half an hour, and just as Lu Mu Bai furrowed his brow, a buzzing sound suddenly resonated from ahead, a signal from their Lu domain forces. We found him! Hurry! Lu Mu Bai's eyes lit up as he waved his hand, leading the charge through the dense foliage. As he rushed through the underbrush, a bloodied figure stumbled towards him, clearly one of their capable fighters from the Lu domain. Where's the Blood Butcher? Lu Mu Bai urgently inquired. To the north. At this, Lu Mu Bai's gaze flickered slightly, and he waved his hand, saying, Wait a moment, big brother. Why are we waiting? If we delay, the Blood Butcher might escape. Lu Yang questioned in confusion. He won't escape. We've cornered the Blood Butcher, Lu Mu Bai replied with a faint smile. Right now, he's like a trapped beast, destined to die. However, before his demise, he might as well vent his frustrations on some unlucky souls. Big brother's meaning? Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. Mu Qian is in that direction, Lu Mu Bai said softly, a smile playing on his lips. Oh? Lu Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement, but his brow soon furrowed again. We can't guarantee that the Blood Butcher won't target Mu Qian. The Blood Butcher has a penchant for beautiful women, and with Tang Qian'er, that little beauty, by Mu Qian's side, he will undoubtedly be tempted. Given Mu Qian's nature, he likely won't abandon Tang Qian'er to flee, Lu Mu Bai remarked with a chilling smile. Haha, big brother, you consider everything. If Mu Qian were to perish at the hands of the Blood Butcher, no one could say a word. He would only have himself to blame for his misfortune. Lu Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm, well aware of the Blood Butcher's notorious ruthlessness. If Mu Qian fell into his clutches, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Lu Mu Bai merely smiled as he gazed northward, murmuring, I had initially planned to take action myself, but it seems you truly lack the fortune. Hey Mu Qian, hurry up and take action. This beast is at the later stage of the spirit motion realm, and I can't handle it. In the forest, Tang Qian'er was evading a fierce spirit beast lunging at her, her ebony ponytail bouncing as she let out startled cries. Standing on a branch, Mu Qian observed her graceful figure dodging the mid-level spirit beast, unable to suppress a smile. With a swift motion, he leaped down, his right hand forming a fist as dark energy coalesced within his palm. Transforming into a black imprint, Beast, cease your rampage. Mu Qian charged forth with a light laugh, the black imprint carrying tremendous force as it struck fiercely at the spirit beast. Boom! The spirit beast roared in anger. its massive hooves infused with spiraling energy colliding with Mu Chen's ferocious punch. The shockwaves swept through the area, clearing the fallen leaves, and the spirit beast let out a low growl as it was forcibly repelled. As the beast staggered back, Mu Chen swiftly pivoted and dashed toward it again, flipping his palm to reveal a dagger that shimmered with energy, plunging it sharply into the beast's throat. Thud! Scalding blood gushed forth, and the spirit beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shaking the ground, Mu Chen nimbly landed, smiling as he wiped the blood from the dagger eye in the gentle sunlight filtering through the forest. His youthful figure appeared particularly striking. "You annoying creature, you have no idea how to cherish beauty, forcing me to endure such a chase." Tang Chenner huffed, then approached the fallen beast, driving her short sword into its skull to extract the spirit core while chiding Mu Chen for his actions. Mu Chen gazed at her, unable to suppress a smile. Just as he was about to speak, the expression on his face abruptly changed, and in an instant, he dashed forward, wrapping his arms around Tang Chenner, who was about to retrieve the spirit beast's essence. At that moment, both of them lunged forward, as Mu Chen embraced Tang Chenner and surged out. A shadow of blood suddenly swept out from the forest. Its hand, which had been aimed at Tang Chenner, grasping at nothing but air, eliciting a gasp of surprise from its owner. Mu Chen rolled on the ground with Tang Chenner for a couple of times before swiftly rising to his feet, his gaze vigilant as he fixed it on the shadow that had appeared so suddenly. His pupils constricted slightly. There, standing amidst the carcasses of spirit beasts, was a figure clad in a blood-red robe, their countenance dark and menacing, with cunning glimmers flickering in their elongated eyes. Well, what a skilled little brat we have here. I never expected to encounter such prime prey in this place," the blood shadow chuckled, its gaze fixated on Tang Chenner, as though it were a predator intent on devouring its prey. This made the young woman shiver, instinctively hiding behind Mu Chen. Mu Chen's eyes remained locked on the blood shadow, a bead of sweat forming in the palm that held Tang Chenner's delicate hand. If his judgment was correct, the figure before him was none other than the leader of the Blood Butcher group. Blood Butcher, who had been relentlessly pursued by Lu Ming and his companions. It was truly unexpected to cross paths with such a fiend here. This situation was indeed becoming troublesome in the clearing of the forest. Three figures faced off against each other, the atmosphere stifling enough to leave one's heart racing. A pressure felt acutely by Tang Chenner standing behind Mu Chen, while Blood Butcher wore a broad grin, his narrow eyes gleaming with a sinister cunning. Mu Chen, his gaze sharp and alert, focused intently on him. The spirit energy within him surged violently, for this Blood Butcher exuded a dangerously formidable aura, one that far surpassed the fire spirit ape king he had encountered the previous day. In terms of both strength and intellect, Blood Butcher was a far cry from the fire spirit ape king, who had barely broken through to the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, while Blood Butcher was on the verge of stepping into the divine soul realm. "Listen up, kid. I don't have much time to indulge in this standoff. You have 10 seconds to consider handing her over to me, and I might just spare your life," Blood Butcher declared, his smile unwavering. "Are you not afraid that by making a move here, you might attract the attention of the two divine soul realm mentors from the North Spirit Academy?" Mu Chen replied slowly. "Your time is running out," Blood Butcher grinned, his teeth glinting ominously. Mu Chen inhaled deeply, turning to look at Tang Chenner, then grasped her smooth wrist, intending to push her toward Blood Butcher. "Wise choice, kid," Blood Butcher noted, his smile growing even more radiant. With a surge of strength, Mu Chen stepped forward, only to suddenly pivot and strike Tang Chenner on the shoulder with a powerful palm, sending her flying away. "Get out of here if you don't want to be hurt," he shouted as Tang Chenner was thrown into the forest. She gazed back at the figure of the tall youth, her eyes misting with unshed tears, and, suppressing the foolish thought of abandoning him, she turned and ran. "You think you can escape?" Blood Butcher's icy gaze followed the scene, bemused by the naivete of the two spirit movement realm youths. "Kid, soon you will experience the taste of a life worse than death," he sneered, then shot forward, not towards Mu Chen, but directly after Tang Chenner. Seeing this, Mu Chen lunged after them, but Blood Butcher disregarded his approach. Break Spirit Pearl. Just as Blood Butcher was about to ignore Mu Chen's obstruction, the youth suddenly clenched his hand, a glimmer of light materializing within it, followed by his fierce shout. "Break Spirit Pearl?" Blood Butcher's heart jolted at the mention of this name. Although Mu Qin's strength seemed feeble, possessing a break spirit pearl could indeed pose a threat to him. If Blood Butcher were to allow it to strike him, it could inflict wounds that he, trapped in his current predicament, could ill afford. His eyes flickered as he hesitated, eventually halting his advance. He watched the rushing mass of black light with a low growl. Channeling his spirit energy to envelop his body. Crack! Just as the black light was about to collide with him, it suddenly erupted, the anticipated violent spirit energy failing to materialize. Instead, a foul stench filled the air as a viscous substance shot forth from the black light, drenching Blood Butcher's body. This unexpected turn of events left Blood Butcher momentarily stunned, and he looked down at the blood-soaked mess covering him, its thick, acrid odor permeating the air, rendering him a sight of utter disarray. "Are you daring to play me for a fool?" Blood Butcher's lips twitched slightly, his eyes flashing with a chilling glare as he fixed his gaze on Mu Qin. Yet Mu Qin paid him no mind. Swiftly retreating, "Do you want this?" he called out, a smile breaking across his face as he revealed a jade-like, round fruit from his pocket, a surge of rich spirit energy emanating from it. Yuling fruit? Blood Butcher's eyes widened, greed flashing within them. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit wheel realm, he was just a step away from breaking into the divine soul realm. If he could obtain the Yuling fruit, he would have a fighting chance to succeed, and if he did break through, he could easily shake off Lu Ming. This was the key to unraveling his current predicament. Quite the unexpected little brat. "I must admit, you pique my interest," Blood Butcher grinned, his demeanor shifting to one of cold calculation as he darted toward Mu Qin, momentarily opting to forego capturing the young beauty. Mu Qin had anticipated this reaction. His spirit energy surging as he wrapped his legs, driving his speed to its utmost, fleeing deeper into the forest with frantic urgency. With Blood Butcher's strength, killing him would be a trivial task. "Kid, do you really think you can escape? For a mere girl, you would risk your own life as bait. I must say, I admire your spirit. Here's the deal. Hand over the Yuling fruit, and I'll only cripple you, leaving you a chance to live." "What do you say?" Blood Butcher taunted, his sinister laughter echoing as he pursued the desperately fleeing figure. "Ungrateful wretch." Blood Butcher's expression darkened, and with a surge of spirit energy, he accelerated, closing the distance between them. Feeling the chilling presence drawing nearer, Mu Qin's heart sank. He had underestimated Blood Butcher's strength. Yet, to relax even slightly now could spell disaster at the hands of this villain. With gritted teeth, Mu Qin felt an inner roar surge forth, his spirit energy racing through his veins. Perhaps sensing the peril he faced, the hidden light points within him began to flicker back to life. As the light points emerged in succession, if Mu Qin had the presence of mind to observe his own body, he would find that these points interconnected, forming a vague resemblance to a mysterious tower. Boom! However, Mu Qin was far too preoccupied at that moment to notice such details. He simply felt the sudden surge of spirit energy within him, propelling him to an extraordinary speed, gradually increasing the distance between himself and Blood Butcher. "What? This brat is moving so fast." Blood Butcher was taken aback, before furrowing his brow and channeling his spirit energy to give chase. His keen instincts told him that this sudden burst of speed from Mu Qin was likely fleeting. Unable to compare with his own endurance, in the depths of the forest, the two raced on, one fleeing and the other in pursuit, the fallen leaves swirling like a tempest in their wake. As they reached the inner sanctum of the North Spirit Plains, Blood Butcher's impatience grew. The area was rife with troublesome spirit beasts, and anything could happen. "Kid, I've played with you long enough." Blood Butcher snarled through gritted teeth, no longer caring about the extensive drain on his spirit energy. He propelled himself like a panther, his body crouching low to the ground, hands slamming against the earth. His spirit energy morphing around him into the shape of a predator, transforming him into a streak of light that shot toward Mu Qin with astonishing speed. "Prepare to die." The explosive acceleration allowed Blood Butcher to close the distance in mere breaths, and he unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming spirit energy, capable of obliterating any being of the spirit movement realm. Mu Qin sensed the terrifying assault from behind. Should he attempt to take it head-on? It would surely leave him grievously injured. His gaze flickered rapidly, scanning the depths of the forest, calculating his options, before he suddenly spun around, palm outstretched, black light shimmering as a mysterious black paper appeared in a flash. Boom! The enigmatic black paper materialized in Mu Chen's palm, and then the formidable punch delivered by Xue Tu crashed violently against the dark page. Bang! Xue Tu, astonished that his punch had not vanquished Mu Chen, was momentarily taken aback, yet he wasted no time and darted into the forest, his cold gaze fixed on Mu Chen, who lay beneath a large tree. Still planning to run? Xue Tu's voice dripped with malice as he observed the incapacitated Mu Chen. No need for that, however. In the face of Xue Tu's chilling grin, Mu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a mocking smile gracing his youthful, handsome face. Now it's your turn to flee. You scoundrel! Upon hearing this, Xue Tu's pupils constricted slightly, and just as he was about to retort, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the forest. A flash of silver akin to lightning surged forth. A tempest of violent spiritual energy stirring the woods into a frenzy. The silver-horned dragon leopard? Xue Tu's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the imposing spirit beast. He glared at Mu Chen with a ferocious intensity, saying, "You are quite the ruthless brat, seeking to drag me down with you. But you are still too inexperienced. As long as I retreat from its territory, that spirit beast will not pursue me, while you, however, will become its prey." Yet, upon hearing his words, the mockery on Mu Chen's face only deepened. "You have stained yourself with the blood of its young. Do you truly believe it will let you go so easily?" At this, Xue Tu looked down at the thick, sticky blood on his body, his expression undergoing a sudden transformation. It dawned on him that this seemingly naive youth had been setting a trap from the very beginning. He feigned throwing a spirit-breaking pearl, concealing a blood vial, and orchestrated a calculated escape. As he beheld the derisive expression on the boy's face, a chill crept into Xue Tu's heart. Could such a cunning scheme truly be the work of a reckless youth? Mu Chen gazed at the now pale Xue Tu and smiled faintly, glancing at the silver-horned dragon leopard emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, exhaling softly. Chapter 38. Counterattack, Seeking Collections. Roar. Within the forest, suffused with rampant spiritual energy, the silver-horned dragon leopard fixed its blood-red eyes on Xue Tu, who was splattered with blood not far away, emitting low growls filled with hatred and a thirst for vengeance. From the scent of the blood on the human's body, it detected the odor of its young. Had this vile human harmed its offspring? Although high-level spirit beasts possess significantly higher intelligence than their lower counterparts, they still cannot rival humans. In its fury, all it desired was to shred to pieces anything that bore the scent of its young, be they human or spirit beast. Damn it! Xue Tu felt the icy chill as the silver-horned dragon leopard locked onto him. He shot Mu Chen a venomous glare, realizing too late that this seemingly easy target, a late-stage spirit movement realm boy, was far more cunning than he had anticipated. His lustful nature now turned against him. He recognized his dire predicament and sought to vent his frustrations before his impending doom. Earlier, he had glimpsed a beautiful young woman, igniting his desires, but he never imagined that a moment of weakness would lead to such a significant debacle. "I will not let you off," Xue Tu spat ominously, and suddenly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him. He propelled himself off the ground, retreating swiftly through the thicket, clearly intent on fleeing. Roar! However, the enraged silver-horned dragon leopard had no intention of letting him escape so easily. It crouched low, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of silver, launching itself forward. With a speed comparable to that of a soul realm expert, it effortlessly outpaced Xue Tu, materializing behind him in an instant, the turbulent waves of spiritual energy causing his countenance to change. Spirit leopard strike. Yet Xue Tu was not one to be trifled with. He twisted his body mid-air, unleashing a roar as spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into the form of a spirit leopard around him. With a punch that seemed to meld man and beast, he slammed into the silver-horned dragon leopard. The collision created a thunderous sound, and the violent shockwave rippled outwards, snapping nearby trees like twigs. Boom! As the spiritual energy erupted, Xue Tu was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a pained scream, his right arm soaked in blood, a gaping wound appearing in his palm. Observing this, Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had witnessed the fire spirit ape king being dispatched in an instant by the silver-horned dragon leopard the previous day, yet today, Xue Tu had merely lost an arm. Indeed, this fellow's strength was formidable. Swish! The silver-horned dragon leopard landed, its icy gaze fixed on Shui-Tu, who was in no condition to escape. He charged forth again, a glint of death trailing in its wake. Shui-Tu, in a panic, rolled on the ground, evading the beast's assault, yet its tail, akin to an iron whip, struck him squarely in the chest. Thud. The force of the blow sent him sprawling, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. His fierce demeanor considerably waning. After enduring 2 attacks from the silver-horned dragon leopard, he was grievously injured. The severity of his wounds eclipsed those sustained in his prior skirmishes with Lu Ming and the others. If this continued, he would surely succumb to the beast. Clenching his teeth, Shui-Tu cast a resentful glance towards Mu Chen's direction, only to freeze in shock. The boy who had once lain there was now gone. Having eluded him without his notice, that little scoundrel, once I catch you, I will make you wish for death. Shui-Tu's face darkened with rage, his mind seething. However, during this moment of distraction, the silver-horned dragon leopard struck again, its sharp claws raking across his body, leaving deep gashes that ignited a wave of excruciating pain, causing Shui-Tu to see stars. Damn beast! He cursed under his breath, his face suddenly flushed with an unusual hue. Ferocity glimmering in his eyes, he sprang back, retreating swiftly, hands swiftly forming seals. A torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted from within him, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded, and as Shui-Tu spat out blood, the lethargy that had plagued him surged to new heights, and his speed intensified, becoming a blur as he fled in a desperate bid for survival. Roar! The silver-horned dragon leopard responded with a growl, transforming into a streak of silver as it relentlessly pursued him. The chase forced Shui-Tu to expel blood 5 times, his previously shadowy visage now pale as a ghost, weakened sensations swirling in his head, inducing waves of dizziness. However, a flicker of relief washed over Shui-Tu when, after approximately 10 minutes of frantic flight, the silver-horned dragon leopard finally began to slow, eventually halting and issuing a distant roar before turning away. Shui-Tu, witnessing the beast relent, dared not stop immediately. He continued to push himself, escaping for several more minutes before collapsing into a thicket. Eye in the grass, Shui-Tu felt utterly drained, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Panting heavily as he surveyed his injuries, overwhelmed by despair. Who could have imagined that in pursuit of a mere spirit movement realm brat, he would end up in such disarray? This was a feat even Lu Ming and his companions could not accomplish. You little scoundrel, I will not let you off, he ground out through clenched teeth, his voice rife with venom. Swish! Just as those words escaped his lips, an icy shiver ran down his spine, honed instincts from years of surviving danger prompting him to tilt his head aside. Whoosh! A streak of cold light shot from the forest behind him, narrowly grazing his head and leaving a deep gash across his face. The sudden assault caught Shui-Tu off guard, and he bellowed, "Who? The person you most wish to see." A clear, melodic laughter echoed through the woods, followed by a figure emerging slowly, a tall, slender form with a radiant smile adorning the handsome face of Mu Chen. "You little scoundrel, how dare you come here?" Shui-Tu shouted in fury upon recognizing Mu Chen stepping out from the forest. Mu Chen regarded him with a smile that held no warmth. His body enveloped in a rising aura of spiritual energy, his black eyes devoid of mirth, instead radiating a chilling intensity. "What do you intend to do, boy? Though I may be in a weakened state. If I fight back with all I have, you might not escape with your life," Shui-Tu hastily warned. "After all, we have no business with each other. How about we call this a day and let bygones be bygones?" Mu Chen paused, frowning slightly. "You truly won't trouble me again? You make a valid point." Mu Chen seemed to contemplate for a moment, nodding slightly. Shui-Tu's heart leapt with joy, but before he could express his relief, Mu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "However, I still very much wish to end your life." Swish! The figure of Mu Chen suddenly surged forth, his internal spiritual power surging rapidly. Upon his clenched fists, black light swirled, and 2 faint black imprints began to materialize. "You little scoundrel, how dare you provoke me? You seek death." Upon witnessing Mu Chen charging towards him, Blood Butcher's gaze turned sinister. He summoned the scant spiritual power remaining within him. Channeling it into his arms, with a low growl, his arms shot forth like cannons. San Luo Death Seal. Mu Chen tightened his fists, roar erupting from within him as the two black imprints erupted with a fierce black light, radiating an overwhelming and violent aura. With a deafening crash, their fists collided, shattering the grass beneath them and sending ripples of spiritual power coursing through the air. Both combatants were sent hurtling backward, spitting out blood. At that moment, Blood Butcher's movements grew noticeably sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chan closed the distance, a glint of icy coldness flashing in his black eyes as the black light sliced through Blood Butcher's eyes. Blood splattered forth. A chilling scream escaped Blood Butcher's lips as he flailed his arms wildly, attempting to strike Mu Chan down. Yet, Mu Chan deftly sidestepped, appearing behind Blood Butcher, with the dagger in hand. Akin to a venomous snake, he plunged it mercilessly into the vital spot on Blood Butcher's back, burying the blade deep. Blood dripped incessantly from the dagger, and Blood Butcher's frenzied thrashing abruptly ceased. His body slowly crumpling to the ground, disbelief etched upon his pale face. How could a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the spiritual wheel realm fall to a mere youth of the spiritual movement realm? As Blood Butcher collapsed, Mu Chan felt his legs weaken, and he sat down heavily, a sweet taste rising in his throat as another mouthful of blood escaped his lips. After resting for a moment, Mu Chan gritted his teeth and approached Blood Butcher's lifeless body, his hands beginning to search over it. Having nearly lost his life, he felt compelled to claim some spoils of war, wondering if the items taken from Lu Yu were still on him. Chapter 39. The Mustard Seed Bracelet. While Mu Chan rummaged through Blood Butcher's corpse, he found himself less interested in Blood Butcher himself and more intrigued by the items he had stolen from Lu Yu. The Blood Butcher Society held a certain notoriety in the Northern Spirit Realm. Although they could not compare to the 9 domains, they possessed some degree of strength. Typically, they acted with impunity but refrained from provoking the 9 domains, fully aware of their own limitations. Thus, Mu Chan was curious about what could possibly compel the Blood Butcher Society to take such risks against Lu Yu. Moreover, Lu Yu's reaction had also taken Mu Chan by surprise, as they had decisively annihilated the Blood Butcher Society and relentlessly pursued them into the Northern Spirit Plains, showing no signs of relent. Clearly, whatever had been stolen held significant value to Lu Yu. It was unlikely to be something trivial. In the past, Mu Chan had already faced animosity from Lu Yu's lord, Lu Qingtian, leading to numerous frictions between their domains over the years. Although they maintained a facade of civility, both sides would undoubtedly strike hard at the first opportunity. Given this relationship, coupled with the targeting from Lu Mubai and Lu Yong, Mu Chan harbored no goodwill towards Lu Yu. Thus, he was more than willing to disrupt their affairs. As Mu Chan pondered these thoughts, his hands continued to search, but after a prolonged search, he found nothing of interest, causing his brow to furrow. Could it be that this fellow had hidden everything away? Still not willing to give up, Mu Chan stripped Blood Butcher of his clothing entirely at last. As he removed the final piece, an object tumbled forth from the fabric. Mu Chan's gaze snapped to it, revealing a grayish-silver ring resembling a bracelet, which landed on the grass, shimmering with a faint silver light. The so-called Mustard Seed Bracelet is a unique spiritual artifact, possessing the power to construct spaces, capable of containing vast amounts within a seemingly small form. Such an item is exceedingly rare and valuable. Mu Chan had only seen one in the possession of his father, so he was astonished to find one on Blood Butcher. As Mu Chan toyed with the gray mustard seed bracelet, he recalled that it could retain the owner's spiritual imprint, allowing the owner to sense any unauthorized touch. However, with Blood Butcher now deceased, it was likely that the imprint had dissipated. Grasping the mustard seed bracelet, Mu Chan focused his mind, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a small space appeared in his perception, the storage space within the bracelet. Inside the mustard seed bracelet, Mu Chan discovered a plethora of items. Albeit a chaotic assortment, he quickly skimmed through them but found nothing particularly remarkable. Where did this guy acquire all this junk? After all, he is the leader of the Blood Butcher Society, Mu Chan mused. Continuing to search meticulously, after some time, his expression shifted and a flash of light ignited in his palm as an ancient copper piece materialized. When Mu Chan swept his spiritual energy over the contents of the mustard seed bracelet, most items reacted to some degree, yet this particular object remained utterly inert. This extreme lack of response piqued Mu Chan's curiosity. Fixating on the ancient copper piece, he noticed it adorned with intricate and obscure engravings. so complex that they left him feeling slightly dizzy on the reverse side. The design became clearer, depicting a massive black bird soaring in flight, surrounded by mountains and rivers, all seemingly enveloped by the bird's wings. What kind of spiritual beast is this? Mu Chen wondered, feeling a sense of inexplicable awe from merely a depiction. Could it be a celestial beast? Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen examined the copper piece further but found no answers. Ultimately, he could only shake his head, instinctively sensing that this was likely the item the Blood Butcher had stolen from Lu Yu. However, its true significance would need to be ascertained by his father. Just as Mu Chen shrugged and prepared to search the mustard seed bracelet once more, his expression suddenly shifted as he heard the sound of rushing wind approaching from afar, unmistakably headed in his direction. By the time he completed his search, figures emerged not far from him. In mere moments, they appeared in the clearing, and Mu Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing them. It was Mo Shi and his companions. Mu Chen, upon seeing the figures standing nearby, Mo Shi's tense expression transformed into one of relief. He quickly rushed to Mu Chen's side, asking, "Are you unharmed?" Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, he appeared to be in relatively good condition. "I heard Chinner mention you encountered Blood Butcher, so I hurried here. Finally finding you." Mo Shi's anxiety eased upon confirming Mu Chen's safety, but he soon furrowed his brow. Glancing around, "By the way, where's Blood Butcher? This fellow truly has the audacity to attack our North Spirit Academy students." With a dry chuckle, Mu Chen pointed towards the grass nearby and replied, "That fellow is dead." Mo Shi's expression momentarily froze, and the attendant behind him was equally taken aback. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sweeping away the grass to reveal the cold corpse beneath. Just as Mu Chen was about to speak, the sound of rushing wind echoed again from behind. Lu Ming and a large contingent of followers rushed in, accompanied by Lu Mubai and Lu Yang. Upon seeing Mu Chen miraculously unharmed, their expressions reflected shock. "Blood Butcher?" As Lu Ming spoke, his sharp gaze fixated on Mu Chen, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. "Did you do this?" Seeing the intensity of Lu Ming's stare, Mu Chen shook his head, clarifying, "I was nearly killed by him when he chased me, but fortunately, I encountered an elder who then dealt with Blood Butcher." "Elder?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, casting a skeptical glance at Mu Chen. With a wave of his hand, he commanded two subordinates to approach Blood Butcher's corpse for a thorough search. After a moment, they shook their heads in response. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression twitched, and he turned back to Mu Chen, a gentle smile emerging on his face. "Mu Chen, did you happen to see what Blood Butcher had on him?" "What items?" Mu Chen blinked innocently and replied. "After the elder dealt with him, he rummaged around for a bit, but I stayed back, too afraid to approach, so I don't know what he took." Lu Ming's expression darkened immediately. "Mu Chen, stop your nonsense. The items on Blood Butcher must be in your possession. That so-called elder is likely a fabrication of yours." Lu Yang interjected angrily. "Are you implying that Mu Chen shot him a peculiar look, that I killed Blood Butcher?" Lu Yang faltered, rendered speechless. After all, Blood Butcher was a practitioner at the late stage of the spiritual wheel realm, a mere step away from the divine soul realm. The notion that Mu Chen could have slain him was utterly absurd. Lu Mubai coldly fixed his gaze upon Mu Chen, a flicker of icy flames dancing within the depths of his eyes. Mu Chen, do refrain from jesting with me. If you truly possess the items, as long as you hand them over, I shall express my profound gratitude, and I will personally visit the Mu domain to discuss this matter with your father on the morrow." Lu Ming endeavored to soften his expression. Speaking with a feigned smile, "Third Master Lu, I genuinely did not see anything on him. I was terrified when he pursued me earlier. How could I dare to approach him?" Mu Chen shook his head, the earnestness and honesty evident on his youthful visage. At this, Lu Ming's eyes twitched, unable to suppress the anger that simmered within him. Though he did not truly believe Mu Chen could have slain the Blood Butcher, the latter remained the prime suspect. He stepped forward, his hand outstretched towards Mu Chen, his voice cold as he declared, "Since you refuse to speak the truth, allow me to personally search your person." Upon witnessing Lu Ming's advancing hand, Mu Chen clenched his fist, a dark dagger appearing in his grasp. However, just as Lu Ming's hand was about to seize Mu Chen, another hand intervened, blocking him. Master Mo cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming, his voice calm yet authoritative, causing Lu Ming's body to stiffen momentarily. "Lu Ming, You have gone too far. When Lu Ming heard Master Mo's voice laced with irritation, his expression stiffened. Master Mo was a genuine powerhouse of the Divine Soul Realm, and he held the esteemed title of Chief Instructor of the North Spirit Academy. Even within their Lu domain, they dared not provoke him lightly. Master Mo continued, I understand your feelings, but that does not grant you the liberty to search my student's body at will. If you had not forced the Blood Butcher near the North Spirit Plane, Mu Chuan would not have found himself in such peril. Now that he has narrowly escaped, you would still act in this manner? I fear I cannot acquiesce. Mu Chuan sheathed his dagger, facing Lu Ming's gaze, which was tinged with a chilling malice, and shook his head once more. Third Master Lu, I assure you, I did not take anything from you. That is my spoils. This thought flickered in Mu Chin's mind. He had nearly lost his life to the Blood Butcher, and the notion of surrendering his possessions was utterly inconceivable. You? Lu Ming gritted his teeth, his expression darkening considerably. Yet, in the presence of Master Mo, he refrained from taking action against Mu Chuan. Keep your belongings if you wish, but be cautious. Some things might just prove too much for you to handle. Lu Ming shot a glowering look at Mu Chuan, suppressing his fury before turning away with Lu Mubai and the others. Mu Chuan watched Lu Ming and his companions depart in anger, their threats falling on deaf ears. Thank you, Master Mo, he said, turning to express his gratitude. You are a student of the North Spirit Academy, and as you are currently participating in our training, it is only natural that I ensure your safety. Master Mo replied with a faint smile, casting Mu Chuan a meaningful glance. Feeling the weight of Master Mo's gaze, Mu Chuan managed a dry chuckle before promptly turning and striding towards the periphery of the North Spirit Plane. Master Mo and Master Shi followed closely behind, exchanging glances while also observing the cold corpse of the Blood Butcher. Master Shi frowned slightly, remarking, Is this young lad truly so fortunate to have encountered a powerful savior just in the nick of time? The likelihood of such an occurrence seems rather slim. Yet, if one were to suggest that Mu Chin single-handedly defeated a foe of the Blood Butcher's caliber, the improbability of that claim would be staggering. Master Mo smiled noncommittally, his gaze fixed upon the figure of the young man ahead. He had witnessed firsthand how Mu Chuan had dispatched the Fire Spirit Ape King, and he understood that anyone who underestimated him would likely pay a hefty price. What an intriguing young man he is. It is no wonder he stands as the sole individual from the North Spirit Realm to have qualified for the spiritual path. Qing Shan and the others quickly gathered around. Evidently aware of Mu Chin's encounter with the Blood Butcher, Mu Chuan smiled at them reassuringly, signaling that all was well, before turning to face the strikingly beautiful girl with reddened eyes who was observing him intently. I'm sorry, this is all my fault, Tang Chinner said, her eyes glistening with moisture. Had it not been for her words, Mu Chuan would not have crossed paths with the Blood Butcher and found himself in such dire straits. We're teammates, after all, and with such a beautiful girl in our team. If there were no excitement, wouldn't that be a waste of such a fortune? Mu Chin teased. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed, and she playfully punched him, the sorrow in her expression diminishing considerably. You didn't do this, did you? Tang Chinner leaned closer to Mu Chuan, whispering, Do you think that is possible? Mu Chin chuckled, fully aware of how incredulous such claims would be. Indeed, if the Blood Butcher had not been severely injured by the silver-horned dragon leopard and expended his spirit energy in a desperate flight, it would have been utterly impossible for Mu Chuan to defeat him. Others might not believe it, but you, being so cunning, who knows? Tang Chinner replied with a playful smile, harboring an inexplicable confidence in Mu Chuan. She believed that what others deemed impossible might very well be within his reach. In the days that followed, following the demise of the Blood Butcher, the vigilance maintained by Master Mo and the others relaxed significantly. Thus, they did not hasten the conclusion of the training, allowing the students to hone their skills at the periphery of the North Spirit Plane. Lu Ming departed with his entourage on the second day following the Blood Butcher's death. However, the ominous glare he cast at Mu Chuan as he left made it clear that this matter was far from resolved. Due to this lingering caution, Mu Chuan became increasingly vigilant in the days that followed. While he did not believe Lu Ming would dare to act against him under Master Mo's watchful eye, it was better to remain prudent. Under this caution, half a month of training gradually drew to a close. Within the camp, the atmosphere today was notably more lively than usual, with all the students wearing expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. For today marked the assessment of their training results. Before the assembled students, Master Mo and Master Shi surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Compared to half a month ago, the student seemed notably more competent, clearly indicating that this training had been quite beneficial. Master Mo gestured to a recording staff member nearby, saying, "Let us commence. Deng Lei's team, 3 mid-tier spirit beast essence. Lu Yun's team, 2 mid-tier spirit beast essence. Ing Zong's team. Mu Chun, do you think we can secure first place?" Tang Chinner inquired, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed at the lively scene before them. "Isn't the treatment for the top 3 the same? Whether we come in first or not, it makes little difference," Mu Chin replied with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the notion of securing the top spot. "That may be true, but the only possible contender to surpass us is likely Lu Mubai. Those 2 brothers have been watching you closely. Losing to them would be rather unsatisfactory," Tang Chinner murmured. Hearing her words, Mu Chin's gaze shifted towards Lu Mubai, who was glaring at him from a distance. His expression icy. Beside him stood Hong Ling, clad in red and exuding a certain charm. Although she appeared somewhat distracted, her watery gaze occasionally drifting in Mu Chin's direction. "These fellows," Mu Chan smiled faintly to himself. Ever since the Blood Butcher's demise, Lu Mubai's gaze had taken on a peculiar quality, hinting at regret and anger. This piqued Mu Chin's curiosity, suggesting that there was more to the Blood Butcher's sudden appearance than met the eye. "Mu Chan, it's our turn," Tang Chinner suddenly nudged him, whispering. "Then you should proceed. The items are all in your possession, after all," Mu Chan replied with a smile. Tang Chinner nodded and hurried forward, drawing the attention of many around her. By now, Mu Chan had gained considerable notoriety. News of his leading the team to hunt the fire spirit ape had spread, leaving other students astonished. After all, who would have thought that while they were merely handling low-tier spirit beasts, Mu Chan would dare to undertake such audacious endeavors? Furthermore, the incident involving the Blood Butcher only added to Mu Chin's mystique. Although others doubted he could have truly slain a foe of the Blood Butcher's strength, the fact that he had managed to escape his pursuit was in itself an incredible feat. These various circumstances undoubtedly positioned Mu Chan as the most prominent figure in this training session. Those who had previously looked down upon him for being a newcomer were now reluctant to show such sentiments. Hence, many were keenly curious about the performance of Mu Chin's team. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Tang Chinner approached the recording staff member, her delicate hand reaching into her robes to retrieve several small orbs of light, each containing the essence of spirit beasts, shimmering with a dazzling glow. 35 low-grade mid-tier spirit beast essences. The recording personnel glanced at them, a flicker of astonishment crossing their eyes. These spirit beasts must have possessed mid-tier strength in their lifetimes. Such formidable creatures typically required teams of other students to hunt them down, with even a single successful capture in a day being quite commendable. To their surprise, Tang Chinner had managed to present so many at once, with her delicate hand once again extending forth. 15 even brighter spheres of light materialized. 15 low-grade late-tier spirit beast essences. A wave of murmurs erupted around them. These spirit beasts, possessing late-tier strength, were usually ones they would avoid at all costs. Indeed, Mu Chan was impressive, having hunted so many. Hearing the astonished whispers around her, Tang Chinner felt a slight swell of pride. After a moment's thought, she cautiously retrieved another fiery sphere from her bosom. Within that sphere, a miniature fire ape seemed to roar, its overwhelming spiritual energy sending a hush over the surrounding students. Was that the essence of the fire spirit ape king? This is utterly extraordinary. Once the essence was revealed, who could possibly compare? Mo Ling and the others murmured, for it was a mid-tier spirit beast of late-tier strength, far beyond the capabilities of these students to hunt. Both Mo Shi and Shi Shi gazed at the fire spirit ape king's essence, their eyes filled with disbelief. Mo Shi, having witnessed Mu Chin vanquish the unfortunate fire spirit ape king firsthand, remained somewhat unfazed. The recording personnel stood in stunned silence for a while, clearly not expecting such a high-grade spirit beast essence to be produced by a student, a mid-tier spirit beast essence. After a moment, the personnel's voice, still tinged with suppressed astonishment, finally broke the silence, prompting another wave of exclamations. Shi Shi, I refuse to accept this. Mu Chan could not possibly have the ability to hunt a spirit beast of late-tier strength. He must have cheated. Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged. Everyone turned to see Lu Yang stepping forward, his tone laden with skepticism. Upon hearing Mo Shi's words, Lu Yang's face flushed crimson, a mix of indignation and embarrassment. As he approached, he produced numerous spheres of light from his own attire, each one a spirit beast essence, including 2 mid-tier essences from spirit beasts that had once possessed early-tier strength. From a certain perspective, had it not been for Mu Chen's possession of the Fire Spirit Ape King's essence, Lu Mu Bai might have overshadowed him entirely. However, with the presence of that fiery essence, Lu Mu Bai's achievements appeared somewhat dimmed. Tang Qin'er, witnessing this scene, secretly harbored a glimmer of joy. She did not relish the thought of Lu Mu Bai overshadowing Mu Chen. Although her joy was subtle, it did not escape Lu Mu Bai's notice, causing the corners of his lips to curl upward as he reached once more into his bosom. Everyone's gaze fixated on him, wondering if Lu Mu Bai had any hidden treasures left. Not long ago, I happened to encounter 2 late-tier spirit beasts who had weakened for various reasons, so I was fortunate enough to collect their essences. Lu Mu Bai smiled, revealing 2 spheres, one a deep blue and the other a vibrant yellow. Pulsating with astonishing spiritual energy, these 2 essences were also of late-tier strength. A ripple of disbelief surged through the crowd as they stared at Lu Mu Bai, astonished that he had hunted 2 spirit beasts of such caliber. You must be cheating," Tang Qin'er exclaimed, her face paling, her anger evident. While Lu Mu Bai's abilities were indeed commendable, it was inconceivable that he could have hunted spirit beasts of late-tier strength. The excuse of fortuitously encountering 2 weakened spirit beasts was utterly implausible. "Is it only you who can take advantage of the situation?" Lu Yang sneered. Dynamo Shi and Shishir exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, yet they remained silent. The evaluation of such accomplishments had always been lenient. What truly mattered was whether the students had gained experience, not merely the final tally of their achievements. Tang Qin'er clenched her fists in frustration, her anger palpable, but with no other recourse, she could only stomp her foot in irritation. Mu Chen observed the unfolding drama calmly, but when Lu Mu Bai produced 2 late-tier spirit beast essences, he glanced at Hong Ling, who appeared somewhat uneasy under his gaze, quickly averting her eyes. "Never mind, as long as the top 3 can still receive the spirit-nurturing pills," Mu Chen smiled faintly, reassuring the visibly agitated Tang Qin'er. "But they are clearly cheating," Tang Qin'er retorted angrily. The Fire Spirit Ape King had nearly cost Mu Chen his life, and she could not believe that Lu Mu Bai had legitimately acquired those 2 late-tier spirit beast essences. It's merely a small competition. What does it matter to lose this time? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Lu Mu Bai flashed Mu Chen a cold, taunting smile. Mu Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no desire to engage in such childish cheating games. But it seemed Lu Mu Bai was intent on provoking him. Mu Chen suddenly called out, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I just remembered that I have some spirit beast essences stored away. Can I present them now?" Mo Shi chuckled, recognizing that this little rascal was likely up to something that would astonish everyone, and he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mu Chen shrugged at the now sullen-faced Lu Mu Bai, reaching into his attire to retrieve something. All eyes were riveted on Mu Chen, wondering if he had more surprises in store. Finally, Mu Chen slowly revealed his hand, and the crowd gasped as they beheld 5 glowing spheres, each emitting a spiritual energy wave no less potent than that of the Fire Spirit Ape King's essence. All 5 spheres were, astonishingly, late-tier spirit beast essences. Mu Chen shrugged, glancing at the ashen-faced Lu Mu Bai, and smiled slightly. "Apologies, but a few days ago, I encountered 5 late-tier mid-grade spirit beasts engaged in a brawl, and they all ended up defeated, so I took the opportunity to finish them off." The crowd collectively gasped, incredulous at such a brazenly mocking excuse. Their gazes flicked to Lu Mu Bai, whose handsome visage had turned exceptionally grim. Clearly, this time, Lu Mu Bai had been bested. Chapter 42. Interception. The evaluation of achievements became somewhat farcical due to the antics of Lu Mu Bai and Mu Chen, whose displays of spirit beast essences were overwhelmingly powerful for the other students. Chapter 43. The Man in the Rain. Ji Zong, hand over the items to me. I in the midst of a gentle rain. Mu Chen stood tense, his gaze fixed intently ahead, where a figure holding a flowered umbrella gradually emerged. It was a somewhat gaunt man, his face bearing an unusually feminine softness, thin lips glinting like a blade. Exuding an air of chill, Mu Chen scrutinized this unfamiliar, effeminate man, a profound sense of danger surging within him. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. "You are not from the Lu domain, are you? Why have you sought me out?" Indeed I am not from the Lu domain," Someone has simply paid a handsome price for my services. The effeminate man replied with a faint smile, twirling the flowered umbrella lightly, his thin lips pressed together. You may call me Jizong. Jizong? The Rain Man Jizong. Mu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. This name held considerable notoriety in the North Spirit realm, not inferior to that of Shui Tuesday. However, this did not imply that Jizong was stronger than Shui Tu. His own strength was likely at the early tier of the Spirit Wheel realm. Nevertheless, he possessed another identity that commanded significant caution. He was a first-level Spirit Array Master. In this vast world, where myriad realms converged, even the most supreme beings could only feel their insignificance. This world was indeed a dazzling spectacle, with countless paths vying for supremacy. Spirit Array Masters and Spirit Artifact Masters. Aside from the traditional cultivation of spiritual energy, were remarkably illustrious professions that demanded exceptionally stringent talents. Even those with prodigious gifts in cultivation might struggle to excel in these paths, while some seemingly mediocre cultivators might possess extraordinary talents in these fields. The adage that when one door closes, another opens, holds particularly true in this expansive world. Overall, Spirit Array Masters hold a prestigious status, as many factions require their expertise, whether for constructing defensive arrays, offensive arrays, or arrays beneficial for cultivation, all necessitate the involvement of Spirit Array Masters. Thus, in this vast world, a high-level Spirit Array Master is a highly sought-after prize. Those Spirit Array Masters who have attained a certain level of mastery can effortlessly construct arrays, wielding their power to shake the very heavens, at present. The reason why Jizong enjoys such a remarkable reputation in the North Spirit realm is entirely unrelated to his early-stage Spirit Wheel strength. It is solely attributable to his status as a first-level Spirit Array Master. A first-level Spirit Array Master, when within a formation, possesses a terrifying power that can rival even a formidable opponent in the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. To my surprise, despite being a student of the North Spirit Academy, you are still aware of my title, Jizong remarked with a smile, his voice soft and melodious, reminiscent of a woman's, even though he was undeniably a man. A contrast that made others feel exceedingly uncomfortable. You dare to act against me in North Spirit City, which is a grave violation of the North Spirit Academy's taboos. Should they find out, your fate will likely be dire. Mu Chen's gaze flickered as he spoke. That is precisely why I painstakingly set up a mind-confusing array. Jizong pointed to the desolate street, indicating that no one outside would know of the events occurring here. Therefore, it would be wise for you to hand over your belongings without resistance. I have no desire to kill you, lest Mu Feng goes mad. Let us remain amicable, shall we? Mu Chen's eyes were icy, a surge of spiritual energy subtly stirring within him. Although he had fallen into Jizong's formation, he was not one to easily capitulate. Seems you are indeed quite disobedient, Jizong said with a faint smile, then flicked his fingers, causing the spring rain cascading from the sky to intensify. An overwhelming wave of spiritual energy quietly emanating forth. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for you to personally experience the prowess of my Spirit Rain Array. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jizong summoned the torrential spring rain, which descended like a tempestuous rain of blades, enveloping Mu Chen entirely. Witnessing such a formidable offensive, Mu Chen's heart raced. Indeed, Spirit Array Masters are impressive. Such an assault could render even those in the Spirit Wheel realm utterly constrained. Gathering spirit light, Mu Chen retreated hastily, dark spiritual energy surging forth from within him, forming a thin black barrier that shielded his body. Bang, bang, bang. The deluge of spring rain relentlessly pounded against the black barrier, causing it to tremble and ripple as if on the verge of collapse. Given that Mu Chen's strength was merely in the late stage of the spirit movement realm, it was exceedingly difficult for him to withstand Jizong's onslaught, which was empowered by the formation. I cannot let this drag on. I must break the formation. Mu Chen gazed at the rapidly disintegrating black light, his thoughts racing. With his current strength, it was unlikely he could contend directly with Jizong. His only path lay in dismantling the formation. Once the formation was shattered, Jizong would be stripped of his advantage, and without the formation's cover, he would undoubtedly hesitate to act in the North Spirit realm. However, breaking a formation crafted by a first-level Spirit Array Master is no easy feat. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen's mind gradually calmed in this perilous moment. His gaze flickered. Jizong was merely a first-level Spirit Array Master. and the formation he had deployed clearly lacked the sophistication to be controlled purely by will. This meant that Jizong would still require certain external objects to manipulate the formation, which also represented a flaw in the Spirit Array Master's design. These objects would likely be kept in the most secure location. Yuchen's eyes subtly scanned Jizong's figure, and after a moment, they fixated on the ornate umbrella in his hand. His strength was far inferior to Jizong's, especially considering Jizong was controlling the formation. Fortunately, Jizong was aware of this fact. Thus, his underestimation would provide Mu Chun with the perfect opportunity. Crack! The black light before Mu Chun, formed of spiritual energy, finally shattered completely. The spring rain splashed against his face, drawing a line of blood, and Mu Chun's brows furrowed sharply. With a powerful stomp, water sprayed, and his body surged forward like a leopard, darting straight towards Jizong. What an aggressively spirited youth! Jizong observed with a faint smile, then waved his hand, causing the spring rain to coalesce into a spear of rain. Piercing toward Mu Chun with lethal precision, Yu Chun lunged forward, bracing his palms against the ground, propelling himself with the agility of a spiritual monkey to evade the menacing rain spear. Not bad at all, Jizong remarked with a chuckle, yet his attacks grew increasingly ruthless. With a flick of his wrist, several long spears formed, slicing through the air with a deadly arc aimed at Mu Chun's vital points. Mu Chun nimbly maneuvered, but still, one spear grazed his chest, tearing his clothing and leaving a wound from which blood immediately seeped. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to the blood flowing from his chest. Instead, he dashed forward, finally closing in on Jizong. The latter raised an eyebrow, his voice smooth and feminine, saying, "So you do comprehend the need to target the master of the formation. You, young lad, possess a keen insight. However, while your thoughts are correct, you have overestimated your strength and underestimated the chasm between us." Jizong smiled faintly, clenching his palm as the torrential spring rain converged into a sword of liquid rain in his grasp. Pulsating with formidable spiritual energy, Mu Chun clenched his fists tightly, dark light swirling as two imprints of black light emerged, brimming with overwhelming spiritual energy, which he unleashed without hesitation toward Jizong. The fist imprints soared past, tearing through the rain, and the sound of slicing wind made Jizong momentarily pause, clearly taken aback that Mu Chun could unleash such a fierce assault with his late-stage spirit movement realm strength. Were he not a spirit array master, merely an ordinary opponent in the early stage of the spirit wheel realm, capturing Mu Chun today would have indeed proven a challenge. However, that alone would not suffice. Jizong's gaze turned frigid as he violently shook the water sword in his hand, unleashing a resonant hum. The water sword surged forth like a water serpent, crashing forcefully against the two black light imprints, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. The force of the spiritual energy sent Mu Chun stumbling backward, the two dark imprints gradually retreating. Although Jizong was only in the early stage of the spirit wheel realm, the might of the formation allowed him to contend with even late-stage opponents, making it clear that Mu Chun could not hope to gain the upper hand in direct confrontation. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chun observed the two dark imprints being forced back, then glanced at the sharp edge of the water sword, a chill piercing his heart, causing his skin to tingle. Ha! The threat loomed over him, and Mu Chun's eyes flared with fury, a roar erupting from deep within his heart as the great Buddha technique began to circulate. Through these trials, he had come to understand that a hidden power dwelled within him, one that could only be unleashed in life-and-death situations. And now was the perfect opportunity. Arise! Chapter 44. Breaking the formation buzz. Just as the hazy silhouette of a light tower flickered into existence within Mu Chun, a peculiar wave of energy suddenly surged forth from him. This wave was not particularly powerful, yet when it reached Jizong, the latter's body trembled slightly, his gaze momentarily dazed. Humph! However, this momentary distraction quickly faded as Jizong snapped back to attention. Acknowledging that Mu Chun was indeed no ordinary youth, it was no wonder Lu Yu had sought his assistance. Nonetheless, no matter how he struggled, the vast gap between them could not be easily bridged. Whoosh! With a powerful tremor in his arm, Jizong's rain sword expanded explosively, the violent surge of spiritual energy forcefully shoving the two dark imprints aside, before darting toward Mu Chun's shoulder like a bolt of lightning. Clang! Jizong's attack was exceedingly fierce, threading through the gaps in the dark imprints, leaving Mu Chun no time to defend himself as the rain sword pierced his shoulder. Yet, at the moment of contact, the indistinct light tower within Mu Qian seemed to tremble, causing the rain sword to momentarily halt before the tip finally embedded itself in his shoulder, blood oozing forth. Swish! Jizong regarded this scene with a faint smile, seemingly convinced that the situation was under his control. His gaze fell upon the young man before him, only to find that beneath the gentle rain, a pair of pitch-black eyes, resembling deep voids, were fixated upon him, an unspoken sense of danger abruptly enveloping Jizong's heart. Swish! The youth before him remained unfazed by the sword embedded in his shoulder, even the pain failing to elicit a twitch from his brow. With a sudden flick of his hands, a cold light shot forth, ultimately gliding past the handle of the ornate umbrella he held in his other hand. The umbrella fell limply, splashing droplets of rain. As Jizong stared in a daze at the unfolding scene, watching the youth retreat abruptly, blood continuing to flow from his shoulder. Show your astonishment. You have discerned it. Zong's lips moved, yet his expression grew significantly graver. The youth before him had actually perceived the flaw in his formation, and what unsettled him even further was the latter's audacity to use his own body as bait, exposing a vulnerability the moment he attempted to strike. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, he acted decisively, severing the flower umbrella in his grasp, thereby also cutting off the connection to the formation. You have lost, Mu Qian remarked, grinning at Jizong, as his laughter subsided. The gentle spring rain ceased to fall, and the air around them shimmered with a radiant glow. It was then that Mu Qian began to hear faint voices reaching his ears. The street remained unchanged, devoid of any traces of rain, and sunlight streamed down from the sky, while silhouettes appeared in the distance. Clearly, the mesmerizing formation that had enveloped him was shattered at this moment. Mu Qian fixed his gaze ahead, where Jizong regarded him with a serious expression. After a brief pause, he chuckled. What a formidable young man. I did not anticipate that Mu Feng would have such an exceptional SON. Mu Qian smiled back, though his eyes were filled with wariness and vigilance. Do you intend to make a move next? The formation has been broken. I can no longer harm you. What transpires next is of no concern to me. But do take care of yourself, Jizong replied with a faint smile, then cast a meaningful glance at Mu Qian before slowly turning to depart. This Jizong is utterly useless. As Mu Qian scanned his surroundings with heightened alertness, two icy glares pierced through the shadows from a certain spot on the street, fixating on the distant figure of the youth. Third uncle, what shall we do next? Beside the middle-aged man stood a handsome youth who furrowed his brows in inquiry. It was none other than Lu Mu Bai, while the middle-aged man was Lu Ming. Fortunately, I never truly trusted that Jizong. I merely wished for him to test the waters. If he could resolve it, that would be splendid. If not, we would take matters into our own hands. However, if we act now, we might attract the attention of the North Spirit Academy, Lu Mu Bai murmured. Then let us swiftly eliminate him. Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly as he waved his hand, summoning 10 figures from behind him. These individuals exuded a palpable aura of menace, and their spiritual energy fluctuations indicated they had all reached the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm. Engage! Yes, the 10 figures responded in hushed tones, their forms flickering as they vanished into the darkness. On the street, Mu Qian, who was on high alert, suddenly felt his gaze sharpen as he looked ahead, where 10 figures surged forth, encircling him in a circular formation. 10 adept practitioners at the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm. Yu Qian's heart trembled slightly upon seeing the 10 figures. The intent to kill from Lu Yu was indeed formidable. Although Lu Ming and his associates dared not act openly in North Spirit City, they had still orchestrated a grand scheme against him. I cannot afford to engage. I must escape. Mu Qian's thoughts raced as he swiftly retreated, and no matter how arrogant he was, he could not possibly believe he could contend against 10 seasoned warriors of the spirit wheel realm. Whoosh! The 10 individuals charged forward, their spiritual energy erupting with lethal intent, causing disturbances in the distance that were clearly beginning to attract attention. Damn it! Mu Qian cursed inwardly upon witnessing their swift approach. Gritting his teeth, he felt his spiritual energy surge within him, the dark, double-bladed aura flickering from his arms, clearly prepared to fight with all he had. He needed to buy himself some time. Whoosh! The 10 figures swiftly closed in, their coordination impeccable, forming a complete encirclement that blocked all of Mu Qian's escape routes. 10 sharp swords targeted his vital points, Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the incoming attacks, the dark light on his arms intensifying. Just as he was about to take a decisive step forward, a thunderous voice erupted like a clap of thunder. Who dares to attack the young master of Muyu, seeking death? Accompanied by the thunderous roar, a figure darted in like lightning, landing before Mu Chen in a familiar manner. With a sweep of his sleeve, a torrent of robust spiritual energy surged forth, instantly sending the 10 figures reeling as if struck by a heavy blow. "Uncle Zhou," Mu Chen exclaimed with elation upon seeing the familiar figure before him, finally relieved that help had arrived. The lean, middle-aged man before Mu Chen was Zhou Yi of Muyu. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on the 10 figures that had been sent flying but did not pursue. Instead, he stayed by Mu Chen's side, shielding him. "Kill them!" Zhou Yi glared coldly at the 10 figures, then let out a chilling command. Immediately, dozens of figures surged forth from a short distance, rushing towards the 10 figures. Seeing this, the 10 figures gritted their teeth and, with a wave of their sleeves, summoned a cloud of smoke, swiftly retreating under its cover. "Bastards!" In another part of the street, Lu Ming glared at Zhou Yi, who had unexpectedly rallied his forces, his face turning a deep shade of anger. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yi would thwart their plans at such a critical juncture. "Third uncle?" Lu Mu Bai frowned, realizing that their plans had unraveled. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he waved his hand and turned to leave. Lu Mu Bai could only sigh in resignation, his gaze piercing through the gap to the distant figure of Mu Chen, now protected by Mu Yu's forces. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. "You fortunate lad, consider yourself lucky this time. But should there be a next time, such opportunities may no longer be afforded to you." Chapter 45. The Nine Nether Sparrow on the street, Zhou Yi stood guard before Mu Chen, his keen, eagle-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. After a moment, his body gradually relaxed, sensing that the lingering killing intent had begun to dissipate. Whoosh! Dozens of figures swiftly approached, encircling Mu Chen and Zhou Yi, young master. "Uncle Zhou, little Mu, are you unharmed?" Sensing the withdrawal of the killing intent, Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief and turned to inquire. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, replying, "Thankfully, Uncle Zhou arrived promptly." "It should be Lu Yu's people," Mu Chen stated. "Lu Yu?" Zhou Yi's expression shifted, then he appeared somewhat puzzled. "Though our Mu Yu and Lu Yu have always been at odds, we have generally exercised restraint towards one another." "Why would they dot him?" Zhou Yi nodded in response to Mu Chen's words, gesturing for him to follow as they made their way towards the teleportation array within the city. With Zhou Yi's escort, they encountered no further complications, indicating that Lu Yu had wisely chosen to refrain from escalating matters, at least for the time being, in Mu City, within the Mu residence. Lu Yu dared to make a move against Little Mu? In the living room, when Mu Feng heard Zhou Yi's report, his previously jovial demeanor sank into a cold fury, causing him to rise abruptly. "What do they intend? Do they seek to sever ties with our Mu Yu completely? At present, they likely do not wish to fully sever ties. Otherwise, they would not have first summoned Ji Zong to act, and then resorted to direct action out of necessity." Mu Chen interjected with a grin. "Ji Zong?" Mu Feng's expression darkened, and Zhou Yi beside him furrowed his brow, asking, "He took action against you as well?" "Indeed. I fell into the formation he set, but I managed to break free, and he subsequently retreated." Mu Chen confirmed. "You broke his formation?" Both Mu Feng and Zhou Yi stared in astonishment at Mu Chen. They were certainly aware of Ji Zong's reputation. While his initial stage of the spirit wheel realm was not particularly formidable, his status as a formation master posed a considerable challenge. Yet now, Mu Chen had actually managed to dismantle the formation he had set. "I am currently at the late stage of the spirit motion realm." After all, Mu Chen replied, amused by their surprised expressions. "Late stage of the spirit motion realm?" Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in satisfaction. Although Mu Chen had been delayed in his cultivation for a year within the spirit path, his innate talent was indeed remarkable, and he was now truly catching up. The late stage of the spirit motion realm is inconsequential. If Ji Zong were to fully deploy his formation, even someone at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm would find it challenging. "Do you truly possess the strength to dismantle the formation?" While Mu Feng felt pleased, he could not tolerate Mu Chen's smug demeanor, immediately scolding him with a laugh. "Ji Zong shared your sentiment, which is why he fell victim to my tactics," Mu Chen retorted, pouting. "It seems little Mu has indeed taken advantage of Ji Zong's underestimation," Zhou Yi remarked with a smile. Such intellect is quite commendable. Where is the praise in that? Mu Feng chuckled for a moment before becoming serious. But why would Lu Yu take action against you? Moreover, why choose North Spirit City for their attack, if discovered? It could incite the wrath of the North Spirit Academy. Given their modus operandi, such reckless behavior is uncharacteristic, especially with the imminent allocation of spots among the 5 major academies. Offending the North Spirit Academy at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise. Oh? Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance, both perceiving a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. They had heard whispers about the Blood Butcher Corps and the Lu domain, yet had not given it much thought. However, judging by Lu domain's level of concern, it seemed far from trivial. Although the mustard bracelet held some value, it hardly warranted such attention from Lu domain. Mu Feng chuckled softly and inquired, "Is there something of significance within?" Mu Chen nodded, his hand clenching as an ancient copper plate materialized before them. "It should be this item, though I examined it and found nothing particularly remarkable." Receiving the copper plate from Mu Chen, Mu Feng ran his fingers over the intricate patterns, pondering for a moment before flipping it over. Upon encountering the image of a colossal black bird etched upon the plate, he paused, deep in thought. "This resembles," Mu Feng murmured, his pupils constricting slightly. "It bears a resemblance to the Nine Nether Sparrow?" "The Nine Nether Sparrow?" Zhou Yi exclaimed, taken aback. "Could it be?" Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he interjected. "Is it the one ranked 11th in the Beast Codex?" The resemblance was indeed striking. Mu Feng nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he clenched his hand, summoning a blazing fire that coalesced into a palm-sized fire sculpture. The fiery figure exuded an intense sharpness, its wings resembling those of a dragon, while its talons were adorned with fiery red scales, emanating an imposing aura. "Is this the essence of the dragon flame eagle that my father refined?" Mu Chen gazed at the exquisite fire sculpture with curiosity. It was a genuine celestial beast, ranked 85th in the Beast Codex, far superior to Master Mo's Golden Thunder Wolf and Master Shi's Stone Turtle Lion. As the dragon flame eagle perched upon Mu Feng's palm and approached the ancient copper plate, it hesitated upon seeing the black bird pattern, a flicker of alarm passing through its piercing eyes, causing it to recoil in evident trepidation. To instill such fear in the dragon flame eagle, it must indeed be the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Feng, witnessing this reaction, confirmed, the Nine Nether Sparrow is born in the northern underworld. Its wings capable of overshadowing mountains, and its ethereal light can devour the sun and moon. This description resonated deeply with Mu Chen, who could not help but click his tongue in awe. Such power was almost beyond comprehension. If it truly is the Nine Nether Sparrow, it's no wonder Lu domain places such importance on it. If a formidable figure at the Spirit Soul realm were to obtain the essence of the Nine Nether Sparrow, their strength would be exceedingly formidable. Mu Feng sighed. But if it is indeed the Nine Nether Sparrow, does Lu domain possess the capability to challenge it? Mu Chen furrowed his brow. If it truly is the Nine Nether Sparrow, even if Lu domain expended all its might, capturing it would be impossible. The secret must lie within this copper plate. Mu Feng smiled faintly and suddenly unleashed a torrent of robust spiritual energy, flooding the copper plate like a raging river. Mu Chen had previously attempted this, but to no avail. Yet Mu Feng's prowess as a genuine late-stage Spirit Soul Realm expert meant he stood among the elite of the Northern Spirit Realm. As the immense spiritual energy surged into the copper plate, it finally stirred, emanating a radiant light that coalesced into a shimmering veil in midair. Within this veil appeared a vast, dark forest, and deep within its treacherous depths, a colossal black bird was shrieking skyward. A deluge of black light swept forth from its form, consuming everything in its vicinity, even obscuring light itself. The black light intensified, eventually transforming into a black flame that enveloped the creature. Its piercing cries grew increasingly mournful, and as the scene unfolded, the immense black bird rapidly diminished in size amidst the dense black flames, ultimately metamorphosing into a colossal black egg that vanished into the depths of the shadowy forest. The vision concluded, revealing a complex series of routes that resembled a map. Indeed, it is the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Feng exhaled deeply, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment. Moreover, it appears the Nine Nether Sparrow was attempting to evolve. But it failed. Mu Chen's heart raced at the thought. The Nine Nether Sparrow was already a formidable creature, and if it succeeded in evolving, it could potentially challenge the top ranks of the Beast Codex. It seems Lu domain is indeed targeting the Nine Nether Sparrow. We cannot allow them to obtain it. Zhou Ye's expression grew serious. If Lu Domain acquires the Nine Nether Sparrow, their strength will undoubtedly surge. And given their temperament, they likely will no longer tolerate Mu Domain. Then we must seize the opportunity. Mu Qin's gaze flickered, fixating intently on the ancient copper plate. Father, where is this place? It appears somewhat familiar. Mu Feng chuckled softly, his eyes sharp. Of course it seems familiar. It is located within the Northern Spirit Realm. Based on this, it should be the Black Underworld Abyss. Black Underworld Abyss? Mu Qin paused, momentarily taken aback. Then he clicked his tongue. It was indeed within that treacherous locale. The Black Underworld Abyss was notorious in the Northern Spirit Realm, in stark contrast to the Northern Spirit Plains, where adventuring teams frequently ventured. The Black Underworld Abyss, however, was practically a forbidden zone. Over the years, 9 out of 10 who dared to enter became part of the foul, rotting mire, while the lone survivor would emerge traumatized, requiring extensive recovery before they could even think of returning. The mere mention of the Black Underworld Abyss inspired genuine fear. The Black Underworld Abyss is no easy place to enter, Zhou Ye remarked, clearly well aware of its dangers, filled with treacherous marshes where a moment's misstep could cost one their life. If it's for the Nine Nether Sparrow, such risks are indeed worth taking. Moreover, if Lu Domain were to acquire the Nine Nether Sparrow, it would pose a significant threat to us. Mu Feng pondered for a moment, then stated, we should first dispatch skilled individuals to monitor Lu Domain's movements. This matter must remain confidential. If word gets out, numerous factions will undoubtedly become envious, and Lu Domain will be compelled to act discreetly. The Black Underworld Abyss is perpetually shrouded in deathly miasma, only weakening during the peak of summer each year. I believe that time is fast approaching. If Lu Domain intends to act, it will likely be then. Zhou Ye added. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. We should also discreetly gather our forces. When the opportunity arises, we must take action. Even if we cannot secure the Nine Nether Sparrow, we must ensure that Lu Domain leaves empty-handed. Agreed. I'll start preparing immediately. Zhou Ye responded decisively, not wasting a moment before swiftly departing. Father, take me with you to the Black Underworld Abyss. Mu Qin smiled eagerly. That place is far too perilous for you. Mu Feng frowned. But I have emerged from the spirit path, haven't I? Father, the conditions there may not be any better than the Black Underworld Abyss. Mu Qin replied with a gentle smile. Mu Feng paused, taking a closer look at the youth before him. Though his features bore a hint of youthful innocence, they also displayed a nascent resilience. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The little boy he had once nurtured had indeed grown significantly. Since you wish to accompany me, then do so, but remember to exercise caution. Mu Feng smiled warmly, feeling a sense of pride in his son, who would undoubtedly surpass him by leaps and bounds. Mu Qin nodded, then grinned at Mu Feng. Additionally, there are a few matters I need help clarifying, Father. What is it? Mu Feng asked, puzzled. It pertains to myself. Mu Qin replied, shrugging helplessly. Ever since I began cultivating the Great Buddha Sutra, I have sensed something concealed within my body. Can you explain it to me? Mu Feng blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Is that so? However, Mu Qin maintained his gaze on Mu Feng. He understood that the more indifferent Mu Feng appeared, the more complex the matter likely was. Father, you can't keep this from me indefinitely, can you? Mu Feng regarded the earnest determination in Mu Qin's eyes, and a faint smile faded from his face, replaced by a bittersweet expression. I didn't expect you to notice so soon. I thought it would take at least another 6 months. This matter is beyond your understanding, for it involves your mother. You little rascal, you're asking for a beating. Mu Feng's face flushed, embarrassed to be scrutinized by his son. What has mother done to me? Mu Qin asked, glancing down at his body. Puzzled. Because you are her biological son, sharing her bloodline, she placed a sealing array within you at the moment of your birth. This is also the reason why you have been unable to detect your spiritual vein over the years. Mu Feng explained, Oh, my spiritual vein has been sealed by my mother. But why? Mu Qin inquired, astonished. He had always believed that he simply lacked a spiritual vein, unaware that it had been sealed by his mother. There are 2 reasons. While a spiritual vein can indeed enhance your cultivation, an excessive talent can sometimes become a hindrance. To become a true powerhouse, you must possess a mindset that matches such talent. In this world, there are countless geniuses, but how many can truly stand above the rest? Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. You have likely heard of many who have ascended from lower realms to this vast world. Those true paragons. They possess an unwavering resilience that cannot be shaken by anything. If you wish to compete with them, you too must cultivate such a mindset. And what is the other reason? Mu Qin nodded, prompting further explanation. The other reason, Mu Feng sighed sadly. If your mother had not sealed your spiritual vein, both of us would likely have faced great troubles, and it is possible you would not have grown up smoothly. Mu Qin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I have told you all that is necessary, but some matters are indeed not for you to know at this moment. Mu Feng shook his head, his gaze fixed on Mu Qin. You only need to understand that your mother did this to protect you. Moreover, you must not act recklessly. Your mother has already paid a significant price for you. So until you possess sufficient strength, do not disturb the seal within you. Mu Feng's expression grew considerably serious. Mother, Mu Qin murmured, gently touching his chest. The word evoked a warmth emanating from the depths of his soul. The gentle figure in his heart, although never seen, felt incredibly familiar due to their shared bloodline. What had transpired in his childhood that led to their family's separation, leaving him, as an infant, unable to clearly perceive that tender shadow? When you truly become stronger, you will naturally come to know everything. Mu Feng patted Mu Qin's shoulder. When can the seal within me be broken? Mu Qin hesitated before asking. Broken? The seal your mother left behind is not so easily undone. However, she has given you the key. As long as you have the capability, you will gradually unlock it. Mu Feng chuckled. The key? Is it the great floating pagoda technique? Mu Qin's eyes lit up. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. Once you cultivate the great floating pagoda technique to the realm of Transformation Tower, you should be able to break the seal set by your mother. Transformation Tower. Mu Qin's lips moved, knowing the difficulty of mastering the great floating pagoda technique. He wondered how long it would take to reach that pinnacle. Spirit arrays? Mu Qin was taken aback, then scratched his head. But I have never studied them. Father, do you want me to become a spirit array master? Your mother has remarkable skills in this area, as her son. You cannot be completely ignorant, can you? Otherwise, when you meet her again, she might say I did not teach you well, so work diligently. Mu Feng smiled as he ruffled Mu Qin's hair, then slowly left the living room, leaving behind a somewhat dejected Mu Qin. Becoming a spirit array master was not an easy task. How could his mother be so proficient in everything? If she were so exceptional, how could she have chosen his father? The next day, Mu Feng found a teacher for Mu Qin to learn about spirit arrays. The instructor was a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man clad in grayish-white robes, his face devoid of any smile, exuding an air of seriousness. Although he was a subordinate of Mu Feng, he did not show excessive deference or humility upon meeting him, instead maintaining a balanced demeanor. This is Mr. Wenling, who will teach you the fundamental knowledge of spirit arrays from now on, Mu Feng said, pointing to the middle-aged man. Smiling at Mu Qin, Mu Qin acknowledged Mr. Wen with a respectful bow. Displaying no airs of a young master, his demeanor humble, Mr. Wenling nodded slightly, remaining mostly silent. Make sure to learn well. Mr. Wenling is known for his strictness. Although you are my son, if he thinks you lack talent, he will not continue to teach you simply because of your identity. Do you understand? Mu Feng cautioned. Mr. Wenling was a guest invited to their domain, while only a first-level spirit array master. The total number of spirit array masters in their domain was less than 10, and he was among the strongest. Mu Qin nodded. In the Northern Spirit Academy, there were no courses on spirit arrays, nor were there any spirit array masters available for hire, making it difficult for ordinary people to afford such instruction. This scarcity of spirit array masters was a significant reason for the low number within the Northern Spirit realm. Perhaps upon entering one of the 5 major academies, he would receive more specialized training in spirit arrays, but for now, he could only lay a foundation. Now, go ahead and learn from Mr. Wen, Mu Feng said. Feeling assured of his son's maturity, he believed Mu Qin would not do anything to anger the teacher, so he left without worry. Recently, due to matters concerning the Nine Nether Sparrow, Mu Feng had been quite busy, constantly monitoring activities within the Lu domain. Please have a seat, sir, Mu Qin said to Mr. Wenling with a smile as Mu Feng departed. Mr. Wenling nodded and sat down. His stern face glanced at Mu Qin for a moment before he broke the silence. I heard from the domain master that you once clashed with Jizong. Mu Qin was taken aback by the sudden question but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know what arrays Jizong deployed to counter you? Mr. Wenling asked again. Only 2 rather simple first-level spirit arrays. It seems Jizong was somewhat wary of your father and did not dare to act directly, Mr. Wenling explained. To my knowledge, The strongest array G-Zone can set up is the Blood Rain Killing Array, comparable to a second-level Spirit Array. Once activated, even those in the late stages of the Spirit Wheel realm would find themselves in a dire situation. Mu Chun scratched his head, realizing he had won by a stroke of luck. However, being able to dismantle those two arrays with your strength is no small feat, Mr. Wenling remarked, nodding slightly. For someone who usually displayed little emotion, a hint of admiration flickered across his otherwise stoic face. Now, let us discuss spirit arrays. Mr. Wenling gestured with his hand. In simple terms, a spirit array is formed by harmonizing spiritual energy in a unique manner to resonate with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, achieving both offensive and defensive effects. However, triggering such resonance is extremely complex and challenging. In lower realms, setting up arrays is relatively easier since the energy there is not as dense and intricate as in the vast world. Thus, in some respects, spirit arrays in the vast world are more advanced and complex compared to those in most lower realms. Mr. Wenling extended his hand, revealing long, slender fingers that contrasted with his ordinary appearance. Mu Chen focused on his hand, watching his spiritual energy rapidly coalesce at his fingertips, eventually forming 5 exquisitely detailed spiritual seals. These seals appeared remarkably intricate, exuding a unique aura, as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was swirling around them. These are spiritual seals, essential components for setting up spirit arrays. Spiritual seals? Mu Chun was momentarily stunned, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. Yes, Mr. Wenling confirmed, flicking his finger. The 5 spiritual seals flew from his grasp, vanishing as if absorbed by the sea. However, as they disappeared, Mu Chun suddenly felt a gust of wind, causing him to stagger slightly. Startled, Mu Chun squinted, noticing that the air before him seemed to distort slightly, with nearly imperceptible beams of light intertwining. The endpoints of these lights led back to the 5 delicate spiritual seals. This is spirit array? Mr. Wenling nodded. This is merely a minor spirit array, not even qualifying as a first-level array. Setting up a spirit array requires absolute control over the spiritual seals. Any slight fluctuation or unusual resonance can lead to failure. Moreover, should an array fail, the practitioner may suffer a backlash from their own spiritual energy. In severe cases, their life could be at stake, as such a failure is akin to the array turning against its creator. Generally speaking, the more formidable the spiritual formation, the greater the number of spiritual seals required, and consequently, the more challenging it becomes to master them. Wenling remarked, I am a level 1 formation master, capable of simultaneously controlling up to 20 spiritual seals. Beyond that, it becomes uncontrollable. To my knowledge, those masters of spiritual formations who exceed level 5 can manipulate hundreds or even thousands of seals with a mere gesture. The power they wield can obliterate even the most formidable of divine spirit realm experts. Mu Chen listened, secretly astonished. Spiritual seals are the foundation of arranging formations, and there exists another indispensable element. What is it? The formation diagram, Wenling replied nonchalantly. The formation's creation is exceedingly intricate, akin to a grand engineering project. Spiritual seals serve as the cornerstone and the conduit for infusion, while the formation diagram acts as the blueprint. Without this comprehensive diagram, the project cannot even commence. Wenling reached into his robe and slowly produced an emerald green jade tube, which shimmered with a faint glow. This is a level 1 formation diagram. Known as the Spirit Thunder Formation, Mu Chun, intrigued, took it and unfolded the diagram. Instantly, a radiant light surged into his eyes. The diagram was adorned with lines that dazzled the observer, intricately weaving together to ultimately form a formation that flickered with a subtle, thunderous brilliance. For formation masters, the formation diagram is the most alluring of treasures. Whenever a high-level diagram surfaces, it invariably incites a frenzy among many formation masters. Moreover, formation diagrams, like formation masters, are categorized into 9 levels. Throughout the years, I have only encountered a level 4 diagram at most. Wenling spoke of the level 4 diagram. A deep yearning and envy emerged on his serious face, of course. For you at this moment, encountering a formation diagram may be somewhat premature. Wenling gazed at Mu Chun, then handed him a jade slip, saying, this contains the methods for cultivating spiritual seals. Try to see if you can cultivate them. In a sense, this serves as the most fundamental test for beginners. If you find yourself feeling clumsy and sluggish during the cultivation, it would be best to cease. for that would indicate a lack of sensitivity to spiritual seals, implying you may lack the requisite talent. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun accepted the jade slip without further ado. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the cultivation method contained within. After nearly an hour, he finally opened his eyes, placing the jade slip down, a contemplative expression lingering in his gaze. The cultivation of spiritual seals bore a slight resemblance to the refinement of the San Luo death seals. Yet it was not nearly as complex. However, this does not imply that becoming a formation master is any less challenging than refining the San Luo death seals. After all, the number of spiritual seals a formation master must control far exceeds that of the San Luo death seals. While Mu Chun could refine 2 San Luo death seals, what of 20 or even 200 spiritual seals? It was evident which was the greater challenge. Mu Chun pondered for a while before closing his eyes once more. Extending his hand, the dark spiritual energy flickered at his fingertips, and amidst the shimmering light, he endeavored to cultivate the spiritual seals. Wen Ling observed Mu Chun's earnest attempt to cultivate the seals with a tranquil gaze. Should the latter fail to pass this initial test, there would be no need for further instruction, as it would merely waste both their time and the quiet room. Wen Ling's expression remained stern as he watched the young man before him, who was now deeply engrossed in concentration, his eyes tightly shut. Dark spiritual energy ebbed and flowed from his right palm, seemingly coalescing into form. After a long while, Wen Ling shifted his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. Mu Chun had been in this state for a full hour, far exceeding his expectations. Typically, a beginner with some talent for the profession of formation master could condense their first spiritual seal within about half an hour upon their initial exposure to cultivation. Those with even greater talent could achieve it with remarkable speed. Yet, Mu Chun had taken an entire hour without managing to condense even one spiritual seal. Such sluggishness was indeed disheartening, leading Wen Ling to sigh with regret. He had heard of Mu Chun's extraordinary talent in cultivation, but it seemed that this aptitude did not extend to the realm of formation mastery. Despite his disappointment, Wen Ling harbored no ill thoughts, for he had witnessed this scenario many times before. Many talented cultivators do not necessarily excel in other fields. The world possesses a semblance of fairness. As time continued to pass amidst Wen Ling's quiet sighs. Half an hour elapsed, and at last, he observed Mu Chun slowly open his eyes, yet his palm remained devoid of any condensed spiritual seals. This left Wen Ling somewhat incredulous. It was hard to believe that someone could be so inept as to not produce even a single seal. Mu Chun, feeling somewhat awkward, shook his head and hesitantly said, "It's not that I couldn't condense one. I'm just unsure if I did it incorrectly." Incorrectly? Wen Ling raised an eyebrow. Mu Chun pondered for a moment. Extending his slender hand, he concentrated, and dark energy surged forth, flickering at his fingertips, whereupon Wen Ling witnessed a spiritual seal gradually materialize. So you succeeded. Wen Ling let out a small sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed, he noticed yet another spiritual seal manifesting at Mu Chun's fingertips. Point 2. Wen Ling's brows furrowed in surprise. Wen Ling's eyebrows knitted together. Mu Chun continued to produce seals. Dark energy swirled, and a third seal appeared, followed by 2 more in quick succession. Point 5. Spiritual seals. Wen Ling stared, momentarily stunned by the 5 dark spiritual seals hovering at Mu Chun's fingertips. His mind seemed to freeze for a moment, and an expression of disbelief washed over his previously stern countenance. He could hardly fathom that Mu Chun had managed to condense 5 seals on his very first attempt. During his own initial learning, it had taken him a full 2 weeks to achieve such a feat, as the difficulty of condensing more seals only increased with quantity. Mu Chun, noticing Wen Ling's astonished expression, simply shrugged and let the seals dissipate in a chaotic swirl. Did I make a mistake? Although he had not yet delved into the knowledge of formation mastery, he was well aware of the challenges inherent in this profession. However, during his first attempt at condensing the spiritual seals, he had encountered no difficulties whatsoever. It felt as effortless as flowing water, even more so than his usual cultivation. This left him somewhat bewildered, questioning whether he had indeed made an error during the process. For the ease of it was almost puzzling. Upon realizing the dryness in his throat, he quickly coughed to regain his composure, stating, "It seems you possess quite a talent for formation mastery." Hearing this, Mu Chun finally exhaled in relief, realizing he was not mistaken. Yet, even with such talent, do not allow yourself to become complacent. a true formation master cannot rely solely on talent to reach their pinnacle. When Ling admonished, reverting to his serious demeanor, "Mr. Wen speaks wisely," Mu Chun replied earnestly. When Ling glanced at the young man and noted that the calmness in his dark eyes reflected a serene depth, devoid of any arrogance or pride typical of youth, this prompted Wen Ling to silently commend him. This young lad might one day surpass his father and achieve remarkable heights. The domain Lord Mu Feng possesses a truly extraordinary son. Although the number of spiritual seals you have condensed is commendable, they lack cohesion and solidity, causing them to dissipate so swiftly. Such seals cannot be used to arrange formations. Perhaps it was Mu Chin's humble attitude towards learning that softened Wen Ling's typically stern demeanor. Initially, he had approached the task of teaching Mu Chin with a sense of obligation, but now, he found himself inspired by the young man's talent and demeanor. Mu Chun, contemplative, nodded in agreement. He recognized that the spiritual energy within the seals was indeed too dispersed. In the time to come, focus entirely on condensing the spiritual seals. Once you manage to solidify these 5 seals and can manipulate them at will, I will teach you how to arrange some beginner-level formations. Now, continue your cultivation, and I shall explain the finer details you must pay attention to during the process. Thank you, Mr. Wen. An entire afternoon swiftly passed. As dusk settled, when Ling observed the young man still engrossed in the cultivation of spiritual seals. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he then quietly rose and exited the room. When Ling made his way to the back hall, where he found Mu Feng engaged in discussions with Zhou Yi. "Ah, Mr. Wen, how is that young lad faring? Does he possess the talent for this endeavor?" Mu Feng inquired eagerly, his expression tinged with urgency. If Mu Chun lacked such talent, it would render his inheritance futile. "Congratulations, Domain Lord." When Ling clasped his fists, a smile emerging on his otherwise stern countenance. The young master possesses a talent in this regard that is not inferior to his cultivation abilities. At this pace, he may well complete the introductory course within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng let out a sigh of relief, grinning broadly. This lad truly is commendable, not tarnishing his mother's reputation. Young Mu's talent is indeed astonishing. Seems it will only be a matter of time before he surpasses you. Zhou Ye's previously stern face also softened into a gentle smile as he turned to Mu Feng. "Of course, just look at whose son he is." Mu Feng beamed with pride, his expression even more jubilant than when he occasionally gained the upper hand against Lu Yu. "By the way, has there been any movement from Lu Yu?" Mu Feng inquired, shifting the topic. "Yes," Mu Feng nodded, narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp. "Keep a close watch on them. The moment they make a move, we shall act immediately. The Nine Nether Sparrow must not fall into their hands." As days passed, Mu Chun devoted the majority of his time to refining his spiritual seals. Having recently ascended to the latter stages of the spirit movement realm, he could have attempted to break into the spirit wheel realm using the spirit nurturing pill and remaining jade spirit fruits. Yet he wisely chose to forego that approach. This period of cultivation was crucial for laying a solid foundation. Pursuing speed excessively might prove counterproductive. Furthermore, refining the spiritual seals would enhance his mastery over spiritual energy, allowing him to progress in both areas simultaneously. Under Mu Chin's diligent efforts, in merely 5 days, he successfully solidified the 5 spiritual seals, eliminating the previous instances of instantaneous dispersal due to uneven energy distribution. Upon witnessing Mu Chin's accomplishment of solidifying the 5 spiritual seals, while Wen Ling felt a sense of astonishment, he maintained a composed demeanor and commenced instructing Mu Chun on how to arrange the spiritual formations. At this juncture, Mu Chun truly grasped the immense difficulty of setting up spiritual arrays. Despite seemingly possessing considerable talent in this domain, he still encountered repeated failures when attempting to construct even a minor spiritual array, which did not qualify as a small formation. Wen Ling appeared unfazed by his failures. If Mu Chun could arrange a minor spiritual array within just a few days, it would be a gross underestimation of the profession of array masters. And there wouldn't be so few array masters in the northern spirit realm. However, amidst these continuous failures, Mu Chun began to vaguely discern some methods. Until one afternoon, half a month later, he finally succeeded in arranging a minor spiritual array. In the quiet room, when Ling's expression remained impassive, his gaze flat as he observed the youth before him. The boy, with his eyes tightly shut, had dark spiritual energy constantly fluctuating in his right palm, as if coalescing into form. After a prolonged period of watching, when Ling eventually averted his gaze, internally sighing, Mu Qian had been in this state for a full hour, a duration that exceeded his expectations. Generally, a beginner with some talent in the profession of array masters could condense their first spiritual seal within about half an hour, while those with even greater talent could do so more swiftly. Yet now, Mu Qian had taken an entire hour without managing to condense his first spiritual seal, a delay that could only be described as sluggish. This led Wen Ling to feel a twinge of regret. He had indeed heard of Mu Qian's astonishing cultivation talent, but it seemed that this talent did not extend to the realm of array masters. Nonetheless, despite his disappointment, Wen Ling held no further ill thoughts. Having witnessed this scenario countless times before, many prodigies in cultivation did not necessarily excel in other fields. The world, after all, maintains a semblance of fairness. Time continued to pass as Wen Ling sighed softly, and as half an hour stretched on, he finally observed the boy slowly opening his eyes. Yet, within his palm, no spiritual seal had formed, which struck him as somewhat unbelievable. How could it be that he was unable to condense even one? Mu Qian, hearing this, awkwardly shook his head and hesitantly replied, "It's not that I couldn't condense one. I just don't know if I made a mistake." Made a mistake? When Ling was taken aback, Mu Qian pondered for a moment. Extending his slender hand, a dark glow surged from his palm, and the shadowy spiritual energy flickered at his fingertips, before Wen Ling beheld a spiritual seal gradually manifesting. So it was successful. Upon witnessing this, Wen Ling finally exhaled in relief. However, just as he relaxed, he saw yet another spiritual seal emerge from Mu Qian's fingertip. 2 seals. Wen Ling's brows finally twitched in surprise. As he raised his eyebrows. Mu Qian's display continued unabated. Dark energy surged forth, and yet another spiritual seal appeared. Following the third seal, 2 more materialized in succession at Mu Qian's fingertips. 5 spiritual seals. Wen Ling stared in astonishment at the 5 shadowy spiritual seals. His mind momentarily frozen, disbelief flooding his previously serious eyes. He could never have imagined that Mu Qian would condense 5 spiritual seals on his very first attempt, when he had first started learning. It had taken him a full half-month to achieve this, for the greater the number of seals, the more challenging their coalescence became. Observing Mu Qian's dazed expression, he merely shook his head, the seals in his palm fluctuating chaotically before dissipating. Did I perhaps make a mistake? Although he had never delved into the knowledge of array masters, he understood the challenges inherent in this profession. Yet, during his first attempt at condensing spiritual seals, he had felt no difficulty whatsoever. It had come so effortlessly, even more so than his usual training. This left him somewhat perplexed, questioning whether he had indeed made an error. For how could it have been so smooth? As he spoke, he realized his voice sounded a bit hoarse, quickly clearing his throat to compose himself. Seems you also possess commendable talent in the area of array masters. Upon hearing this, Mu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not been mistaken after all. However, while you may have a good talent in this area, do not become complacent. A true master of spiritual arrays cannot rely solely on talent to succeed. Wen Ling resumed his serious tone. What Mr. Wen says is true, Mu Qian acknowledged. Wen Ling cast a glance at the youth, noticing that within his dark eyes lay a calmness akin to a tranquil pond. Devoid of the slightest hint of arrogance or self-satisfaction typical of youth, this prompted him to silently commend the boy. One day, this little fellow would undoubtedly surpass his father, achieving a remarkable height. Mu Feng, the domain lord, indeed has an extraordinary son. Though the number of spiritual seals you have condensed is impressive, the energy is scattered, preventing them from solidifying. Hence, they dissipated so quickly. Such seals cannot be used to arrange spiritual arrays. Perhaps due to Mu Qian's humble and earnest attitude towards learning, Wen Ling's stern face softened slightly. Initially, he had approached the task of teaching Mu Qian with a sense of obligation, but now, he found himself inspired by the youth's talent and demeanor. Mu Qian appeared contemplative, then nodded. Indeed, the spiritual energy in those seals was far too dispersed. For the time being, you shall focus entirely on refining the spiritual seals. Once you can condense these 5 seals and scatter them at will, I will teach you how to arrange some beginner-level spiritual arrays. Come, continue refining, and I will explain the subtle steps you need to pay attention to during the refining process. Thank you, Mr. Wen. As the afternoon swiftly passed, dusk began to settle. When Ling observed the boy still immersed in the refinement of his spiritual seals, and a satisfied smile graced his features. Rising quietly, he slipped out of the room. Upon exiting, Wen Ling headed directly to the back hall, where he found Mu Feng engaged in discussion with Zhou Yi. Hee, Mr. Wan, how is that lad progressing? Does he possess talent in this area? Mu Feng inquired eagerly upon seeing Wen Ling, his expression tinged with urgency. If Mu Chun lacked such talent, wouldn't that mean he could not inherit anything? Congratulations, Domain Lord. Wen Ling clasped his fists, a smile breaking through his usual stoic demeanor. The young master's talent in this area is on par with his cultivation abilities at this rate. He may complete the introductory course within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng immediately felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Grinning widely, this boy truly is commendable, not disgracing his mother's name. Young Mu's talent is indeed remarkable. Seems it will only be a matter of time before he surpasses you. Zhou Ye's previously stern countenance also wore a gentle smile as he turned to Mu Feng. Of course, just look at whose son he is. Mu Feng smiled with pride, his expression more jubilant than when he occasionally gained the upper hand against Lu Yu. By the way, has there been any movement from Lu Yu? Mu Feng shifted the conversation. Yes, he replied, nodding, his eyes narrowing with an intense gaze. Keep a close watch on them. The moment they make a move, we shall spring into action as well. Hey, we cannot allow the 9 nether sparrows to fall into their hands. As the days pass, Mu Chen dedicates the majority of his time to refining spiritual seals. Having recently ascended to the late stage of the spirit movement realm, he could attempt to break through to the spirit wheel realm with the aid of spirit-nourishing pills and the remaining jade spirit fruits. However, he wisely opts against this course of action, recognizing that this phase of cultivation is crucial for laying a solid foundation. Pursuing speed excessively may yield more drawbacks than benefits. Refining spiritual seals also serves to hone his mastery over spiritual energy, allowing him to progress on both fronts simultaneously. Under Mu Chen's diligent efforts, within a mere 5 days, he successfully solidifies all 5 spiritual seals, eliminating the prior issue of their abrupt dissipation due to uneven distribution of spiritual energy. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's accomplishment, Wen Ling, though impressed, maintains a calm demeanor and begins to instruct him on how to arrange spiritual formations. At this juncture, Mu Chen finally grasps the true difficulty of setting up a spiritual formation. Despite seemingly possessing considerable talent in this area, he still encounters numerous failures while attempting to construct even a minor formation that scarcely qualifies as a level 1 formation. Wen Ling, however, takes these setbacks in stride. Recognizing that if Mu Chen could establish a minor formation in such a short span, it would greatly undermine the profession of a formation master, and there would not be so few formation masters in the Northern Spirit Realm. Nevertheless, amidst these repeated failures, Mu Chen begins to subtly understand some methodologies, and by the afternoon of half a month later, he finally succeeds in arranging a minor spiritual formation. Chapter 49. Action Whoosh. With a calm gaze, Mu Chen suddenly shakes his arms, and the 8 spiritual seals in his palms surge forth, vanishing swiftly as if merging into the very air itself. The seals disappear. Wen Ling squints slightly, barely able to discern that the 8 seals occupy 8 unique positions in the air. Rays of light shoot forth from the seals, intersecting and connecting along a rather intricate trajectory. When the final ray completes its complex and obscure intertwining, Wen Ling feels the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment surge dramatically. Faint flashes of light flicker in the air, quietly dissipating. Without careful observation, it would be nearly impossible to perceive. Mu Chen suddenly opens his eyes wide, excitement radiating from his dark pupils. He has succeeded. Applause erupts nearby as Wen Ling's face breaks into a satisfied smile. He gently claps his hands and approaches, saying, "Congratulations on successfully arranging your first spiritual formation." Mu Chen beams with joy. Although this minor formation scarcely qualifies as a level 1 formation, it is enough to exhilarate him. Wen Ling steps forward, inadvertently crossing into the formation's range, causing the air within to warp suddenly. A small light formation emerges, projecting dozens of rays of spiritual light that entangle Wen Ling's limbs and body like ropes. Excellent, Wen Ling observes with a faint smile. With a sudden surge of spiritual energy, he breaks free from the bindings, demonstrating that a minor formation, which does not even reach the standard of a level 1 formation, cannot restrain someone as prepared as he. This minor formation is called the binding formation. While it may not qualify as a level 1 formation, it does have its uses if an opponent is caught off guard. It may at least delay them for a moment, providing you with a valuable opportunity. When Ling explains, Master 1, when will I be able to arrange a level 1 formation? Mu Chen inquires. Although the minor formation holds some utility, its limitations are evident. True prowess lies in mastering level 1 formations. A level 1 formation requires at least 15 spiritual seals. You still have quite a distance to cover before reaching that milestone. When Ling replies, 15 spiritual seals, Mu Chen nods slightly. Since he managed to condense 8 seals, he has begun to sense the increasing difficulty of further refinement. Achieving 15 seals will require substantial effort on his part. Now that you possess the capability to arrange minor formations, I will have you study various other minor formations to lay a solid foundation for your future endeavors. Though these minor formations are not overly complex, they are fundamental. When Ling adds, a rare smile gracing his face, indicating his satisfaction with Mu Chen's progress. Understood, Mu Chen responds with a smile. Since delving into spiritual formations, he has discovered a burgeoning interest in the subject. Could this be an inheritance from his mother? He chuckles at the thought, before becoming curious. His father once mentioned that his mother possessed remarkable skills in spiritual formations, yet he is uncertain of her exact rank as a formation master. In the ensuing days, Mu Chen diligently balances his cultivation of spiritual energy with an intense study of various minor formations. Through this rigorous practice, his understanding of formations deepens, and the number of condensed spiritual seals increases. Time flies swiftly in the wake of Mu Chen's unwavering dedication, until 1 week later, on this day, Mu Chen keenly senses an unusual atmosphere within the Mu residence. After a moment of contemplation, he feels a sudden urge and promptly heads toward the conference hall. Outside the hall, guards stand watch, yet upon seeing Mu Chen, they do not impede his entry, evidently having received prior instructions. He strides directly into the hall, where a number of figures are gathered. Among them, 5 individuals stand out, seated with an air of authority. Although their physiques differ, each one exudes an aura of sharpness, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them are formidable. These are the 5 city lords of Mu Domain. Upon recognizing their somewhat familiar faces, Mu Chen is slightly taken aback. These 5 are his father's trusted generals, tasked with overseeing the 5 cities of Mu Domain. Typically stationed in their respective cities, it is unexpected for them to convene here today. When Mu Feng sees Mu Chen enter, he merely gestures, and Mu Chen approaches his side. Young master, the 5 figures greet with respectful smiles. Ah, the young master has grown, remarks a lean, middle-aged man at the forefront, prompting the others to chuckle. Easing the previously tense atmosphere, Mu Feng smiles as well, then raises a hand to signal for silence in the hall. With a serious expression, Mu Feng scans the room and declares, "This matter is of great importance. I will personally lead the team alongside. Zhou Yi. 2 of you will remain to guard Mu Domain, while the other 3 will accompany us." Listening attentively, Mu Chen clicks his tongue lightly. It appears that Mu Domain is determined to muster its elite forces for this mission, underscoring his father's significant concern regarding the 9 Nether Sparrows. The forces from Lu Domain are equally invested in this operation. According to our intelligence, not only will Lu Qingtian take the field personally, but also Lu Zong and Lu Ming will be joining. Zhou Yi adds. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen realizes the gravity of the situation. Lu Qingtian and Lu Zong are both formidable spirit soul realm experts, with Lu Ming on the verge of advancement. Such a lineup is undeniably powerful, explaining why both his father and Uncle Zhou are mobilizing. Indeed, Mu Feng nods, then waves his hand, instructing, "Each of you is to assemble a small team. Their strength must not fall below the late stage of the spirit movement realm and should comprise experienced veterans. This operation cannot afford any missteps." Understood. The 5 city lords respond solemnly, then break into smiles, saying, "It seems we are truly gearing up for a showdown with Lu Domain. It has been far too long since we've had such exhilarating action." Mu Feng smiles faintly, a hint of fervor igniting in his eyes. While others may fear Lu Domain, Mu Domain stands resolute. This time, for the sake of the 9 Nether Sparrows, he intends to confront them head-on. Observing the rising fervor within the conference hall, Mu Chen licks his lips gently, a sense of anticipation blossoming in his heart for the enigmatic 9 Nether Sparrows. Such a high-level spirit beast has yet to appear in the entire northern spirit realm. He wonders who it will ultimately fall to. The Black Abyss, located in the southern part of the northern spirit realm, is a rather remote area, known for its extreme dangers, rendering it sparsely populated. Given the distance between Mu Domain and the Black Abyss, it takes 3 days for Mu Feng and his party to arrive. Standing atop a hillside, Mu Qin gazes ahead and sees an expanse of primordial forest cloaked in ominous black. Above the seemingly endless canopy, a gray miasma permeates the air, a toxic haze that even spirit wheel realm experts would hesitate to allow into their bodies. Even from a distance, Mu Qin can sense the overwhelming deathly energy and a foul stench emanating from the Black Abyss. Compared to the northern spirit plains, this place is infinitely more perilous, which explains why it has become a place that instills fear in all who speak of it. The forces from Lu Domain should have already arrived at the Black Abyss. They are entering through the western passage, so it is likely we will encounter them shortly after we enter. Zhou Yi gazed into the abyss of Haiminjuan, his voice low and solemn. Yu Feng nodded slightly, then retrieved a jade vial, within which lay several dark red pills. Everyone should take these antidote pills. While they may not completely eliminate the most potent poisons, they do offer some resistance against the deadly miasma. Mu Qin accepted one of the antidote pills and swallowed it, immediately feeling a refreshing chill coursing through his body, a sure sign that the antidote was taking effect. You are all aware of the dangers that Haiminjuan harbors, so remain vigilant. Let us proceed. Upon seeing that everyone was prepared, Mu Feng did not delay any longer. With a sweeping gesture, he surged forward, leading the way toward the distant Haiminjuan, followed closely by Zhou Yi, Mu Qian, and the others. Their group, comprising nearly 100 individuals, was quite substantial. However, those under Mu Feng's command were seasoned veterans, rich in experience. Thus they moved in silence, leaving no trace of dust in their wake. Eventually, they stealthily entered the miasma-laden Haiminjuan. Once inside Haiminjuan, Mu Qian sensed a chilling aura enveloping him from all sides, causing his blood to feel somewhat sluggish. His vigilant gaze swept the dim surroundings. In stark contrast to Bailing Zayuan, this place exuded an eerie stillness that was unsettling. The group advanced cautiously, and Mu Qian could feel the tension in the air, each member gripping their gleaming blades tightly, their spiritual energy subtly circulating. Despite their extreme caution, it was evident that Haiminjuan was fraught with peril at every turn. Suddenly, as the group delved deeper into Haiminjuan, a piercing scream shattered the silence. From beneath the decayed foliage emerged a monstrous black serpent, its sinuous form lunging forth to swallow 2 unsuspecting elite members of Mu Yu whole. Black venom dripped from its gaping maw, corroding the dry leaves below, indicating its lethal toxicity. It's the Haiming snake. The unexpected assault threw the team into disarray momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure. They stared in shock at the fearsome black serpent. Realizing they were confronted by a mid-level spiritual beast, comparable to someone at the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm, to encounter such a formidable creature upon entering Haiminjuan was beyond their expectations. Humph! Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, then snorted coldly. With a powerful leap, he unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, appearing directly atop the Haiming snake, and brought his feet crashing down upon its massive form. Roar! As Zhou Ye's feet struck, his spiritual energy flared, momentarily coalescing into a colossal beastly figure, resembling a gigantic yellow rhinoceros, its back laden with heavy scales as if carrying a small mountain. With a thunderous impact, the yellow rhinoceros materialized, and Zhou Ye's weight became akin to that of a mountain, crushing the Haiming snake beneath him. The ground trembled as the serpent let out a mournful cry, its severed body reduced to a bloody pulp. A mid-level spiritual beast, comparable to the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm, had been effortlessly slain by Zhou Yi. Mu Qian could not help but gasp in awe at the sight. Your Uncle Zhou has now ascended to the initial stage of the spirit soul realm. The spirit beast essence he refined is the mountain rhinoceros, ranked 180th in the 10,000 beasts record. Such overwhelming pressure can easily reduce its foes to mere mush. Mu Feng remarked. Mu Qian nodded with a hint of envy, wondering when he would acquire his very own spirit beast essence. The group quickly rallied, their vigilance heightened, though it was clear that it was not yet sufficient. With the Haiming snake dispatched, they pressed onward, albeit with increased caution. Sharp, watchful gazes scanned their surroundings, and they would carefully assess their footing before daring to take a step. This heightened vigilance, while slowing their pace, proved effective. They encountered several more stealthy attacks, yet fortunately, there were no further casualties, only minor injuries to a handful of individuals. After approximately half an hour of cautious travel, Mu Feng's party had begun to delve deeper into Haiminjuan. Yet the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, Mu Feng, at the forefront, halted, his piercing gaze fixed on the dark forest ahead, which exuded a foul stench. With a cold smile, he uttered, "Lu Qing Tian, when did you develop such a penchant for lurking in the shadows?" At Mu Feng's words, the group was taken aback, swiftly gripping their weapons, casting wary glances into the dark forest. Had they finally encountered someone from Luoyu? Mu Chen's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on that direction. This encounter was sooner than he had anticipated. Your Mu domain is truly something you can't shake off, no matter how hard you try. Just after Mu Feng's statement, a faint laughter echoed from within the dark forest, followed by the sound of rustling footsteps. Gradually, figures emerged from the shadows. There were at least 100 of them. Their presence formidable. Mu Chen's gaze swept forward, landing on a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, who stood with a faint smile. This man had slightly sunken eyes that, when scanning the surroundings, resembled those of a predator, sending chills through the heart. Lu Qing Tian, the Lord of Lu Yu. Mu Chen pressed his lips together, recognizing him as the ruler of the largest domain in Bailing Realm. Beside Lu Qing Tian stood a gaunt, middle-aged man with emerald eyes and a detached expression. The spiritual energy radiating from him revealed that he too had attained the spirit soul realm's pinnacle. Lu Yu's second master, Lu Zong. Mu Chen quickly discerned this individual's identity, for behind him stood Lu Ming, whom he had encountered before, along with a familiar face, Lu Mu Bai, unexpectedly present as well. As the two factions faced off, the atmosphere grew tense, and the air crackled with the buildup of spiritual energy, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. "You little brat, it was indeed you who took that item." Lu Ming and Lu Mu Bai glared at Mu Chen, their expressions icy. Lu Ming, especially, wore a look of barely contained fury, for it was infuriating that he, a dignified third master of Luoyu, had been outmaneuvered by a mere youth. In response to Lu Ming's venomous gaze, Mu Chen merely smiled subtly, then turned his attention to the cold-eyed Lu Mu Bai. "I must thank you for delivering such a splendid gift." Lu Mu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, replying, "You certainly are fortunate." Mu Chen smiled, a grin that only further fueled Lu Ming's ire. "Heh, Mu Feng, you have a fine son," Lu Qing Tian remarked coolly, clearly aware that the primary reason for Mu Domain's presence was Mu Chen. Mu Feng regarded Lu Qing Tian with indifference, stating, "Your Luoyu is rather greedy. Good fortune should be shared by all. Hoarding it alone is not a commendable act. What makes you think you can indulge without consequences? You Mu Domain needn't worry about being overwhelmed by your own greed." Lu Qing Tian's companion, Lu Zong, shot them a chilling glance. "Overindulgence may lead to ruin," Zhou Yi retorted with a sneer. Lu Zong returned the smirk coldly. "With your Mu Domain's elite all gathered here, should they all fall, the territory of Mu Domain will surely fall under Lu Yu's dominion. Don't count on your capabilities," Zhou Yi replied slowly. Both sides fell silent, yet their gazes locked with increasing hostility, waves of spiritual energy swirling quietly, as the tension suggested that a violent confrontation was imminent. As Mu Chen observed the charged atmosphere, he quietly channeled his spiritual energy, but just as he prepared for the impending clash, he suddenly heard a faint, buzzing sound emanating from deeper within Haiminjuan. Buzzing. The subtle hum, barely perceptible, resonated from the depths of the dark forest, causing Mu Chen's expression to shift dramatically. In Haiminjuan, where dangers lurked at every corner, there existed something that instilled fear in those familiar with it. Was a low-level spiritual beast known as the spirit-devouring bee. These creatures were no larger than a palm, with strength barely reaching the initial stages of the spirit motion realm. However, anyone who had ventured into Haiminjuan was acutely aware of the terror that awaited upon encountering the spirit-devouring bee. Individually, they could easily be crushed, but alas, they never acted alone. Each time they emerged, it was in swarms of thousands. They surged forth like a black cloud, leaving nothing but a trail of skeletal remains in their wake. Even capable of annihilating mid-level spiritual beasts comparable to those in the late stages of the spirit wheel realm. In the depths of the black abyss, should one encounter a swarm of devouring spirit bees, even the mightiest of high-level spirit beasts would have no choice but to momentarily retreat. "Father!" Thus, when Mu Chen heard the faint buzzing sound, his heart immediately quickened, and he urgently whispered, "We must flee." There is a swarm of devouring spirit bees. As soon as his words fell, Mu Feng and the others changed countenance, a flicker of alarm crossing their eyes. Without hesitation, he decisively waved his hand and commanded, "Hurry, leave this place." With that, he was the first to dart towards another direction in the black abyss, disregarding any confrontation with Lu Qingtian and the others, should they be ensnared by the devouring spirit bees. Even if he could escape, the Mu clan would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Their group departed swiftly, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow, and then his expression shifted, quickly becoming grave. "It's the devouring spirit bees." "Move!" he barked, unhesitatingly leading his men in the opposite direction, clearly aware of the formidable nature of the bees. The two factions, which had been on the brink of confrontation, now hastily retreated, the tension in the air dissipating in an instant. As they hurried away, a vast, endless black cloud surged forth from the depths of the dark forest, its buzzing reverberating through the air as if shaking the very atmosphere, with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled as a mouse-sized black spirit beast frantically emerged, attempting to flee. However, the speed of the black cloud was evidently greater, swiftly overtaking the creature, followed by a sharp, piercing roar that soon faded into silence. The black cloud passed, leaving behind a gruesome sight of bones stained with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless palm-sized black bees within the cloud, their vicious fangs dripping with blood. The forces of Lu Yu and Mu Yu retreated with remarkable speed. Yet they still underestimated the swiftness of the devouring spirit bees. In mere moments, the massive black cloud enveloped the area, claiming several individuals who were unable to evade, their agonized screams echoing in the air. Perhaps spurred by the scent of blood, the swarm did not retreat, but instead split into streams of black, rapidly pursuing the fleeing groups. "Evade!" Mu Feng shouted as a torrent of black surged toward them. The group immediately split into two, maintaining a safe distance, yet they gazed at the menacing black current, gritting their teeth, hesitant to cross its path. Little Mu, Zhou Yi, noticing Mu Qian was separated from them, changed color slightly and attempted to rush through the black torrent formed by the devouring spirit bees, only to be halted by Mu Feng. Zhou Yi hesitated momentarily before nodding. Despite Mu Qian's youth, he had consistently proven reliable. Though the black abyss was fraught with peril, Mu Qian's caution should see them through without significant trouble. With a wave of his hand, Mu Feng led those following him swiftly into the forest, steering clear of the ferocious swarm of devouring spirit bees. "What bad luck," Mu Qian muttered upon seeing his companions separated. Yet, he did not dare to force his way through the black torrent formed by the bees. He promptly darted in another direction, knowing they must distance themselves from such dangerous entities. "Young master, be careful," he was reminded. Mu Qian nodded, casting a glance behind him, his expression suddenly serious as he noticed a black torrent rushing toward them. "Run!" he urged, his dark spiritual energy swirling around him as he pushed his speed to the limit. If they were surrounded by the devouring spirit bees, it would be a matter of life and death. Duan Wei and the others sensed the imminent danger and quickly followed Mu Qian, refraining from further conversation. Although their speed was commendable, the devouring spirit bees were swifter. They could feel the relentless swarm drawing closer. "Damn it!" Duan Wei cursed upon realizing their predicament, gritting his teeth and preparing to turn back to confront the swarm. However, he halted in surprise as he noticed the devouring spirit bees suddenly cease their pursuit. Swirling in the air before rapidly veering off to the northwest, Mu Qian watched this scene in astonishment, his brow furrowing as he faintly discerned a faint, peculiar whistling sound coming from afar. This exceedingly faint and peculiar whistle did not seem to emanate from the devouring spirit bees. Could it be that someone was controlling them? A startling thought crossed Mu Qian's mind. This whistling did not appear to be a natural occurrence. Upon hearing this, Duan Wei was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Young master, this is too dangerous. It's fine. Let us keep our distance and observe. If anything goes awry, we will retreat immediately," Mu Qian replied thoughtfully. If these devouring spirit bees were under human control, did it imply that other forces were aware of the Nine Nether Sparrows' whereabouts? Seeing Mu Qian's determination, Duan Wei could only shake his head helplessly, then gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, we shall follow and observe, but if anything changes, I will take you away at once." The speed of the devouring spirit bees was tremendous, yet Mu Chun cautiously maintained his distance. Thankfully, the conspicuous black cloud made it easy to keep track. As they followed closely, Mu Chen's expression grew increasingly perplexed, for the faint whistling sound became clearer. He raised his gaze and soon spotted a small basin up ahead, within which stood a black hill. Atop this hill was an oddly shaped black tree, densely covered with swarms of devouring spirit bees. The peculiar whistling seemed to emanate from this very spot. Yet the sound was so faint that it was nearly imperceptible unless one listened closely. Mu Chun scanned the area meticulously, but found no sign of human presence, leaving him puzzled. Had he misjudged the situation? His brow furrowed tightly as he shifted his gaze to the black tree, gradually raising his sight until he caught a glimpse of a faint gray shadow atop the tree. Was there truly someone here? As he fixed his gaze upon the top of the black tree, he discerned a faint gray silhouette. However, upon observing for a moment longer, he felt something was amiss. The shadow revealed no trace of life. What could it be? Mu Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Seeing Mu Chen's insistence, Duan Wei could only offer a wry smile, then wave to the few individuals beside him before swiftly departing. As Mu Chen watched them leave, he crouched low, concealing himself among the foliage, his gaze glued to the massive black tree. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the presence of a dozen spirit beasts. A myriad of crimson lights flared, causing the air to tremble as the buzzing of countless devouring spirit bees erupted, transforming into a dark cloud that surged toward the spirit beasts. Roar! The fleeing spirit beasts finally sensed the impending danger, erupting into frantic roars before turning to flee, while the black cloud pursued relentlessly. With the swarm dispersing, the black trees stood stark and bare. Though remnants remained, they were no match for the overwhelming numbers of the devouring spirit bees. In that moment, Mu Chen dashed forth, heading straight for the black tree. With a nimble leap, he ascended towards the treetop like an agile monkey, effortlessly dealing with any devouring spirit bees that attempted to obstruct him. In the blink of an eye, he reached the summit of the tree, where the space was small yet exceptionally concealed, the branches and leaves concealing all secrets within. Time was of the essence. So Mu Chen dared not delay. He immediately focused his gaze inward, where amidst the overgrowth sat a figure. However, this figure bore no signs of life. It was merely a skeleton, adorned with tattered gray garments. Mu Chen gazed at the skeletal remains in astonishment, cautiously approaching. After ensuring there were no immediate threats, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. As he drew closer to the skeleton, he noticed that half of its body was charred black, with signs of skeletal atrophy beneath the scorched surface. It seemed that this skeleton had suffered severe injuries in life. His gaze swept over the remains before coming to a halt before the skeleton. Where some indistinct markings appeared to be etched with a flick of his sleeve, he brushed aside the withered leaves, his focus sharpening as he concentrated on the markings. My name is Tianchong, hailing from the spirit insect clan. I have journeyed to this place and by chance stumbled upon the traces of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Driven by insatiable greed, I endeavored to obtain it, exhausting all my efforts, and ultimately achieved my desire. Yet, only upon acquiring it did I realize. The subsequent words began to blur, but further along, Mu Chen discerned a profoundly deep character for hatred. This caused him to momentarily freeze, a chill creeping into his heart. It turned out that this individual had also discovered the traces of the Nine Nether Sparrow, and seemingly had come close to success, but at the last moment, something unexpected occurred. The spirit insect clan. Mu Chen pondered for a while, then suddenly shifted his gaze to the other bony hand of the skeleton. There, nestled within its grasp, lay a black flute of about an inch in length, intricately carved with numerous insect patterns. Whenever a gentle breeze caressed it, faint flute notes escaped from the instrument. Could this be the spirit insect flute? Mu Chen contemplated. It is said that these spirit insect masters possess a spirit insect flute, which they use to control the spirit insects they cultivate. Could this black flute indeed be that very item? The delicate flute notes I heard were produced by the wind flowing into this spirit insect flute. It appears that these soul-devouring bees are drawn here to nest because of this enchanting melody. Senior, since you have perished, allow me to inherit this relic on your behalf. Mu Chen inclined his body slightly towards the skeleton, then cautiously retrieved the black flute. If his conjecture was correct, this spirit insect flute should be capable of attracting the soul-devouring bees. However, he dared not use it recklessly. for he was not a spirit insect master. If the soul-devouring bees were indeed lured here, he would have no means to control them and might very well invite trouble upon himself. After securing the spirit insect flute, Mu Chun intended to depart, but suddenly caught sight of a glimmer beneath the skeleton's ashen robe. He hesitated for a moment, bowed slightly to the skeleton, and then touched the tattered robe, due to the erosion of time. The moment Mu Chin's fingers brushed against the robe, it instantly turned to ash and fell away, revealing two translucent vials beneath. These vials were evidently crafted from extraordinary materials, remaining intact even after all these years. Mu Chun picked up the two vials, discovering they contained a black liquid, the purpose of which was unknown. He pondered momentarily before cautiously unscrewing one of the caps, releasing a peculiar fragrance into the air. Buzz! As this strange aroma wafted forth, Mu Chun felt the colossal black tree tremble slightly, and he witnessed a number of soul-devouring bees emerging from the trunk, their crimson eyes fixed on the treetop. Startled, Mu Chun quickly capped the vial and stowed it away within his mustard seed bracelet. This fragrance seemed to possess an almost fatal allure for the soul-devouring bees. I cannot linger any longer. Thank you, Senior. Mu Chun clasped his fist towards the skeleton, no longer hesitating, and swiftly leaped upon the black tree, darting rapidly into the depths of the forest. Who? A chill flickered in Mu Chin's eyes as he raised his head, gazing at the trunk ahead where a familiar figure stood, arms crossed, observing him with a dispassionate gaze. It was none other than Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai regarded Mu Chun with an icy stare, then extended his hand, speaking nonchalantly. It seems you truly are fortunate, encountering good fortune wherever you go. What have you obtained atop that tree? Hand it over. Though the recommended votes are no longer in first place, let us consider this the third update from yesterday, albeit half an hour late. Apologies. Please cast your votes for the great sovereign. Thank you. Chapter 53. Confrontation beneath the shade of the trees. Mu Chun gazed up at Lu Mubai, who towered over him. Not expecting to encounter him here, it appeared that Lu's faction had also been scattered by the swarm of soul-devouring bees. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had faintly sensed the delicate sound of the flute and followed it. However, regrettably, he had been a moment too late, allowing Mu Chun to take the lead. As for Lu Mubai's demand to hand over the item, Mu Chun merely smiled lightly, a trace of mockery gracing his lips. This is not the North Spirit Academy. If I were to kill you, I would face no repercussions, so I hope you can recognize reality a bit more clearly. Given your nature, you should not be the type to recklessly charge into conflict. Seeing that Mu Chun disregarded his words, a shadow flickered across Lu Mubai's eyes as he slowly replied, I am not afraid of being hunted by Blood Butcher. What are you, Lu Mubai? Mu Chun smiled. That fool Blood Butcher must have been unfortunate enough to cross paths with the silver-horned dragon leopard in the North Spirit Plane. Right? You are indeed quite lucky to encounter such events. A hint of derision flickered in Lu Mubai's eyes. In truth, they had investigated the matter afterward and discovered traces of a struggle within the silver-horned dragon leopard's territory, along with Blood Butcher's tattered clothing. This led them to understand why Mu Chun had managed to escape from Blood Butcher, so Blood Butcher met his end at the hands of the silver-horned dragon leopard. What does that have to do with you? To use this to intimidate me? You truly are quite naive, Mu Chun chuckled, refraining from engaging in a futile argument with Lu Mubai, as he relished the self-righteousness of these individuals. Now, do you intend to voluntarily hand over the item? Lu Mubai extended his hand once more, this time with a faint aura of spiritual energy shimmering in his palm. Mu Chun smiled and shook his head. Bang! Just as Mu Chun shook his head, Lu Mubai's eyes turned icy, and he lunged downward like a hawk swooping in for its prey, his palms surging with spiritual energy as he ruthlessly struck towards Mu Chun. Mu Chun's toes dug into the dry leaves, propelling him backward as a flurry of withered leaves danced in the air. Bang! The fiery red spiritual energy burst forth, shattering the whirlwind of leaves. While Lu Mubai, like a bolt of lightning, descended with claws extended, the scorching energy radiating a searing intensity, aiming directly for Mu Chun's chest. Seeing Lu Mubai's fierce assault, Mu Chun's expression turned serious. His fist was suddenly enveloped in a dark, foreboding energy, and a death seal materialized before him. With a single punch, the death seal flickered upon Mu Chun's fist, entwined in the dark spiritual energy, radiating a domineering aura. Boom! Mu Chun's fist collided squarely with Lu Mubai's fierce claws. producing a muted thud as a visible wave of spiritual energy rippled outward, scattering the dry leaves beneath them. Mu Chen's figure staggered slightly, retreating several paces, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Mubai. Indeed, this individual had reached the realm of spirit wield. Late-stage spirit movement. Lu Mubai's body quivered slightly, an expression of surprise flashing across his eyes. The last time Mu Chen had fought with Lu Yong, he had just reached the mid-stage of spirit movement, and yet not long after, he had attained the late stage of spirit movement. Such rapid cultivation speed was truly impressive. Moreover, what astonished him most was that Mu Chen could withstand a direct confrontation with him. Although Mu Chen had not gained the upper hand, to engage on such terms with a late-stage spirit movement cultivator was already quite remarkable. You possess some skill. No wonder you always wear that infuriating expression. I had initially planned to humiliate you thoroughly in the competition for the 5 major academy spots, but it seems I shall refrain from granting you that opportunity. Lu Mubai spoke with a chilling tone. Taking a step forward as fiery red energy surged from his body, enveloping Mu Chen with an oppressive force. It seemed he intended to kill Mu Chen right here. Swish! Lu Mubai wasted no time. As the spiritual energy surged, he clawed his hands into a talon shape, the fiery energy swirling around him, resembling a flaming eagle. He then merged his hands with the fiery eagle and fiercely lunged towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen observed Lu Mubai's relentless assault, but chose not to confront him head-on. Lu Mubai was indeed slightly stronger, and a direct clash was precisely what he hoped for. With a flick of his toes, Mu Chen nimbly leaped backward, and as he retreated, a faint dark glow began to flicker at his fingertips. I'll see where you can escape to. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Mubai's eyes as he charged forward. Unleashing his immense spiritual energy, transforming his claws into a fist, launching a powerful strike from above towards Mu Chen. Flame Eagle burns. As the punch was thrown, the fiery red energy surged forth like a roaring flame. Within the flames, Lu Mubai's fist wind transformed into an unyielding flame eagle, howling forth and blocking all of Mu Chen's escape routes. Mu Chen's footsteps abruptly halted, his obsidian eyes locked onto the frenzied attack. In a fleeting moment, he brought his hands together, a sharp command escaping his lips. Form the array, buzz. As his command resonated, the air before him rippled, and suddenly, strands of spiritual light shot forth, ensnaring Lu Mubai's limbs. The sudden entrapment caused Lu Mubai's body to stiffen for an instant, surprise flashing in his eyes. A spiritual array? However, the moment of astonishment was fleeting, as he quickly recognized the array's weakness. Letting out a cold laugh, so it is merely a minor spiritual array. Boom! A magnificent surge of spiritual power erupted forth, severing the tendrils of energy with a resounding force. Lu Mubai's assault remained unchanged, relentlessly crashing towards Mu Chen. However, after the momentary obstruction from the minor spiritual formation, Lu Mubai's fervor evidently diminished. This time, confronted by Lu Mubai's frenzied onslaught, Mu Chen chose not to evade. A frigid glint swiftly emerged within his dark eyes. The ethereal black energy abruptly coiled around Mu Chen's arms. He then stepped forward, his palms converging, and within the space between them, 2 ominous seals of death rapidly manifested. Finally, no more running, Lu Mubai observed, a glint of ferocity and murderous intent flickering across his eyes. The fiery red energy around his fists surged like a ravenous fire eagle, unleashing a tempestuous wave of force aimed directly at Mu Chen's chest. Seals of death! A low exclamation erupted within Mu Chen's heart at that moment. His internal energy surged through his meridians like a torrent, his palms retracting before crashing outward. The 2 seals of death glimmered with an overwhelming brilliance in his palms. As their fists whistled through the air, in the next instant, amidst their respective cold and fierce gazes, a thunderous collision ensued. Bang! A resonant sound suddenly reverberated through the shaded grove. A wave of spiritual energy akin to a tempest surged forth, shattering the withered leaves strewn across the ground. The towering trees quaked violently, shedding a cascade of foliage. Amidst the flurry of falling leaves, the 2 figures that collided with a resounding crash both trembled violently and staggered backward. Mu Chen's feet skated against the ground as he retreated several paces, finally stabilizing himself with a forceful stomp. His palms trembled slightly, a remnant of the powerful backlash causing a dull ache. Despite the discomfort, He had forcibly withstood Lu Mubai's fierce assault, clearly demonstrating the formidable power of the two seals of death. Since mastering the two seals, Mu Chun had never truly unleashed their full potential. As his previous opponents, Blood Butcher and Ji Zong, had far surpassed him in strength, in such disparity, even invoking the seals could not compensate. Thus, Mu Chun had never comprehended the true might of the seals until now. Although Lu Mubai had ascended to the spirit wheel realm, he appeared to be at a nascent stage. This elevation surpassed Mu Chun, yet the disparity was not insurmountable like it had been with Blood Butcher. Therefore, in this level of confrontation, the power of the two seals of death could finally be genuinely revealed. "Do you think you misjudged me?" Mu Chun remarked, observing Lu Mubai's ashen expression with a smile. Lu Mubai's forehead twitched slightly, then he inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within him. His gaze darkened ominously, his voice laced with an icy chill. "You have indeed surprised me somewhat, but do you truly believe this grants you the right to be arrogant before me?" As the final chilling words escaped Lu Mubai's lips, fiery red energy surged forth from his being once more, his eyes brimming with a chilling murderous intent. It was clear that Mu Chun had provoked Lu Mubai's genuine wrath. Mu Chun narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slant, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually chilling. Though dealing with Lu Mubai was indeed troublesome, if this fellow insisted on being relentless, Mu Chun would ensure he did not gain much from this encounter. Beneath the grove, the two faced off, their gazes sharp as blades, leaves cascading between them as the atmosphere grew tense with an impending clash. Crack, however, just as both bodies tensed like drawn bows, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the forest behind them, momentarily freezing the taut atmosphere. Swish! The sounds drew closer, and suddenly, over a dozen figures burst forth from the forest. Landing behind Lu Mubai, "Young master, we have finally found you." Mu Chun observed the arriving figures, his brow furrowing slightly, for they were indeed from Lu domain. Lu Mubai, noticing this, secretly sighed in relief and smirked coldly at Mu Chun. "It seems your luck has run out." Not necessarily. Duan Wei and his companions had evidently sensed the earlier commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing Lu Mubai and his group, their expressions shifted, hastily positioning themselves to shield Mu Chun, their gazes filled with vigilance. Mu Chun shook his head, his tense body relaxing slightly. With both sides having reinforcements, it seemed they could not engage any further. Otherwise, such a scale of conflict would likely attract the attention of some spirit beasts from the Black Abyss, leading to trouble for everyone involved. Lu Mubai, clearly aware of this, gritted his teeth in frustration before fixing his gaze on Mu Chun, sneering, "It appears you will escape this time. Words alone won't suffice. Wait until you can truly crush me before you speak such things," Mu Chun replied nonchalantly. "There will come a day for that opportunity. I am quite eager to see if your face will still bear such an irritating expression then." Lu Mubai scrutinized Mu Chun deeply, refraining from further banter, and with a wave of his hand, he led his group swiftly into the depths of the forest. Duan Wei and the others watched as Lu Mubai's group swiftly retreated. Exhaling a sigh of relief before turning to Mu Chun, "Young master, are you all right?" Mu Chun smiled and shook his head, his dark eyes glimmering coldly as he watched Lu Mubai's retreating figure. After a moment, he turned and dashed off in another direction. "Let us depart and hurry to rejoin my father and the others." Before them lay an expansive black swamp, thick with a viscous, toxic miasma. The deathly miasma here was exceptionally potent. Anyone who ventured within would likely struggle to endure. Even those at the spirit wheel realm, bubbles erupted in the black mire, releasing faint wisps of poisonous gas. While from beneath the dark sludge, blood-red, ferocious beast eyes surveyed the surroundings. At the edge of the swamp, a group of individuals wore expressions of concern, with Mu Feng at the forefront, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the seemingly endless black mire. "Domain Lord, this black poison swamp is exceedingly difficult to traverse. The miasma above is insurmountable, and if we attempt to cross the swamp, very few will survive the onslaught of the black poison crocodiles lurking within." A city lord from Mu Domain spoke with a wry smile beside Mu Feng. "Is there another route to enter the depths of the Black Abyss?" Zhou Yi inquired, brow furrowed. These fellows seemed to have prepared thoroughly. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, realizing that Lu Domain had likely conducted extensive reconnaissance and possibly even dispatched scouts. Determining alternative paths into the depths of the Black Abyss, Mu Feng let out a quiet sigh before asking, Have we received any news about Xiao Mu and the others? Not yet. Should I lead a team to search for them? Zhou Yi proposed. Yufeng pondered for a moment, about to respond when his expression shifted. A smile breaking through. No need. I've said before, we must not underestimate that kid. He turned to gaze towards the forest behind them, where the underbrush rustled, and a dozen figures swiftly emerged. Leading them was none other than Mu Chen. Father, Mu Chen beamed upon spotting the group at the swamp's edge, finally catching up. Are you all right? Mu Feng asked with a smile, casting a glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen shook his head, stepping forward to survey the vast swamp, teasing. Father, it seems you've encountered a bit of trouble. Clearly, he had discerned the predicament his father and the others faced. Mu Feng shook his head in exasperation, then sighed in resignation. With their strength at the spirit's soul realm, he and Zhou Yi could barely leap over the swamp, but the rest of the group could not. If they delayed much longer, the 9U sparrow might fall into Lu Domain's hands. Zhou Yi also wore a bitter smile. Uncle Zhou, rest assured, the 9U sparrow is unlikely to be so easily obtained. Mu Chen shook his head. Though he had yet to see the 9U sparrow, he sensed from the information left by the bones that it might not be a simple matter. Moreover, it was not impossible to traverse this black poison swamp successfully. Mu Chen's gaze swept over the treacherous mire, and a slight smile crept across his face. Oh? Hearing this, Mu Feng, Zhou Yi, and the others were taken aback, their eyes brightening as they looked at Mu Chen, who remained leisurely brushing off his hands, appearing relaxed. You have a solution? Seeing their eager expressions, Mu Chen smiled gently and nodded. In the spirit road. There are places far more perilous than this black poison swamp. As the clock nears midnight, the recommendation votes will soon become invalid, so let's not waste them, everyone. Chapter 55. The Method. When Mu Feng and his companions beheld the calm and smiling youth before them, they exchanged glances filled with a mix of delight and uncertainty. Could this lad resolve matters that even seasoned veterans like themselves found perplexing? So, what's your plan? If you're just rambling, I won't let you off easily. Mu Feng chuckled. Mu Chen gazed intently at the vast expanse of the black toxic swamp and remarked, This black toxic swamp is treacherous for any bird. Once you step onto it, you'll find yourself ensnared and unable to extricate yourself. The deadly miasma suffusing the sky also prevents any aerial escape. However, if we utilize some floating objects as footholds, we might be able to make some progress. Yet, it won't be long before the numerous black toxic crocodiles lurking within drag us down and tear us to shreds. We're all aware of that, Mu Feng retorted with a laugh. In truth, crossing over is overly challenging. What can traverse freely in this black toxic swamp? Mu Chen inquired with a smile. Traverse freely? Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering, is it the black toxic crocodile? Indeed. If we capture a few black toxic crocodiles and use their skins as boats, we could navigate through the swamp without hindrance. And the scent of the crocodile skin would help us evade attacks from the black toxic crocodiles. Mu Chen explained. Is it really that simple? The brows of Mu Feng and his companions furrowed. While the method was not particularly difficult, could they truly traverse the black toxic swamp in such a manner? Though the crocodile skin might offer some protection, it was evidently insufficient for complete safety. Well, there's indeed one more step, Mu Chen replied with a smile. Although black toxic crocodiles possess low intelligence, it's not so easy to deceive them. As for that final step, let us first complete the previous ones. Father, Uncle Zhou, I entrust the task of hunting the black toxic crocodiles to you. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Mu Chen's intentions. You better not mess this up, Mu Feng gritted his teeth. They had limited options and time was of the essence. Otherwise, they would be left far behind by Lu Yu and his group. Zhou Yi, we'll take action. The rest prepare the boats, Mu Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. Although the others were somewhat skeptical of Mu Chen's proposed method, they complied immediately after Mu Feng's order and dispersed to begin chopping wood. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance. And then a powerful surge of spiritual energy exploded from within them. In an instant, Mu Feng appeared in midair above the black toxic swamp, where fiery spiritual energy surged behind him, transforming into a massive flame eagle. The eagle was covered in crimson scales, its wings reminiscent of dragon wings, exuding a sense of strength. A powerful aura radiated from him, causing the swamp below to stir, with numerous ferocious black toxic crocodiles surfacing. Gazing up at the flame eagle in fear and vigilance. Roar! Zhou Yi hovered in midair, and behind him, a giant brown lizard, resembling a small mountain, materialized. The weight of it seemed to shake the very air. Any god's spirit realm expert who had refined the essence of such a spirit beast would inherit some of its characteristics and powers, just as Mu Feng's flame eagle granted him speed. Zhou Ye's mountain spirit lizard endowed him with raw power. As Mu Chen observed the imposing spirit beasts behind Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The god's spirit realm was indeed formidable, far surpassing the spirit wheel realm. Zhou Yi clenched his fist and, with a low growl, unleashed a punch that sent deep yellow spiritual energy roaring forth like a beam of light. Imbued with the weight of a mountain, crashing into the swamp below, boom! The earth trembled, and the swamp was blasted into a deep pit, a tremendous force rebounding and sending several black toxic crocodiles flying. At that moment, Mu Feng also took action. The flame eagle behind him let out a mighty cry, and a torrent of fierce fire surged forth, ensnaring the 10 or so black toxic crocodiles. Crack! As the spiritual energy writhed, those black toxic crocodiles, comparable in strength to the spirit wheel realm, were instantly obliterated, and with a flick of Mu Feng's hand, he cast them towards the swamp's edge. Meanwhile, at a certain cliff passage some distance from the black toxic swamp, a group of individuals suddenly halted. They were none other than the Lu Yu faction who had previously encountered Mu Feng and his companions. This fluctuation of spiritual energy, Lu Zong paused, gazing into the distance. Its Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, they seemed to have run into trouble. They should be trapped in the black toxic swamp now. Haha. With Mu Feng and Zhou Yi's strength, they could force their way through, but it would be an exhausting endeavor. The rest of their group lacked such capability. Lu Qingtian, at the forefront, smiled faintly and remarked, "If that's the case, by the time they reach the depths of the black abyss, they will be little more than remnants. Will they still have the gall to contend with us then? Your foresight is commendable, brother. If the opportunity arises, we should ensure they don't escape. Once Mu Yu loses Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, he will be at our mercy," Lu Ming sneered. Lu Qingtian nodded with a faint smile, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his eyes. If such an opportunity presented itself, he would certainly not let it slip away. For now, they merely needed to wait in the depths of the black abyss for Mu Yu's group. Worn out by the trials of the black toxic swamp, to emerge in Mu Feng, why not enjoy your time in Mu Yu while competing with me for the Nine Nether Sparrow? You have no one to blame but yourself. Boom! The earth trembled again, and Mu Qian gazed at the 10 or so black toxic crocodiles that Mu Feng had cast over. He couldn't help but smirk. Each of these crocodiles possessed the strength of the early spirit wheel realm. Yet in the hands of his father and Uncle Zhou, they offered virtually no resistance. Mu Qian praised their efforts and summoned several capable hands to skin the crocodiles. Meanwhile, a makeshift boat was completed, and Mu Qian instructed them to wrap the crocodile skins around the boat. If they were to simply toss the boat into the black toxic swamp, it would likely sink immediately. However, the residual spiritual energy within the crocodile skins would enable the boat to float atop the swamp. Once they completed these tasks, all eyes turned towards Mu Qian. Would this method truly allow them to cross the black toxic swamp? "It's your turn," Mu Feng said, his expression growing serious. "You better not mess this up. If trouble arises once we enter the black toxic swamp, very few will make it out alive." "Don't worry, father," Mu Qian replied with a smile. He pointed at the swamp and elaborated. "Our primary concern is to avoid the attacks from the black toxic crocodiles. These creatures are a mid-tier spirit beast, and due to their life in the swamp, their senses are quite dull, and their vision is not sharp as long as we can disrupt their sight and combine it with the scent of the crocodile skins. We should be able to slip past." "How do we disrupt their sight?" Mu Feng frowned, inquiring. "Can you set up a spirit formation now?" Upon seeing the spiritual seal at Mu Qian's fingertips, both Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were taken aback, while the other members of Mu Yu stared at Mu Qian in astonishment. "It's just a minor spirit formation," Mu Qian chuckled. "The formation I intend to set up is called the formation, which can create a disorienting effect. While it may not be exceedingly potent, it is perfect for dealing with the black toxic crocodiles, who have such poor perception." Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, surprised by Mu Qian's profound understanding of these spirit beasts, which seemed to surpass their own. After Mu Qian finished speaking, he ignored them, his expression serious as he began to weave the spiritual seals. 8 spiritual seals vanished around the small boat, and soon, Everyone could faintly sense the air shimmering with a peculiar wave. After a moment, Mu Chen finally sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. All right. All eyes turned towards him, and indeed, they saw a faint mist rising from the small boat, obscuring its contents entirely. This concealment could easily be pierced by human eyes, but fortunately, the black, toxic crocodiles lacked such intelligence. While they were uncertain of how effective this method would be, the atmosphere inspired a measure of confidence. Why celebrate so soon? It must prove useful. Otherwise, it would be a wasted effort and could even lead to disaster. Mu Feng remarked, a hint of satisfaction tugging at the corners of his mouth, though he refrained from praising Mu Chen outright to avoid inflating the lattice ego. You'll see soon enough. Mu Chen retorted dismissively before pushing the small boat into the black toxic swamp, leaping aboard first. Seeking collections and recommendation votes. Chapter 56. Ruthless Measures. With a splash, the enormous black toxic bubbles in the swamp began to rise and burst, releasing a foul stench that thickened the already oppressive miasma hanging overhead. At this moment, amidst the lifeless expanse of the black toxic swamp, a small boat wrapped in black toxic crocodile skins cautiously glided forward. Upon that small vessel, the occupants were tense, their bodies taut, not daring to utter a single sound. Their eyes were fixed intently on the surrounding marsh, and the spiritual energy within them surged quietly. In contrast to their anxiety, Mu Chen appeared remarkably calm. Nonetheless, his gaze remained firmly locked on the periphery. This small boat harbored many skilled individuals from the Mu domain, and should any of them suffer losses here, it would indeed be a grave detriment to their realm. Standing beside Mu Chen, Mu Feng's seemingly indifferent expression belied a hint of gravity. His body was taut, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. As the small boat gradually ventured deeper into the marsh, signs of movement began to manifest within the murky depths. The noxious black mud churned violently, revealing the ominous forms of black venomous crocodiles that floated upon the surface, slowly making their way toward the vessel. The sight caused the hearts of those aboard to race, their peripheral vision twitching with trepidation. In the suffocating silence that enveloped the small boat, at least dozens of these black, venomous crocodiles surrounded them, their crimson eyes piercing through the murk, scanning with a savage intensity. All aboard felt their hearts leap in unison. Under Mu Chen's command, the boat maintained a steady pace, gliding quietly across the marsh. A sigh of relief washed over Mu Feng and the others as they noted that the black, venomous crocodiles did not launch an attack. From their blood-red eyes, a vague sense of confusion and bewilderment could be discerned. Clearly, the creatures, with their limited intelligence, sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint its source. Ultimately, the small boat navigated successfully through the throng of black, venomous crocodiles, yet the passengers remained breathless until, after half an hour, they glimpsed the marsh's edge and exhaled the pent-up anxiety that had weighed heavily upon them. Indeed, we made it through. The young master is truly remarkable. Father, what do you think? Did I embarrass you? Mu Chen thought to himself, feeling a quiet sense of relief as he clapped his hands and smiled at Mu Feng. You little rascal, Mu Feng chided with a smile that could not hide his pride. This boy has finally grown up and can share the burden. It has not been in vain that I have raised him as both father and mother these years. He nodded slightly, ruffling Mu Chen's hair, then leapt to the marsh's edge, urging, let us quicken our pace. Otherwise, we shall fall too far behind the Lu domain. Understood, Duan Wei and the others replied in unison, ascending to the shore in succession, making slight adjustments before resuming their vigilant march toward the depths of the black abyss. Meanwhile, as Mu Feng and his companions traversed the black, venomous marsh towards the heart of the black abyss, distant figures atop a mountain wall observed them with cold, calculating gazes. How could they have crossed the black, venomous marsh unscathed? Lu Ming's face turned ashen as he beheld the silhouettes in the distance. It appears the Mu domain has indeed come prepared, Lu Zong remarked, furrowing his brow. Initially, he had intended to capitalize on the Mu domain's exhaustion from the marsh, but he had not anticipated that they would emerge so effortlessly. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Qingtian's eyes. The more prepared the Mu domain was, the greater the obstacles they posed for him. These individuals must be eliminated. The Nine Nether Sparrow must belong to the Lu domain. With the Nine Nether Sparrow in their possession, they could become the true overlords of the Northern Spirit Realm, and he, Lu Qingtian, would no longer be merely a domain lord, but the sovereign of the entire northern spirit realm. Fierce ambition ignited within Lu Qingtian's eyes. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Lu Ming inquired, noting that the Mu domain's forces were nearly upon them. "Patience," Lu Qingtian replied with a calm smile. "How long have we prepared for this plan? The Black Abyss has long been within our sights. Does the Mu domain truly believe they can challenge us in their blind rush?" He cast a glance toward the depths of the Black Abyss, a sinister glimmer crossing his gaze. "Let us proceed. I have a grand gift prepared for them." As they delved deeper into the Black Abyss, Mu Feng and his companions grew ever more cautious. This area was known to harbor high-level spiritual beasts, and should they draw the attention of these ferocious creatures, trouble would surely follow, especially as they remained on guard against the Lu domain's forces. The team stealthily navigated through the shadowy black forest, avoiding encounters with any spiritual beasts they might chance upon, opting instead to circumvent them and depart swiftly. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the thicket, revealing the sheer cliffs of the Black Chasm, where massive fissures spread like the gaping maw of a demon. Gazing at the ominous chasms, Mu Feng's brow furrowed with concern. "We are nearing the depths of the Black Abyss," he murmured. "This area can truly be considered the heart of the Black Abyss, home to high-level spiritual beasts." "High-level spiritual beasts," Duan Wei and the others echoed, their expressions tightening. Such creatures were comparable to those of the divine soul realm. "We must refrain from hunting any spiritual beasts along the way. These high-level beasts are exceedingly bloodthirsty, and even a hint of blood can attract their gaze. Should we encounter more than two, we would pay dearly." Mu Chun nodded in agreement. "The dangers here surpass those of the northern spirit plains. Let us proceed cautiously." With a wave of his hand, Mu Feng led the way, entering the dark, expansive fissure, followed closely by Mu Chun, Zhou Yi, and the others, who remained vigilant. The depths of the Black Abyss were shrouded in perpetual gloom due to the pervasive miasma, creating an atmosphere of dampness and darkness. Occasionally, distant, low growls reverberated, filled with a palpable thirst for blood. The group treaded cautiously within the shadows, avoiding all potential signs of spiritual beasts, while Mu Chun could sense the spiritual energy coursing through Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, indicating they were prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. However, unlike their sense of relief, Mu Chun felt a slight furrow in his brow. This ease instilled a sense of unease within him. As they turned a bend in the rocky path, Mu Chun exchanged a wary glance with Mu Feng, sensing a shared apprehension in the latter's eyes. Upon rounding the corner, their view suddenly expanded into a vast rocky space. Situated at the convergence of three towering peaks, surrounded by steep cliffs, Mu Feng surveyed the area, his gaze sharpening as he abruptly looked up, fixating on a concealed cliff where shadows began to emerge. "Ah, Mu Feng, your speed is indeed commendable," Lu Qingtian remarked with a dispassionate smile, looking down upon Mu Feng and his companions. "It's the Lu domain," Zhou Yi shouted, his voice low and urgent. "Be cautious. What do you intend to do?" "Lu Qingtian," Mu Feng admonished, his voice heavy with concern. It was clear that the Lu domain possessed intimate knowledge of the Black Abyss, while they remained in the dark, rendering them considerably disadvantaged. "Seeing you so cautious brings me little joy. Hence I thought I might provide you with some entertainment." Lu Qingtian smiled, a chilling grin that revealed his true intentions, as he gestured for his subordinates to unveil large jars, which they hurled downwards. With a series of crashes, the jars shattered upon impact, spilling forth a thick, crimson liquid that quickly spread, releasing a pungent stench of blood. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Mu Feng and his companions darkened. "Merely beast's blood seems insufficient," Lu Qingtian remarked, inhaling the scent with a cold glint in his eyes. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, he propelled a number of Lu domain warriors through the air, their screams piercing the air. With a stoic expression, Lu Qingtian snapped his fingers, unleashing a barrage of spiritual energy that struck the unfortunate warriors, resulting in a thunderous explosion that showered the area with blood mist. A gruesome spectacle that left Mu Feng and his companions visibly shaken, as their expressions darkened further. A series of low, thunderous roars erupted from the depths of the Black Abyss, reverberating with a violent surge of spiritual energy. High-level spiritual beasts. As the echoes of bloodthirsty roars reached their ears, Mu Feng, Zhou Yi, and the others felt a chill settle upon their hearts. They had fallen into a trap laid by the Lu domain. "How do you find this grand gift?" Lu Qingtian called down mockingly, his voice laced with derision. How long have we prepared for the Nine Nether Sparrow? Did you truly believe that a mere scrap of intelligence would grant you the right to contend with us? Well then, since you've come, you might as well pay the price. Consider it a lesson learned. Mu Feng's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon Lu Qingtian, yet he felt no inclination to continue their quarrel. His thoughts flickered as he pondered a solution. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the previous roars undoubtedly indicated the presence of high-level spirit beasts. If they were ensnared by these formidable creatures, even if they managed to defeat them, they would suffer significant exhaustion or even injury. At that point, Lu Qingtian and his group would likely seize the opportunity to strike. However, retreating immediately would also play into Lu Yu's hands, allowing them to hunt the Nine Nether Sparrow unhindered. Should Lu Yu acquire the Nine Nether Sparrow, it would pose a grave threat to their Mu domain. This precarious situation had thrust them into a quandary of indecision. What shall we do now? Zhou Yi could not help but inquire. Let us observe the situation, Mu Feng replied, his complexion dark as he spoke in a hushed tone. Beside him, Mu Qian furrowed his brow, finding Lu Yu's associates particularly vexatious as they continued to sabotage their efforts. Roar. As the Mu domain's forces remained on high alert, another beastly roar echoed from afar, followed swiftly by the sharp sound of slicing wind. In no time, 3 beams of light surged forth from the depths of the black abyss, ultimately materializing around the cliffside point. 3 high-level spirit beasts. Upon sighting the 3 lights, Mu Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. Under the tense scrutiny of the onlookers, the 3 beams quickly revealed their colossal forms, their crimson beastly eyes brimming with bloodlust and ferocity. On the left cliffside stood a massive crimson lion, adorned with a pair of sharp purple wings, exuding an air of majesty. On the right, a beast of pitch-black hue loomed, appearing as though forged from steel. Sunlight glinted off its body, casting a blinding radiance, its streamlined form resembling a harbinger of slaughter. Purple-winged lion, black iron beast. Upon witnessing these 2 formidable creatures, Duan Wei and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, exclaiming in shock. Indeed, they were high-level spirit beasts, and these 2 titans likely possessed the strength of early-stage divine soul realm warriors. And that is the water-fire crane. Mu Feng's gaze swept over the 2 high-level spirit beasts before settling on the last one. His eyes widened in astonishment. There stood a gigantic black crane, one wing shimmering a flowing blue akin to water, while the other blazed a fiery red like flames. As it flapped its wings, the display was a mesmerizing spectacle of water and fire in tumultuous motion. Yet beneath this beauty lay a lethal power. The water-fire crane was the mightiest among the trio, having reached mid-stage divine soul realm. Mu Feng, it seems fortune has not favored you. Even the water-fire crane has been lured here. It appears we are in for an exhilarating spectacle of man versus beast, Lu Qingtian remarked with a smirk, unable to suppress his amusement at the unfolding drama. He gestured, and their forces concealed themselves within the cliff, confident that the high-level spirit beasts, drawn by the bloodshed below, would remain oblivious to their presence. Damn it! Zhou Yi ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. Mu Feng's expression darkened. At this juncture, the 3 high-level spirit beasts had locked onto them. If they chose not to fight, retreat was their only option, yet he felt an intense reluctance to abandon the fray. Duan Wei and the others, observing the flicker of determination in Mu Feng's gaze, dared not interrupt, their own palms slick with perspiration as they focused intently on the eager high-level spirit beasts. Mu Qian, too, grasped the gravity of their predicament, his brow furrowed in concentration as his thoughts raced. After a brief pause, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of resolve flashing within his dark orbs. Father, Mu Qian spoke softly. Mu Feng responded absently, his expression fraught with annoyance, clearly troubled. Can you and Uncle Zhou hold off these 3 high-level spirit beasts? Mu Qian inquired. Mu Feng regarded him for a moment, then nodded helplessly. However, doing so will undoubtedly deplete our strength significantly. Once our combat power wanes, Lu Qingtian will surely take action. You need not slay these 3 high-level spirit beasts. Simply entangle them without exhausting yourselves too greatly, Mu Qian suggested. Prolonging this stalemate will not benefit us either, Mu Feng replied, furrowing his brow. If we cannot defeat these high-level spirit beasts, our only option is to retreat. I have a way to deal with them, Mu Qian asserted, his tone hesitant yet resolute. Mu Feng's body stiffened momentarily, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he stared at Mu Chen. While Zhou Yi and the others exchanged incredulous glances, those were three high-level spirit beasts, comparable to three divine soul realm powerhouses. How could Mu Chen, merely at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, hope to contend with them? It's not always about brute force, Mu Chen smirked. There exists a concept known as leveraging opportunities, something I've mastered through countless experiences in the spirit path. What exactly do you intend to do? Mu Feng inquired, unable to quell his curiosity. Could this young man truly possess a method? There's no time for explanations now. Just hold them off while I prepare, Mu Chen insisted, glancing at the three high-level spirit beasts poised to pounce. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, gritting their teeth before nodding in agreement. They felt reassured by Mu Chen's demeanor. If he spoke with such conviction, it must be backed by some measure of confidence. Then we shall leave this to you. Without further ado, Mu Chen turned and sprinted outward, swiftly disappearing from view. Someone's fleeing? Lu Qingtian and his group, who had been monitoring Mu Feng's movements, noticed Mu Chen's escape. Their brows furrowing in confusion. Yes, Mu Chen. What does he intend to do? Is he attempting to flee on his own? Lu Mubai voiced his doubts, a lingering unease surrounding his perception of Mu Chen. Forget him. A late-stage spirit movement realm brat who has strayed from Mu Feng's protection will likely find it impossible to escape the Black Abyss, Lu Qingtian dismissed, showing little concern. The pillars of the Mu domain were Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. What significance did Mu Chen hold in this confrontation? Lu Mubai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had perhaps overestimated Mu Chen's capabilities. In such a dire situation, could he truly hope to turn the tide? A fool's errand, it seemed. Boom. As they conversed, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted below. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi surged forth, charging directly at the three predatory high-level spirit beasts. Mu Feng confronted the water-fire crane and the black iron beast head-on, his strength at the late stage of the divine soul realm ensuring he remained unfazed even when outnumbered. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, at the early stage of the divine soul realm, matched the purple-winged lion blow for blow. The clash of such formidable forces ignited a tempest of spiritual energy, each encounter reverberating through the air. Lu Qingtian watched the fierce combat with a twisted smile, his gaze cold as ice. Mu Feng, unleash your power. Since you refuse to retreat, let your life be forfeit here. As the battle raged within the valley, Mu Chen darted swiftly away. Leaping onto a rocky outcrop, he surveyed the vast expanse of the black forest before flipping his palm, revealing a short flute adorned with intricate etchings. This was the spirit insect flute he had obtained earlier. Gripping the slightly chilled flute, a contemplative look crossed Mu Chen's features before he cast aside his hesitation. Placing the flute to his lips, he summoned his spiritual energy, directing a breath into the instrument. Although Mu Chen was not a spirit insect master and lacked the finesse to wield the flute adeptly, he understood its basic function. A skilled spirit insect master could effortlessly summon their desired insects with the flute, yet Mu Chen could not. Fortunately, within the Black Abyss, the most abundant species was the devouring spirit bee. He believed that playing the flute here would successfully attract them. As Mu Chen's thoughts raced, a faint glow began to emanate from the spirit insect flute. The intricate etchings on the instrument began to writhe, releasing a peculiar wave of sound that spread outward. This sound wave was not loud. In fact, it could easily be overlooked if one were not paying close attention. Yet Mu Chen knew that the spirit insects were extremely sensitive to such frequencies. Continuously infusing spiritual energy into the flute, Mu Chen sustained the sound wave's propagation while stealing glances into the depths of the Black Abyss, where the spiritual energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. It appeared that his father and Uncle Zhou were indeed engaged in a fierce battle with the three high-level spirit beasts. Time was of the essence. A hint of anxiety flickered in Mu Chen's eyes. Those three high-level spirit beasts were formidable foes. For every moment his father and Zhou Yi were entangled with them, they would expend precious energy. Should their exhaustion reach a critical point, the lurking forces of Lu Yu would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. That was a scenario Mu Chen desperately wished to avoid. As the flute's melody drifted through the air, the distant surroundings remained eerily quiet, causing beads of sweat to form on Mu Chen's palms. Could it be that his plan was futile? Despite his earlier bravado in front of Mu Feng and the others, he was merely trying to reassure them. He understood the turmoil in Mu Feng's heart, neither wanting to retreat and allow Lu Yu to claim the Nine Nether Sparrow, nor wishing to fall prey to Lu Yu's ambush. Thus, he had devised this strategy to attempt to overturn their dire predicament. Yet if he could not even summon the devouring spirit bees, his so-called method of leveraging opportunities would be rendered meaningless. "Come on, brothers, grant me a little favor," Mu Qian murmured to himself. As he anxiously awaited, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. The fluctuations of spiritual power within the valley grew increasingly violent, causing even the earth to tremble, signaling that the battle there had reached a fever pitch. His time was running out. Gritting his teeth, Mu Qian was about to prepare to retreat when his gaze suddenly focused on the distance. And a surge of joy washed over him. They had arrived, in the far distance. A vast expanse of dark clouds rushed in, accompanied by a distinctive buzzing sound that echoed from afar. The soul-devouring bees had finally been lured here. Containing his exhilaration, Mu Qian stowed away the spirit bug flute and swiftly dashed towards the valley. Boom! Within the valley, the raging spiritual energy surged forth, shaking the surrounding cliffs to their very core, causing massive boulders to tumble down. Duan Wei and his companions watched nervously as the two combat circles within the valley clashed fiercely. The two combatants and three beasts collided with tremendous force, unleashing waves of spiritual light that shattered the surrounding rubble into dust. Damn it! Seeing the standoff, Duan Wei's gaze shifted to a certain spot on the cliff where a sinister gaze was fixed below, clearly reveling in the current situation, which played directly into Lu Yu's hands. Duan Wei bitterly shook his head. He was uncertain about Mu Qian's intentions, but judging by his earlier demeanor, he likely had some plans in mind. However, it remained to be seen whether those plans could resolve the current impasse. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Just as they began to prepare, a sudden noise from behind caught their attention, and they quickly turned to see Mu Qian racing towards them. Having been awaiting news from Mu Qian, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi instantly darted back, but the three advanced spirit beasts relentlessly pursued them. Mu Qian glanced back at the three beasts in hot pursuit. Clenching his palm, a vial materialized before him. He uncapped it, and a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air. Bang! With a swift motion, Mu Qian struck the vial, and a stream of black liquid surged forth. With a powerful gesture, he unleashed his spiritual energy like a tempest, dispersing the black liquid into wisps of humid darkness that enveloped the three spirit beasts. The black mist clung to their bodies, yet they displayed no reaction, completely ignoring Mu Qian, whom they perceived as a mere insignificant ant, and continued their pursuit of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. Observing Mu Qian's bizarre actions, Duan Wei and the others were utterly baffled. Into the rock crevice, Mu Qian pointed towards a nearby fissure in the mountain and urgently commanded. Duan Wei and the others exchanged glances, but soon gritted their teeth and nodded, rushing into the mountain crevice, with Mu Qian following closely behind. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, at the rear, unleashed their formidable spiritual power, forcing the three spirit beasts to retreat hastily. What are they doing? The Lu Yu faction stared in bewilderment at Mu Qian and his party retreating into the mountain crevice. This move would surely cut off all avenues of escape. How had these fools become so foolish? Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow. With Mu Feng's cunning, how could he make such a blunder? As Lu Qingtian squinted his eyes, his expression suddenly shifted as he looked up at the valley's edge, where the buzzing sound had intensified alarmingly. That was the soul-devouring bees? Roar! The three spirit beasts sensed the approaching swarm of soul-devouring bees and began to emit low, anxious growls. Faced with such a terrifying number of bees, even they, as advanced spirit beasts, were in extreme peril. The dark clouds surged into the valley like a black torrent, showing no signs of halting. The torrent roared as it swept towards the three advanced spirit beasts, who were left in stunned disbelief alongside Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian. Roar! Enveloped by the black clouds, the three advanced spirit beasts thrashed wildly, unleashing violent bursts of spiritual energy that killed thousands of soul-devouring bees. Yet, soon after, they were overwhelmed by an even greater number of bees. Mu Feng and the others watched as the roars beneath the black clouds grew fainter and fainter, a chill creeping over them as they slowly turned to gaze at the strikingly handsome youth behind them, whose face bore an unsettling smile. Could this truly be the plan Mu Qian had mentioned? How could he possibly attract the soul-devouring bees and direct their wrath solely towards the three advanced spirit beasts? The unique buzzing of the soul-devouring bees resonated through the valley, sending shivers down the spine. especially as the three advanced spirit beasts struggled amidst the overwhelming tide of black. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of the fallen bees. Yet their relentless onslaught showed no signs of abating, their blood-red eyes fixated with frenzied intensity on the three advanced spirit beasts, charging relentlessly. The black torrent resembled an immense storm, and wherever it passed, only the stark white bones of the fallen remained. The two factions concealed within the valley stared in horror at the unfolding scene. At this moment, regardless of which side was ensnared, they would undoubtedly face complete annihilation. Mu Qian, hidden within the crevice, peered through the fissure at the valley below. He had stowed away the spirit bug flute and the peculiar black liquid, not daring to reveal himself, should he inadvertently attract the soul-devouring bees. It would spell certain doom. The black storm within the valley raged for a full 10 minutes, the once tumultuous waves of spiritual energy gradually waning until they finally ceased altogether, when the three waves of spiritual power vanished. Everyone understood that the three advanced spirit beasts had been annihilated by the soul-devouring bees. This revelation made Mu Feng and the others involuntarily click their tongues in disbelief, while the individual strength of the soul-devouring bees was feeble. When united, they became one of the most lethal entities within the Black Abyss. Having dispatched the three advanced spirit beasts, the massive swarm of soul-devouring bees circled the valley once more before swiftly departing with their characteristic buzzing. As the swarm faded into the distance, Mu Feng and the others emerged from the crevice, their gazes drawn to the valley's center, where the once mighty advanced spirit beasts had been reduced to mere skeletal remains. With gruesome bloodstains clinging to the bones, lending an eerie chill to the scene, Mu Qian approached leisurely, extracting three exceptionally radiant spirit cores from the skulls of the advanced spirit beasts, unceremoniously stowing them away in his storage bracelet. These spirit cores, being from advanced spirit beasts, held a value far surpassing anything they had previously obtained in the North Spirit Plains. Such high-grade cores would undoubtedly entice even some formidable figures within the Divine Soul realm. On the cliffs, the expressions of Lu Yu's faction were particularly grim. Lu Qingtian's pupils constricted as he fixed an incredulous gaze on Mu Qian. "Did you lure the soul-devouring bees? Could it be that this was all orchestrated by you?" Mu Qian's smile grew colder as he replied, "You ought to hasten your departure from the Black Abyss. Otherwise, the next time the swarm appears, your fate may very well mirror theirs." A ripple of unease coursed through Lu Yu's ranks. Lu Zong and Lu Ming's expressions shifted as they recalled the earlier devastation wrought by the swarm. If they were to find themselves ensnared, escape would be impossible. Mu Qian chuckled inwardly, surprised by Lu Qingtian's astuteness, as he had clearly observed all of Mu Qian's prior maneuvers. "Well done, Mu Qian." Lu Qingtian glared coldly at Mu Feng, seething with rage. Today, he had the opportunity to severely weaken Mu Yu's faction, only to have it thwarted by a mere youth, igniting a smoldering fury within him. Lu Qingtian's gaze darkened. Although he was furious, he understood that now was not the time for a direct confrontation with Mu Yu. Any significant losses would jeopardize their chances of obtaining the Nine Nether Sparrow. "Let us see how long you can bask in your triumph." Lu Qingtian's voice was icy as he waved his hand, leading Lu Yu's faction swiftly deeper into the Black Abyss. They had no desire to waste time obstructing Mu Feng, fully aware that such efforts would be futile. "Go. Keep close behind them," Mu Feng commanded with a sharp cry, leading Mu Yu's faction to trail Lu Qingtian and his group at a distance. Lu Yu's earlier plan had backfired, rendering them unable to shake off Mu Yu's pursuit. The two factions, one in front and the other behind, hastily traversed the Black Abyss. This time, Lu Qingtian's group was considerably more subdued, refraining from any disturbances out of fear of ensnaring themselves as well. Under their cautious advance, they encountered no further disturbances from other spirit beasts. After approximately half an hour of this careful progression, the oppressive blackness of the valley began to recede, and visibility gradually widened. Swish! As Mu Feng and his companions emerged from the valley, they found themselves atop a high ridge. Gazing ahead, their expressions abruptly shifted to one of profound astonishment. Before them lay an expansive black basin, its ground appearing as though scorched by flames, exhibiting a charred hue. Yet, what truly left Mu Feng and his companions in shock was the sight of countless white bones strewn across the basin. Judging by their size, these remains seemed to belong to spirit beasts, frozen in a frenzied dash towards an unseen allure, as if something irresistible beckoned them forth. Mukin, fixated on the skeletal remains, couldn't suppress a gasp of dread. What had transpired here? How could so many spirit beasts have perished? His gaze gradually lifted, focusing on the center of the basin, where a colossal black volcano loomed, its summit marked by a dark, sunken area that resembled the gaping maw of a demon, devouring all in its path. This scene felt eerily familiar to Mukin. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he realized it mirrored the descriptions inscribed on the copper tablet. Turning to Mufeng, their eyes met, each reflecting a mix of surprise and delight. Clearly, they had arrived at the fabled location of the Nine Nether Sparrow, their ultimate objective. Chapter 60. The peculiar rock. A cool breeze swept through the black basin, causing the countless bones to tremble slightly, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. This was indeed the realm of the Nine Nether Sparrow. At this moment, the eyes of the two factions sparkled with anticipation as they fixated on the black volcano. Their gazes filled with longing and fervor. Lu Qingtian's eyes blazed with intensity. He turned to glance back at Mufeng, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed a surge of formidable spirit energy, propelling himself like an arrow towards the volcano. Following closely were Lu Zong, Lu Ming, Lu Mubai, and others, who swiftly joined in. Engage. Mufeng bellowed, releasing a torrent of spirit energy that transformed into a magnificent fiery eagle behind him. With a powerful flap of its wings, the blazing creature shot forth, and Mufeng leapt onto its back. The duo surged ahead, their overwhelming spirit energy stirring a tempest in the air. Hemph! Lu Qingtian's expression darkened upon witnessing Mufeng's rapid approach. With a low growl, a surge of silver light erupted from within him, manifesting into a colossal silver beast. This creature resembled a giant ape, yet its body was covered in shimmering silver scales. Crackling with arcs of lightning, its roar echoing like thunder. That the thunder scale beast? Mukin observed the silver giant that had materialized behind Lu Qingtian, taken aback. This formidable spirit beast ranked 133rd in the beast record. Though it had yet to reach the celestial tier, it was undeniably a pinnacle entity among high-level spirit beasts. Boom. The thunder scale beast stomped the ground, launching itself like a bolt of lightning, intercepting Mufeng. Ha ha, Lu Qingtian, can't you resist the urge to engage any longer? Let us see who has made greater strides over the past year, Mufeng declared, unfazed, as he burst into laughter. The fiery eagle beneath him emitted a deep, piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of crimson spirit energy aimed directly at Lu Qingtian. Bang! The two colossal beings collided mid-air, the violent clash of their spirit energy shattering many of the surrounding bones into fragments. The leaders of both the Mufeng and Lu factions had entered the fray, and their respective followers charged forward with fierce intent, their eyes ablaze with ferocity. Leave Zhou Yi to me, Lu Zong. The second in command of the Lu faction glared at Zhou Yi, who was surging towards the Mufeng troops. With a cold shout, emerald light enveloped him, and a somewhat ethereal giant scorpion materialized behind him. This creature, entirely green, exuded a faint fragrance, clearly harboring deadly venom. The green poison scorpion, ranked 204th in the beast record. Mukin recognized the green giant scorpion with a start. Thud. The ground trembled violently as Zhou Yi advanced, his mountain spirit stepping forward with earth-shaking strides, crashing towards Lu Zong. Bang! The two factions finally clashed in earnest, the sounds of battle shattering the long-standing tranquility of the area, as waves of violent spirit energy erupted, permeating the air with murderous intent. Mubai, stop him! Lu Mubai nodded in response and promptly darted towards Mukin. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Mukin cast a glance over his shoulder, his brow furrowing slightly. He swiftly mobilized his spirit energy, channeling it into his legs to accelerate his speed. Trying to escape? Lu Mubai scoffed, quickening his pace to pursue relentlessly. The two raced across the black basin, drawing closer to the volcano, scaling its steep walls like agile monkeys. Whoosh! As Mukin climbed with urgency, he suddenly sensed a sharp gust of wind approaching from behind. He instinctively lunged forward, pressing his palms against the ground to vault himself into the air. Clink! A sharp dagger embedded itself into the spot where Mukin had just stood, piercing through the hard volcanic rock. Whoosh! Aware of the imminent danger, Mukin clenched his palms, summoning several spirit seals that quickly manifested and launched into the air. Sizzle! Bright streaks of light appeared as the air warped, with spirit energy fluctuating violently, the spirit energy threads darting forth to deflect the incoming daggers, while erecting a small spirit formation to repel the attack. Mukin also aimed to hinder Lu Mubai's advances. He leapt over a cluster of sharp volcanic rocks, landing firmly before spinning to deliver a powerful kick, sending a barrage of jagged stones hurtling towards Lu Mubai. Bang bang! Lu Mubai tightened his fists, unleashing a powerful punch infused with fiery spirit energy and raging winds, shattering the incoming volcanic rocks. However, despite deflecting the attack, his momentum was momentarily stifled. He watched as Mukin seized the opportunity to dart forward like a nimble monkey, gritting his teeth in frustration before resuming the chase. Swish! In this game of cat and mouse, mere minutes later, Mukin reached the summit of the black volcano first. At the top, he found a darkened crater, shrouded in shadows, obscuring the view of whatever lay within. Boom! As Mukin scanned the crater, another powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Hesitating for a brief moment, he sprang forward, diving into the depths of the crater. Lu Mubai, hot on his heels, hesitated only briefly before gritting his teeth and following suit. The two swiftly slid into the crater, landing deftly at its bottom. Inside, the light was dim, and the ground was littered with black volcanic rocks, creating an oppressive darkness. Mukin's gaze darted around, but to his astonishment, he found no trace of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Only numerous massive black boulders, remnants of volcanic eruptions. Lu Mubai, having also descended, did not immediately confront Mukin. He too searched the area, clearly on the lookout for the elusive Nine Nether Sparrow. Both scanned their surroundings, their expressions clouded with confusion. Mukin furrowed his brow, cautiously advancing through the crater's depths, his eyes scanning intently. Lu Mubai glanced at Mukin and stepped back slightly, evidently sharing a similar intention. The crater's bottom was not excessively spacious, and the two soon completed a circuit, yet their efforts yielded no results. Intensifying their shared perplexity, could it be that the inscription on the copper tablet was false? Mukin pursed his lips, surveying the area. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the crater's central position, surrounded by colossal black boulders sculpted by volcanic forces. Observing these massive rocks, he found no clues, letting out a resigned sigh as he turned to leave. Suddenly, his steps halted, and he clenched his palm, revealing the ancient copper tablet, which emanated a faint warmth. Could this copper tablet sense the location of the Nine Nether Sparrow? Mukin pondered, his heart racing with anticipation. He discreetly glanced at Lu Mubai, who was still searching elsewhere, before quietly approaching the enormous black boulders. Gently caressing each stone, he paused momentarily, his gaze brightening as he focused on a particularly large black rock before him. Standing there, the copper tablet in his hand grew increasingly heated. Chapter 61. The mysterious black egg. Before Mu Chun appeared a colossal black rock, towering approximately 10 zhang high. Upon its surface, there were numerous scattered holes, yet the rock appeared exceptionally smooth. Likely due to the erosion of ancient lava, Mu Chun gently brushed his palm against the obsidian giant, only to feel the age-old bronze piece within his hand grow extraordinarily hot. Could the Nine Nether Sparrow be contained within? A jolt coursed through Mu Chin's heart, and his gaze flickered momentarily to Lu Mubai, who stood on the opposite side. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, dark spiritual energy swirling within his palm, and a sinister death seal materialized upon the surface of his knuckles. Boom! Mu Chen retracted his arm before unleashing a powerful punch. The short distance was accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing wind, and with the force of his spirit energy, he struck the black rock with tremendous power. Bang! His fist collided with the obsidian surface, producing a deep reverberation as the massive stone quivered slightly, revealing cracks that spread quietly beneath his attack. With a crunch, fragments of stone began to tumble down, the cracks proliferating at an alarming rate until they engulfed the entire rock. Observing this scene, Mu Chun cautiously stepped back 2 paces, having already sensed that the giant rock was somewhat hollow within. The rock continued to tremble, shards falling rapidly, and as Mu Chun focused intently, his pupils constricted in surprise. He witnessed a surge of black light erupting from the fissures of the rock. The commotion instantly caught Lu Mubai's attention, who gazed in astonishment at the quaking black stone. A glimmer of excitement flashing through his eyes, streams of black light shot forth from the cracks, followed by a wave of energy that culminated in an explosive bang as the rock shattered violently. Fragments flew outward, some narrowly missing Mu Chen, who remained utterly still, his eyes fixed on the point of explosion where the black rock had burst apart, revealing a dense, inky light that quietly ascended. Hovering at the base of the volcanic crater, suspended in the air, the dark sphere seemed to contain a massive black egg about a zhang in size. This egg was entirely smooth and dark, adorned with subtle yet profoundly mysterious patterns that, upon closer inspection, resembled a mythical black bird unfurling its wings to protect the egg within. This is Yu Chun stared at the radiant black egg, momentarily stunned, then a surge of joy flooded his eyes. It seemed that the last image of the Nine Nether Sparrow had transformed into this very black egg. Could it truly be the one before him? As Mu Qian beheld the egg, Lu Mubai also took notice, a palpable greed overtaking his expression. He moved swiftly, darting toward the black egg with fervent determination. Witnessing this, Mu Qian's gaze flickered, but he refrained from rushing forward, unconvinced that the Nine Nether Sparrow could be so easily acquired. Lu Mubai rapidly approached the black egg, but just as he was about to step within an arm's reach, a surge of black light erupted from the egg's surface. Bang! The black light struck Lu Mubai with tremendous force, sending him careening backward, crashing heavily against the mountainside, blood spurting uncontrollably from his mouth. Buzz! After repelling Lu Mubai, the black egg seemed to awaken, surrounded by swirling rings of black light, slowly rising into the air above the volcanic crater. Mu Chun, witnessing this, hastily charged out of the crater, reaching the summit of the volcano. Buzzing, the black egg finally hovered over the crater, unleashing waves of dark energy that rendered the spiritual forces in the air frenzied. This commotion quickly drew the attention of everyone present, with Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian retreating, their expressions filled with suspicion as they gazed at the enigmatic black egg. Father, that egg is the manifestation of the Nine Nether Sparrow. We must seize it, Lu Mubai exclaimed, scrambling back into the fray. The Nine Nether Sparrow? Lu Qingtian's eyes widened in surprise, a wave of ecstatic delight flooding his heart. He dashed forward, transforming into a blurred figure, racing toward the mysterious black egg suspended above the volcanic crater. Not to be outdone, Mu Feng followed closely behind. The two moved at incredible speed, almost instantaneously reaching the crater's edge, each extending their hands toward the enigmatic egg. Father! No! Mu Qian's gaze was locked onto the mysterious black egg, a sudden unease surfacing as he recalled the skeletal remains he encountered in the black abyss. Instinctively, he shouted, "Be cautious." Mu Feng, who had initially intended to seize the mysterious egg, was momentarily startled by Mu Qian's warning. His expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, forcibly halting his advance. Despite the rare opportunity before him, he chose to trust Mu Qian and suppressed his impulsive desires. However, in the midst of Mu Feng's hesitation, Lu Qingtian let out a cold laugh, his finger already making contact with the mysterious egg. Just as he was about to grasp it, his expression abruptly changed. Buzz! A peculiar sound emanated from within the egg, and Lu Qingtian's finger, which had touched the black egg, rapidly turned charred, a searing pain spreading from his fingertip. The sudden turn of events left Lu Qingtian aghast. He frantically struggled, only to discover that his fingers seemed glued to the egg. No matter how he wriggled, he could not break free. The most terrifying realization struck him. His spiritual energy was rapidly flowing into the mysterious egg through the point of contact. Curse it! Lu Qingtian growled in fury, his eyes flashing with malice. With a swift motion, he severed his own finger, blood spraying forth as he staggered back in panic, enduring the excruciating pain. All these events transpired in the blink of an eye, and Mu Feng, positioned closest, beheld the entire scene. His gaze towards the mysterious black egg trembled. This entity was indeed not to be trifled with. Thank goodness Mu Qian had called out to him earlier, or the consequences might have been far worse. Elder brother! Lu Zong and the others rushed to surround the retreating Lu Qingtian, their eyes twitching upon witnessing the severed finger. Be careful. This damned thing is peculiar. Lu Qingtian cautioned, channeling his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding from his severed digit, a grim expression clouding his features. Nodding in agreement, Lu Zong and the others recognized that the Nine Nether Sparrow was indeed not so easily obtained. Meanwhile, Mu Feng joined forces with Mu Yu's contingent, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he patted Mu Qian's shoulder, offering a wry smile. Thank goodness for your timely warning. Mu Chen's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon the mysterious black egg at the crater's edge. Speaking softly, "Father, be cautious. I have a feeling something is amiss." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. The Nine Nether Sparrow was no ordinary spiritual beast. It ranked 11th in the Great Beast's record, a formidable existence. Compared to the Nine Nether Sparrow, even his flame dragon eagle seemed insignificant. The atmosphere grew tense as the two factions, once embroiled in a fierce struggle, now hesitated to make a move, their gazes greedily fixated on the mysterious black egg. A gentle breeze wafted through, slightly easing the taut tension. Mu Chen's eyes remained glued to the egg, but suddenly, he felt a jolt of alarm, for the mysterious patterns on the egg began to glow with an eerie light. A peculiar energy pulse quietly emerged from within, spreading outward. Recommendation votes are greatly needed. I kindly ask for everyone's support. Chapter 62. The Anomaly Buzzing. Above the black volcanic crater, the mysterious black egg hovered. Its surface illuminated by intricate, obscure light patterns. As these patterns emerged, everyone present felt the once stable spiritual energy in the air surge into a frenzied state. Mu Feng and the others exchanged grave glances. Sensing the tumultuous energy around them, a wave of unease flickered across Mu Feng's expression. The situation was deviating from his expectations. According to the images on the bronze piece, the Nine Nether Sparrow, having previously undergone a failed evolution, should be in an extremely weakened state. Yet, based on how the mysterious black egg had compelled Lu Qingtian to sever his own finger, it was clear that this entity was far more formidable than they had anticipated. "Be cautious," Mu Feng murmured, his voice low. "If anything seems off, we will retreat immediately. We shall not pursue the Nine Nether Sparrow." The others paused momentarily at his words, but upon witnessing Mu Feng's serious demeanor, they nodded in agreement, all sensing that something was amiss. Mu Chen's gaze was equally fixed upon the enigmatic black egg suspended in the sky. The Nine Nether Sparrow was exceedingly formidable, although they were unaware of the extent of its power prior to its evolutionary failure. It surely far surpassed the strength of the spirit realm. Should this Nine Nether Sparrow retain even a fraction of its former might, it would be improbable for any formidable warrior within the North Spirit Realm to subdue it. Not far away, the forces of Lu Yu were also intently watching the mysterious black egg above the volcano, with Lu Qingtian's countenance darkened to an extreme. Beside him, Lu Mubai's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed. Had it not been for him, Lu Qingtian would not have been so frantic in his attempts to seize it. Moreover, it was crucial that at that moment, Mu Chen had chosen to call out in stark contrast to him, ultimately rescuing Mu Feng, which made Lu Mubai's handsome face flush with a mix of embarrassment and subtle resentment. Big brother, all right." Lu Zong and Lu Ming exchanged concerned glances at Lu Qingtian's severed fingers, apprehensive that any misfortune befalling him would deal a severe blow to Lu Yu. Lu Qingtian shook his head, his expression grim, yet his eyes remained glued to the sky, unblinking, with a sudden brilliance of light patterns. The mysterious black egg trembled, and the onlookers were astonished to witness dark rays surging violently from within the egg. The sky rapidly dimmed, hinting at the transition from day to night, a change that caused visible unease among the crowd. A piercing cry echoed through the air, resonating like a clear and melodious sound wave, spreading outward until it vanished from sight. Mu Chen stared at the dark rings enveloping the sky, his heart racing with an inexplicable sense of dread. "Something is amiss." Mu Feng's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He clenched his fists, shock evident in his eyes. "The spiritual energy within us is dissipating." Upon hearing his words, the others' expressions morphed in alarm as they hastily examined their own bodies. Discovering that their spiritual energy was indeed vanishing in a peculiar manner, as if some force was forcibly siphoning it away, Mu Chen, though only at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, felt a jolt of panic at Mu Feng's revelation, while the more powerful figures, such as Mu Feng, experienced the phenomenon vividly. "It must be the black egg's doing," Mu Chen declared gravely, realizing that this strange occurrence could only be explained by the mysterious black egg. Not far off, the forces of Lu Yu were also thrown into disarray, cries of alarm echoing as they recognized the bizarre situation. Mu Feng's eyes darted anxiously before he gritted his teeth resolutely. "We must retreat. The circumstances here are too strange. We have been reckless in our pursuit. What level of being is the Nine Nether Sparrow? Even weakened, it would not be so easily trifled with to this point. We cannot afford to be greedy. If we cannot preserve our lives, no treasure will be of any use. Boom. Just as Mu Feng issued the order to withdraw, the ground suddenly quaked violently, akin to an earthquake. Domain Master, look! A voice filled with dread rang out. Mu Feng and Mu Chun quickly lifted their heads, gazing into the distant horizon, where countless lights emerged from the depths of the abyss of black darkness. Within those lights were numerous formidable spirit beasts, and at the forefront were 10 or more high-ranking spirit beasts. Mu Chun inhaled sharply in disbelief. What is happening? Are the spirit beasts from the abyss of black darkness coming this way? Quick, take cover! Mu Feng's eyes twitched in agitation as he suppressed his own terror and hastily darted toward the nearby rocky outcrop. Faced with such a stampede of beasts, even a powerful figure like him would be wise to retreat. As Mu Feng and his companions scrambled to evade, the forces of Lu Yu also grasped the gravity of the situation, many feeling their legs weaken in fear at the terrifying sight. Lu Qingtian was equally startled but managed to maintain his composure, swiftly leading his men to retreat, avoiding the path of the rampaging beasts. The two groups kept a cautious distance, holding their breaths, carefully crouching as they watched the horde of spirit beasts charge toward them. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the oncoming beasts, and he soon noticed that their eyes glowed with a frenzied crimson, as if some mysterious force had driven them into a state of madness. Frowning deeply, Mu Chun recalled the skeletal remains of the spirit bug master he had seen earlier, heightening his wariness of the yet unseen Nine Nether Sparrow. This creature, it seemed, was anything but ordinary. The beast horde, accompanied by billowing dust, surged into the black basin, trampling the previously existing bones into dust, unperturbed by their destruction, as their charge aimed directly at the mysterious black egg hovering above the volcano. Mu Chun observed as the horde approached the black egg, his pupils constricting in horror as he witnessed the dark patterns on the egg stir to life, as if resurrected, gently fluttering its wings. The already dim sky grew even darker, a piercing cry resonated once more, a black sound wave rippling quietly, resembling gentle ripples upon water, spreading and eventually encompassing the frenzied beasts. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into silence. Mu Chun inhaled sharply, his dark eyes filled with astonishment, for he beheld the spirit beasts touched by the black sound wave, regardless of their rank, instantaneously freeze in place, their flesh and blood stripping away to reveal stark white bones standing in the black basin. Mu Chun exchanged a glance with Mu Feng, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes, as they recalled the skeletal remains they had encountered upon their arrival. So this was how those bones had come to be. It dawned upon them that this occurrence was not a novel phenomenon. Chapter 63. Black Divine Thundercloud. The black sound wave, akin to gentle ripples, spread from the black basin, and wherever it passed, all spirit beasts instantly transformed into stark white bones, devoid of even a trace of blood. Mu Chun and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before them, their hearts filled with dread. This scene was undeniably too bizarre. Whoosh! The spirit beasts turned to bones emitted waves of radiance, which surged forth, coalescing into myriad brilliant rainbows that soared toward the mysterious black egg above the volcano. With the influx of these potent spiritual energies, the black egg radiated an inky glow, devouring the rainbows like an insatiable abyss. Endless rainbows ascended from the spirit beasts, vibrant in their splendor, yet they paid the ultimate price, offering their very essence. Most chilling of all was the sight of the spirit beasts witnessing this horrifying spectacle, not a single one displaying a hint of panic. Instead, their crimson eyes shone with fervor, as if they felt a profound honor in their sacrificial act, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The black egg must have been the manifestation of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Feng's face grew grave as he cast a wary glance at the sky, where the egg absorbed the multitude of rainbows. The spirit beasts of the abyss of black darkness seemed to be providing an abundance of spiritual energy to the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Chun murmured softly. Mu Feng nodded in agreement, adding, "And this scenario likely isn't a first. Over the years, countless spirit beasts within the abyss of black darkness may have perished, relinquishing their spiritual energy to the Nine Nether Sparrow." The spirit beasts of the abyss of black darkness. Mu Feng's expression turned peculiar. It is as though they are being farmed by the Nine Nether Sparrow, allowed to grow until ripe, only to be slaughtered for their spiritual energy. Moreover, perhaps that copper piece we obtained was part of its scheme, designed to lure greedy humans, extracting our spiritual energy along with it. Mu Feng let out a bitter laugh. This time, it seems we were merely unworthy of its attention. Otherwise, I fear our fate would not differ from those spirit beasts. Zhou Ye's complexion paled slightly. If all this was indeed orchestrated by the Nine Nether Sparrow, it was a terrifying prospect, Mu Chun sighed. Recognizing the truth in his father's words, he surmised that over the years, many humans, lured by greed, had arrived here, only to find themselves unable to leave, much like the skeletal remains he had encountered in the abyss of black darkness. That unfortunate soul, though somewhat fortunate to have escaped, ultimately succumbed to their injuries. Retreat. In the voice of Mu Feng, there was no trace of hesitation. The Nine Nether Sparrow is out of the question. In the northern spirit realm, no one has managed to tame such a being. While its attention is still focused on those spirit beasts, we must retreat immediately. Understood. Upon hearing this, Duan Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In such a bizarre situation, where not a glimmer of hope was visible, it was indeed wise to leave as soon as possible. Clearly, Mu Feng had made up his mind to abandon any desire for the Nine Nether Sparrow. After issuing his command, he waved his hand, and a group of people stealthily ascended the rocky mountain, cautiously making their way towards the outskirts of the dark basin. Brother, the people of the Mu domain are retreating. The movements of their side were also detected by the Lu domain, prompting Lu Ming to exclaim anxiously. Ignore them, Lu Qingtian replied coldly. This situation is peculiar. With their departure, we can feel more at ease, avoiding the need to remain vigilant against them. What about us? Lu Ming hesitated momentarily. In truth, he too felt a chill from the scene before him. That mysterious black egg was exceedingly strange, and his instincts warned him that retreating to a safe distance was the wisest choice. Let's wait a bit longer. A flicker of struggle crossed Lu Qingtian's eyes, but ultimately he gritted his teeth and said, The allure of the Nine Nether Sparrow is too great. If I could obtain it, even if just a sliver of a chance, I would become the sovereign of the northern spirit realm. Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Lu Zong and nodded. They had prepared for this plan for so long. Leaving now would indeed feel unsatisfactory, as the forces of the Mu domain quietly retreated. The Lu domain remained undeterred. In the dark basin, countless spirit beasts, under the influence of the spreading black sound waves, transformed into a sea of stark white bones. Whoosh! In the sky, numerous beams of radiant light roared, ultimately being drawn into the mysterious floating black egg. When the last beam of light vanished, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Crack! Amidst the stillness, a faint sound of cracking echoed, not loud, yet it struck the retreating forces of the Mu and Lu domains like a thunderclap. They gazed in astonishment at the mysterious black egg, where fine cracks began to appear on its surface. As the fissures emerged, black flames surged forth, enveloping the mysterious black egg. The bizarre black flames flickered as if the spiritual energy of the world was beginning to boil. That is, cold sweat trickled down Mu Feng's forehead, and his voice turned hoarse. It seems the Nine Nether Sparrow is about to emerge. Caw! Just as he finished speaking, a resounding cry reverberated through the heavens, emanating from within the black egg. The black flames surged like a tempest, engulfing the sky. The cracks on the black egg multiplied, until, with a crisp sound, it burst apart. The black flames grew increasingly ferocious, and Mu Qian and the others were left in shock as a pair of wings, seemingly capable of overshadowing mountains, unfurled from the tumultuous black inferno. The black flames blazed fiercely in the sky, allowing Mu Qian and the others to discern, through the swirling flames, a colossal figure gracefully extending its massive form, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes of its own flames. A horrifying wave of spiritual pressure then emanated, causing the very air to tremble with energy. That the Nine Nether Sparrow? Mu Qian gazed in awe at the magnificent creature unfolding within the roaring black flames, though its form remained indistinct. Its vague silhouette was enough to evoke astonishment. This fluctuation, Mu Feng fixed his gaze on the enormous, indistinct figure, swallowing hard. The intensity of this spiritual pressure was such that even some advanced practitioners in the third realm would struggle to match it. How could they have dared to dream of subduing such a being? It was utterly ludicrous. Let us go. Mu Feng took a deep breath, completely suppressing his yearning, and urgently urged everyone to retreat. Boom! However, just as Mu Feng pressed for their departure, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. They looked up, momentarily stunned, to see dark thunderclouds converging above the surging black flames, where flashes resembling black dragons swirled ominously. A destructive force radiated from the black thunderclouds. This is the black divine thundercloud? Mu Feng's pupils constricted, and a suppressed voice involuntarily escaped his lips. The black divine thundercloud? Mu Chun was taken aback. Mu Feng took a deep breath, struggling to contain his shock, murmuring, "The Nine Nether Sparrow is still not willing to give up. It seeks to attempt evolution once more." Evolution? At this moment, Mu Qian and the others were struck dumb, their gazes fixed on the massive shadow amidst the engulfing black flames. Unable to contain their astonishment. Did it not fail previously? Therefore, it wishes to try again, Mu Feng observed, surprise flickering in his eyes. It seems the Nine Nether Sparrow is exceedingly proud. The last failed attempt at evolution must have cost it dearly. Yet here it is, ready to rise from the ashes again. Mu Chun was equally astonished by the Nine Nether Sparrow's audacity. Most individuals, after facing failure, would instinctively avoid that which caused their downfall. Yet this Nine Nether Sparrow was determined to rise from its previous failure. Such courage and pride were truly remarkable. But will it succeed? Mu Chun asked softly, raising his gaze toward the dark thunderclouds swirling in the sky, where the black lightning writhed like a colossal black dragon, exuding a formless power over the realm. Who knows? The Nine Nether Sparrow is inherently a powerful entity, ranked 11th on the beast record. If it succeeds in evolving, it would qualify to challenge the heavenly ranking of the beast record. That would truly become a divine beast, Mu Feng stated. Divine beast. Mu Chun pressed his lips together. This simple term carried an incomparable weight, for in this vast world, every divine beast represented a superlative existence. Even those of supreme caliber regarded such beings with trepidation. However, the black divine thunder tribulation is not easily overcome. Mu Feng continued to observe the colossal shadow amidst the raging black flames, murmuring, "There are countless spirit beasts in this world. Yet how many can ultimately ascend to such a superlative level? The gap between spirit beasts and divine beasts, though seemingly a single word, represents an insurmountable chasm that cannot be crossed even after millennia of arduous cultivation. It has already faced failure once. Generally speaking, those who fail to cross the tribulation are obliterated by the lightning storm. Yet the Nine Nether Sparrow managed to escape death previously. Should it fail again, fortune may not be so kind." Mu Feng's earlier retreat slowed as he considered that since the Nine Nether Sparrow was facing a tribulation, they were, in fact, safer. At this moment, they were akin to ants in the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Hardly worthy of its attention, Mu Chun felt a twinge of regret. If the Nine Nether Sparrow were to be reduced to ashes in the thunder tribulation, no one would be able to claim its spirit essence, resulting in no gain for the Mu domain. However, even if they obtained the essence of the Nine Nether Sparrow, who among them could hope to refine it? When Mu Feng managed to refine the flame dragon sculpture, it was already fraught with luck, not to mention this Nine Nether Sparrow, which was even more formidable and terrifying. As Mu Qian and the others gazed upward in awe and regret, the resounding cry echoed once more, reverberating through the heavens, infused with an unmistakable spirit of battle and defiance. It was a challenge directed at the black divine thunder tribulation. Boom! Caw! The call rang out again, and the massive wings of the Nine Nether Sparrow, hidden within the black flames, unfurled with a mighty flap. Instantly, black flames surged like a tidal wave, transforming into countless pillars of black fire shooting skyward, charging fiercely towards the black thunderclouds. The Nine Nether Sparrow dared to initiate the attack against the black divine thunder tribulation. Boom! The black thunderclouds swirled ominously, and the black lightning, coiling like a giant black dragon, coldly regarded the oncoming barrage of black fire pillars before unleashing its destructive might. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of black lightning and black fire pillars erupted across the distant sky, causing the very heavens and earth to seem to explode, sending tremors through the ground and cracking the earth beneath the dark basin. Mu Qian and the others gazed in shock at the terrifying spectacle above, where black fire and black lightning raged uncontrollably. The black lightning was evidently a fearsome force, descending with the power to annihilate all, obliterating the countless black fire pillars in its wake. The black thunderbolt shattered the fiery pillars with an even more terrifying momentum, fiercely shooting into the abyss of black flames that engulfed the sky, ultimately striking the colossal creature hidden within. A cry erupted. This time, the sound was tinged with anguish, but soon thereafter, an undercurrent of fury surged forth. The Nine Nether Sparrow flapped its wings in unison, causing the black sea of flames to swirl violently, ultimately transforming into a tempest of black fire that seemed to connect heaven and earth. As the earth began to crack under the swirling black inferno, fortunately, the primary target of the Nine Nether Sparrow was the black divine thundercloud. Once the black flame storm took shape, it charged mercilessly towards the ominous thundercloud. In response to the Nine Nether Sparrow's frenzied assault, the black divine thundercloud began to writhe rapidly in the very center of the cloud. A vortex suffused with black lightning suddenly appeared, where countless bolts of black thunder coalesced. Boom! Within the vortex, innumerable black thunders converged, ultimately coalescing into an enormous thunder pillar that burst forth, directly striking the black flame storm above. Whoosh! The black thunder pillar, akin to the wrath of a thunder god, violently tore through the tempest of flames, causing the entire realm to dim momentarily. The black flame storm, infused with the full power of the Nine Nether Sparrow, was once again hindered, prompting an intensely furious cry from the creature. This damned thunderstorm had already thwarted it once. Must it be obstructed a second time? Proud as it was, it would never concede defeat. Suddenly, the vast expanse of black flames began to contract ominously. As if all the flames were retreating into the massive form of the Nine Nether Sparrow, as the flames shrank, the enormous body of the Nine Nether Sparrow finally became clearly visible to all. It was a colossal entity nearly 10,000 feet long, with wings that could shroud mountains. Its body was adorned with deep and mysterious black feathers, from which wisps of black flames surged forth. Its elongated tail feathers extended gracefully, with clusters of black flames gently flickering at their tips. Despite its immense size, the Nine Nether Sparrow exuded an air of elegance and slenderness, appearing mysterious and beautiful. Leaving onlookers entranced, however, at this moment, the bird's eyes glowed a fiery red, filled with indignant rage, as it fixed its gaze upon the ominous thundercloud in the sky. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest arose, enveloping its massive form in black flames as it transformed into a streak of dark fire, soaring high into the air. Channeling all its might towards the black thundercloud, it was determined to engage in a final, desperate confrontation with the black divine thundercloud. Mu Qian observed the Nine Nether Sparrow, its wings flapping as it charged towards the terrifying thundercloud with the reckless abandon of a moth drawn to a flame. And his heart was filled with awe. The fierce and unyielding spirit of the Nine Nether Sparrow astonished even him, a mere observer. Yet amidst his admiration, a sense of regret arose within him, for he could see that the black divine thundercloud was once again contracting violently, as if all the raging thunder within was converging for a single, earth-shattering strike. Boom! At that moment, the world fell silent. Save for the resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of black lightning, nearly as large as the Nine Nether Sparrow itself, surged forth like a ferocious black dragon, cleaving through the heavens and crashing down heavily upon the advancing Nine Nether Sparrow. Screech! The black lightning cascaded from the sky, an indescribable roar reverberating far and wide, nearly engulfing the entire black abyss. The spirit beasts within trembled in abject terror, huddling on the ground, paralyzed with fear. All present gazed in shock at the tumult above. Even top-tier experts like Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian felt a sense of dread. The power was overwhelming, and should it befall them, they would be utterly obliterated. A mournful cry echoed beneath the rampaging black lightning, filled with despair and resentment. The Nine Nether Sparrow was on the verge of defeat. Mu Qin's heart raced upon hearing the anguished cry. Was the black divine thunderstorm truly this formidable? Even a being as powerful as the Nine Nether Sparrow could not withstand it. The black flames were ultimately forced back, and the cry of the Nine Nether Sparrow grew more desolate. Realizing that it had failed once and now, it faced failure again. The destructive power of the black thunder bore down upon the Nine Nether Sparrow, which emitted another anguished cry as its immense body was engulfed in flames. The black fire blazed fiercely, raising the temperature of the air dramatically. Retreat. The Nine Nether Sparrow had gone mad. It was about to self-destruct. Seeing the sudden eruption of black flames from the Nine Nether Sparrow, Mu Feng's expression changed dramatically. With a shout, He grabbed Mu Chun and fled like an arrow from the black basin. The forces from Lu Yu also sensed the situation, their faces turning pale as they hastily retreated in another direction. At this moment, they had completely abandoned any thought of confronting the Nine Nether Sparrow. As the two groups fled in a frenzy, the black flames surging from the Nine Nether Sparrow became increasingly chaotic. And with a powerful flap of its colossal wings, it stirred a tempest before its massive form erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The black flames raged outward, even obliterating the terrifying black thunder, while the distant thunderclouds were pockmarked by the incoming inferno. The entire realm transformed into a veritable steam chamber, the searing heat igniting the forests below. Boom. Although Mu Feng and his companions had distanced themselves from the epicenter of the explosion, the shockwave still sent them sprawling to the ground. Mu Feng rose, glancing back at the sky, his expression growing graver. There, with the Nine Nether Sparrow's self-detonation, the heavens appeared as if a colossal black fire lotus had bloomed, with trails of black flames streaking across the sky like meteors, raining down in a catastrophic display, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Thud. Wherever the black flames landed, the earth fractured, and immense fissures spread rapidly through the black basin, leaving devastation in their wake. We must leave. Mu Feng declared solemnly. It was no longer safe here. Should they be unfortunate enough to be struck by one of the meteoric flames, their fate would be sealed. Whoosh! Just as Mu Feng's voice fell, a scorching sound of wind surged toward them. He looked up, his expression shifting in alarm, as a black flame streaked across the sky, heading directly for their position. As Mu Feng beheld the rapidly enlarging black flame, his face paled. There was no time to escape. He and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance, then both stepped forward, unleashing a roar as their formidable spiritual energy enveloped them, forming a thick barrier of power to shield their companions. Whoosh! The black flame, trailing a long dark tail, descended with a howling rush, crashing heavily against the barrier of spiritual energy. Bang! Mu Chun felt the ground beneath him crack as the scorching wave approached, causing his skin to sting painfully. The barrier held firm against the onrushing black flame, but cold sweat streamed down Mu Feng and Zhou Ye's brows as they struggled to maintain it, their palms searing from the strain. Yet they remained resolute, knowing that if their companions were caught in the aftermath, they would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Creak! The barrier trembled, twisting ominously, its unsettling sounds instilling fear in Mu Qian and the others, prompting them to retreat hurriedly. Be careful. It won't hold. The barrier twisted further, and finally, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi could no longer sustain it. With a low growl, the barrier shattered, sending them tumbling backward. Bang! Mu Qian was also thrown back, crashing heavily against a boulder, causing him to taste blood in his throat as pain radiated through his body. This is terrifying. Wiping the blood from his lips, Mu Chun forced a bitter smile. This was merely a fragment of the flames. If the entirety were to strike, they would be utterly annihilated. The self-detonation of the Nine Nether Sparrow was truly fearsome. As Mu Chun staggered to his feet, ready to call out to Mu Feng and the others, his expression suddenly shifted, and he looked up sharply, seeing that the small black flame from before was barreling towards him. Mu Chun. This sudden turn of events caught Mu Feng's attention, his face twisting in horror as he dashed towards Mu Qian. However, his speed was still no match for the rushing black flames, and even Mu Chun could only watch helplessly as that mass of black fire rapidly magnified within his gaze. Bad luck. A fleeting thought crossed Mu Chin's mind, and then he felt the searing heat rushing towards him. An instant of excruciating pain engulfed his mind, and darkness swallowed everything as he fell backwards. Just before his vision was engulfed by darkness, he vaguely perceived a flicker of light within that mass of black flames, and then everything was consumed by pain, descending into the abyss of darkness. Chapter 66. The unforeseen change within Mu Chin's consciousness drifted aimlessly in the void of darkness, devoid of any light, as he remained in a drowsy state, unaware of the passage of time. This drifting sensation persisted for an indeterminate duration until peculiar ripples suddenly disturbed the darkness. In the center of that black void, strange black flames began to rise and ultimately coalesced with a violent force. The black flames transformed into a colossal black bird that let out a piercing cry towards the heavens. It then seemed to sense Mu Chin's drifting consciousness, emitted a sharp shriek, and charged at him in a blaze of furious black fire. Mu Chin let out a shriek, his body instinctively sitting up, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with trepidation. Little Mu has awakened? The young master is awake. Is he truly awake? The familiar voice of Mu Feng, filled with surprise, approached rapidly, and upon seeing Mu Chen safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. Mu Chen rubbed his sore head and inquired, "What happened? You were caught in the explosion of the 9 Nether Sparrows' flames and have been unconscious until now. Fortunately, it seems you are not gravely harmed," Mu Feng replied, visibly relieved. If anything had happened to Mu Chen, he truly did not know how he would cope, and Mu Chen was taken aback, faintly recalling that just before losing consciousness, he had been confronted by a wave of black flames. "What about the 9 Nether Sparrow? Has it perished?" Mu Chen shook his head and asked. It was a pity, he thought. The creature was a formidable existence ranked 11th on the Beast Records Earth list. A chance encounter not to be missed. If he could refine its spirit essence, he could only imagine how powerful he would become. The others nodded in agreement, hastening their pace. Although they had now exited the black abyss, the memories of that cataclysmic scene sent chills down their spines, and they wished to distance themselves from that place. As Mu Chen sat on the stretcher, he touched his head, turned to gaze back at the distant black abyss, and felt an inexplicable sensation. Something told him that the 9 Nether Sparrow might not be dead after all. When Mu Chen finally awoke from his deep slumber, the sky was already dark, and he stared at the silent night. Momentarily lost in thought before stretching his limbs, it was time to cultivate. With a gentle smile, Mu Chen crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and soon entered a meditative state. The air around him began to ripple gently as wisps of spiritual energy were drawn towards him, ultimately flowing into his body with each breath he took. This state of cultivation lasted for about an hour, and suddenly, he opened his eyes in the pitch-black night. His dark pupils appeared particularly astonished and tinged with barely concealed joy. He realized that the spiritual energy within his dantian was now abundant, indicating that he had reached the peak of the late stage of the spiritual motion realm, signifying that he could effortlessly break through to the spiritual wheel realm. To think it would happen so swiftly, Mu Chen was overjoyed. He had initially anticipated it would take another half-month, yet here he was, benefiting significantly from his journey to the black abyss. After a moment, he gradually suppressed his elation, grasped a delicate jade box that appeared in his hand, and within it lay a round pill resembling jade. This was the essence cultivation pill he had obtained during his trials in the North Spirit Plains. This pill was immensely beneficial for those striving to break into the spiritual wheel realm, and Mu Chen had refrained from using it casually, waiting for the most opportune moment, which had now arrived. He took the jade-like pill, inhaled its faint fragrance, and felt his mind sharpen further. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the essence cultivation pill. Buzz. The essence cultivation pill melted upon entering his mouth, instantly transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through Mu Chen's body like a raging river. With his eyes tightly shut, he activated the Great Buddha technique, refining the potent energy bit by bit, continuously channeling it into his dantian. As this vast influx of spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, significant changes began to unfold. The once nebulous mass of spiritual energy resembling a starry sky began to contract slowly. During this process, Mu Chen sensed that the energy within him was becoming increasingly pure and potent. To break through to the spiritual wheel realm, a substantial amount of spiritual energy was required. But fortunately, with the essence cultivation pill, this step was considerably simplified. He steadied his mind and meticulously refined the pill's potency, sending it entirely into his dantian. Within the dantian, the original palm-sized mass of spiritual energy had shrunk to the size of an egg, yet its edges began to smoothen, and the originally dark-hued energy grew even deeper. The spiritual energy mass continued to compress, while Mu Chen consistently funneled more energy into his dantian. This process lasted approximately 10 minutes, and the egg-sized mass of spiritual energy finally stabilized at the size of a dove's egg, ceasing its compression. Mu Chen sensed the changes within his dantian and quickly delved into it, discovering a dove-sized, pitch-black spiritual energy wheel slowly hovering. This spiritual energy wheel was several times smaller than the previous energy mass, yet Mu Chen could feel the immense potency it contained, far surpassing that of the late stage of the spiritual motion realm. Mu Chen's gaze fixated on the small yet exquisite spiritual energy wheel, and a wave of joy surged within him. He had finally broken through to the spiritual wheel realm. By achieving this, he had met the fundamental recruitment criteria for the 5 major academies. Although he was not surprised to reach this stage, the sensation of newfound strength remained utterly delightful. Perhaps those individuals along the spirit road had gained powers far exceeding his own by completing their final steps. But so what? He, Mu Chun, would not be overshadowed within the spirit road. In this vast world, he could equally achieve greatness. With his lips pressed tightly together, an indomitable pride and determination radiated from the youthful contours of Mu Chen's face. As the spiritual wheel successfully coalesced, Mu Chen's mood relaxed entirely. Just as he intended to exit this tranquil state, a familiar, melodious cry suddenly echoed in his mind. Caw, boom. Just as Mu Chen's thoughts were momentarily stunned by the piercing cry, he was horrified to discover an extremely ferocious wave of energy abruptly surging from within him, racing towards his mind as if intent on devouring his very consciousness. Spirit essence devouring the host? This situation sent chills down Mu Chen's spine, his eyes wide with fear. Chapter 67. A page of black paper to subdue the spirit sparrow. The abrupt turn of events plunged Mu Chen's mind into chaos and dread, his complexion paling significantly. Spirit essence devouring the host? Damn it, he had just broken through to the spiritual wheel realm and lacked the strength to refine spirit beast essence. How could this thing have inexplicably appeared within him? The fierce energy wave barreled towards Mu Chen's mind, attempting to erase his consciousness. Faced with this internal assault, Mu Chen found himself with few options. He took a deep breath, channeling the spiritual energy within his body through his meridians, and crashed it against the encroaching force. Boom! Upon impact, another wave of dizziness struck Mu Chen's mind, but he bit down on his tongue, using the sharp pain to keep himself alert. Then, he saw a strange black flame rising within him. Within that flame, he could vaguely discern an elegant black silhouette, wings spread wide. It was the Nine Nether Sparrow. Upon seeing that shadow, which had left a profound impression on him, Mu Chen's heart surged tumultuously. He could never have imagined that not only had the spirit beast essence entered his body, but it was also that of the Nine Nether Sparrow. It was at that moment Mu Chen suddenly recalled the instant just before losing consciousness in the black abyss, when the wave of black flames had rushed towards him, seemingly concealing something. Could it be that the essence of the Nine Nether Sparrow was hidden within? Did it somehow enter his body? Damn it! Mu Chen cursed inwardly, feeling no joy at the thought of the Nine Nether Sparrow's essence residing within him, only a profound sense of dread. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of refining it, and the outcome could only lead to one conclusion. His consciousness would be obliterated by the Nine Nether Sparrow. Perhaps this cunning and ruthless creature would seize his body in a unique manner to seek rebirth. That was a fate Mu Chen could not bear to witness. Caw! Amidst the swirling black flames, the Nine Nether Sparrow seemed to sense Mu Chen's gaze, immediately erupting with a piercing cry imbued with a ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. The dark flames surged towards Mu Chen's vital energy sea, exhibiting a cunning intelligence. It recognized that if it could shatter Mu Chen's energy sea and obliterate his spirit power, he would be rendered powerless, unable to resist its wrath. What a vicious creature! Mu Chen was taken aback by the ruthlessness of the Nine Nether Sparrow and, in a fit of anger, cursed vehemently while hastily channeling his spirit energy in an attempt to obstruct it. Within the black flames, the ethereal form of the Nine Nether Sparrow, upon witnessing the oncoming surge of spirit energy, displayed a glint of extreme disdain in its sharp eyes. What level of existence was it? Even in its current ethereal state, it was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mere youth who had just entered the spirit wheel realm at that moment. The black flames appeared to glow with a newfound brightness as it flapped its wings, charging directly towards the incoming spirit energy. As the two forces collided, Mu Chen was left horrified to see that the black flames were evaporating his spirit energy with ease. His efforts to impede the Nine Nether Sparrow were utterly futile. One was a legendary spirit beast renowned for its ferocity, while the other was merely a boy at the spirit wheel stage, completely incomparable. Recognizing the vast disparity between them, Mu Chen, however, did not surrender easily. Instead, he gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing through his mind. If you wish to cripple me, you shall not escape unscathed. With a surge of resolve, Mu Qian summoned the spirit energy wheel that had just formed within his vital energy sea. Extracting the stored energy in a relentless torrent, directing it towards the ominous black flames advancing upon him. Hiss! The black flames remained undeterred, consuming all spirit energy in their path, though Mu Qian exerted his utmost to delay the inevitable. It was evident that he could not truly hinder the Nine Nether Sparrow die in mere moments. The black flames had breached all of Mu Qian's defenses, emerging just outside his energy seat. A hint of triumph flickered in the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow amidst the black flames. In a swift motion, the black flames surged forward, finally penetrating Mu Qian's energy sea under his furious gaze. A searing pain enveloped him, twisting his features in agony. He could see the Nine Nether Sparrow charging directly towards the newly formed spirit energy wheel, flames howling as it sought to obliterate it. This spirit energy wheel encapsulated all of Mu Qian's life force. Should it be destroyed, all his arduous training would amount to nothing. Desperate, Mu Qian roared in defiance. Prepared to self-destruct the spirit energy wheel, his only recourse. Though it would exact a tremendous toll on him, it was preferable to being completely annihilated by the Nine Nether Sparrow at that critical moment. A peculiar sound emanated, causing the violent energy wheel poised for destruction to gradually calm. Staring blankly at this unexpected turn of events, Mu Qian's gaze shot upward to see a thin sheet of black paper resting quietly above the energy wheel. Seemingly the source of that strange sound. Tears welled in Mu Qian's eyes. Ever since acquiring that enigmatic, undetectable black paper, it had remained dormant within him, never once revealing its purpose. Yet, in this pivotal moment, it had suppressed his sole means of confronting the Nine Nether Sparrow. With the spirit energy wheel restrained, the black flames of the Nine Nether Sparrow loomed ever closer, warping the energy wheel within his sea. It was over. This realization drew a deep sigh of despair from Mu Qian. Thud. The black flames surged with ferocity, and just as they were about to collide with the spirit energy wheel, a slender black light barrier descended from above. Bang! The once unstoppable black flames were forcefully repelled, shock evident in the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Qian witnessed this astonishing scene, momentarily stunned, before hastily shifting his gaze back to the thin sheet of black paper, for that very barrier had emanated from it. A low hum, akin to a celestial chant, began to resonate from the black paper. And the surface, previously inert, sparkled with faint, dark purple dots. Suddenly, these points of light shot forth, coalescing into a dark purple barrier that enveloped the black flames of the Nine Nether Sparrow. The abrupt turn of events startled the creature, which hastened to assault the barrier, but Mu Qian was astonished to find that the barrier remained unyielding against the Nine Nether Sparrow's onslaught. As the barrier solidified, dark purple light began to gather beneath the Nine Nether Sparrow, ultimately blossoming into a dark purple mandala flower. The petals of this flower were adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, and upon sighting it, the Nine Nether Sparrow's eyes widened in terror, emitting frantic cries of distress. The mysterious dark purple mandala flower acted as a prison, ensnaring the black flames that embodied the Nine Nether Sparrow and gradually lifting it to rest upon the thin sheet of black paper. The flower, an enigmatic prison, thoroughly confined the Nine Nether Sparrow within its grasp. As the creature was trapped, the tempest within Mu Qian's energy sea began to subside, the black flames dwindling to a mere infant-sized version of the Nine Nether Sparrow. It thrashed in fury, yet could not escape the dark purple mandala flower, ultimately coming to a halt, its fierce and vengeful gaze slowly closing as it prepared to accumulate strength for a future opportunity. Was this truly resolved? Howl! The long-awaited update is finally here after a 6-month hiatus. I wonder if everyone's enthusiasm still burns brightly. This month is destined to be tumultuous. I promise to work diligently on today's update. I sincerely plead with you all to cast your monthly votes for the Great Ruler, to fuel my motivation. Let me write through the night. Monthly votes, please. The more votes, the more motivation, the more fervor. Chapter 68. The Fire Spirit Formation. When Mu Qian awoke in the morning, his mind was still in disarray. Had it not been for the dark purple mandala flower still present on the black paper within his energy sea, alongside the trapped Nine Nether Sparrow, he might have believed the events of the previous night were merely a dream. Damn that beast. After some time, Mu Qian gradually accepted this reality, rubbing his face in frustration, cursing once more. Although the Nine Nether Sparrow was currently confined by the mysterious black paper, Unease gnawed at him. This creature was simply too powerful. While it was severely weakened now, what would happen if it regained strength in the future? What if that mysterious paper could no longer contain it? The presence of this entity within him felt like a ticking time bomb, capable of plunging him into chaos at any moment. Only after experiencing the ferocity and defiance of the Nine Nether Sparrow could he comprehend the naivety of attempting to refine it. Given the Nine Nether Sparrow's pride, Mu Chun was certain that anyone attempting to forcibly subjugate it would face a catastrophic fate. What use was the essence of such a spirit beast? After cursing the Nine Nether Sparrow in his heart, Mu Chun gradually quelled his emotions. The situation had unfolded as it had. There was no point in further venting his frustration. Fortunately, with the Nine Nether Sparrow trapped by the mysterious black paper, he still had some time to contemplate a strategy to deal with it. Rising from his bed, Mu Chun tidied himself before departing to the place where he usually studied spirit formations with Mr. Wen Ling. Following his encounter in the Black Abyss, Mu Chun had come to appreciate the potency of spirit formations, and his interest had only intensified. Moreover, what he had practiced thus far were merely minor formations, hardly qualifying as first-level formations. Upon entering the usual training room, Mu Chun found it empty. He assumed he had arrived too early. However, he felt no impatience and simply settled onto a cushion. Contemplation crossed his features as he sensed the substantial increase in the richness of his spirit energy following his formal advancement to the spirit wheel realm. His mastery over this energy had also become markedly more refined. How many spirit seals can I condense now? Mu Chun mused, anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he extended his hand. With a flick of his palm, dark spirit energy surged forth, enveloping his hand entirely. The speed and density of the energy filled him with satisfaction. Indeed, the efficiency of channeling spirit energy at the spirit wheel stage far surpassed that of the late stages of the spirit movement realm. The dark spirit energy swiftly coalesced and transformed at Mu Chun's fingertips, and 8 spirit seals rapidly formed in succession. Then, with a flick of his finger, the 9th spirit seal quietly materialized. Mu Chun focused intently on the 9th seal, yet did not cease. The dark spirit energy continued to gather, and soon the 10th and 11th seals flickered into existence, ultimately stabilizing at a total of 12 spirit seals. Mu Chun gazed at the 12 spirit seals in the palm of his hand. Feeling a sense of reluctant satisfaction, he sensed that this was not his ultimate potential. He had only just entered the spirit wheel realm and needed a bit more time to solidify his foundation. In due course, he believed he would be able to achieve even greater feats. With a faint smile at his own progress, Mu Chun clenched his fist, causing the 12 spirit seals to dissipate. Just then, he heard footsteps outside, followed by the door opening to reveal Wen Ling. Mr. Wen, Mu Chun exclaimed, quickly rising to pay his respects. Wen Ling waved his hand dismissively, his usually stern face softening with a hint of a smile as he said, I have heard from the Domain Master about your use of the minor spirit array in the Black Abyss. You learn quite swiftly. Invited by Mu Feng to teach Mu Chun about spirit arrays? Wen Ling felt a sense of pride in Mu Chun's rapid advancement, although he had to admit that much of it stemmed from Mu Chun's apparent talent in the study of spirit arrays. Mu Chun smiled sheepishly. His minor spirit arrays could barely deceive spirit beasts with low intelligence. In the coming days, it seems you will need to study on your own, Wen Ling remarked, looking at Mu Chun. Your father intends to construct a secondary spirit gathering array in Mu City. This level of array is beyond my current capabilities to build alone, so your father has gone to great lengths to invite 3 first-level array masters to assist. During this time, I will be working with them to see if we can succeed, a secondary spirit gathering array. Mu Chun was taken aback. In the entire Northern Spirit Realm, the only third-level spirit gathering array was located in the Northern Spirit Academy, while only the Lu domain possessed a secondary spirit gathering array. Even in their Mu domain, there was merely a first-level spirit gathering array. This was likely something his father had long harbored concerns about, as the spirit gathering array was a symbol of power and influence. The Lu domain's rise to become the strongest of the 9 domains over the years owed much to the existence of that secondary spirit gathering array. However, constructing a secondary spirit gathering array was no simple task. Even some second-level array masters were unsure of their ability to succeed, and the construction required a plethora of rare materials, making it exceedingly costly. A failure would be a significant loss for the Mu domain, which was why Mu Feng had refrained from acting hastily in recent years. Yet, it seemed his father could no longer contain his impatience. Despite the arrival of 3 first-level array masters to collaborate with Wenling, whether they could successfully set up the secondary spirit-gathering array remained uncertain. Mr. 1, please attend to your matters. Mu Chen nodded in agreement. Wenling acknowledged him with a slight nod and appeared to be somewhat overwhelmed by the secondary spirit-gathering array project, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to leave. Mr. 1, Mu Chen suddenly called out, catching Wenling's curious gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I have gained some understanding of minor spirit arrays and was wondering if you could provide me with a first-level array diagram for observation? Upon hearing Mu Chen's request for a first-level array diagram, Wenling furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. While it is commendable that you possess talent, have you forgotten my warning against aiming too high too quickly? A first-level array requires at least 15 spirit seals, and the complexity far exceeds that of minor spirit arrays. If you wish to observe a first-level array diagram, you must at least be able to condense 10 spirit seals first. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly halted, his serious demeanor giving way to surprise, as he observed the youth before him raise his hand, spirit seals materializing at his fingertips, precisely reaching the number he had just mentioned. You, Wenling cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Since you are capable, I shall grant your request. He then produced a red array diagram from his robe and handed it to Mu Chen. This is a relatively simple first-level spirit array known as the Fire Flame Spirit Array. It requires at least 15 spirit seals to be set up. You may observe it, but do not attempt to try it out. The backlash from the spirit array is no trifling matter. Mu Chen accepted the red array diagram with excitement, nodding vigorously. Seeing this, Wenling waved his hand and turned to leave, as he still needed to discuss with the 3 invited first-level array masters how to construct the secondary spirit-gathering array. This was a troublesome task, but it also presented a good opportunity for him to potentially find a breakthrough and advance to the level of a second-level array master. Once Wenling had departed, Mu Chen carefully unfurled the first-level array diagram, and a wave of red light enveloped him, faintly exuding a warm aura. Focusing his mind, he examined the diagram closely. The array diagram shimmered with red light, lines extending outward, intertwining to form a notably intricate pattern. Mu Chen stared at the diagram, which could easily leave an ordinary person feeling dizzy, and he could not help but click his tongue. The complexity of a first-level spirit array was indeed far greater than that of minor spirit arrays, igniting his interest even further. It seemed he would need to refine his skills diligently in the days to come. Content, Mu Chen stored the diagram away and closed his eyes, diving into meditation as he attempted to condense more spirit seals. Over the next few days, Wenling was preoccupied with the construction of the secondary spirit-gathering array and had no time to offer guidance to Mu Chen, who was more than happy to enjoy the quiet. All his time was devoted to practicing the condensation of spirit seals. His efforts bore fruit as he gradually adapted to the spirit wheel realm, becoming increasingly proficient in controlling spiritual energy. By the 5th day, he finally succeeded in increasing the number of his spirit seals to 15. With his spirit seals now numbering 15, Mu Chen felt an undeniable thrill. In his excitement, he retrieved the Fire Flame Spirit Array once more, finally feeling qualified to attempt this genuine first-level spirit array. In the back courtyard of the Mu residence, Mu Chen stood tall, his eyes alight with anticipation. After days of diligent practice, he had successfully condensed 15 spirit seals, fulfilling the basic requirement for the Fire Flame Spirit Array. Now, he was ready to explore the true power of this first-level spirit array. Mu Chen opened his palm, dark spiritual energy flickering as it transformed into a series of vibrant black spirit seals. He manipulated these seals, launching them into the air before him, where they vanished like raindrops falling into the ocean, leaving behind only a ripple of unique energy that allowed him to perceive their presence. The complexity of setting up a first-level spirit array vastly surpassed that of minor spirit arrays. Although Mu Chen had spent days studying the Fire Flame Spirit Array diagram, the intricacies became apparent as he personally engaged in the process. Consequently, when he infused the 15 spirit seals into the air, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Buzz! As the 15 spirit seals merged into the air, they formed points of spiritual light barely visible to the naked eye. With a mental command, Mu Chen guided these points to extend into lines of light, which ultimately converged. The array diagram was exceedingly complex, causing Mu Chen to become somewhat flustered. The intricate construction required an astonishing level of finesse in manipulating spiritual energy. Even the slightest error would result in failure. It was evident that constructing a first-level spirit array was no simple feat. Despite Mu Chen's considerable talent, it was still not something that could be achieved effortlessly. Thus, when the lines of the array diagram reached the most complicated phase, he finally made a mistake in the midst of his frantic endeavor. One line of spiritual energy extended to the wrong position. The instant that misalignment occurred, Mu Chen inwardly cursed his luck, only to see a violent surge of spiritual energy erupt in front of him, a fiery red wave sweeping forth and revealing an incomplete form of the spirit array. Boom! The explosive crimson spiritual energy struck Mu Chen's body, sending him flying several meters, leaving him looking rather disheveled. Picking himself up from the ground, Mu Chen was fortunate to have sustained only minor injuries. He dusted himself off and fell into deep thought, reflecting on the reasons for his earlier failure. In his dark eyes, glimmers of determination flickered. Though he had met with failure in his first attempt to set up a first-level spirit array, he refused to give up. Instead, he felt a surge of stubborn resolve, taking a moment to gather himself before attempting once more. But the results were the same: boom, boom. Throughout the afternoon in the courtyard, the sounds of muffled thuds echoed repeatedly as the silhouette of the youth was sent flying time and again. The patrolling guards exchanged bewildered glances, but ultimately dared not interrupt Mu Chen's training. As night fell, a weary Mu Chen finally ceased his efforts. Despite spending the entire afternoon in failure, his confidence remained unshaken. Each setback allowed him to overcome the mistakes of the previous attempt, and at this rate, he was certain to succeed in setting up the Fire Flame Spirit Array eventually. With this thought, Mu Chen grinned, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. Over the following 3 days, he devoted nearly all his energy to the Fire Flame Spirit Array, repeatedly attempting and failing within the confines of the courtyard. At tea times, even the patrolling guards within the estate would gaze in astonishment at the figure of Mu Chen, who repeatedly struggled to rise from the ground in a state of disarray. Although they were unaware of the specifics of Mu Chen's training, they could not help but admire his resilience and determination in the face of repeated failures. The young master was indeed a diligent individual. It seemed that the Mu domain had a promising successor. The guards lightened their footsteps, refraining from making a sound that might disturb the young man practicing in the courtyard. Their thoughts lingering on this, Mu Chen's failures persisted until the evening of the 3rd day, when a notable change finally occurred. The youth in the courtyard, once again in a disheveled state, had his pair of black eyes gleaming with vibrant energy. His expression was grave as he deftly manipulated 15 spiritual seals at his fingertips, which swiftly merged into the air, generating waves of spiritual energy. The atmosphere trembled as the spiritual essence of the world surged forth. And suddenly, a crimson glow erupted before Mu Chen. The air rippled, and a complex fire-red array, spanning several tens of feet, gradually took form. Within that fire-red array, the brilliance surged, akin to flames dancing within, appearing remarkably splendid. As Mu Chen beheld the fire elemental array that had finally materialized, an uncontrollable joy welled up within him. After countless failures, he had finally succeeded. Although the fire elemental array still exhibited signs of instability, it was indeed a configuration successfully arranged by Mu Chen. Go! Suppressing his elation, Mu Chen altered his hand seals, his fingers curving as he pointed towards a massive rock in the backyard. With a hum, flames erupted from the fire elemental array, and a blazing pillar of fire surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, violently striking the rock formation. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble at that moment. The black rock, roughly the size of a small room, shattered into countless fragments, leaving the backyard in utter disarray. Such formidable power! Witnessing the might of the fire elemental array, delight spread across Mu Chen's face. This power would be quite distressing even for a mid-stage spirit wheel realm expert. Indeed, a first-tier array was truly deserving of its reputation, though the energy expenditure was not insignificant for him either. Young master. The guards outside the courtyard, hearing the commotion, rushed in hastily. Upon seeing the chaos, they were taken aback, fearing that Mu Chen had been attacked, and quickly surrounded him. It's all right. I did this myself. Mu Chen chuckled. Waving his hand dismissively, he glanced at his disheveled appearance and smiled wryly before retreating to clean himself up, leaving the guards exchanging glances in astonishment. When had the young master become so powerful? Shattering such a rock formation was beyond even their captain, who had reached the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm. After tidying up, Mu Qian stepped out of the room. Noticing the guards cleaning the backyard, he quietly slipped away, as his days of relentless study of the fire elemental array had left him quite fatigued. Mu Qian strolled leisurely through the Mu estate, meandering to the meeting hall. Upon seeing the lights within, he pondered, is father still discussing matters at such a late hour? He drew closer and soon heard a loud crash from the meeting hall. A sound he recognized all too well. It was the noise made when Mu Feng slammed the table in anger. Yu Qin paused, straining to listen. Inside the meeting hall, Mu Feng's face was ashen. The table before him reduced to splinters. He stood, voice raised in fury. Those scoundrels from the Lu domain delight in scheming behind our backs. Beside him, Zhou Ye's expression was equally grim as he sighed. Those rascals, upon hearing of our intent to construct a second-tier gathering array, not only inflated the prices of materials, but also spent lavishly to restrict a number of array masters. Now, we cannot afford another failure with the materials we have left. Mu Feng clenched his fist tightly and then turned to the four figures in the hall, one of whom was Wenling, while the other three appeared middle-aged. They were likely the additional first-tier array masters Mu Feng had invited. Mr. Wenling, are there any remaining issues with constructing the second-tier gathering array? Mu Feng inquired, his tone softening. Wenling sighed deeply. My lord, we have attempted it once over the past few days, but it ended in failure, costing us a significant amount of materials. According to our calculations, we will likely require the assistance of another first-tier array master. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. All of our array masters from the Mu domain have been summoned. And with the Lu domain's interference, finding another first-tier master poses quite the challenge. Wenling offered a wry smile, well aware of the difficulties, yet they had tried. Relying solely on the four of them was indeed insufficient. Zhou Yi, Mu Feng's eyes flickered with determination as he waved his hand decisively. Spread the word. Any array masters who have been lured away by the Lu domain, if they come to assist the Mu domain, we will offer them double whatever conditions Lu domain has promised. Zhou Yi was taken aback. This implied a significant expenditure, and furthermore, such words would likely embolden the cunning array masters to demand exorbitant prices. This, in turn, might create an imbalance for the three first-tier array masters they had already invited. Realizing this, he glanced at the trio, noting their slightly uncomfortable expressions. My lord, perhaps it would be better not to speak in anger. Such words may only serve to disrupt our own plans. Wenling suggested with a rueful smile. In the meeting hall, silence fell once more, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, amidst the silence, the tightly shut door creaked open, and Mu Feng frowned, prepared to reprimand the intruder, but upon raising his head and seeing Mu Qian's figure, he swallowed his words. Yu Qian smiled at Mu Feng before turning to Wenling. Mr. Wan, what if I stepped in to fill the gap of the missing array master? In the meeting hall, the atmosphere seemed to momentarily pause at Mu Qian's words, followed by astonished gazes from Mu Feng and the others directed at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Feng scolded, furrowing his brow. Wenling also looked concerned. Constructing a second-tier gathering array was no trivial task, and only a first-tier array master could offer substantial assistance. While Mu Qian had shown promise in learning about arrays, he was still a novice. How could he bear such a heavy responsibility? Haha, constructing a second-tier gathering array is not something one can casually participate in. If any mishaps occur, the loss of materials would be quite severe for the Mu domain, remarked a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows, dismissing Mu Qian's words as youthful bravado. The other two first-tier array masters nodded in agreement. If even this inexperienced youth could participate, what need would they have for their expertise? Mr. One, is it not true that as long as one can arrange a first-tier array, one can be considered a first-tier array master? Mu Qian inquired, ignoring their skepticism and smiling at Wenling taken aback. Wenling replied, in theory, yes, I have successfully arranged the first-tier fire elemental array, Mu Qian declared. Wenling's voice faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Before he exclaimed, impossible! You managed to arrange the fire elemental array? The other three first-tier array masters stared at Mu Qian in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this youthful novice could have reached their level. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were equally astonished, though they understood Mu Qian well enough. He would not boast in front of them. If he claimed to have arranged the fire elemental array, it was likely credible. Mu Qian nodded helplessly, then clenched his palm, gathering dark spiritual energy. 15 black spiritual seals flickered and coalesced before him. The three first-tier array masters finally grew serious, realizing that they could only refine 17 seals at best. This mere teenager, barely in his teens, was already catching up to them. What terrifying talent for arrays he possessed. Seeing the 15 spiritual seals, Wenling couldn't help but twitch his lips, though he remained silent, already beginning to believe Mu Chen's assertions. With a solemn expression, Mu Chen flicked his fingers, sending the 15 spiritual seals into the air, dissolving them into nothingness, while his hands rapidly shifted through various forms of seals. As Mu Chen's seals transformed, the temperature in the room began to rise noticeably, and the spiritual energy of the world swiftly coalesced before him. Those present, being perceptive individuals, could faintly discern the complex light array taking shape in the air. Within that formation, flickers of flame pulsated. As time gradually passed, after a while, Mu Chen's transforming handprints finally came to a halt, and before him, a fiery spirit array, enveloping nearly half of the living room, slowly emerged. Wenling gazed at the formed spirit array with a complex expression, unable to restrain a sigh, and remarked, "Indeed, it is the Fire Flame Spirit Array." The three first-level array masters beside him exchanged glances, then chuckled wryly, a first-level array master merely in their teens. This was truly the first time they had witnessed such a phenomenon. What kind of prodigy is the young lord of the Mu domain? After all, the eyes of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi brimmed with delight. Mu Feng rose, patting Mu Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Good lad. It seems you have indeed inherited your mother's talent in this regard." "Please do not overlook my own efforts," Mu Chen replied helplessly. If it weren't for the week he had dedicated himself to studying the Fire Flame Spirit Array, enduring failure time and again, how could he have succeeded? Mu Feng nodded with a beaming smile, unable to conceal the pride and comfort in his gaze. The anger from earlier, due to Lu Yu's sabotage, had dissipated entirely. "Mr. One, what do you think of Mu Chen? Can he be of assistance?" Mu Feng inquired, looking towards Wenling after a moment of contemplation. Wenling replied, "Mu Chen has indeed managed to refine the Fire Flame Spirit Array, but he is still a novice. He cannot yet be considered a true first-level array master. He still requires some honing in terms of experience and discernment." Mu Feng glanced at Mu Chen and nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how great Mu Chen's talent, experience is not something one can acquire effortlessly. Mu Chen's expression turned somewhat forlorn. However, experience must be accumulated over time. Constructing a second-level gathering spirit array will be an excellent opportunity for him. He is barely qualified to participate. Wenling smiled at the slightly distressed Mu Chen, then suddenly changed the topic. Joy swiftly surged in Mu Chen's dark eyes as he exclaimed, "Then thank you very much, Mr. One." Wenling waved his hand, his gaze towards Mu Chen surprisingly gentle. Such a gifted youth even stirred a sense of admiration in someone like him. Yet, he was also quite aware that he would not be able to provide much guidance to Mu Chen in the future, as surpassing him should be a relatively simple matter for the latter. The three first-level array masters, upon hearing this, did not voice any objections, clearly awed by Mu Chen's earlier performance. According to Wenling, Mu Chen had only been exposed to array formations for about a month, yet his achievements were already rivaling theirs. It wouldn't be long before this young man became one of the most formidable array masters in the Northern Spirit Realm. Tomorrow, Mu Chen will accompany us to the location for setting up the Gathering Spirit Array to familiarize himself. In a few days, we will make our move, all right? Wenling asked, looking towards Mu Feng. Certainly. Mu Feng had no objections. As long as it allowed Mu Chen to deepen his understanding of array formations, he wouldn't mind if the latter squandered all the materials for the Gathering Spirit Array. "You must learn well from Mr. One and the others tomorrow. Do not think that some talent gives you reason to be complacent. The practice of array formations is not a journey that can be undertaken solely on talent," Mu Feng said seriously, turning to Mu Chen as Wenling and the others departed. "Regardless, even if your skills in cultivating spirit power are average, you must not be mediocre in the study of array formations. Otherwise, it would truly be a disgrace to your mother." Mu Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Is mother a formidable array master?" "Your mother's expertise in array formations is such that not a single person in the Northern Spirit Realm can compare. And even among the 5 great academies, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with her," Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. "So remarkable?" Mu Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Most array masters in the Northern Spirit Realm were of average caliber. But what were the 5 great academies? The strongest array masters there could likely annihilate a spirit realm expert with a mere flick of their wrist. His mother was astonishingly powerful to that extent. But if mother is that impressive, doesn't he that put a lot of pressure on you, father? Mu Chen suddenly glanced at Mu Feng, jokingly smiling. When I first met your mother, her strength had been sealed due to certain circumstances, and I treated her as an ordinary and fragile woman, protecting her all the way, and nearly lost my life in the process. Mu Feng chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. Who would have thought she would become so formidable later on? However, your mother is quite gentle. How could there be any pressure? So you took advantage of her vulnerability. When Mother's strength was sealed, she was likely at her most defenseless. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for someone like you? Mu Chen deduced. You rascal, you're asking for a beating. Mu Feng finally lost his temper, pretending to strike, while Mu Chen burst into laughter and darted away, leaving Mu Feng with a bemused expression. This kid. Mu Feng retracted his fist, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face as he murmured to himself, quiet. Our son is becoming more and more remarkable. I believe that in the future, he may surpass you, and that will be the moment our family reunites. At this juncture, he seemed to recall something, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes as he clenched his palms tightly, his slightly bowed head taking on an eerie demeanor. You may look down upon me. I don't mind. I indeed lack such capabilities, but I still have a son. The following day, as dawn broke, Mu Chen stepped out of his room and encountered Mu Feng, Wen Ling, and the others who had been waiting outside the conference hall. Let us go. Upon seeing Mu Chen arrive, Mu Feng smiled faintly and led the way out of the Mu residence, heading directly north towards Mu City. There lay a vast plaza, the training ground for the guards of the Mu domain. Successfully setting up a second-level gathering spirit array here would significantly enhance the Mu domain's allure to powerful individuals, as the benefits of the gathering spirit array for cultivation were self-evident. The plaza was already cordoned off by the guards of the Mu domain. Upon entering, Mu Feng and the others halted, their gazes fixed ahead, flickering with enthusiasm. Mu Chen also looked forward, seeing in the center of the spacious plaza 5 towering deep yellow stone pillars adorned with intricate mystical engravings, surrounded by a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. These must be the gathering spirit pillars made from gathering spirit stones, Mu Feng stated with a calm smile. Mu Chen nodded. The gathering spirit array differed from ordinary arrays. While it possessed no offensive capabilities, it was an essential asset for many factions and a symbol of their strength. The Lu domain had become the most powerful force in the northern spirit realm over the years, not only due to their substantial foundation but also because they possessed a second-level gathering spirit array. To be able to cultivate within that second-level gathering spirit array, many powerful individuals flocked to the Lu domain, hoping to secure better conditions for their cultivation and make further progress on their paths. Overall, the gathering spirit array was relatively well known among array formations. Most array masters were familiar with its schematics. However, knowing it and constructing it were two entirely different matters. Not to mention the rare materials required for the gathering spirit array, just the foundational spirit seals needed for the second-level array amounted to 50. This number of spirit seals was unattainable even for some slightly less skilled second-level array masters, and second-level array masters were exceedingly rare in the northern spirit realm. The Mu domain simply could not afford to hire one. Thus, they had to rely on numbers, attempting to collaborate with 4 first-level array masters to see if they could succeed. Fortunately, Wen Ling was already among the top tier of first-level array masters, with a high probability of advancing to a second-level array master. With him leading the charge, the chances of success were indeed increased. For this construction of the second-level gathering spirit array, we 5 will each be responsible for 1 gathering spirit pillar and complete our respective portions of the array diagram according to the schematics, finally linking them together to activate the formation, Wen Ling explained, looking at Mu Chen. While this division of responsibility is one way to approach it, it seems to require a high degree of synergy, doesn't it? If even the slightest error occurs during the linking process, Mu Chen hesitated momentarily. He was no longer entirely a novice in array formations and could naturally perceive the flaws in this approach. Wen Ling nodded and sighed. That is indeed unavoidable. To construct a second-level gathering spirit array alone. I believe there isn't a single capable second-level array master in the entire northern spirit realm. When the Lu domain constructed their second-level gathering spirit array, they also employed this method. Moreover, as far as I know, they secretly failed numerous times, incurring significant losses, although ordinary people remain unaware of this. If we fail to construct the secondary spirit gathering array, it is likely that the Lu domain will seize this opportunity to strike at us and spread damaging rumors, which would be detrimental to our reputation. Zhou Yi lamented. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively and smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Just do your best." Zhou Yi forced a smile. He understood that Mu Feng was trying to lighten the mood because of Mu Qin's involvement, not wanting the latter to feel pressured or guilty should they fail. However, in reality, Mu Feng was eager to complete the secondary spirit gathering array as soon as possible, as it would greatly enhance the prestige of the Mu domain. Mu Qin glanced at Mu Feng but remained silent. After all, they were father and son. Although the latter appeared casual, Mu Qin could discern the weight Mu Feng placed on this matter. "I will be responsible for 20 spirit seals, while the remaining 30 will be divided among you three, Chen Ling, with each of you taking 8, and Mu Qin will handle 6 spirit seals," Wen Ling stated. Looking at Mu Qin, she added, "Do not underestimate those 6 spirit seals. Completing your portion of the array might prove to be even more challenging than the fire spirit array." Mu Qin nodded. He was well aware of this truth, and given his limited experience, it was already a significant acknowledgement for Wen Ling to assign him 6 spirit seals. "I will now explain the crucial aspects of this spirit gathering array. Pay close attention and remember, lest we encounter errors that could jeopardize the entire endeavor," Wen Ling said seriously. "Understood," Mu Qin replied with a smile. Although the youthful features of his handsome face appeared somewhat naive, his demeanor radiated humility and courtesy, prompting the 3 first-level array masters nearby to nod in approval. It was rare for the young master of the Mu domain, endowed with such status and talent, to remain so affable. Had he been another youth, he might have already been conceited. As Mu Qin attentively absorbed Wen Ling's detailed explanations of the array's critical points, Mu Feng couldn't help but smile with pride. He waved his hand, signaling Zhou Yi and the others to step back. The intricacies of array formation were indeed a headache, better left for the young man to grapple with. Over the next few days, Mu Qin diligently practiced and studied the secondary spirit gathering array in the plaza alongside Wen Ling and the others. His gentle and eager-to-learn attitude earned him the admiration of the 3 first-level array masters, who occasionally shared their experiences in array formation, to which Mu Qin listened with great humility. Through this dedicated effort, Mu Qin gradually grasped the complexities of the secondary spirit gathering array, marveling at its intricacies. In comparison, the fire spirit array he had previously learned seemed rather elementary. Upon observing Mu Qin's growing understanding, Wen Ling and the others felt quite satisfied. After some discussion, they decided to officially commence their work the following day. Standing in the plaza, Mu Qin gazed at the 5 towering spirit gathering pillars. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, beside him, Mu Feng patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Just do your best. If we fail, it's no matter. It will merely delay our progress." Mu Qin smiled back but said nothing. Turning his gaze towards Wen Ling, whose expression had become grave. With a swift motion, she leaped onto one of the spirit-gathering pillars. Observing this, Mu Qin and Chen Ling followed suit, each taking their positions atop a pillar. "Ready to commence." With a commanding voice, Wen Ling shouted. Raising her palm, a radiant orb of light surged forth from her hand, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Mu Qin and the others followed suit, summoning 4 additional orbs of light. These were the essence of high-level spirit beasts, essential for setting up such formations, as the array required the immense spiritual power contained within the essences for guidance. "Let us begin," Wen Ling declared, her gaze fixed on the orb above her. With a swift motion of her sleeve, 20 spirit seals burst forth, their speed in assembling far surpassing that of an ordinary first-level array master. Chen Ling and the others exchanged glances of envy, recognizing that although they were also first-level array masters, they were still significantly outmatched by Wen Ling, who had the potential to reach the second level. Once they collected themselves, they focused intently, each crafting 8 spirit seals, meticulously controlling them as they infused them into the air surrounding the spirit beast essences above. Buzz. Mu Qin also initiated his task. 6 spirit seals coalescing at his fingertips. With his current abilities, he could manage these 6 seals with remarkable precision. The seals vanished into the air surrounding the spirit beast essence, causing ripples to spread through the atmosphere. Closing his eyes, Mu Qin lightly maneuvered his slender fingers. As he did, radiant light began to manifest in the air around the spirit beast essence, with beams of light cautiously extending and intertwining. The plaza fell silent, The 5 of them concentrated all their energies, carefully arranging the sections of the array they were responsible for. Mu Feng and the others stood at a distance, their faces solemn as they observed the fluctuating spiritual energy in the arena. Their expressions tinged with anxiety. If they failed this time, their plan would be delayed by at least half a year, and they could expect ridicule from the Lu domain in the meantime. Order everyone to maintain their distance, Mu Feng instructed quietly. Understood. A guard replied hastily, swiftly dispersing a large group to ensure no one approached. Time slipped away swiftly as Mu Feng and the others anxiously awaited the outcome. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the waves of spiritual energy in the arena grew increasingly tumultuous. Above the 6 individuals on the spirit-gathering pillars, the intricate spiritual array glimmered with blinding brilliance. After another half-hour, when Ling was the first to open her eyes, tension and gravity etched across her features. She bore a significant portion of the responsibility for this array. Should any of the others make a mistake, there might still be a chance for recovery, but if she faltered, the entire arrangement could collapse. Following Wen Ling's lead, Chen Ling and the others, including Mu Chun, opened their eyes in succession, clearly having completed their respective segments of the array. Link the arrays. Wen Ling's expression grew even more serious. The next step was the most challenging. If any errors occurred during the linking, it could lead to catastrophic failure, causing the entire structure to disintegrate. The 4 of them tensed, channeling their utmost concentration. As their minds focused, beams of light erupted from the complex formations above them, intertwining with one another. Observing this from the sidelines, Mu Feng and the others felt their hearts race. Fully aware that the success of their endeavor hinged on this moment, the air hummed with a chaotic yet potent energy, resembling waves rippling through the air. All eyes were fixed on the 5 complex light arrays above Mu Qian and the others, which were slowly coalescing. The light arrays began to tremble violently, with beams of spiritual energy shooting out and colliding at the center of the formation. The intricate interconnections of the beams sent waves of energy rippling through the air. The expressions of Wen Ling and the others turned extremely grave, their focus unwavering, knowing that even a slight mistake could lead to dire consequences. As the beams of energy began to converge, Mu Feng and the others noticed the 5 previously scattered light arrays showing signs of merging. Yet, they refrained from exhaling even a whisper, fully aware that success had not yet been secured. As time continued to slip away, the patterns of the connecting beams grew increasingly complex, requiring precise control. The strength of the spiritual energy in each beam had to be perfectly balanced. Otherwise, one beam could disrupt the other, resulting in a failed connection. This demanded an extraordinary level of micro-control. As the linking process became ever more intricate, the expressions of Wen Ling and her group tightened with intensity, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on their foreheads. The concentration required for such control was immensely taxing. Mu Chun, fully absorbed in the task, found his eyes gradually closing, and although his vision was shrouded in darkness, curiously, his consciousness seemed to flow along the beams of spiritual energy, drifting through the spirit-gathering array. Not only did he perceive the section he was responsible for, but he could also sense the arrays controlled by Wen Ling and the others as if they were imprinted in his mind. At this moment, the external world seemed to fade away, and no sound could disturb his focus. His mind was wholly consumed by the intricate and elusive patterns of the array, in this rather peculiar state. Mu Chen's initial tension had completely dissipated, his slender fingertips trembling lightly as the streams of spiritual energy moved in accordance with his intent. Precise and fluid, at that moment, he felt an almost innate familiarity with these spiritual formations. In midair, 5 arrays drew closer together, the beams of spiritual energy coalescing them, gradually indicating signs of complete integration. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Feng and the others could not suppress the joy that surfaced on their faces. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, Wen Ling remained vigilant, fully aware that until the final small step was accomplished, success could not be claimed, for that small step was sufficient to cause the entire formation to collapse. There was still that last crucial element. Wen Ling gritted his teeth, striving to maintain a steady mindset, controlling the beams of spiritual energy to remain stable and connect with the other 4 arrays. When he completed this final step, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation within the spiritual array. This fluctuation was not intense, but it caused Wen Ling's expression to change instantly, and he hurriedly looked up to see that the spiritual array before Chen-Ling was exhibiting signs of disorder. This is bad. Wen-Ling's heart raced, his complexion paling, for it turned out that while Chen-Ling was connecting with a nearby array master on his left, the latter's overly strong beam of spiritual energy had inadvertently scattered his own. Seeing this, Chen-Ling's face also changed dramatically as he rushed to remedy the situation, but in his haste, he made an error, causing the array that had just stabilized to ripple once more. Crack! A faint sound of shattering emerged from the array that Chen-Ling had formed, and he watched in horror as the beams of spiritual energy gradually dissipated, ultimately affecting the spiritual seals, shattering 3 of them completely. The sudden turn of events on Chen-Ling's side caused the expressions of the other 2 array masters to shift dramatically, particularly that one whose excessive spiritual energy had caused Chen-Ling's beam to scatter, whose face grew particularly grim. Once the spiritual seal shattered, it essentially meant the array had been compromised by half, and without Chen-Ling's portion, the gathering array would be impossible to complete. The commotion caught the attention of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, who were closely monitoring the situation. They immediately clenched their palms, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared bitterness. As expected, problems had arisen. Chen-Ling, steady your mind, do not panic, Wen-Ling shouted. Chen-Ling gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply, desperately trying to stabilize the array, but with the shattering of those 3 seals, his array was already incomplete. Brother One, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. I apologize, it's my fault this time, Chen-Ling said with a bitter smile. You have 3 broken seals, and the array is somewhat incomplete. It's still possible for you to gather the seals and remedy this, Wen-Ling pressed. Chen-Ling's face flushed with shame as he admitted, I fear I cannot stabilize this incomplete array, while also gathering the seals. Wen-Ling sighed and turned to the other 2 array masters, who awkwardly shook their heads. Their abilities were limited, and if they diverted their focus to assist Chen-Ling, their own arrays would likely falter as well. Witnessing this, a bitter expression emerged on Wen-Ling's face. During this joint formation, he had already endeavored to manage the most complex aspects. Now, controlling 20 spiritual seals was his limit. Any more would be utterly unfeasible. Alas, he sighed, shaking his head helplessly at Mu Feng outside the formation. Realizing that this time, failure was inevitable, Mu Feng forced a smile, nodding in agreement, preparing to signal for them to cease. However, just as he was about to call off this failed formation, Zhou Yi suddenly exclaimed, Little Mu! Hearing this, Mu Feng quickly looked up, only to see Mu Chen with his eyes tightly shut. He seemed unaware of the unfolding situation, his fingertips suddenly conjuring 3 spiritual seals. What is he trying to do? Wen-Ling and the others also noticed Mu Chen's actions, momentarily taken aback. But soon their expressions changed, for they observed Mu Chen launch those 3 spiritual seals, which hovered above Chen-Ling. The seals swiftly merged into the air. And then Wen-Ling and the others witnessed beams of spiritual energy rapidly spreading forth, sketching out a somewhat incomplete array, a portion of the array that Chen-Ling had just shattered. With keen insight, Wen-Ling and the others immediately recognized that what Mu Chen had conjured was precisely the fragment that Chen-Ling had lost. They exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Mu Chen was still with his eyes closed, meaning he had not even looked at it, yet had managed to reconstruct the shattered section of the array. How could this be? The 2 array masters gasped in disbelief. Wen-Ling, too, was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the boy whose eyes were tightly shut, yet whose long fingers trembled gently. His expression sharpened as he murmured, It seems he has entered a state of heart array. Heart array state. Chen-Ling and the others were momentarily stunned, then inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with incredulity. Isn't that a state only achievable by a 3rd-level array master? How could he possibly enter such a state? Wen-Ling felt similarly astonished but could only smile wryly. I'm not entirely sure. It appears he possesses a remarkable talent for array formations. While rare, it's not unheard of for individuals with exceptional aptitude in this field to enter such a state before reaching the 3rd level. Given the right circumstances, Chen-Ling and the others fell silent, their hearts filled with envy. This state was one they might never attain in their lifetimes, yet this young man could enter it so effortlessly. How could they not feel a sense of awe? Chen-Ling, stabilize your remaining array and connect with Mu Chen. Then continue merging the formations, Wen-Ling commanded solemnly. Chen-Ling nodded swiftly, carefully controlling his damaged array to connect with the portion Mu Chun had reconstructed. Merge the arrays. At Wenling's call, Qinling and the others activated their arrays once more, and this time, no unforeseen mishaps occurred. The 5 arrays fused perfectly, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the air, enveloping the area in radiant light, as people throughout Mu City felt a tremendous influx of natural spiritual energy converging upon the square. Success. The 4 of them gradually withdrew their focus from the gathering array. Their gazes complex as they turned to the young man not far away at that moment. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at Wenling and the others with a hint of confusion. Asking, "Did we complete it?" The expressions of Wenling and the others stiffened at his words. "It's past 4 o'clock, I'm exhausted. Thank you all for your patience. If you have monthly tickets, please cast them for the Great Ruler." Thank you. Chapter 73. Seed quota. You have no idea what just happened? Wenling asked. Gazing at Mu Chin's somewhat bewildered face, Mu Chan furrowed his brow slightly, vaguely recalling that he seemed to have entered a certain state. But he was not particularly clear on the specifics of what he had done. "You just entered the heart array state," Wenling explained softly. "Heart array state?" Mu Chan was taken aback. This was a profound state that could only be reached upon attaining the 3rd level of array mastery, allowing the array master to break free from the constraints of the physical eye and perceive the array's intricacies through the heart, directing the flow of spiritual energy as they wished. Wenling observed Mu Chan and continued. Earlier, when the gathering array encountered some issues, it was on the verge of failure. However, you unintentionally intervened and salvaged it. Mu Chan was somewhat astonished. He indeed recalled that the gathering array had been vividly projected in his mind. And in that critical moment, when the once complete seals showed defects, it seemed he had reacted instinctively, so that was what the heart array state entailed. Curiosity flickered in Mu Chin's eyes. In that state, arranging the array felt remarkably effortless, as if the flow of spiritual energy moved in harmony with his thoughts, providing an immensely gratifying sensation. But from the looks of you, it seems you entered that mysterious state unconsciously. You must take time to comprehend that feeling. If you can master the ability to enter the heart array state at will, it will greatly benefit your journey in array mastery, Wenling remarked. A hint of envy creeping into his tone. The heart array state was a coveted achievement among array masters, a state that even he had never experienced. The 3 array masters beside him shared similar sentiments. The individuals regarded Mu Chan with a gaze imbued with complexity, devoid of any lingering airs of superiority derived from age or experience. They were acutely aware that they were not on the same level as the youth before them. It would not be long before they found themselves looking up to this once Na'vi boy who had humbly sought their guidance. "Ha ha, I am truly grateful to you all. The successful establishment of the 2nd-tier spirit gathering array is indeed a monumental boon for my Mu domain." At that moment, Mu Feng, filled with joy, strode in and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Wenling, Qinling, and the others. Wenling merely smiled faintly, while Qinling and his companions felt their faces flush with embarrassment, having nearly jeopardized the endeavor. Had it not been for Mu Chan fortuitously entering the heart array state, they would have likely caused significant losses for Mu domain. Lord of Mu domain, the credit for this achievement belongs to Brother One and the young Master Qinling, Qinling humbly remarked. What you say is far from the truth, and no matter the scale of contribution, without the 3 of you, could this spirit gathering array have been set up? Mu Feng replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qinling and his companions were touched and clasped their fists, their previous arrogance dissipating. The demeanor of Mu Feng, the leader of Mu domain, was indeed commendable. In the future, they could frequent Mu domain more often. Moreover, with Mu Chen's terrifying talent in the art of spirit arrays, he was bound to reach astonishing height. If they could receive some guidance from him, then it would be immensely beneficial to them. The 4, having expended considerable energy in arranging the 2nd-tier spirit gathering array, were soon escorted to rest by Mu Feng. He then exhaled deeply, turning to Mu Chan with a smile. "Good lad. This time your assistance has been invaluable. Of course, being your son, I must help you," Mu Chan replied with a grin. "You little rascal," Mu Feng laughed, ruffling Mu Chan's hair. With a sigh, he continued, "If you truly wish to aid me, then strive to gain admission to the 5 great academies. The northern spirit realm may appear vast, but ultimately, it is merely a collection of frogs in a well, lacking vision and capability. Only by obtaining the resources and guidance from the 5 great academies can you earn the right to tread the path of true strength." Your talent surpasses mine by far. Thus, you can go further and achieve what I cannot. Yu Feng murmured. You are the hope of your father, he chuckled, feeling a slight sting in his eyes, and nodded firmly. Confident that his son would never let him down, Mu Qian stretched lazily, his dark eyes gazing at the crimson clouds on the horizon. In the depths of his gaze reflected a slender, delicate figure, possessing long silver hair reminiscent of a galaxy and eyes as clear as crystal. Her exquisitely beautiful face, destined to become a source of trouble, often bore an air of aloofness that repelled others. Yet, he knew the softness that lay beneath that cold exterior. I must secure a place in the 5 great academies. The following day, after bidding farewell to Mu Feng, Mu Qian utilized the teleportation array from Mu City to head towards Beiling City. He did not linger in the city but made his way directly to Beiling Academy. Meanwhile, within the academy, in a study, 3 figures sat upright. The foremost was the academy's dean, Xiao Mu, flanked by Mo Shi and Shi Shi, the 2 highest-ranking instructors of Beiling Academy. The quota for the 5 great academies has been issued. How many spots do we have this time in Beiling Academy? Mo Shi inquired with interest. Dean Xiao lightly tapped the golden scroll in his hand with his frail fingers, his gaze peculiar as he replied, 5 spots. 5. Mo Shi pondered. In our East Academy, there are 5 students qualified to break through to the spirit wheel realm in a short time. The West Academy should have 7. It seems the competition will be fierce. Dean Xiao nodded. The conditions for entry into the 5 great academies were inherently stringent, not something one could simply waltz into. Additionally, besides these 5 spots, there is one special quota. Dean Xiao's expression became increasingly enigmatic as he looked towards Mo Shi and Shi Shi. A special quota? Mo Shi and Shi Shi exchanged puzzled glances. It is a seed-level quota, Dean Xiao stated, placing down the golden scroll. A seed-level quota? The faces of Mo Shi and Shi Shi grew serious as they could not help but exclaim, how could such a quota be granted to us at Beiling Academy? The quotas for the 5 great academies are divided into 3 tiers. The lowest is the ordinary quota, the second tier is the seed quota, and the special quota we have received this time is of that nature. However, typically, such quotas are only awarded to powerful spirit academies. An academy of our scale, like Beiling Academy, has never received such a level of quota before. The first-tier quotas, known as core quotas, are exceedingly rare, with each recipient being an extraordinary talent. Only those who shine the brightest on the spirit road can attain them. Moreover, these quotas are not mere titles. They influence one's identity, status, and the resources one can access upon entering the 5 great academies. Thus, countless individuals vie fiercely for these prestigious spots. The seed-level quota, across all spirit academies in the Beiling Tian, totals only 20. I never expected one would fall to us at Beiling Academy. Dean Xiao chuckled in disbelief. Beiling Tian refers to the vast land beyond the Northern Spirit Realm, containing numerous realms, with the Northern Spirit Realm being one of the weaker ones. Consequently, Beiling Academy holds no advantage compared to the other spirit academies in Beiling Tian. In the past, seed-level quotas would invariably be claimed by the stronger academies in Beiling Tian, so how could they possibly land in their hands? I have heard some news. This seed quota allocated to us at Beiling Academy was likely a direct decision from the 5 great academies. Dean Xiao remarked casually. A direct decision from the 5 great academies? Mo Shi and Shi Shi exchanged glances, astonished. What kind of existence are the 5 great academies? How could they possibly extend a favor to a mere Beiling Academy? They had no influential figures within the 5 great academies to advocate for them. This is not our doing. Dean Xiao's murky eyes narrowed slightly. I suspect it is due to one of our current students catching the attention of the 5 great academies. A student? Mo Shi and Shi Shi were taken aback, then their eyes brightened. Is it Mu Qian? In the entire Northern Spirit Realm, only Mu Qian had participated in the Spirit Road, and intriguingly, he had been expelled midway, which raised many questions and speculations. What had Mu Qian done during his time on the Spirit Road? Dean Xiao nodded slowly. It must be this young lad. The 5 great academies expelled him from the Spirit Road and then deliberately granted us a seed quota. What does this mean? A form of compensation. Or perhaps they are somewhat reluctant. Reluctant? What kind of genius or prodigy have the 5 great academies not seen? One Mu Qian is hardly significant, Shi Shi frowned. Mo Shi smiled faintly. Do not underestimate a young fellow who can outsmart a ruthless adversary in the spirit wheel realm using only the late stages of the spirit movement realm. Dean Xiao chuckled softly, then waved his hand. regardless of what the 5 great academies are thinking. Since they have granted us this quota, we shall accept it. So, this quota will be directly given to Mu Chun? Emo Sure inquired. Dean Xiao shook his head. That would incite discontent among the other students. And if the domain lords of the Northern Spirit Realm were to learn that we possess a seed quota, wouldn't they all be green with envy? If we give it to Mu Chun, they would harbor resentment, claiming we are being unfair. Then, Dean Xiao rose, smiling lightly. The old rule applies. Strength prevails. Whoever is the strongest shall claim this seed quota. Although it is likely intended for Mu Chun, if he lacks the strength, he can only blame himself. Saying this, he gestured for the news to be disseminated. I believe those young ones will become quite frantic. Ha, a seed quota, the first in Beiling Academy's history. Second update. Today's monthly votes are only 125, still half away from 300 votes. Everyone needs to explode with energy and give me some motivation. I haven't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 74. Chun Fan, Huayun Third Update. At Beiling Academy, in the East Academy's training grounds, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Almost all the students from the East Academy had gathered here because today was the day Beiling Academy announced the quotas for the 5 great academies. Students came to Beiling Academy primarily to vie for these coveted spots, hoping to use Beiling Academy as a springboard to enter the legendary 5 great academies. A.S. Mu Chun entered the training grounds. He was momentarily taken aback by the cacophony of voices. He gazed at the sea of heads, astonished by the sheer number of students in the East Academy. Mu Chun, over here. A sweet voice called out from nearby. Mu Chun turned to see Tang Qin'er waving at him, her charming smile drawing the attention of many young men around her. Mu Chun smiled at Tang Qin'er and walked over. After a month apart, the young girl appeared even more graceful and poised. Although she was dressed in somewhat loose black training attire, her delicate curves were still discernible. It feels like you've changed a bit after not seeing you for a month, Tang Qin'er remarked, tilting her head in surprise. After all, Mu Chun had stepped into the spirit wheel realm, and while he did not show it outwardly, the observant girl sensed some differences. I nearly perished in the black abyss. So of course I've changed a bit, Mu Chun replied with a smile. You also ventured into the black abyss? Tang Qin'er frowned slightly, saying, I heard from my father that there was quite a conflict between your Mu domain and the Lu domain there. I didn't expect you to have gone as well. I hope you weren't injured. Mu Chun shook his head, realizing that the commotion from that day in the black abyss had indeed reached Tang domain. Although it seemed they were unaware that it was caused by the evolution of the 9 underworld sparrow. Brother Mu. Suddenly, voices called out, and he saw Mo Ling, Tan Qingshan, and others approaching with smiles. They seemed to have focused on their training over the past month, appearing somewhat darker, especially Mo Ling. Mu Chun could sense that his internal spiritual power had grown stronger, and he was likely just a step away from breaking through to the spirit wheel realm. Brother Mu, thanks to the jade spirit fruit you gave me last time, I believe I will soon reach the spirit wheel realm as well. At that point, I will leave you far behind. Mo Ling grinned at Mu Chun. Mu Chun chuckled and glanced at him, too indifferent to dampen his spirits. I wonder how many spots we have for the North Spirit Academy this time. Last time there seemed to be only 3 spots, and the East and West Academies fought tooth and nail for them. Mo Ling mused, his eyes glinting with eagerness at the mention of the spots. Mu Chun nodded, just about to speak when he suddenly heard some commotion from behind. He turned slightly to see 2 figures slowly walking in. It's actually Chun Fan and Huayun. These 2 fellows finally decided to show up. Mo Ling remarked in surprise. Mu Chun, too, was taken aback and scrutinized the pair. He had heard of their reputation even before arriving, and in terms of strength, they were likely among the top tier of the East Academy, nearly on par with Lu Mu Bai. However, they were quite low-key and rarely appeared at the North Spirit Academy, which is why their names often went unmentioned in rankings. I heard they've joined an adventure team and often hunt spirit beasts. Mo Ling commented. Realization dawned on Mu Chun as he detected a faint scent of blood emanating from the 2. Their indifferent expressions indeed set them apart from the other inexperienced students. They must have tried to break into the spirit wheel realm, Mu Chun speculated quietly, sensing the stronger spiritual fluctuations radiating from Chen Fan and Huayun compared to Mo Ling. Those 2. Tang Qin'er also noticed them and quietly commented. Mu Chun detected a hint of difference in her tone and looked at her curiously. Brother Mu, Chen Fan and Huayun have known each other since childhood and have always been in competition. After joining the North Spirit Academy, they both developed feelings for Qin'er, which only intensified their rivalry. However, they were ultimately rejected, and so they teamed up to join an adventure team, promising to pursue her after securing spots in the 5 major academies. Mo Ling chuckled from the side. Mu Chun was taken aback and then amused as he glanced at the blushing Tang Qian'er. The allure of the East Academy's flower was indeed extraordinary, drawing wave after wave of admirers. While Mu Chun conversed with Mo Ling, Chun Fan and Hui Yun's gazes shifted towards them, particularly landing on Tang Qian'er. Their previously indifferent faces finally broke into smiles as they approached swiftly. Seeing them coming directly towards her, Tang Qian'er helplessly pursed her lips and shifted slightly behind Mu Chun. This small gesture momentarily stunned Qin Fan and Hui Yun, who then turned their attention to Mu Chun. Qin Fan, appearing more amiable, smiled faintly and extended his hand. "You must be Mu Chun. I've heard your name for quite some time. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Likewise, Mu Chun replied as their hands clasped. As soon as they shook hands, Chun Fan's spiritual power surged within his grip, causing the veins in Mu Chin's arm to bulge down. Yu Chun felt the strong pressure from Qin Fan's hand, but simply shook his head in resignation, choosing not to resist while maintaining a composed expression. "Chun Fan, what are you doing?" Tang Qian'er immediately noticed and furrowed her delicate brows, admonishing him. Chun Fan, noting the slight amusement in Mu Chin's demeanor, frowned slightly. Realizing that Mu Chin indeed possessed some capabilities, "Brother Mu won't mind, will you?" he asked, looking at Mu Chun. "This level of power is nothing to concern myself with," Mu Chin smiled, responding lightly. "Then we must have a sparring session sometime." Hui Yun suggested with a smirk. "Perhaps another time," Mu Chun replied noncommittally, turning away to face the training area ahead. Tang Qian'er shot a glare at the two before following him. Qian'er wouldn't actually develop feelings for that guy. "Would she? Wouldn't that mean we've fought for nothing?" Hui Yun remarked, gazing at Tang Qian'er's graceful figure with a frown. "That depends on whether he has the ability to make her," Chun Fan responded thoughtfully. "We should find an opportunity to teach him a lesson," Hui Yun suggested. "Agreed." Chun Fan nodded with a smile. In the training ground, the number of students continued to swell. After about half an hour, when a familiar figure slowly entered, the clamor fell silent as eager eyes fixated on the instructor. Mo surveyed the crowd and smiled faintly. Forgoing any pleasantries, he declared, "This time, our North Spirit Academy has 5 spots in the 5 major academies." 5! A murmur of astonishment rippled through the training ground. Although this was an increase from the last time, it still felt exceedingly scarce for those qualified students vying for the opportunity. In addition, Mo's gaze suddenly shifted to Mu Chun, stating, "Aside from these 5 spots, there is also one seed-level spot." A seed-level spot. The atmosphere in the training ground became hushed as stunned gazes turned towards Mo. After a moment, many inhaled sharply, including Chen Fan and Hui Yun, whose breaths became noticeably heavier. Mu Chun might have been the only one who remained calm. The seed spot was indeed rare. However, if he successfully navigated the spirit path, he might secure an even higher position. This seed spot could only be claimed by the strongest students in the North Spirit Academy, meaning one must defeat all other competitors to obtain it. Mo looked at the astonished students and then at the composed Mu Chun, smiling as he stated, "In our East Academy, 5 individuals are qualified to participate in this competition: Chan Fan, Hui Yun, Mo Ling, Tang Qian'er, and Mu Chun." Upon hearing these 5 names, a wave of regretful sighs filled the training ground. Yet, they understood that to qualify, one must be on the verge of breaking through to the spirit wheel realm. And it seemed only these 5 met the criteria. In the following month, I will provide targeted guidance for the 5 of you, enabling you to take that crucial step and successfully enter the spirit wheel realm. Mo declared solemnly. "Yes." Mo Ling and the others responded excitedly, realizing that with Mo's guidance, their training would undoubtedly become smoother. Mu Chun, however, only smiled helplessly, hesitating before raising his hand. "Mu Chun, do you have a question?" Mo asked, somewhat puzzled by Mu Chin's gesture. "Master, I fear I no longer need this step," Mu Chun replied. Mo paused, then seemed to grasp something, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on Mu Chun. Sensing the distinct spiritual fluctuations emanating from him compared to the other students. You have entered the spirit wheel realm?" Mo exclaimed in shock. The surrounding area erupted into a clamor of disbelief. Not only were Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling astonished at Mu Chin's side, but even Chun Fan and Hui Yun's mouths dropped slightly in surprise. This fellow has actually reached the spirit wheel realm? To be continued, Chapter 75. The third level of the spirit formula room. The atmosphere in the training ground shifted due to this unexpected explosive news, as astonished gazes fixed upon the young figure at the forefront. The Spirit Wheel Realm. Although the North Spirit Academy boasted numerous exceptional students nearing their breakthrough, it was common knowledge that only one had genuinely ascended to this level, Liu Mubai from the West Academy, the undisputed strongest student of the North Spirit Academy. Yet now, could it be that a second one had emerged from the East Academy? The individuals beside Mo Ling stood in a daze. Staring at Mu Qian, soon, he let out a bitter smile. Earlier, he had been rather smug, not anticipating that Mu Qian had already left him far behind. Truly a freak of nature, Mo Ling exchanged a glance with Tan Qingshan, both recognizing the same sentiment in each other's eyes. Especially Tan, who had ascended to the heavenly realm alongside Mu Qian. Now, while he had only just reached the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, Mu Qian had undoubtedly surpassed him by an immeasurable distance. Indeed, a formidable opponent. Chen Fan and Hui Yun also bore serious expressions. Although the two of them had begun to exhibit signs of condensing their spiritual energy into a wheel, it still paled in comparison to the true spirit wheel realm. Observing the calm demeanor of the youth ahead, they couldn't help but click their tongues. It seemed this rival was indeed a tough nut to crack. Master Mo waved his hand, silencing the commotion within the training ground. He cast a deep glance at Mu Qian and said, "Although you have entered the spirit wheel realm, it would be beneficial for you to remain at the North Spirit Academy for this month." Hearing this, Mu Qian's heart stirred slightly. He glanced at Master Mo and said nothing more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well. Everyone, return to your training for now. Mu Qian, you will accompany me for a bit." With a wave of his hand, Master Mo headed outside the training area, and Mu Qian promptly followed suit. As the two departed, the training ground erupted into a flurry of astonishment, clearly still reeling from the shock of Mu Qian's ascension to the spirit wheel realm. Mu Qian paid little heed to the uproar behind him, stepping outside to find Master Mo standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Mu Qian, I trust you can surmise the reason why North Spirit Academy has a seed quota this time?" Master Mo smiled at Mu Qian, aware that despite the latter's youthful appearance, his maturity and caution were on par with those battle-hardened individuals. "Is it because of me?" Mu Qian could indeed guess some of it. The seed quotas were exceedingly rare, not just in the North Spirit realm but throughout the entire 100-spirit celestial realm. Therefore, it was inconceivable for such a privilege to be bestowed upon the humble North Spirit Academy without a compelling reason. Master Mo nodded and replied, "Indeed, it has something to do with you. However, Dean Xiao does not intend to grant you the seed quota outright. I understand. Such an enticing offer would complicate matters for the North Spirit Academy." Mu Qian was not taken aback. The North Spirit Academy had always maintained neutrality, and countless eyes were watching the coveted quota within the North Spirit realm. If it were simply given to him, it would be difficult to earn trust. Master Mo paused, then couldn't help but laugh, an expression of appreciation flickering in his eyes. "The little fellow has quite the confidence. In that case, are you aware of who your primary competitor for the seed quota is?" Liu Mubai. Mu Qian shrugged. Although he found the individual rather detestable, he had to admit that Liu possessed considerable ability. "Do you know Liu Mubai's strength?" Master Mo inquired once more. He should have entered the spirit wheel realm quite early. While the North Spirit Academy tends to claim he is at the initial stage of the spirit wheel realm, I believe he might be stronger than that. Mu Qian pondered briefly before speaking. He had had a preliminary encounter with Liu Mubai, who had evidently concealed some of his strength. The current Liu Mubai is likely at the mid-stage of the spirit wheel realm. Master Mo nodded. Indeed. Mu Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was certainly a formidable opponent. However, now that he had also entered the spirit wheel realm, Mu Qian felt he would not necessarily fear Liu in a confrontation. Giving up on Master Shi's guidance? Mu Qian was slightly taken aback. Master Shi was a genuine powerhouse in the spirit soul realm. Receiving his personal mentorship was not something ordinary students could experience. Yet, Liu Mubai had chosen to forego it. Mu Qian nodded gravely. However, while Liu Qingtian was a late-stage powerhouse in the spirit soul realm, he did not believe that Liu Qingtian would be more adept at guiding cultivation than Master Shi. From where did Liu Mubai derive such confidence? Mu Qian pressed his lips together, sensing a sense of impending danger. The unknown was what truly instilled trepidation. Master Mo is joking. Although my father is also a powerhouse in the spirit soul realm, he has never taught much about cultivation, as that is not his forte, Mu Qian remarked helplessly. While Mu Feng's strength might surpass that of Master Mo, he was indeed unsuitable for mentoring others in their cultivation. Master Mo chuckled and said, "In that case, for this month, I shall personally guide you. However, before that, we must discuss some compensation from the North Spirit Academy." Compensation? Mu Chan was somewhat taken aback, then shook his head. "Is it because of the seed quota? Master Mo, the North Spirit Academy's actions are entirely justifiable, and I do not feel I have suffered any loss. This is at the behest of Dean Xiao. Regardless, the North Spirit Academy's possession of a seed quota is due to your existence. If you find the term compensation unappealing, we may instead refer to it as a reward," Master Mo said with a smile. "Well, very well," Mu Chan shrugged, no longer refusing. If the North Spirit Academy wished to bestow benefits upon him, it would be rather pretentious to decline. "Follow me. We are going to the Spirit Technique Chamber." Master Mo smiled. "The Spirit Technique Chamber?" Mu Chan was taken aback. "Aren't you quite interested in the third level of the Spirit Technique Chamber? This time, I shall allow you to enter." Master Mo smiled lightly and turned to leave. The third level of the Spirit Technique Chamber? Mu Chan licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. The third level housed the most formidable spirit techniques of the North Spirit Academy, and its collection was assuredly more extensive than that of his father's. It seemed the North Spirit Academy was truly willing to invest heavily this time. Access to the third level of the Spirit Technique Chamber was exceedingly rare for students, with the techniques stored there at least of spirit grade. Excited, Mu Chan hurriedly followed. As he trailed behind Master Mo through the North Spirit Academy, they directly entered the Spirit Technique Chamber, heading straight for the second level. At that moment, several Heavenly Realm students were perusing spirit techniques, and upon seeing Master Mo leading Mu Chan, they were taken aback. Mu Chan, a voice called from the side. Mu Chan turned to see Hong Ling, clad in a red dress that accentuated her allure, staring at him with slightly parted lips. Senior sister Hong Ling, Mu Chan smiled and nodded at her but did not say much, simply following Master Mo deeper into the second level, where a faint light curtain shimmered, emanating a robust wave of spiritual energy. The two halted before the light curtain, immediately drawing astonished gazes from the numerous students in the second level. They all understood that it was the passageway to the third level of the Spirit Technique Chamber. Yet no student had ever been deemed worthy to enter. "Master Mo, what is he doing?" The Heavenly Realm students gazed at Master Mo and the calm Mu Chan behind him with astonished expressions. It seemed they had begun to grasp the situation, and a deep sense of shock filled their eyes. Could it be it? They whispered in disbelief. Master Mo waved his sleeve, and the light curtain gradually parted. However, just as he was about to lead Mu Chan through, voices of impatience arose from behind. "Master Mo, why can he enter the third level?" Master Mo paused in his steps, turning to see several Heavenly Realm students glaring at him with a mix of jealousy and resentment. They had long coveted the third level of the Spirit Technique Chamber, yet had never qualified for entry. Now that Master Mo intended to bring Mu Chan in, it stirred their sense of imbalance. Master Mo glanced at them and replied coolly, because he performed exceptionally in the spirit path, securing the first seed quota in the history of the North Spirit Academy. Is that reason sufficient? Instantly, the second level of the Spirit Technique Chamber fell into stunned silence, as incredulous gazes turned towards Mu Chan. The first seed quota in the history of the North Spirit Academy had been attained because of him? Yet, hadn't he been expelled midway? Why would the 5 great academies specifically grant the North Spirit Academy a seed quota? Hong Ling's delicate hand instinctively covered her lips as she gazed at the young man standing calmly behind Master Mo. Accepting the multitude of astonished glances, this once ordinary boy in her eyes was gradually radiating brilliance, becoming more and more dazzling. Seeing that no one remained skeptical, Master Mo finally waved his hand and stepped into the light curtain. With Mu Chan closely following. As the two vanished within, the second level of the Spirit Technique Chamber remained eerily silent, still immersed in the shock of the news. Chapter 76, 2 Spirit Techniques. The third level of the Spirit Technique Chamber was not as opulent as Mu Chan had imagined. Rather, it appeared remarkably simple. It was merely a rather ordinary loft. Yet the impeccably clean floor indicated the North Spirit Academy's high regard for this place, suggesting it was well maintained. This was Mu Chin's first visit to this coveted treasure trove by all students of the North Spirit Academy, and he immediately began to curiously survey his surroundings. Emosher stepped forward, and in the center of the loft, there stood upon which were meticulously arranged exquisite jade boxes, With a flick of his sleeve, the jade boxes opened, revealing radiant beams of light that slowly ascended from within. Amongst these luminous rays were jade slips of varying hues. All of them were spirit-level techniques. You may choose from them, Emoshur said to Mu Qian with a smile. All of them are spirit-level techniques? Mu Qian gazed at the 10 or more beams of light, unable to suppress his astonishment. Truly, the North Spirit Academy was remarkable. Such a collection far surpassed anything his father possessed. Mu Qian approached eagerly. His eyes filled with anticipation. Currently, he had only a limited number of techniques, with the only noteworthy one being the Sun Luo Death Seal. Although it held great potential, it was merely of the mortal grade. As for the Great Stupa technique, it was far too profound, offering little assistance to Mu Qian at present. He extended his hand and grasped a glowing orb. As the light dissipated, a brown jade slip came into view. He cast a brief glance. Earth Spirit Wave. Spirit level lower grade. This seemed to be an offensive spirit level technique of lower grade. After pondering for a moment, Mu Qian shook his head. While the technique was decent, it did not seem particularly suited to him. He set the technique aside and looked at the others, while Emoshur stood quietly beside him, observing without interruption. After about 10 minutes of deliberation amidst the techniques, Mu Qian's eyes finally brightened. He then intently focused on the jade slip in his hand. This slip was a delicate turquoise, but it was not an offensive technique. Rather, it was a movement technique, and its grade was notably high. Spirit Shadow Stepped, Spirit Level Middle Grade. He read, if mastered, one's form would be as elusive as a spirit, leaving behind enchanting phantoms that bewilder the eye, rendering one nearly undetectable. Mu Qian had previously practiced some basic movement techniques, but they were far too ordinary compared to this. It was indeed his first encounter with something of this caliber. Have you made your selection? Your taste is commendable. You've chosen one of the few spirit-level middle-grade techniques available here, Emoshur remarked with a faint smile upon noticing Mu Qian's choice. Mu Qian smiled sheepishly, then glanced longingly at the remaining techniques. In truth, he had also set his sights on an offensive technique, but to select another would seem rather greedy. Still eyeing something else? Emoshur noticed the expression on Mu Qian's face and raised an eyebrow. Mu Qian awkwardly chuckled. Originally, you were only permitted to choose one technique as compensation for you. After considering for a moment, Emoshur added with a smile, however, I can indeed make an exception and allow you to select another. But there is a condition. What condition? Mu Qian inquired hastily. You must ensure that you defeat Lu Mubai and secure the seed quota for our North Spirit Academy's Eastern branch, Emoshur stated. Mu Qian was taken aback. This was his original intent. Gazing into Emoshur's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, he seemed to grasp the underlying meaning and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Emoshur, I will not let anyone take what is mine. Emoshur waved his hand with a smile. In that case, we shall see how you perform. Choose. Mu Qian nodded gratefully, then without hesitation, reached for a jade slip among the others. The slip emanated an ancient glow. Spirit Emperor's Finger, spirit level lower grade, follows the path of brute force. Fingers like iron and gold, shattering tendons and cracking bones. This was a technique for finger strikes, and Mu Qian found it quite intriguing. He had previously practiced some mortal-grade finger techniques and was exceedingly satisfied with an attack that could yield lethal force without the aid of a weapon. Oh? A finger technique? Emoshur was taken aback by Mu Qian's choice. For such techniques were notoriously painful to cultivate, requiring rigorous training of the fingers. The agony inflicted upon one's fingers during practice was not something most could endure. After all, the fingers are closely connected to the heart. I'm accustomed to it, Mu Qian replied with a smile. There is no power gained without effort in this world. To acquire strength, one must naturally be willing to pay the price, Emoshur nodded. Feeling increasingly satisfied with the youth before him, talented, humble, and capable of enduring what most could not. Such a young man was the finest student he had encountered in his years at the North Spirit Academy. I will focus on training you in these two techniques over the next month, striving for you to master them as quickly as possible, Emoshur said, waving his hand before departing the loft. I will not let Emoshur down. Mu Qian watched Emoshur's retreating figure, nodding solemnly. He was not one to express gratitude frivolously. Emoshur had aided him greatly, and all he needed to do was not to disappoint him and seize that seed quota. Lu Mubai, this time, let us engage in a proper duel, in the Lu domain, within the Lu residence. Seed quota? In the main hall, the domain lord Lu Qingtian sat up abruptly, casting a bewildered glance at Lu Mubai, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. How could the North Spirit Academy possibly have a seed quota? I'm not entirely certain. Lu Mubai shook his head, but it is indeed true, a seed quota. This must be the first time the North Spirit Academy has obtained one in many years. Right? If Mubai can secure this seed quota, he will undoubtedly gain access to superior resources upon entering one of the 5 major academies, and his achievements will far surpass those of ordinary students. Lu Zong was equally astonished by the news, his face brimming with delight. They understood well that students who secured seed quotas were not on the same level as ordinary students. Haha, if Mubai becomes a seed student of the 5 major academies, by the time he graduates, he may very well ascend to the 3rd heaven realm. At that point, our Lu domain will not only dominate the North Spirit realm but also attain a significant status within the 100th Spirit heaven. Lu Ming exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lu Qingtian licked his lips, his gaze fervently fixed on Lu Mubai. Mubai, you must secure this seed quota, regardless of the cost. By the way, who is your greatest threat among the current students of the North Spirit Academy? If there is anyone who could pose a challenge to you, it would likely be that Muchun. Lu Mubai replied softly, Father, this Muchun has obtained the qualification for the spirit path. We must not underestimate him. Muchun? That brat? Upon hearing the name, Lu Qingtian's expression turned icy. He recalled how it was that Mu Chun had somehow lured the spirit-devouring bees in the black abyss, aiding Mu Feng and the others in their escape from peril. Brother, this kid is indeed a bit peculiar. On that day, blood slaughter pursued him, who was merely at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. And yet he inexplicably met his demise. Lu Ming interjected, still vividly remembering the events of that day. Lu Qingtian nodded, a shadowy expression crossing his face. The seed quota must fall into our Lu domain's hands. Otherwise, it would become a calamity. Therefore, we must ensure that this matter is foolproof. Mubai, starting today, you shall enter the forbidden area of the back mountain. Your grandfather will assist you in your training. Lu Qingtian's eyes gleamed with determination. Grandfather? He is in the forbidden area? Wasn't he missing for 3 years? Lu Mubai exclaimed in shocked awe. That was merely what was said to the outside world. Your grandfather has been in closed-door training for the past 3 years, striving to break through to the 3rd heaven realm. Once he succeeds, the entirety of the North Spirit realm will inevitably fall under our Lu domain's control. Lu Qingtian grinned ominously. Those fools from the Mu domain think that by obstructing our Lu domain from obtaining the 9 Nether Sparrow, they can rest easy. Just wait. Once your grandfather emerges from seclusion, I will make Mu Feng kneel before me like a dog. A newly risen power, trying to compare its foundation with our Lu domain? A delusion, indeed. Lu Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. If his grandfather could personally assist him, his strength would undoubtedly soar within a month. Why then? What would Mu Chen amount to? Recalling the humiliation he had endured at Mu Chen's hands in the black abyss, Lu Mubai clenched his teeth, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. That time, I shall trample you beneath my feet before all, in front of those who hold unwavering confidence in you. The most exceptional youth of the North Spirit realm shall be none other than Lu Mubai, not some insignificant brat like you. As for today's chapter, 113 votes have increased. It seems 300 is out of reach. However, everyone knows that regardless of the votes, I will always update. Nonetheless, I still yearn for some support and motivation. Please lend me another 47 votes, and I will continue to deliver 3 updates today. Chapter 77. Grueling Training North Spirit Academy. Back Mountain. This was a verdant forest, lush with greenery, where a colossal waterfall cascaded down like a silver python, the thunderous sound of its descent creating clouds of mist that spread throughout the area. Emo Shi stood with his hands behind his back in a clearing beneath the waterfall, and before him stood Mu Chun, Tang Qianer, Imo Ling, Chen Fan, and Hua Yun. From today onward, I will conduct specialized training for you. Except for Mu Chun, the rest of you must officially advance to the Spirit Wheel realm within this month, or you will lose your qualification to compete for the quotas of the 5 major academies. Imo Shi stated, his gaze sweeping over the group as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing these words, Tang Qianer and Chen Fan exchanged solemn expressions. Their training at the North Spirit Academy was aimed at securing a place among the 5 great academies. Losing that qualification would be an insurmountable blow for them. You 4 are already at the peak of the late spirit movement realm, and even Chen Fan and Hua Yun have begun attempting to condense their spirit wheels. However, you are still a step away. Thus, you need to leverage some external pressure to compel the spirit power within you to coalesce into a wheel. External pressure. Chun Fan and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Do you see that waterfall? Master Emo smiled, pointing to the thundering waterfall behind them, where torrents of water cascaded down with tremendous force, crashing against the rocks below and sending up clouds of mist. From today onward, you four shall meditate beneath this waterfall, using all your spirit power to withstand its impact. That external pressure will gradually permeate your bodies, compressing the spirit power within your sea of energy until it forms a wheel. What? Chen Fan and the others were taken aback at the thought of meditating beneath such a fierce torrent. The sheer impact would likely leave them dizzy after just a minute, wouldn't it? Indeed, they quickly responded. Then begin, Master Emo commanded with a wave of his hand. Tang Qian'er and the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and released their spirit power, propelling themselves across the broad river of the ravine. Finally landing beneath the waterfall, bang, bang, bang. Just as they settled beneath the cascade, they were instantly swept into the lake by the powerful torrent, drenched and floundering like drowned rats. The four of them emerged from the water, spirit power surging forth as they fought to resist the onslaught of the flowing water before finally managing to sit cross-legged. They gritted their teeth, enduring the pain inflicted by the waterfall's impact. Diligently operating their spirit power to hold their ground, Mu Chun observed the four meditating beneath the waterfall, secretly impressed by the intensity of their training. It truly was a form of devilish training. Mu Chun, Master Mo's gaze fell upon him, causing a flutter of unease in his heart. You have perused those two spirit techniques, have you not? Master Emo inquired nonchalantly. Mu Chun nodded. Where is your training ground? Master Emo pointed downstream, and Mu Chun's heart sank as he beheld the waterfall cascading down without any obstruction, whereas Tang Qian'er and the others had some rocks above to mitigate the impact. Here it was entirely unobstructed and flat. Moreover, it appeared that there were wooden stakes, as thick as a foot, standing beneath the waterfall. What? The waterfall was not continuous, but rather had fleeting gaps, and to meet these conditions, one must synchronize their speed with the gaps in the flowing water. Mu Chun chuckled bitterly. The challenge was indeed formidable, yet it was an excellent method for honing his agility. Furthermore, the spirit royal finger required fierce and precise control, and your current level of finger training is insufficient to practice it. Thus, your fingers must also undergo refinement. I will have stakes tumble down intermittently from the waterfall, and your task will be to pierce these stakes with your fingers as they rush past. Master Mo's words sent a chill down Mu Chun's spine. Those stakes descending with such ferocity would possess immense power, and with their speed, a moment's distraction could lead to missing them entirely. To pierce them, he would need to strike with perfect timing and possess exceptional finger control. What, are you afraid? Master Emo asked casually. Although it was somewhat troublesome, Mu Chun replied, I'm not afraid. Taking a deep breath, his handsome face gradually calmed, and a glimmer of eagerness shone in his dark eyes. Very well, Master Emo nodded in satisfaction. Let us begin. Without hesitation, Mu Chun moved swiftly, gliding across the water's surface like a swan. Plunging into the fierce torrent of the waterfall, landing atop a narrow wooden stake, boom! The powerful surge of water crashed down upon him. Mu Chun quickly propelled himself off the stake, darting toward another one ahead. Bang! Just as he launched himself forward, a torrent of water descended, sweeping him back into the lake. He had underestimated the speed of the current. Coughing out lake water, Mu Chun slapped the surface and leaped onto another stake. His expression now thoroughly grave. Spirit power surged from within him to resist the onslaught of the water. At the outset, he clearly needed to protect his body with spirit power before gradually acclimating to the pressure. With unwavering focus, he surged forth again, cutting through the water and landing on yet another stake. However, as he prepared to leap once more, he heard an odd sound in the rushing water. A quick glance revealed a dark shape hurtling toward him in the current, one of the wooden stakes. With fingers poised, he struck out with a swift motion. His fingers, akin to spears, stirred the water into a frothy spray as the shadow passed by him. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the stake merely jolted back slightly, showing no signs of being pierced before being swept away by the current into the depths of the lake. Realizing his attempt had failed, Mu Chun grimaced, feeling a sharp pain in his fingertips. The stake, having been submerged in the water and propelled by such speed, was as hard as iron, and without the use of spirit power, The impact felt as though his bones might shatter. Thud! In that fleeting moment of distraction, the torrent cascaded down once more, sending Mu Qian crashing into the lake. Damn it! He surfaced, cursing under his breath, gritting his teeth against the pain in his fingers. He leapt back up, pushing his speed to the limit and shooting forward once again. Bang, bang, bang. Beneath the waterfall, his figure repeatedly emerged only to be mercilessly swept back into the lake. The overwhelming force left him dazed. Yet he persisted, enduring the aches throughout his body, gritting his teeth as he fought to increase his speed. Though he sometimes evaded the water's impact, the stakes cascading down the current relentlessly battered his fingers. Tang Qian'er and the others, seated at the base of the waterfall, heard the commotion and cautiously opened their eyes. They shuddered. Even without experiencing it themselves, they understood that what Mu Qian faced was far more brutal than their own trials. By the lakeside, Master Emo stood with hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the beleaguered figure beneath the waterfall. To achieve success, one must first be willing to sacrifice. The entire afternoon passed with Mu Qian tirelessly darting beneath the waterfall, while Tang Qian'er and the others took breaks as the sun dipped low in the sky. They dragged their weary bodies ashore, utterly exhausted and heedless of their pale faces as they collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, noticing their condition, Master Emo declared, "Let today's training come to an end." Just as they sighed in relief, his next words sent a jolt through them. "We continue tomorrow." Tang Qian'er and the others slumped to the ground, resting for a while, when they heard a splashing sound nearby. They looked up to see the gaunt figure, seemingly oblivious to Master Mo's words, relentlessly tossed about by the torrent, only to rise again and again. Though they could sense his movements had become sluggish from fatigue, the determination emanating from his thin frame was heart-stirring, compelling him to remain upright. "Master Emo," he asked, nearing his limit. Tang Qian'er bit her lip, unable to bear watching any longer, and turned her gaze to Master Emo. Master Emo shook his head slowly, speaking gently, "This is his own choice. The reason he surpasses you all is not solely due to talent. Mu Feng has a truly remarkable son." Chun Fan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they regarded the weary figure beneath the waterfall. Rare admiration welled up within them. If Mu Qian's talent surpassed theirs, they might attribute it to fate, but his indomitable will compelled them to acknowledge. This fellow was truly extraordinary. Chapter 78. Transformation time flowed like sand, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this period, Mu Qian engaged in intense training beneath the waterfall each day, the relentless impact having sent him into the lake countless times. The stakes, plummeting down the waterfall, had repeatedly bruised and reddened his fingers. If it were not for the constant circulation of spirit power within him, nurturing both his body and the bones in his fingertips, he would have long since succumbed as days turned into weeks. Mu Qian's adaptability grew stronger. At times, he could even synchronize with the fleeting gaps in the waterfall's flow. As his fingers endured repeated severe impacts, coupled with the nurturing of spiritual energy, they became increasingly lethal. Occasionally, if he seized the opportunity, he could truly pierce through the fleeting wooden stakes with a mere finger. The arduous training finally began to yield results. Naturally, during these 2 weeks, not only did Mu Qian experience growth, but Tang Qian'er and the other three, who were undergoing pressure training beneath the waterfall, also made notable progress. Among them, Chen Fan and Hui Yun achieved the most significant advancements. These two had long since attempted to condense their spiritual wheels, and now they merely needed to take a small step forward to truly ascend. Thus, on the 13th day of their training, they were thrilled to discover that the spiritual energy within their dantians had finally coalesced into spiritual light wheels. A surge of power so immense that it even dispersed the torrential waterfall cascading down. However, despite their successful entry into the realm of spiritual wheels, Master Emo insisted they continue their training under the waterfall to stabilize their newfound realms and avoid any signs of unstable spiritual energy. Witnessing Chen Fan and Hui Yun's success spurred Tang Qian'er and Emo Ling, resulting in a significant reduction in their usual rest periods as they grit their teeth against the relentless water flow, striving to break through to the realm of spiritual wheels as swiftly as possible. Under the blazing sun, 5 figures endured the immense pressure of the icy waterfall, allowing time to pass silently. The waterfall thundered as it cascaded down the mountainside, ultimately splashing into the lake below, sending up clouds of mist that filled the air. Standing at the lake's edge, Master Mo observed the four, including Tang Qianer, meditating and training beneath the waterfall, sensing the increasingly potent fluctuations of spiritual energy. He nodded slightly before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Beneath the waterfall, a series of narrow wooden stakes awaited, and Mu Chen's figure darted among them with the agility of a nimble monkey. His speed was astonishing, often appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Yet, Mu Chen remained dissatisfied with his velocity. He furrowed his brow as the chilling mist slapped against his face, further calming his mind. The dark spiritual energy surged from his body, enveloping his feet. In that instant, the once deafening roar of the waterfall seemed to fade into silence. The torrents of water plummeted downwards, and Mu Chen narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he shot forward, weaving through the waterfall like a bolt of lightning. His speed reaching its zenith, a blurred shadow landed on one of the wooden stakes. The rushing water sweeping past yet failing to touch him, a mere afterimage created by his incredible speed. Master Mo, who had been watching from the lake's edge, felt a jolt of surprise as he observed Mu Chen's remarkable feat. At that moment, Mu Chen seemed to exist in a realm apart, feeling as though his body had become weightless. The once tumultuous water flow appeared to slow, allowing him to discern small gaps within the torrent. If he could navigate through these openings, he could avoid the waterfall entirely. Suddenly, Mu Chen's figure blurred as he surged forward, propelled by the dark spiritual energy coursing through him. A shadowy silhouette emerged, resembling a black line as it slipped through the gaps in the waterfall. Just as he passed through a narrow opening, a black figure surged violently with the rushing water. Yet Mu Chen remained calm. He curved his fingers slightly, pausing for a brief moment before extending his arms straight ahead. His fingers, akin to a sharp spear, pierced through the water vapor with extreme precision, striking the center of the swiftly passing wooden stake. A muffled thud echoed as his fingers punctured the stake, sending splinters flying, which were quickly washed away by the water. A surge of joy welled up within Mu Chen. This was the most fluid and effortless strike he had executed in over 20 days. With no hesitation, the force flowing as naturally as water, as he continued to weave through the stakes, his attacks never faltered. His fingers moved like lightning, seizing every precise opportunity to pierce through the wooden stakes that swept past him. "This madman," Chun Fan couldn't help but exclaim. After entering the realm of spiritual wheels, he had attempted to replicate Mu Chen's training, but the result was being swept away the moment he attempted to land on a stake. Eventually, he had to encapsulate himself in spiritual energy to forcefully try again, only to be violently thrown back by the stakes. Yet now, Mu Chen could move effortlessly along the stakes under the waterfall's assault, piercing through each one with astounding speed and precision. Such an extraordinary ability. Could there be anyone in the entire North Spirit Academy who could match him, save perhaps for Lu Mubai from the West Courtyard? Beside the lake, Master Mo nodded in satisfaction. Under the astonished gazes of Tang Qianer, Chen Fan, and the others, Mu Chen finally came to a halt after several minutes, stabilizing himself on one of the wooden stakes. Instead of retreating, he sat down directly, and dark spiritual energy surged from his body, repelling the oncoming torrents. Puzzled by Mu Chen's strange behavior, Tang Qianer and the others exchanged glances, only to soon feel a unique wave of spiritual energy emanating from him. "Is this?" Master Mo raised an eyebrow. "Has he suddenly broken through his cultivation method?" Indeed, Master Mo's speculation was correct. Earlier, Mu Chen had felt an indescribable sense of ease within his body, and as he pushed his speed to the limit, he discovered that his spiritual energy began to flow autonomously, following the operational route of the Grand Pagoda technique. The dark spiritual energy surged forth, flooding into his dantian, and Mu Chen's mind immediately followed suit. To his astonishment, he observed the dark spiritual energy rising above the spiritual wheel in his dantian, gradually coalescing into a phantom light tower about the size of a palm. This light tower was incredibly ethereal. As if it would dissipate with the slightest breeze, upon closer inspection, it appeared to have 9 layers. However, aside from the base, which was somewhat solid, the rest remained indistinct and hazy. Yet, at the moment the phantom light tower took shape, Mu Chen felt mysterious points of light illuminating within his body. These points were scattered throughout his inner being, and upon connecting them, they formed a large light tower within him. As this light tower manifested, the dark spiritual energy swirling around Mu Chen's body seemed to form a vague black light tower, enveloping him entirely. The thundering waterfall crashed against this indistinct black tower, yet it stood unwavering. However, this black light tower lasted only an instant before rapidly dissipating. As the tower vanished, Mu Qin's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of uncontainable ecstasy. The grand pagoda technique he had been cultivating had,